Chapter 28 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 28. Preparations for Departure. Athos lost no more time in combating this immutable resolution. He gave all his attention to preparing, during the 2 days the Duke had granted him, the proper appointments for Raoul. This labour chiefly concerned Grimaud, who immediately applied himself to it with the good will and intelligence we know he possessed. Athos gave this worthy servant orders to take the route to Paris when the equipments should be ready, and, not to expose himself to the danger of keeping the Duke waiting, or delaying Raoul, so that the Duke should perceive his absence, he himself, the day after the visit of Monsieur de Beaufort, set off for Paris with his son. For the poor young man, it was an emotion easily to be understood, thus to return to Paris amongst all the people who had known and loved him. Every face recalled a pang to him who had suffered so much, to him who had loved so much, some circumstance of his unhappy love. Raoul, on approaching Paris, felt as if he were dying. Once in Paris he really existed no longer. When he reached Guiche's residence, he was informed that Guiche was with Monsieur. Raoul took the road to the Luxembourg, and when arrived, without suspecting that he was going to the place where La Valliere had lived, he heard so much music and respired so many perfumes, he heard so much joyous laughter, and saw so many dancing shadows, that if it had not been for a charitable woman who perceived him so dejected and pale beneath a doorway, he would have remained there a few minutes, and then would have gone away, never to return. But, as we have said, in the first antechamber he had stopped, solely for the sake of not mixing himself with all those happy beings he felt were moving around him in the adjacent salons. And as one of Monsieur's servants, recognizing him, had asked him if he wished to see Monsieur or Madame, Raoul had scarcely answered him, but had sunk down upon a bench near the velvet doorway, looking at a clock, which had stopped for nearly an hour. The servant had passed on, and another, better acquainted with him, had come up and interrogated Raoul whether he should inform Monsieur de Guiche of his being there. This name did not even arouse the recollections of Raoul. The persistent servant went on to relate that de Guiche had just invented a new game of lottery, and was teaching it to the ladies. Raoul, opening his large eyes, like the absent man in Theophrastus, made no answer, but his sadness increased 2 shades. With his head hanging down, his limbs relaxed, his mouth half open for the escape of his sighs, Raoul remained thus forgotten in the antechamber, when all at once a lady's robe passed, rubbing against the doors of a side salon, which opened on the gallery. A lady, young, pretty, and gay, scolding an officer of the household, entered by that way, and expressed herself with much vivacity. The officer replied in calm but firm sentences. It was rather a little love-pet than a quarrel of courtiers, and was terminated by a kiss on the fingers of the lady. Suddenly, on perceiving Raoul, the lady became silent, and, pushing away the officer, "Make your escape, Malicorne," said she. "I did not think there was anyone here. I shall curse you if they have either heard or seen us." Malicorne hastened away. The young lady advanced behind Raoul, and stretching her joyous face over him as he lay, "Monsieur is a gallant man," said she, "and no doubt—" She here interrupted herself by uttering a cry. "Raoul!" said she, blushing. "Mademoiselle de Montalais!" said Raoul, paler than death. He rose unsteadily and tried to make his way across the slippery mosaic of the floor, but she had comprehended that savage and cruel grief. She felt that in the flight of Raoul there was an accusation of herself. A woman, ever vigilant, she did not think she ought to let the opportunity slip of making good her justification. But Raoul, though stopped by her in the middle of the gallery, did not seem disposed to surrender without a combat. He took it up in a tone so cold and embarrassed, that if they had been thus surprised, the whole court would have no doubt about the proceedings of Mademoiselle de Montalais. "Ah, monsieur," said she with disdain, "what you are doing is very unworthy of a gentleman. My heart inclines me to speak to you. You compromise me by a reception almost uncivil. You are wrong, monsieur, and you confound your friends with enemies. Farewell." Raoul had sworn never to speak of Louise, never even to look at those who might have seen Louise. He was going into another world, that he might never meet with anything Louise had seen or even touched. But after the first shock of his pride, after having had a glimpse of Montalais, the companion of Louise, Montalais, who reminded him of the turret of Blois and the joys of youth, all his reason faded away. "Pardon me, mademoiselle. It enters not, it cannot enter into my thoughts to be uncivil." "Do you wish to speak to me?" said she, with a smile of former days. "Well, come somewhere else, or we may be surprised." "Oh," said he. She looked at the clock, doubtingly, then having reflected, "In my apartment," said she, "we shall have an hour to ourselves." And, taking her course, lighter than a fairy, she ran up to her chamber, followed by Raoul. Shutting the door, and placing in the hands of her cameriste the mantle she held upon her arm. "You were seeking Monsieur de Guiche, were you not?" said she to Raoul. "Yes, mademoiselle." "I will go and ask him to come up here, presently, after I have spoken to you." "Do so, mademoiselle." "Are you angry with me?" Raoul looked at her for a moment, then, casting down his eyes, "Yes," said he. "You think I was concerned in the plot which brought about the rupture, do you not?" "Rupture!" said he, with bitterness. "Oh, mademoiselle, there can be no rupture where there has been no love." "You are in error," replied Montalais. "Louise did love you." Raoul started. "Not with love, I know, but she liked you, and you ought to have married her before you set out for London." Raoul broke into a sinister laugh, which made Montalais shudder. "You tell me that very much at your ease, mademoiselle. Do people marry whom they like? You forget that the king then kept for himself as his mistress her of whom we are speaking." "Listen," said the young woman, pressing the hands of Raoul in her own. "You were wrong in every way. A man of your age ought never to leave a woman of hers alone." "There is no longer any faith in the world, then," said Raoul. "No, Vicomte," said Montalais quietly. "Nevertheless, let me tell you that, if, instead of loving Louise coldly and philosophically, you had endeavored to awaken her to love—" "Enough, I pray you, mademoiselle," said Raoul. "I feel as though you were all, of both sexes, of a different age from me. You can laugh, and you can banter agreeably. Mademoiselle, I loved Mademoiselle de—" Raoul could not pronounce her name. "I loved her well. I put my faith in her. Now I am quits by loving her no longer." "Oh, Vicomte," said Montalais, pointing to his reflection in a looking-glass. "I know what you mean, mademoiselle. I am much altered, am I not? Well, Do you know why? Because my face is the mirror of my heart. The outer surface changed to match the mind within." "You are consoled, then?" said Montalais, sharply. "No, I shall never be consoled." "I don't understand you, Monsieur de Bragelonne." "I care but little for that. I do not quite understand myself." "You have not even tried to speak to Louise?" "Who? I?" exclaimed the young man, with eyes flashing fire. "I! Why do you not advise me to marry her? Perhaps the king would consent now." And he rose from his chair full of anger. "I see," said Montalais, "that you are not cured, and that Louise has one enemy the more." "One enemy the more?" "Yes. Favorites are but little loved at the court of France." "Oh, while she has her lover to protect her, is not that enough? She has chosen him of such a quality that her enemies cannot prevail against her." But stopping all at once, "And then she has you for a friend, mademoiselle," added he, with a shade of irony which did not glide off the cuirass. "Who, I? Oh, no! I am no longer one of those whom Mademoiselle de la Valliere condescends to look upon, but—" This but, so big with menace and with storm, this but, which made the heart of Raoul beat, such griefs did it presage for her, whom lately he loved so dearly. This terrible but, so significant in a woman like Montalais, was interrupted by a moderately loud noise heard by the speakers, proceeding from the alcove behind the wainscoting. Montalais turned to listen, and Raoul was already rising, when a lady entered the room quietly by the secret door, which she closed after her. "Madame!" exclaimed Raoul, on recognizing the sister-in-law of the king. "Stupid wretch!" murmured Montalais, throwing herself but too late before the princess. "I have been mistaken in an hour." She had, however, time to warn the princess, who was walking towards Raoul. "Monsieur de Bragelonne, madame." And at these words the princess drew back, uttering a cry in her turn. "Your royal highness," said Montalais, with volubility, "is kind enough to think of this lottery, and—" The princess began to lose countenance. Raoul hastened his departure, without divining all, but he felt that he was in the way. Madame was preparing a word of transition to recover herself, when a closet opened in front of the alcove, and Monsieur de Guiche issued, all radiant, also from that closet. The palest of the four, we must admit, was still Raoul. The princess, however, was near fainting, and was obliged to lean upon the foot of the bed for support. No one ventured to support her. This scene occupied several minutes of terrible suspense. But Raoul broke it. He went up to the count, whose inexpressible emotion made his knees tremble, and taking his hand, "Dear count," said he, "tell madame I am too unhappy not to merit pardon. Tell her also that I have loved in the course of my life, and that the horror of the treachery that has been practiced on me renders me inexorable towards all other treachery that may be committed around me. This is why, mademoiselle," said he, smiling to Montalais, "I never would divulge the secret of the visits of my friend to your apartment. Obtain from madame, who is so clement and so generous, obtain her pardon. For you whom she has just surprised also. You are both free. Love each other. Be happy." The princess felt for a moment a despair that cannot be described. It was repugnant to her, notwithstanding the exquisite delicacy which Raoul had exhibited, to feel herself at the mercy of one who had discovered such an indiscretion. it was equally repugnant to her to accept the evasion offered by this delicate deception. Agitated, nervous, she struggled against the double stings of these two troubles. Raoul comprehended her position, and came once more to her aid. Bending his knee before her, "Madame," said he in a low voice, "in 2 days I shall be far from Paris. In a fortnight I shall be far from France, where I shall never be seen again." "Are you going away, then?" said she with great delight. "With Monsieur de Beaufort." "Into Africa!" cried De Guiche in his turn. "You, Raoul! Oh, my friend! Into Africa, where everybody dies!" And forgetting everything, forgetting that forgetfulness itself compromised the princess more eloquently than his presence. "Ingrate!" said he, "and you have not even consulted me!" And he embraced him, during which time Montalais had led away Madame, and disappeared herself. Raoul passed his hand over his brow, and said with a smile, "I have been dreaming." Then warmly to Guiche, who by degrees absorbed him, "My friend," said he, "I conceal nothing from you, who are the elected of my heart. I am going to seek death in yonder country. Your secret will not remain in my breast more than a year." "Ah, Raoul, a man!" "Do you know what is my thought, Count? This is it. I shall live more vividly, being buried beneath the earth, than I have lived for this month past. We are Christians, my friend, and if such sufferings were to continue, I would not be answerable for the safety of my soul." De Guiche was anxious to raise objections. "Not one word more on my account," said Raoul. "But advice to you, dear friend. What I am going to say to you is of much greater importance." "What is that?" "Without doubt, you risk much more than I do, because you love." "Oh! It is a joy so sweet to me to be able to speak to you thus. Well, then, De Guiche, beware of Montalais." "What? Of that kind friend?" "She was the friend of her you know of. She ruined her by pride." "You are mistaken." "And now, when she has ruined her, she would ravish from her the only thing that renders that woman excusable in my eyes." "What is that?" "Her love." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that there is a plot formed against her who is the mistress of the king, a plot formed in the very house of Madame." "Can you think so?" "I am certain of it." "By Montalais?" "Take her as the least dangerous of the enemies I dread for the other." "Explain yourself clearly, my friend, and if I can understand you—" "In 2 words. Madame has been long jealous of the king." "I know she has." "Oh, fear nothing. You are beloved. You are beloved, Count. Do you feel the value of these 3 words? They signify that you can raise your head, that you can sleep tranquilly, that you can thank God every minute of your life. You are beloved. That signifies that you may hear everything, even the counsel of a friend who wishes to preserve your happiness. You are beloved, De Guiche. You are beloved. You do not endure these atrocious nights, those nights without end, which, with arid eye and fainting heart, others pass through who are destined to die. You will live long, if you act like the miser who, bit by bit, crumb by crumb, collects and heaps up diamonds and gold. You are beloved. Allow me to tell you what you must do, that you may be beloved forever. De Guiche contemplated for some time this unfortunate young man, half mad with despair, till there passed through his heart something like remorse at his own happiness. Raoul suppressed his feverish excitement to assume the voice and countenance of an impassible man. "They will make her, whose name I should wish still to be able to pronounce. They will make her suffer. Swear to me that you will not second them in anything, but that you will defend her when possible, as I would have done myself." "I swear I will," replied De Guiche. "And," continued Raoul, "some day, when you shall have rendered her a great service, some day when she shall thank you, promise me to say these words to her: 'I have done you this kindness, madame, at the warm request of Monsieur de Bragelonne, whom you so deeply injured.'" "I swear I will," murmured De Guiche. "That is all. Adieu. I set out tomorrow or the day after for Toulon. If you have a few hours to spare, give them to me." "All, all!" cried the young man. "Thank you." "And what are you going to do now?" "I am going to meet Monsieur le Comte at Planchet's residence, where we hope to find Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "Yes, I wish to embrace him before my departure. He is a brave man, who loves me dearly. Farewell, my friend. You are expected, no doubt. You will find me, when you wish, at the lodgings of the comte. Farewell." The two young men embraced. Those who chanced to see them both thus would not have hesitated to say, pointing to Raoul, "That is the happy man." End of chapter. Chapter 29 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 29. Planchet's Inventory. Athos, during the visit made to the Luxembourg by Raoul, had gone to Planchet's residence to inquire after D'Artagnan. The comte, on arriving at the Rue des Lombards, found the shop of the grocer in great confusion, but it was not the encumberment of a lucky sale, or that of an arrival of goods. Planchet was not enthroned, as usual, on sacks and barrels. No, a young man with a pen behind his ear, and another with an account-book in his hand, were setting down a number of figures, whilst a third counted and weighed. An inventory was being taken. Athos, who had no knowledge of commercial matters, felt himself a little embarrassed by material obstacles and the majesty of those who were thus employed. He saw several customers sent away, and asked himself whether he, who came to buy nothing, would not be more properly deemed importunate. He therefore asked very politely if he could see Monsieur Planchet. The reply, quite carelessly given, was that Monsieur Planchet was packing his trunks. These words surprised Athos. "What, his trunks?" said he. "Is Monsieur Planchet going away?" "Yes, monsieur, directly." "Then, if you please, inform him that Monsieur le Comte de la Fère desires to speak to him for a moment." At the mention of the comte's name, one of the young men, no doubt accustomed to hear it pronounced with respect, immediately went to inform Planchet. It was at this moment that Raoul, after his painful scene with Montalais and De Guiche, arrived at the grocer's house. Planchet left his job directly he received the comte's message.
"Ah, Monsieur le Comte!" exclaimed he, "how glad I am to see you! What good star brings you here?"
"My dear Planchet," said Athos, pressing the hand of his son, whose sad look he silently observed. "We are come to learn of you. But in what confusion do I find you? You are as white as a miller. Where have you been rummaging?"
"Ah, diable! Take care, monsieur. Don't come near me till I have well shaken myself."
"What for? Flour or dust only whiten."
"No, no. What you see on my arms is arsenic."
"Arsenic?"
"Yes, I am taking my precautions against rats."
I suppose in an establishment like this, rats play a conspicuous part."
"It is not with this establishment I concern myself, Monsieur le Comte. The rats have robbed me of more here than they will ever rob me of again."
"What do you mean?"
"Why, you may have observed, monsieur, my inventory is being taken."
"Are you leaving trade, then?"
"Eh? Mon Dieu! Yes, I have disposed of my business to one of my young men."
"Bah! You are rich, then, I suppose?"
"Monsieur, I have taken a dislike to the city. I don't know whether it is because I am growing old, or as Monsieur d'Artagnan one day said, when we grow old, we more often think of the adventures of our youth. But for some time past I have felt myself attracted towards the country and gardening. I was a countryman formerly."
And Planchet marked this confession with a rather pretentious laugh for a man making profession of humility. Athos made a gesture of approval, and then added, "You are going to buy an estate, then?"
"I have bought one, monsieur."
"Ah, that is still better."
"A little house at Fontainebleau, with something like 20 acres of land round it."
"Very well, Planchet. Accept my compliments on your acquisition."
"But, monsieur, we are not comfortable here. The cursed dust makes you cough. Corbleu! I do not wish to poison the most worthy gentleman in the kingdom."
Athos did not smile at this little pleasantry which Planchet had aimed at him, in order to try his strength in mundane facetiousness. "Yes," said Athos, "let us have a little talk by ourselves. In your own room, for example. You have a room, have you not?"
"Certainly, Monsieur le Comte."
"Upstairs, perhaps?" And Athos, seeing Planchet a little embarrassed, wished to relieve him by going first.
"It is, but—"
said Planchet, hesitating. Athos was mistaken in the cause of this hesitation, and, attributing it to a fear the grocer might have of offering humble hospitality. "Never mind," said he, still going up. "The dwelling of a tradesman in this quarter is not expected to be a palace. Come on." Raoul nimbly preceded him and entered first. Two cries were heard simultaneously, we may say three. One of these cries dominated the others. It emanated from a woman. Another proceeded from the mouth of Raoul. It was an exclamation of surprise. He had no sooner uttered it than he shut the door sharply. The third was from fright. It came from Planchet.
"I ask your pardon," added he. "Madame is dressing."
Raoul had no doubt seen that what Planchet said was true, for he turned round to go downstairs again. "Madame," said Athos. "Oh, pardon me, Planchet, I did not know that you had upstairs."
"It is Truchen,"
added Planchet, blushing a little.
"It is whoever you please, my good Planchet, but pardon my rudeness." No, go up now, gentlemen."
"We will do no such thing," said Athos.
"Oh, madame, having noticed, has had time—"
"No, Planchet, farewell."
"Eh, gentlemen, you would not disoblige me by thus standing on the staircase, or by going away without having sat down."
"If we had known you had a lady upstairs," replied Athos, with his customary coolness, "we would have asked permission to pay our respects to her." Planchet was so disconcerted by this little extravagance that he forced the passage, and himself opened the door to admit the comte and his son. Truchen was quite dressed, in the costume of the shopkeeper's wife, rich yet coquettish, German eyes attacking French eyes. She left the apartment after 2 courtesies, and went down into the shop, but not without having listened at the door to know what Planchet's gentlemen visitors would say of her. Athos suspected that, and therefore turned the conversation accordingly. Planchet, on his part, was burning to give explanations, which Athos avoided. But, as certain tenacities are stronger than others, Athos was forced to hear Planchet recite his Idylls of Felicity, translated into a language more chaste than that of Longus. So Planchet related how Truchen had charmed the years of his advancing age, and brought good luck to his business, as Ruth did to Boaz. "You want nothing now, then, but heirs to your property."
"If I had one, he would have 300,000 livres," said Planchet.
"Humph! You must have one, then," said Athos, phlegmatically, "if only to prevent your little fortune being lost." This word little fortune placed Planchet in his rank, like the voice of the sergeant when Planchet was but a piqueur in the regiment of Piedmont, in which Rochefort had placed him. Athos perceived that the grocer would marry Truchen, and, in spite of fate, establish a family. This appeared the more evident to him when he learned that the young man to whom Planchet was selling the business was her cousin. Having heard all that was necessary of the happy prospects of the retiring grocer, "What is Monsieur d'Artagnan about?" said he. "He is not at the Louvre."
"Ah, Monsieur le Comte, Monsieur d'Artagnan has disappeared." "Disappeared!" said Athos in surprise. "Oh, monsieur, we know what that means." "But I do not know." "Whenever Monsieur d'Artagnan disappears, it is always for some mission or some great affair." "Has he said anything to you about it?" "Never." "You were acquainted with his departure for England formerly, were you not?" "On account of the speculation," said Planchet heedlessly. "The speculation?" I mean," interrupted Planchet, quite confused. "Well, well, neither your affairs nor that of your master are in question. The interest we take in him alone has induced me to apply to you. Since the captain of the Musketeers is not here, and as we cannot learn from you where we are likely to find Monsieur d'Artagnan, we will take our leave of you. Au revoir, Planchet. Au revoir. Let us be gone, Raoul." "Monsieur le Comte, I wish I were able to tell you." "Oh, not at all. I am not the man to reproach a servant with discretion." This word servant struck rudely on the ears of the demi-millionaire Planchet, but natural respect and bonhomie prevailed over pride. "There is nothing indiscreet in telling you, Monsieur le Comte. Monsieur d'Artagnan came here the other day." "Aha!" "And remained several hours consulting a geographical chart." "You are right, then, my friend. Say no more about it." "And the chart there is a proof," added Planchet, who went to fetch from the neighboring wall, where it was suspended by a twist, forming a triangle with the bar of the window to which it was fastened, the plan consulted by the captain on his last visit to Planchet. This plan, which he had brought to the comte, was a map of France, upon which the practiced eye of that gentleman discovered an itinerary marked out with small pins. Wherever a pin was missing, a hole denoted its having been there. Athos, by following with his eye the pins and holes, saw that D'Artagnan had taken the direction of the south, and gone as far as the Mediterranean, towards Toulon. It was near Cannes that the marks and the punctured places ceased. The Comte de la Fère puzzled his brains for some time, to divine what the Musketeer could be going to do at Cannes,
and what motive could have led him to examine the banks of the Var? The reflection of Athos suggested nothing. His accustomed perspicacity was at fault. Raoul's researches were not more successful than his father's. "Never mind," said the young man to the comte, who silently, and with his finger, had made him understand the route of D'Artagnan. "We must confess that there is a providence always occupied in connecting our destiny with that of Monsieur d'Artagnan. There he is on the coast of Cannes, and you, monsieur, will at least conduct me as far as Toulon. Be assured that we shall meet with him more easily upon our route than on this map." Then, taking leave of Planchet, who was scolding his shopmen, even the cousin of Truchen, his successor, the gentlemen set out to pay a visit to Monsieur de Beaufort. On leaving the grocer's shop, they saw a coach, the future depository of the charms of Mademoiselle Truchen and Planchet's bags of crowns. "Every one journeys toward happiness by the route he chooses," said Raoul in a melancholy tone. Chapter 30 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 30. The Inventory of Monsieur de Beaufort. To have talked of D'Artagnan with Planchet, to have seen Planchet quit Paris to bury himself in his country retreat, had been for Athos and his son like a last farewell to the noise of the capital, to their life of former days. What, in fact, did these men leave behind them, one of whom had exhausted the past age in glory, and the other the present age in misfortune? Evidently neither of them had anything to ask of his contemporaries. They had only to pay a visit to Monsieur de Beaufort, and arrange with him the particulars of departure. The duke was lodged magnificently in Paris. He had one of those superb establishments pertaining to great fortunes, the like of which certain old men remembered to have seen in all their glory in the times of wasteful liberality of Henry III's reign. Then, really, several great nobles were richer than the king. They knew it, used it, and never deprived themselves of the pleasure of humiliating his royal majesty when they had an opportunity. It was this egotistical aristocracy Richelieu had constrained to contribute, with its blood, its purse, and its duties, to what was from his time styled the king's service. From Louis XI, that terrible mower down of the great, to Richelieu, how many families had raised their heads? How many, from Richelieu to Louis XIV, had bowed their heads, never to raise them again? But Monsieur de Beaufort was born a prince, and of a blood which is not shed upon scaffolds, unless by the decree of peoples, a prince who had kept up a grand style of living. How did he maintain his horses, his people, and his table? Nobody knew, himself less than others. Only there were then privileges for the sons of kings, to whom nobody refused to become a creditor, whether from respect or the persuasion that they would some day be paid. Athos and Raoul found the mansion of the duke in as much confusion as that of Planchet. The duke likewise was making his inventory. That is to say, he was distributing to his friends everything of value he had in his house. Owing nearly 2 millions, an enormous amount in those days, Monsieur de Beaufort had calculated that he could not set out for Africa without a good round sum, and, in order to find that sum, he was distributing to his old creditors plate, arms, jewels, and furniture, which was more magnificent in selling it, and brought him back double. In fact, how could a man to whom 10,000 livres were owing refuse to carry away a present worth 6,000, enhanced in estimation from having belonged to a descendant of Henry IV? And how, after having carried away that present, could he refuse 10,000 livres more to this generous noble? This, then, was what had happened. The duke had no longer a dwelling-house; that had become useless to an admiral whose place of residence is his ship. He had no longer need of superfluous arms, when he was placed amidst his cannons; no more jewels, which the sea might rob him of, but he had 300,000 or 400,000 crowns fresh in his coffers. And throughout the house there was a joyous movement of people who believed they were plundering Monseigneur. The prince had, in a supreme degree, the art of making happy the creditors most to be pitied. Every distressed man, every empty purse, found in him patience and sympathy for his position. To some he said, "I wish I had what you have, I would give it you." And to others, "I have but this silver ewer, it is worth at least 500 livres. Take it." The effect of which was, so truly is courtesy a current payment, that the prince constantly found means to renew his creditors. This time he used no ceremony; it might be called a general pillage. He gave up everything. The Oriental fable of the poor Arab who carried away from the pillage of palace a kettle at the bottom of which was concealed a bag of gold, and whom everybody allowed to pass without jealousy, this fable had become a truth in the prince's mansion. Many contractors paid themselves upon the offices of the duke. Thus, the provision department, who plundered the clothes presses and the harness rooms, attached very little value to things which tailors and saddlers set great store by. Anxious to carry home to their wives presents given them by Monseigneur, many were seen bounding joyously along, under the weight of earthen jars and bottles, gloriously stamped with the arms of the prince. Monsieur de Beaufort finished by giving away his horses and the hay from his lofts. He made more than 30 happy with kitchen utensils, and 30 more with the contents of his cellar. Still further, all these people went away with the conviction that Monsieur de Beaufort only acted in this manner to prepare for a new fortune concealed beneath the Arabs' tents. They repeated to each other, while pillaging his hotel, that he was sent to Gesvre by the king to reconstruct his lost fortunes, that the treasures of Africa would be equally divided between the admiral and the king of France, that these treasures consisted in mines of diamonds or other fabulous stones. The gold and silver mines of Mount Atlas did not even obtain the honor of being named. In addition to the mines to be worked, which could not be begun till after the campaign, there would be the booty made by the army. Monsieur de Beaufort would lay his hands on all the riches pirates had robbed Christendom of since the battle of Lepanto. The number of millions from these sources defied calculation. Why, then, should he, who was going in quest of such treasure, set any store by the poor utensils of his past life? And, reciprocally, why should they spare the property of him who spared it so little himself? Such was the position of affairs. Athos, with his piercing practised glance, saw what was going on at once. He found the admiral of France a little exalted, for he was rising from a table of 50 covers, at which the guests had drunk long and deeply to the prosperity of the expedition, at the conclusion of which repast, the remains, with the dessert, had been given to the servants, and the empty dishes and plates to the curious. The prince was intoxicated with his ruin and his popularity at one and the same time. He had drunk his old wine to the health of his wine of the future. When he saw Athos and Raoul, "There is my aide de camp being brought to me," he cried. "Come hither, comte! Come hither, vicomte!" Athos tried to find a passage through the heaps of linen and plate. "Ah, step over, said the duke, offering a full glass to Athos. The latter drank it. Raoul scarcely moistened his lips. "Here is your commission," said the prince to Raoul. "I had prepared it, reckoning upon you. You will go before me as far as Antibes." "Yes, monseigneur." "Here is the order." And de Beaufort gave Raoul the order. "Do you know anything of the sea?" "Yes, monseigneur. I have traveled with Monsieur le Prince." "That is well. All these barges and lighters must be in attendance to form an escort, and carry my provisions. The army must be prepared to embark in a fortnight at the very latest." "That shall be done, monseigneur." "The present order gives you the right to visit and search all the isles along the coast. You will there make the enrolments and levies you may want for me." "Yes, monsieur le duc." "And you are an active man, and will work freely. You will spend much money." "I hope not, monseigneur." "But I am sure you will. My intendant has prepared the orders of 1,000 livres, drawn upon the cities of the south. He will give you 100 of them. Now, dear vicomte, begone." Athos interrupted the prince. "Keep your money, monseigneur. War is to be waged among the Arabs with gold as well as lead." "I wish to try the contrary," replied the duke, "and then you are acquainted with my ideas upon the expedition. Plenty of noise, plenty of fire, and if so it must be, I shall disappear in the smoke." Having spoken thus, Monsieur de Beaufort began to laugh, but his mirth was not reciprocated by Athos and Raoul. He perceived this at once. "Ah," said he, with the courteous egotism of his rank and age, "you are such a people as a man should not see after dinner. You are cold, stiff, and dry, when I am all fire, suppleness, and wine. No, devil take me, I should always see you fasting, vicomte, and you, comte, if you wear such a face as that, you shall see me no more." He said this, pressing the hand of Athos, who replied with a smile, "Monseigneur, do not talk so grandly because you happen to have plenty of money. I predict that within a month you will be dry, stiff, and cold, in presence of your strong-box, and that then, having Raoul at your elbow, fasting, you will be surprised to see him gay, animated, and generous, because he will have some new crowns to offer you." "God grant it may be so!" cried the delighted duke. "Comte, stay with me." "No, I shall go with Raoul. The mission with which you charge him is a troublesome and difficult one. Alone it would be too much for him to execute. You do not observe, monseigneur, you have given him command of the first order." "Bah!" "And in your naval arrangements, too." "That may be true, but one finds that such fine young fellows as your son generally do all that is required of them." "Monseigneur, I believe you will find nowhere so much zeal and intelligence, so much real bravery, as in Raoul. But if he failed to arrange your embarkation, you would only meet the fate that you deserve." "Humph! You are scolding me, then." "Monseigneur, to provision a fleet, to assemble a flotilla, to enroll your maritime force, would take an admiral a year. Raoul is a cavalry officer, and you allow him a fortnight." "I tell you he will do it." "He may, but I will go and help him." "To be sure you will. I reckoned upon you, and still further believe that when we are once at Toulon, you will not let him depart alone." "Oh," said Athos, shaking his head. "Patience, patience."
Monseigneur permit us to take our leave." "Begone, then, and may my good luck attend you." "Adieu, Monseigneur, and may your own good luck attend you likewise." "Here is an expedition admirably commenced," said Athos to his son. "No provisions, no store flotilla. What can be done thus?" "Humph!" murmured Raoul. "If all are going to do as I am, provisions will not be wanted." "Monsieur," replied Athos sternly, "do not be unjust and senseless in your egotism, or your grief, whatever you please to call it. If you set out for this war solely with the intention of getting killed therein, you stand in need of nobody, and it was scarcely worth while to recommend you to Monsieur de Beaufort. But when you have been introduced to the prime commandant, when you have accepted the responsibility of a post in his army, the question is no longer about you, but about all these poor soldiers, who, as well as you, have hearts and bodies, who will weep for their country and endure all the necessities of their condition. Remember, Raoul, that officers are ministers as useful to the world as priests, and that they ought to have more charity." "Monsieur, I know it and have practiced it. I would have continued to do so still, but—" "You forget, also, that you are of a country that is proud of its military glory. Go and die if you like, but do not die without honor and without advantage to France. Cheer up, Raoul. Do not let my words grieve you. I love you, and wish to see you perfect." "I love your reproaches, monsieur," said the young man, mildly. "They alone may cure me, because they prove to me that someone loves me still. And now, Raoul, let us be off. The weather is so fine, the heavens so clear, those heavens which we always find above our heads, which you will see more clear still at Gesvre, and which will speak to you of me there, as they speak to me here of God." The two gentlemen, after having agreed on this point, talked over the wild freaks of the duke, convinced that France would be served in a very incomplete manner, as regarded both spirit and practice, in the ensuing expedition; and having summed up the ducal policy under the one word vanity, they set forward, in obedience rather to their Chapter 31 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 31. The Silver Dish. The journey passed off pretty well. Athos and his son traversed France at the rate of 15 leagues per day, sometimes more, sometimes less, according to the intensity of Raoul's grief. It took them a fortnight to reach Toulon, and they lost all traces of D'Artagnan at Antibes. They were forced to believe that the captain of the Musketeers was desirous of preserving an incognito on his route, for Athos derived from his inquiries an assurance that such a cavalier as he described had exchanged his horse for a well-closed carriage on quitting Avignon. Raoul was much affected at not meeting with D'Artagnan. His affectionate heart longed to take a farewell, and received consolation from that heart of steel. Athos knew from experience that D'Artagnan became impenetrable when engaged in any serious affair, whether on his own account or on the service of the king. He even feared to offend his friend, or thwart him by too pressing inquiries. And yet, when Raoul commenced his labor of classing the flotilla, and got together the chalands and lighters to send them to Toulon,
one of the fishermen told the comte that his boat had been laid up to refit since a trip he had made on account of a gentleman who was in great haste to embark. Athos, believing that this man was telling a falsehood in order to be left at liberty to fish, and so gain more money when all his companions were gone, insisted upon having the details. The fisherman informed him that 6 days previously a man had come in the night to hire his boat, for the purpose of visiting the island of Saint Honorat. The price was agreed upon, but the gentleman had arrived with an immense carriage case, which he insisted upon embarking, in spite of the many difficulties that opposed the operation. The fisherman wished to retract. He had even threatened, but his threats had procured him nothing but a shower of blows from the gentleman's cane, which fell upon his shoulders sharp and long. Swearing and grumbling, he had recourse to the syndic of his brotherhood at Antibes, who administered justice among themselves and protect each other. But the gentleman had exhibited a certain paper, at sight of which the syndic, bowing to the very ground, enjoined obedience from the fisherman, and abused him for having been refractory. They then departed with the freight. "But all this does not tell us," said Athos, "how you injured your boat." "This is the way. I was steering towards Saint Honorat, as the gentleman desired me, but he changed his mind, and pretended that I could not pass to the south of the abbey." "And why not?" "Because, monsieur, there is in front of the square tower of the Benedictines, towards the southern point, the bank of the Moine." "A rock?" asked Athos. "Level with the water, but below water. A dangerous passage, yet one I have cleared 1,000 times. The gentleman required me to land him at Sainte Marguerite's." "Well?" "Well, monsieur," cried the fisherman with his Provençal accent, "a man is a sailor, or he is not. He knows his course, or he is nothing but a fresh-water lubber. I was obstinate, and wished to try the channel. The gentleman took me by the collar, and told me quietly he would strangle me. My mate armed himself with a hatchet, and so did I. We had the affront of the night before to pay him out for, but the gentleman drew his sword, and used it in such an astonishing rapid manner, that we neither of us could get near him. I was about to hurl my hatchet at his head, and I had a right to do so, hadn't I, monsieur? For a sailor aboard is master, as a citizen is in his chamber. I was going then, in self-defense, to cut the gentleman in two, when, all at once, believe me or not, monsieur, the great carriage case opened of itself, I don't know how, and there came out of it a sort of a phantom, his head covered with a black helmet and a black mask, something terrible to look upon, which came towards me threatening with its fist." "And that was?" said Athos. "That was the devil, monsieur, for the gentleman, with great glee, cried out on seeing him, 'Ah, thank you, monseigneur.'" "A most strange story," murmured the comte, looking at Raoul. "And what did you do?" asked the latter of the fisherman. "You must know, monsieur, that 2 poor men such as we are could be no match for 2 gentlemen. But when one of them turned out to be the devil, we had no earthly chance. My companion and I did not stop to consult one another. We made but one jump into the sea, for we were within 700 or 800 feet of the shore." "Well, and then?" "Why, and then, monseigneur, as there was a little wind from the southwest, the boat drifted into the sands of Sainte Marguerite's." "Oh, but the travelers?" "Bah! You need not be uneasy about them. It was pretty plain that one was the devil, and protected the other, for when we recovered the boat, after she got afloat again, instead of finding these two creatures injured by the shock, we found nothing, not even the carriage or the case." "Very strange, repeated the comte. "But after that, what did you do, my friend?" "I made my complaint to the governor of Sainte Marguerite's, who brought my finger under my nose by telling me if I plagued him with such silly stories he would have me flogged." "What? Did the governor himself say so?" "Yes, monsieur, and yet my boat was injured, seriously injured, for the prow was left upon the point of Sainte Marguerite's, and the carpenter asked 120 livres to repair it." "Very well," replied Raoul. "You will be exempted from the service. Go." "We will go to Sainte Marguerite's, shall we?" said the Comte de Bragelonne, as the man walked away. "Yes, monsieur, for there is something to be cleared up. That man does not seem to me to have told the truth." "Nor to me either, Raoul. The story of the masked man and the carriage having disappeared may be told to conceal some violence these fellows have committed upon their passengers in the open sea, to punish him for his persistence in embarking." "I formed the same suspicion. The carriage was more likely to contain property than a man." "We shall see to that, Raoul. The gentleman very much resembles D'Artagnan. I recognize his methods of proceeding. Alas! We are no longer the young invincibles of former days. Who knows whether the hatchet or the iron bar of this miserable coaster has not succeeded in doing that which the best blades of Europe, balls and bullets, have not been able to do in 40 years. That same day they set out for Sainte Marguerite's, on board a chasse maree, come from Toulon under orders. The impression they experienced on landing was a singularly pleasing one. The island seemed loaded with flowers and fruits. In its cultivated part it served as a garden for the governor. Orange, pomegranate, and fig trees bent beneath the weight of their golden or purple fruits. All round this garden, in the uncultivated parts, red partridges ran about in coveys among the brambles and tufts of junipers, and at every step of the Comte and Raoul a terrified rabbit quitted his thyme and heath to scuttle away to the burrow. In fact, this fortunate isle was uninhabited. Flat, offering nothing but a tiny bay for the convenience of embarkation, and under the protection of the governor, who went shares with them, smugglers made use of it as a provisional entrepot, at the expense of not killing the game or devastating the garden. With this compromise, the governor was in a situation to be satisfied with a garrison of 8 men to guard his fortress, in which 12 cannons accumulated coats of mouldy green. The governor was a sort of happy farmer, harvesting wines, figs, oil, and oranges, preserving his citrons and cedrates in the sun of his casemates. The fortress, encircled by a deep ditch, its only guardian, arose like 3 heads upon turrets, connected with each other by terraces covered with moss. Athos and Raoul wandered for some time round the fences of the garden without finding any one to introduce them to the governor. They ended by making their own way into the garden. It was at the hottest time of the day. Each living thing sought its shelter under grass or stone. The heavens spread their fiery veils as if to stifle all noises, to envelop all existences. The rabbit under the broom, the fly under the leaf, slept as the wave did beneath the heavens. Athos saw nothing living but a soldier upon the terrace beneath the 2nd and 3rd court, who was carrying a basket of provisions on his head. This man returned almost immediately without his basket, and disappeared in the shade of his sentry-box. Athos supposed he must have been carrying dinner to some one, and, after having done so, returned to dine himself. All at once they heard some one call out, and, raising their heads, perceived in the frame of the bars of the window something of a white color, like a hand that was waved backwards and forwards, something shining like a polished weapon struck by the rays of the sun. And before they were able to ascertain what it was, a luminous train, accompanied by a hissing sound in the air, called their attention from the donjon to the ground. A second dull noise was heard from the ditch, and Raoul ran to pick up a silver plate which was rolling along the dry sand. The hand that had thrown this plate made a sign to the two gentlemen, and then disappeared. Athos and Raoul, approaching each other, commenced an attentive examination of the dusty plate, and they discovered, in characters traced upon the bottom of it with the point of a knife, this inscription: I am the brother of the King of France, a prisoner today, a madman tomorrow. French gentlemen and Christians, pray to God for the soul and the reason of the son of your old rulers. The plate fell from the hands of Athos whilst Raoul was endeavouring to make out the meaning of these dismal words. At the same moment they heard a cry from the top of the donjon. Quick as lightning, Raoul bent down his head, and forced down that of his father likewise. A musket barrel glittered from the crest of the wall. A white smoke floated like a plume from the mouth of the musket, and a ball was flattened against a stone within 6 inches of the two gentlemen. "Cordieu!" cried Athos. "What, are people assassinated here? Come down, cowards as you are!" "Yes, come down!" cried Raoul, furiously shaking his fist at the castle. One of the assailants, he who was about to fire, replied to these cries by an exclamation of surprise, and, as his companion, who wished to continue the attack, had re-seized his loaded musket, he who had cried out threw up the weapon, and the ball flew into the air. Athos and Raoul, seeing them disappear from the platform, expected they would come down to them, and waited with a firm demeanor. 5 minutes had not elapsed when a stroke upon a drum called the 8 soldiers of the garrison to arms, and they showed themselves on the other side of the ditch with their muskets in hand. At the head of these men was an officer, whom Athos and Raoul recognized as the one who had fired the first musket. The man ordered the soldiers to make ready. "We are going to be shot!" cried Raoul. "But, sword in hand, at least let us leap the ditch. We shall kill at least 2 of these scoundrels when their muskets are empty." And, suiting the action to the word, Raoul was springing forward, followed by Athos, when a well-known voice resounded behind them. "Athos! Raoul!" "D'Artagnan!" replied the two gentlemen. "Recover arms, Mordioux!" cried the captain to the soldiers. "I was sure I could not be mistaken." "What is the meaning of this?" asked Athos. "What! Were we to be shot without warning?" "It was I who was going to shoot you, and if the governor missed you, I should not have missed you, my dear friends. How fortunate it is that I am accustomed to take a long aim, instead of firing at the instant I raise my weapon. I thought I recognized you. Ah, my dear friends, how fortunate!" And D'Artagnan wiped his brow, for he had run fast, and emotion with him was not feigned. "How?" said Athos. "And is the gentleman who fired at us the governor at the fortress?" "In person." "And why did he fire at us? What have we done to him?" "Pardieu! You received what the prisoner threw to you?" "That is true." "That plate, the prisoner has written something on it, has he not?" "Yes." "Good heavens! I was afraid he had." And D'Artagnan, with all the marks of mortal disquietude, seized the plate, to read the inscription. When he had read it, a fearful pallor spread across his countenance. "Oh, good heavens!" repeated he. "Silence! Here is the governor." "And what will he do to us? Is it our fault?" "Is it true, then?" said Athos, in a subdued voice. Is it true?" "Silence! I tell you, silence! If he only believes you can read, if he only suspects you have understood. I love you, my dear friends, I would willingly be killed for you, but—" "But?" said Athos and Raoul. "But I could not save you from perpetual imprisonment if I saved you from death. Silence, then. Silence again." The governor came up, having crossed the ditch upon a plank bridge. "Well," said he to D'Artagnan, "what stops us?" "You are Spaniards. You do not understand a word of French," said the captain eagerly to his friends in a low voice. "Well," replied he, addressing the governor, "I was right. These gentlemen are two Spanish captains with whom I was acquainted at Ypres last year. They don't know a word of French." "Ah!" said the governor sharply, "and yet they were trying to read the inscription on the plate." D'Artagnan took it out of his hands, effacing the characters with the point of his sword. "How?" cried the governor. "What are you doing? I cannot read them now." "It is a state secret," replied D'Artagnan, bluntly, "and as you know that, according to the king's orders, it is under the penalty of death anyone should penetrate it, I will, if you like, allow you to read it, and have you shot immediately afterwards." During this apostrophe, half serious, half ironical, Athos and Raoul preserved the coolest, most unconcerned silence. "But is it possible," said the governor, "that these gentlemen do not comprehend at least some words?" "Suppose they do. If they do understand a few spoken words, it does not follow that they should understand what is written. They cannot even read Spanish. A noble Spaniard, remember, ought never to know how to read." The governor was obliged to be satisfied with these explanations, but he was still tenacious. "Invite these gentlemen to come to the fortress," said he. "That I will willingly do. I was about to propose it to you." The fact is, the captain had quite another idea, and would have wished his friends 100 leagues off, but he was obliged to make the best of it. He addressed the two gentlemen in Spanish, giving them a polite invitation, which they accepted. They all turned towards the entrance of the fort, and the incident being at an end, the 8 soldiers returned to their delightful leisure, for a moment. Chapter 32 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 32. Captive and Jailers. When they had entered the fort, and whilst the governor was making some preparations for the reception of his guests, "Come," said Athos, "let us have a word of explanation whilst we are alone." "It is simply this," replied the Musketeer. "I have conducted hither a prisoner who the king commands shall not be seen. You came here, he has thrown something to you through the lattice of his window. I was at dinner with the governor. I saw the object thrown, and I saw Raoul pick it up. It does not take long to understand this. I understood it, and I thought you in intelligence with my prisoner. And then you commanded us to be shot. Ma foi, I admit it. But if I was the first to seize a musket, fortunately, I was the last to take aim at you. If you had killed me, D'Artagnan, I should have had the good fortune to die for the royal house of France, and it would be an honor to die by your hand, you, its noblest and most loyal defender. "What the devil, Athos, do you mean by the royal house?" stammered D'Artagnan. "You don't mean that you, a well-informed and sensible man, can place any faith in the nonsense written by an idiot?" "I do believe in it." "With so much the more reason, my dear chevalier, from your having orders to kill all those who do believe in it," said Raoul. "That is because," replied the captain of the musketeers, "because every calumny, however absurd it may be, has the almost certain chance of becoming popular." "No, D'Artagnan," replied Athos promptly, "but because the king is not willing that the secret of his family should transpire among the people, and cover with shame the executioners of the son of Louis XIII. "Do not talk in such a childless manner, Athos, or I shall begin to think you have lost your senses. Besides, explain to me how it is possible Louis XIII. Should have a son in the Ile of Sainte Marguerite." "A son whom you have brought hither, masked, in a fishing boat," said Athos. "Why not?" D'Artagnan was brought to a pause. "Oh," said he, "whence do you know that a fishing boat—" "Brought you to Sainte Marguerite's with the carriage containing the prisoner, with a prisoner whom you styled Monseigneur. Oh, I am acquainted with all that," resumed the comte. D'Artagnan bit his mustache. "If it were true," said he, "that I had brought hither in a boat and with a carriage a masked prisoner, nothing proves that this prisoner must be a prince of the house of France." "Ask Aramis such riddles," replied Athos, coolly. "Aramis!" cried the musketeer, quite at a stand. "Have you seen Aramis?" "After his discomfiture at Vaux, yes, I have seen Aramis, a fugitive, pursued, bewildered, ruined. And Aramis has told me enough to make me believe in the complaints this unfortunate young prince cut upon the bottom of the plate." D'Artagnan's head sunk on his breast in some confusion. "This is the way," said he, "in which God turns to nothing that which men call wisdom. A fine secret must be that of which 12 or 15 persons hold the tattered fragments. Athos, cursed be the chance which has brought you face to face with me in this affair, for now—" "Well," said Athos, with his customary mild severity, "is your secret lost because I know it? Consult your memory, my friend. Have I not borne secrets heavier than this?" "You have never borne one so dangerous," replied D'Artagnan, in a tone of sadness. "I have something like a sinister idea that all who are concerned with this secret will die, and die unhappily." "The will of God be done," said Athos. "But here is your governor." D'Artagnan and his friends immediately resumed their parts. The governor, suspicious and hard, behaved towards D'Artagnan with a politeness almost amounting to obsequiousness. With respect to the travelers, he contented himself with offering good cheer, and never taking his eye from them. Athos and Raoul observed that he often tried to embarrass them by sudden attacks, or to catch them off their guard, but neither the one nor the other gave him the least advantage. What D'Artagnan had said was probable, if the governor did not believe it to be quite true. They rose from the table to repose a while. "What is this man's name? I don't like the looks of him," said Athos to D'Artagnan in Spanish. "De Saint-Mars," replied the captain. "He is, then, I suppose, the prince's jailer?" "Eh? How can I tell? I may be kept at Sainte Marguerite forever." "Oh! No, not you!" "My friend, I am in the situation of a man who finds a treasure in the midst of a desert. He would like to carry it away, but he cannot. He would like to leave it, but he dares not. The king will not dare to recall me,
for no one else would serve him as faithfully as I do. He regrets not having me near him, from being aware that no one would be of so much service near his person as myself. But it will happen as it may please God." "But," observed Raoul, "your not being certain proves that your situation here is provisional, and you will return to Paris?" "Ask these gentlemen," interrupted the governor, "what was their purpose in coming to Sainte Marguerite?"
"They came from learning there was a convent of Benedictines at Saint Honorat, which is considered curious, and from being told there was excellent shooting in the island."
"That is quite at their service, as well as yours," replied Saint Mars.
D'Artagnan politely thanked him.
"When will they depart?" added the governor.
"To-morrow," replied D'Artagnan. M. de Saint Mars went to make his rounds, and left D'Artagnan alone with the pretended Spaniards. "Oh!" exclaimed the Musketeer, "here is a life and a society that suits me very little. I command this man, and he bores me, mordioux! Come, let's have a shot or two at the rabbits. The walk will be beautiful and not fatiguing. The whole island is but a league and a half in length, with the breadth of a league, a real park. Let us try to amuse ourselves."
"As you please, D'Artagnan, not for the sake of amusing ourselves, but to gain an opportunity for talking freely."
D'Artagnan made a sign to a soldier, who brought the gentlemen some guns, and then returned to the fort. "And now," said the Musketeer, "answer me the question put to you by the black-looking Saint Mars. What did you come to do at the Lerin Isles?"
"To bid you farewell."
"Bid me farewell? What do you mean by that? Is Raoul going anywhere?"
"Yes."
"Then I will lay a wager it is with Monsieur de Beaufort."
"With Monsieur de Beaufort it is, my dear friend.
You always guess correctly." "From habit." Whilst the two friends were commencing their conversation, Raoul, with his head hanging down and his heart oppressed, seated himself on a mossy rock, his gun across his knees, looking at the sea, looking at the heavens, and listening to the voice of his soul. He allowed the sportsman to attain a considerable distance from him. D'Artagnan remarked his absence. "He has not recovered the blow?" said he to Athos. "He is struck to death." "Oh, your fears exaggerate, I hope. Raoul is of a tempered nature. Around all hearts as noble as his there is a second envelope that forms a cuirass. The first bleeds, the second resists."
"No," replied Athos, "Raoul will die of it."
"Mordioux!" said D'Artagnan in a melancholy tone, and he did not add a word to this exclamation. Then, a minute after, "Why do you let him go?"
"Because he insists on going."
"And why do you not go with him?"
"Because I could not bear to see him die."
D'Artagnan looked at his friend earnestly in the face.
"You know one thing,"
returned the comte, leaning upon the arm of the captain.
"You know that in the course of my life I have been afraid of but few things. Well, I have an incessant, gnawing, insurmountable fear that an hour will come in which I shall hold the dead body of that boy in my arms."
"Oh!" murmured D'Artagnan. "Oh!"
"He will die, I know. I have a perfect conviction of that. But I would not see him die."
"How is this, Athos? You come and place yourself in the presence of the bravest man you say you have ever seen, of your own D'Artagnan, of that man without an equal, as you formerly called him, and you come and tell him, with your arms folded, that you are afraid of witnessing the death of your son, you who have seen all that can be seen in this world! Why have you this fear, Athos? Man upon this earth must expect everything,
and ought to face everything. Listen to me, my friend. After having worn myself out upon this earth of which you speak, I have preserved but two religions, that of life, friendship, my duty as a father, that of eternity, love and respect for God. Now, I have within me the revelation that if God should decree that my friend or my son should render up his last sigh in my presence, oh, no, I cannot even tell you, D'Artagnan. Speak, tell me. I am strong against everything, except against the death of those I love. For that only there is no remedy. He who dies gains. He who sees others die loses. No, this is it. To know that I should no more meet on earth him whom I now behold with joy. To know that there would nowhere be a D'Artagnan any more. Nowhere again be a Raoul. Oh, I am old. Look you, I have no longer courage. I pray God to spare me in my weakness, but if he struck me so plainly and in that fashion, I should curse him. A Christian gentleman ought not to curse his God, D'Artagnan. It is enough to once have cursed a king. Sighed D'Artagnan, a little confused by this violent tempest of grief.
Let me speak to him, Athos. Who knows? Try, if you please, but I am convinced you will not succeed. I will not attempt to console him, I will serve him. You will? Doubtless I will. Do you think this would be the first time a woman had repented of an infidelity? I will go to him, I tell you. Athos shook his head, and continued his walk alone. D'Artagnan, cutting across the brambles, rejoined Raoul, and held out his hand to him. Well, Raoul, you have something to say to me? I have a kindness to ask of you, replied Bragelonne. Ask it, then. You will some day return to France. I hope so. Ought I to write to Mademoiselle de la Valliere? No, you must not. But I have many things to say to her. Go and say them to her, then. Never! Pray, what virtue do you attribute to a letter which your speech might not possess? Perhaps you are right. She loves the king, said D'Artagnan, bluntly, and she is an honest girl. Raoul started. And you whom she abandons, she perhaps loves better than she does the king, but after another fashion. D'Artagnan, do you believe she loves the king? To idolatry. Her heart is inaccessible to any other feeling. You might continue to live near her, and would be her best friend. Ah! Exclaimed Raoul, with a passionate burst of repugnance at such a hideous hope. Will you do so? It would be base. That is a very absurd word, which would lead me to think slightly of your understanding. Please to understand, Raoul, that it is never base to do that which is imposed upon us by a superior force. If your heart says to you, go there or die, why go, Raoul? Was she base or brave, she whom you loved, in preferring the king to you, the king whom her heart commanded her imperiously to prefer to you? No, she was the bravest of women. Do, then, as she has done. Oblige yourself. Do you know one thing of which I am sure, Raoul? What is that? Why, that by seeing her closely with the eyes of a jealous man— Well? Well, you would cease to love her. Then I am decided, my dear D'Artagnan. To set off to see her again? No, to set off that I may never see her again. I wish to love her forever.
"Ha! I must confess," replied the Musketeer, "that is a conclusion which I was far from expecting." "That is what I wish, my friend. You will see her again, and you will give her a letter which, if you think proper, will explain to her, as to yourself, what is passing in my heart. Read it. I drew it up last night. Something told me I should see you today." He held the letter out, and D'Artagnan read, "Mademoiselle, you are not wrong in my eyes in not loving me. You have only been guilty of one fault towards me, that of having left me to believe you loved me. This error will cost me my life. I pardon you, but I cannot pardon myself. It is said that happy lovers are deaf to the sorrows of rejected lovers. It will not be so with you, who did not love me, save with anxiety. I am sure that if I had persisted in endeavoring to change that friendship into love, you would have yielded out of a fear of bringing about my death, or lessening the esteem I had for you. It is much more delightful to me to die, knowing that you are free and satisfied. How much, then, will you love me, when you will no longer fear either my presence or reproaches? You will love me because, however charming a new love may appear to you, God has not made me in anything inferior to him you have chosen, and because my devotedness, my sacrifice, and my painful end will assure me, in your eyes, a certain superiority over him. I have allowed to escape, in the candid credulity of my heart, the treasure I possessed. Many people tell me that you loved me enough to lead me to hope you would have loved me much. That idea takes from my mind all bitterness, and leads me only to blame myself. You will accept this last farewell, and you will bless me for having taken refuge in the inviolable asylum where hatred is extinguished, and where all love endures forever. Adieu, mademoiselle. If your happiness could be purchased by the last drop of my blood, I would shed that drop. I willingly make the sacrifice of it to my misery. Signed, Raoul, Vicomte de Bragelonne. The letter reads very well, said the captain. I have only one fault to find with it. Tell me what that is, said Raoul. Why, it is that it tells everything, except the thing which exhales, like a mortal poison, from your eyes and from your heart, except the senseless love which still consumes you. Raoul grew paler, but remained silent. Why did you not write simply these words? Mademoiselle, instead of cursing you, I love you and I die. That is true, exclaimed Raoul, with a sinister kind of joy. And tearing the letter he had just taken back, he wrote the following words upon a leaf of his tablets. To procure the happiness of once more telling you I love you, I commit the baseness of writing to you, and to punish myself for that baseness, I die. And he signed it. You will give her these tablets, Captain, will you not? When? Asked the latter. On the day, said Bragelonne, pointing to the last sentence, on the day when you can place a date under these words. And he sprang away quickly to join Athos, who was returning with slow steps. As they re-entered the fort, the sea rose with that rapid, gusty vehemence which characterizes the Mediterranean. The ill humor of the element became a tempest. Something shapeless, and tossed about violently by the waves, appeared just off the coast. What is that? Said Athos. A wrecked boat? No, it's not a boat, said D'Artagnan. Pardon me, said Raoul. There is a bark gaining the port rapidly. Yes, there is a bark in the creek, which is prudently seeking shelter here, but that which Athos points to in the sand is not a boat at all. It has run aground. Yes, I see it. It is the carriage which I threw into the sea after landing the prisoner." "Well," said Athos, "if you take my advice, D'Artagnan, you will burn that carriage, in order that no vestige of it may remain, without which the fishermen of Antibes, who have believed they had to do with the devil, will endeavor to prove that your prisoner was but a man." "Your advice is good, Athos, and I will this night have it carried out, or rather, I will carry it out myself. But let us go in, for the rain falls heavily, and the lightning is terrific." As they were passing over the ramparts to a gallery of which D'Artagnan had the key, they saw Monsieur de Saint-Mars directing his steps towards the chamber inhabited by the prisoner. Upon a sign from D'Artagnan, they concealed themselves in an angle of the staircase. "What is it?" said Athos. "You will see. Look, the prisoner is returning from chapel." And they saw, by the red flashes of lightning against the violet fog which the wind had stamped upon the bankward sky, they saw pass gravely, at 6 paces behind the governor, a man clothed in black, and masked by a visor of polished steel, soldered to a helmet of the same nature, which altogether enveloped the whole of his head. The fire of the heavens cast red reflections on the polished surface, and these reflections, flying off capriciously, seemed to be angry looks launched by the unfortunate, instead of imprecations. In the middle of the gallery, the prisoner stopped for a moment to contemplate the infinite horizon, to respire the sulphurous perfumes of the tempest, to drink in thirstily the hot rain, and to breathe a sigh, resembling a smothered groan. "Come on, monsieur," said Saint-Mars sharply to the prisoner, for he already became uneasy at seeing him look so long beyond the walls. "Monsieur, come on!" "Say monseigneur," cried Athos from his corner, with a voice so solemn and terrible that the governor trembled from head to foot. Athos insisted upon respect being paid to fallen majesty. The prisoner turned round. "Who spoke?" asked Saint-Mars. "It was I," replied D'Artagnan, showing himself promptly. "You know that is the order." "Call me neither monsieur nor monseigneur," said the prisoner in his turn, in a voice that penetrated to the very soul of Raoul. "Call me accursed!" He passed on, and the iron door croaked after him. "There goes a truly unfortunate man," murmured the musketeer in a hollow whisper.
Chapter 33 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 33. Promises. Scarcely had D'Artagnan re-entered his apartment with his 2 friends, when one of the soldiers of the fort came to inform him that the governor was seeking him. The bark which Raoul had perceived at sea, and which appeared so eager to gain the port, came to Sainte Marguerite with an important dispatch for the captain of the musketeers. On opening it, D'Artagnan recognized the writing of the king. "I should think," said Louis XIV, "you will have completed the execution of my orders, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Return, then, immediately to Paris, and join me at the Louvre." "There is the end of my exile!" cried the musketeer with joy. "God be praised, I am no longer a jailer." And he showed the letter to Athos. "So, then, you must leave us?" replied the latter in a melancholy tone. "Yes, but to meet again, dear friend, seeing that Raoul is old enough now to go alone with Monsieur de Beaufort, and will prefer his father going back in company with Monsieur d'Artagnan to forcing him to travel 200 leagues solitarily to reach home at La Fere. Will you not, Raoul?"
Certainly, stammered the latter, with an expression of tender regret. No, no, my friend, interrupted Athos. I will never quit Raoul till the day his vessel disappears on the horizon. As long as he remains in France, he shall not be separated from me. As you please, dear friend, but we will, at least, leave Sainte Marguerite together. Take advantage of the bark that will convey me back to Antibes. With all my heart. We cannot too soon be at a distance from this fort, and from the spectacle that shocked us so just now. The three friends quitted the little isle, after paying their respects to the governor, and by the last flashes of the departing tempest they took their farewell of the white walls of the fort. D'Artagnan parted from his friend that same night, after having seen fire set to the carriage upon the shore by the orders of Saint-Mars, according to the advice the captain had given him. Before getting on horseback, and after leaving the arms of Athos, "My friends," said he, "you bear too much resemblance to two soldiers who are abandoning their post. Something warns me that Raoul would require being supported by you in his rank. Will you allow me to ask permission to go over into Africa with 100 good muskets? The king will not refuse me, and I will take you with me." "Monsieur d'Artagnan," replied Raoul, pressing his hand with emotion, "thanks for that offer, which will give us more than we wish, either Monsieur le Comte or I. I, who am young, stand in need of labor of mind and fatigue of body. Monsieur le Comte wants the profoundest repose. You are his best friend. I recommend him to your care. In watching over him, you are holding both our souls in your hands." "I must go. My horse is all in a fret," said D'Artagnan, with whom the most manifest sign of a lively emotion was the change of ideas in conversation. "Come, Comte, how many days longer has Raoul to stay here?" 3 days at most. "And how long will it take you to reach home?" "Oh, a considerable time," replied Athos. "I shall not like the idea of being separated too quickly from Raoul. Time will travel too fast of itself to require me to aid it by distance. I shall only make half stages." "And why so, my friend? Nothing is more dull than traveling slowly, and hostelry life does not become a man like you." "My friend, I came hither on post horses, but I wish to purchase 2 animals of a superior kind. Now, to take them home fresh, it would not be prudent to make them travel more than 7 or 8 leagues a day." "Where is Grimaud?" "He arrived yesterday morning with Raoul's appointments, and I have left him to sleep." "That is, never to come back again." D'Artagnan suffered to escape him. "Till we meet again, then, dear Athos, and, if you are diligent, I shall embrace you the sooner." So saying, he put his foot in the stirrup which Raoul held. "Farewell," said the young man, embracing him. "Farewell," said D'Artagnan, as he got into his saddle. His horse made a movement which divided the cavalier from his friends. This scene had taken place in front of the house chosen by Athos, near the gates of Antibes, whither D'Artagnan, after his supper, had ordered his horses to be brought. The road began to branch off there, white and undulating in the vapors of the night. The horse eagerly respired the salt, sharp perfume of the marshes. D'Artagnan put him to a trot, and Athos and Raoul sadly turned towards the house. All at once they heard the rapid approach of a horse's steps, and first believed it to be one of those singular repercussions which deceive the ear at every turn in a road. But it was really the return of the horseman. They uttered a cry of joyous surprise, and the captain, springing to the ground like a young man, seized within his arms the 2 beloved heads of Athos and Raoul. He held them long embraced thus, without speaking a word, or suffering the sigh which was bursting his breast to escape him. Then, as rapidly as he had come back, he set off again, with a sharp application of his spurs to the sides of his fiery horse. "Alas!" said the comte, in a low voice, "Alas, alas!" "An evil omen, on his side," said D'Artagnan to himself, making up for lost time. "I could not smile upon them. An evil omen." The next day Grimaud was on foot again. The service commanded by Monsieur de Beaufort was happily accomplished. The flotilla, sent to Toulon by the exertions of Raoul, had set out, dragging after it in little nutshells, almost invisible, the wives and friends of the fishermen and smugglers put in requisition for the service of the fleet. The time, so short, which remained for father and son to live together, appeared to go by with double rapidity, like some swift stream that flows towards eternity. Athos and Raoul returned to Toulon, which began to be filled with the noise of carriages, with the noise of arms, the noise of neighing horses. The trumpeters sounded their spirited marches, the drummers signalized their strength, the streets were overflowing with soldiers, servants, and tradespeople. The Duc de Beaufort was everywhere, superintending the embarkation with the zeal and interest of a good captain. He encouraged the humblest of his companions, he scolded his lieutenants, even those of the highest rank. Artillery, provisions, baggage, he insisted upon seeing all himself. He examined the equipment of every soldier, assured himself of the health and soundness of every horse. It was plain that light, boastful, egotistical, in his hotel, the gentleman became the soldier again, the high noble a captain, in the face of the responsibility he had accepted. And yet, it must be admitted that, whatever was the care with which he presided over the preparations for departure, it was easy to perceive careless precipitation, and the absence of all the precaution that make the French soldier the first soldier in the world, because, in that world, he is the one most abandoned to his own physical and moral resources. All things having satisfied, or appearing to have satisfied, the admiral, he paid his compliments to Raoul and gave the last orders for sailing, which was ordered the next morning at daybreak. He invited the comte and his son to dine with him, but they, under a pretext of service, kept themselves apart. Gaining their hostelry, situated under the trees of the great Place, they took their repast in haste, and Athos led Raoul to the rocks which dominate the city, vast grey mountains, whence the view is infinite and embraces a liquid horizon which appears, so remote is it, on a level with the rocks themselves. The night was fine, as it always is in these happy climes. The moon, rising behind the rocks, unrolled a silver sheet on the cerulean carpet of the sea. In the roadsteads maneuvered silently the vessels which had just taken their rank to facilitate the embarkation. The sea, loaded with phosphoric light, opened beneath the hulls of the barks that transported the baggage and munitions. Every dip of the prow ploughed up this gulf of white flames, from every oar dropped liquid diamonds. The sailors, rejoicing in the largesses of the admiral, were heard murmuring their slow and artless songs. Sometimes the grinding of the chains was mixed with the dull noise of shot falling into the holds. Such harmonies, such a spectacle, oppress the heart like fear, and dilate it like hope. All this life speaks of death. Athos had seated himself with his son upon the moss among the brambles of the promontory. Around their heads passed and repassed large bats, carried along by the fearful whirl of their blind chase. The feet of Raoul were over the edge of the cliff, bathed in that void which is peopled by vertigo and provokes to self-annihilation. When the moon had risen to its fullest height, caressing with light the neighboring peaks, when the watery mirror was illumined in its full extent, and the little red fires had made their openings in the black masses of every ship, Athos, collecting all his ideas and all his courage, said, "God has made all these things that we see, Raoul. He has made us also. poor atoms mixed up with this monstrous universe. We shine like those fires and those stars, we sigh like those waves, we suffer like those great ships, which are worn out in ploughing the waves, in obeying the wind that urges them towards an end, as the breath of God blows us towards a port. Everything likes to live, Raoul, and everything seems beautiful to living things. Monsieur, said Raoul, we have before us a beautiful spectacle. How good D'Artagnan is, interrupted Athos suddenly, and what a rare good fortune it is to be supported during a whole life by such a friend as he is. That is what you have missed, Raoul. A friend! Cried Raoul. I have wanted a friend. Monsieur de Guiche is an agreeable companion, returned the comte coldly, but I believe, in the times in which you live, men are more engaged in their own interests and their own pleasures than they were in ours. You have sought a secluded life. That is a great happiness, but you have lost your strength thereby. We four, more weaned from those delicate abstractions that constitute your joy, furnished much more resistance when misfortune presented itself. I have not interrupted you, monsieur, to tell you that I had a friend, and that friend is Monsieur de Guiche. Certes, he is good and generous, and moreover, he loves me. But I have lived under the guardianship of another friendship, monsieur, as precious and as strong as that of which you speak, since it is yours. I have not been a friend for you, Raoul, said Athos. Eh, monsieur, and in what respect not? Because I have given you reason to think that life has but one face, because, sad and severe, alas, I have always cut off for you, without, God knows, wishing to do so, the joyous buds that spring incessantly from the fair tree of youth, so that at this moment I repent of not having made of you a more expansive, dissipated, animated man. I know why you say that, monsieur. No, it is not you who have made me what I am. It was love, which took me at the time when children only have inclinations. It is the constancy natural to my character, which with other creatures is but habit. I believed that I should always be as I was. I thought God had cast me in a path quite clear, quite straight, bordered with fruits and flowers. I had ever watching over me your vigilance and strength. I believed myself to be vigilant and strong. Nothing prepared me. I fell once, and that once deprived me of courage for the whole of my life. It is quite true that I wrecked myself. Oh, no, monsieur, you are nothing in my past but happiness, in my future but hope. No, I have no reproach to make against life such as you made it for me. I bless you, and I love you ardently. My dear Raoul, your words do me good. They prove to me that you will act a little for me in the time to come. I shall only act for you, monsieur. Raoul, what I have never hitherto done with respect to you, I will henceforward do. I will be your friend, not your father. We will live in expanding ourselves, instead of living and holding ourselves prisoners when you come back. And that will be soon, will it not? Certainly, monsieur, for such an expedition cannot last long. Soon then, Raoul, soon, instead of living moderately on my income, I will give you the capital of my estates. It will suffice for launching you into the world till my death, and you will give me, I hope, before that time, the consolation of not seeing my race extinct. I will do all you may command, said Raoul, much agitated. It is not necessary, Raoul, that your duty as aide-de-camp should lead you into too hazardous enterprises. You have gone through your ordeal. You are known to be a true man under fire. Remember that war with Arabs is a war of snares, ambuscades, and assassinations." "So it is said, monsieur." "There is never much glory in falling in an ambuscade. It is a death which always implies a little rashness or want of foresight. Often, indeed, he who falls in one meets with but little pity. Those who are not pitied, Raoul, have died to little purpose. Still further, the conqueror laughs, and we Frenchmen ought not to allow stupid infidels to triumph over our faults. Do you clearly understand what I am saying to you, Raoul? God forbid I should encourage you to avoid encounters." "I am naturally prudent, monsieur, and I have very good fortune," said Raoul, with a smile which chilled the heart of his poor father. "For," the young man hastened to add, "in 20 combats through which I have been, I have only received 1 scratch." "There is, in addition," said Athos, "the climate to be dreaded. That is an ugly end, to die of fever. King Saint Louis prayed God to send him an arrow or the plague rather than the fever." "Oh, monsieur, with sobriety, with reasonable exercise." "I have already obtained from Monsieur de Beaufort a promise that his dispatches shall be sent off every fortnight to France. You, as his aide de camp, will be charged with expediting them, and will be sure not to forget me." "No, monsieur," said Raoul, almost choked with emotion. "Besides, Raoul, as you are a good Christian, and I am one also, we ought to reckon upon a more special protection of God and his guardian angels. Promise me that if anything evil should happen to you, on any occasion, you will think of me at once." "First, and at once. Oh, yes, monsieur." "And will call upon me?" "Instantly." "You dream of me sometimes, do you not, Raoul?" "Every night, monsieur. During my early youth I saw you in my dreams, calm and mild, with one hand stretched out over my head, and that it was which made me sleep so soundly, formerly." "We love each other too dearly," said the comte, "that from this moment in which we separate, a portion of both our souls should not travel with one and the other of us, and should not dwell wherever we may dwell. Whenever you may be sad, Raoul, I feel that my heart will be dissolved in sadness, and when you smile on thinking of me, be assured you will send me, from however remote a distance, a vital scintillation of your joy." "I will not promise you to be joyous," replied the young man, "but you may be certain that I will never pass an hour without thinking of you, not 1 hour, I swear, unless I shall be dead." Athos could contain himself no longer. He threw his arm round the neck of his son, and held him embraced with all the power of his heart. The moon began to be now eclipsed by twilight. A golden band surrounded the horizon, announcing the approach of the day. Athos threw his cloak over the shoulders of Raoul, and led him back to the city, where burdens and porters were already in motion, like a vast ant-hill. At the extremity of the plateau which Athos and Bragelonne were quitting, they saw a dark shadow moving uneasily backwards and forwards, as if in indecision or ashamed to be seen. It was Grimaud, who in his anxiety had tracked his master and was there awaiting him. "Oh, my good Grimaud!" cried Raoul. "What do you want? You are come to tell us it is time to be gone, have you not?" "Alone?" said Grimaud, addressing Athos, and pointing to Raoul in a tone of reproach, which showed to what an extent the old man was troubled. "Oh, you are right," cried the comte. "No, Raoul shall not go alone. No, he shall not be left alone in a strange land, without some friendly hand to support him, some friendly heart to recall to him all he loved." "I?" said Grimaud. "You, yes, you!" cried Raoul, touched to the inmost heart. "Alas!" said Athos, "you are very old, my good Grimaud." "So much the better," replied the latter, with an inexpressible depth of feeling and intelligence. "But the embarkation is begun," said Raoul, "and you are not prepared." "Yes," said Grimaud, showing the keys of his trunks, mixed with those of his young master. "But," again objected Raoul, "you cannot leave Monsieur le Comte thus alone, Monsieur le Comte, whom you have never quitted." Grimaud turned his diamond eyes upon Athos and Raoul, as if to measure the strength of both. The comte uttered not a word. "Monsieur le Comte prefers my going," said Grimaud. "I do," said Athos by an inclination of the head. At that moment the drums suddenly rolled, and the clarions filled the air with their inspiring notes. The regiments destined for the expedition began to debouch from the city. They advanced to the number of 5, each composed of 40 companies. Royals marched first, distinguished by their white uniform, faced with blue. The ordonnance colors, quartered crosswise, violet and dead leaf, with a sprinkling of golden fleur-de-lis, left the white-colored flag, with its fleur-de-lis cross, to dominate the whole. Musketeers at the wings, with their forked sticks and their muskets on their shoulders, pikemen in the center, with their lances, 14 feet in length, marched gaily towards the transports, which carried them in detail to the ships. The regiments of Picardy, Navarre, Normandy, and Royal Vaisseau followed after. Monsieur de Beaufort had known well how to select his troops. He himself was seen closing the march with his staff. It would take a full hour before he could reach the sea. Raoul with Athos turned his steps slowly towards the beach, in order to take his place when the prince embarked. Grimaud, boiling with the ardor of a young man, superintended the embarkation of Raoul's baggage in the admiral's vessel. Athos, with his arm passed through that of the son he was about to lose, absorbed in melancholy meditation, was deaf to every noise around him. An officer came quickly towards them to inform Raoul that Monsieur de Beaufort was anxious to have him by his side. "Have the kindness to tell the prince," said Raoul, "that I request he will allow me this hour to enjoy the company of my father." "No, no," said Athos, "an aide-de-camp ought not thus to quit his general. Please to tell the prince, monsieur, that the vicomte will join him immediately." The officer set off at a gallop. "Whether we part here or part there," added the comte, "it is no less a separation." He carefully brushed the dust from his son's coat, and passed his hand over his hair as they walked along. "But, Raoul," said he, "you want money. Monsieur de Beaufort's train will be splendid, and I am certain it will be agreeable to you to purchase horses and arms, which are very dear things in Africa. Now, as you are not actually in the service of the king or Monsieur de Beaufort, and are simply a volunteer, you must not reckon upon either pay or largesse. But I should not like you to want for anything at Gesvre. Here are 200 pistoles. If you would please me, Raoul, spend them." Raoul pressed the hand of his father, and at the turning of a street they saw Monsieur de Beaufort, mounted on a magnificent white genet, which responded by graceful curvets to the applause of the women of the city. The duke called Raoul and held out his hand to the comte. He spoke to him for some time, with such a kindly expression that the heart of the poor father even felt a little comforted. It was, however, evident to both father and son that their walk amounted to nothing less than a punishment. There was a terrible moment, that at which, on quitting the sands of the shore, the soldiers and sailors exchanged the last kisses with their families and friends. A supreme moment, in which, notwithstanding the clearness of the heavens, the warmth of the sun, of the perfumes of the air, and the rich life that was circulating in their veins, everything appeared black, everything bitter, everything created doubts of Providence, nay, at the most, of God. It was customary for the admiral and his suite to embark last. The cannon waited to announce, with its formidable voice, that the leader had placed his foot on board his vessel. Athos, forgetful of both the admiral and the fleet, and of his own dignity as a strong man, opened his arms to his son, and pressed him convulsively to his heart. "Accompany us on board," said the duke, very much affected. "You will gain a good half-hour." "No," said Athos, "my farewell has been spoken. I do not wish to voice a second." "Then, Vicomte, embark! Embark quickly!" added the prince, wishing to spare the tears of those two men, whose hearts were bursting. And paternally, tenderly, very much as Porthos might have done, he took Raoul in his arms and placed him in the boat, the oars of which, at a signal, immediately were dipped in the waves. He himself, forgetful of ceremony, jumped into his boat, and pushed it off with a vigorous foot. "Adieu!" cried Raoul. Athos replied only by a sign, but he felt something burning on his hand. It was the respectful kiss of Grimaud, the last farewell of the faithful dog. This kiss given, Grimaud jumped from the step of the mole upon the stem of a two-oared yawl, which had just been taken in tow by a chaland served by 12 galley oars. Athos seated himself on the mole, stunned, deaf, abandoned. Every instant took from him one of the features, one of the shades of the pale face of his son. With his arms hanging down, his eyes fixed, his mouth open, he remained confounded with Raoul, in one same look, in one same thought, in one same stupor. The sea, by degrees, carried away boats and faces to that distance at which men become nothing but points, loves nothing but remembrances. Athos saw his son ascend the ladder of the admiral's ship. He saw him lean upon the rail of the deck, and place himself in such a manner as to be always an obstacle in the eye of his father. In vain the cannon thundered, in vain from the ship sounded the long and lordly tumult, responded to by immense acclamations from the shore. In vain did the noise deafen the ear of the father, the smoke obscured the cherished object of his aspirations. Raoul appeared to him to the last moment, and the imperceptible atom, passing from black to pale, from pale to white, from white to nothing, disappeared for Athos, disappeared very long after, to all the eyes of the spectators, had disappeared both gallant ships and swelling sails. Towards midday, with the sun devoured space, and scarcely the tops of the masts dominated the incandescent limit of the sea, Athos perceived a soft aerial shadow rise, and vanish as soon as seen. This was the smoke of a cannon, which Monsieur de Beaufort ordered to be fired as a last salute to the coast of France. The point was buried in its turn beneath the sky, and Athos returned with slow and painful step.
Chapter 34 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 34 Among Women. D'Artagnan had not been able to hide his feelings from his friends so much as he would have wished. The stoical soldier, the impassive man-at-arms, overcome by fear and sad presentiments, had yielded for a few moments to human weakness. When, therefore, he had silenced his heart and calmed the agitation of his nerves, Turning towards his lackey, a silent servant, always listening in order to obey the more promptly, "Rabaud," said he, "mind, we must travel 30 leagues a day." "At your pleasure, captain," replied Rabaud. And from that moment, D'Artagnan, accommodating his action to the pace of the horse, like a true centaur, gave up his thoughts to nothing, that is to say, to everything. He asked himself why the king had sent for him back, why the Iron Mask had thrown the silver plate at the feet of Raoul. As to the first subject, the reply was negative. He knew right well that the king's calling him was from necessity. He still further knew that Louis XIV must experience an imperious desire for a private conversation with one whom the possession of such a secret placed on a level with the highest powers of the kingdom. But as to saying exactly what the king's wish was, D'Artagnan found himself completely at a loss. The Musketeer had no doubts, either, upon the reason which had urged the unfortunate Philippe to reveal his character and birth. Philippe, buried forever beneath a mask of steel, exiled to a country where the men seemed little more than slaves of the elements, Philippe, deprived even of the society of D'Artagnan, who had loaded him with honors and delicate attentions, had nothing more to see than odious spectres in this world, and, despair beginning to devour him, he poured himself forth in complaints, in the belief that his revelations would raise up some avenger for him. The manner in which the Musketeer had been near killing his two best friends, the destiny which had so strangely brought Athos to participate in the great state secret, the farewell of Raoul, the obscurity of the future which threatened to end in a melancholy death, all this threw D'Artagnan incessantly back on lamentable predictions and forebodings, which the rapidity of his pace did not dissipate, as it used formerly to do. D'Artagnan passed from these considerations to the remembrance of the proscribed Porthos and Aramis. He saw them both, fugitives, tracked, ruined, laborious architects of fortunes they had lost, and as the king called for his man of execution in hours of vengeance and malice, D'Artagnan trembled at the very idea of receiving some commission that would make his very soul bleed. Sometimes, ascending hills, when the winded horse breathed hard from his red nostrils and heaved his flanks, the captain, left to more freedom of thought, reflected on the prodigious genius of Aramis, a genius of acumen and intrigue, a match to which the Fronde and the Civil War had produced but twice. Soldier, priest, diplomat, gallant, avaricious, cunning, Aramis had never taken the good things of this life except as stepping stones to rise to giddier ends. Generous in spirit, if not lofty in heart, he never did ill but for the sake of shining even more brilliantly. Towards the end of his career, at the moment of reaching the goal, like the patrician Fuscus, he had made a false step upon a plank and had fallen into the sea. But Porthos, good, harmless Porthos, to see Porthos hungry, to see Mousqueton without gold lace, imprisoned perhaps, to see Pierrefonds, Bracieux, razed to the very stones, dishonored even to the timber. These were so many poignant griefs for D'Artagnan, and every time that one of these griefs struck him, he bounded like a horse at the sting of a gadfly, beneath the vaults of foliage, where he had sought shady shelter from the burning sun. Never was the man of spirit subjected to ennui, if his body was exposed to fatigue. Never did the man of healthy body fail to find life light, if he had something to engage his mind. D'Artagnan, riding fast, thinking as constantly, alighted from his horse in Pare, fresh and tender in his muscles as the athlete preparing for the gymnasium. The king did not expect him so soon, and had just departed for the chase toward Meudon. D'Artagnan, instead of riding after the king as he would formerly have done, took off his boots, had a bath, and waited till his majesty should return dusty and tired. He occupied the interval of 5 hours in taking, as people say, the air of the house, and in arming himself against all ill chances. He learned that the king, during the last fortnight, had been gloomy, that the queen mother was ill and much depressed, that Monsieur, the king's brother, was exhibiting a devotional turn, that Madame had the vapours, and that Monsieur de Guiche was gone to one of his estates. He learned that Monsieur Colbert was radiant, that Monsieur Fouquet consulted a fresh physician every day, who still did not cure him, and that his principal complaint was one which physicians do not usually cure, unless they are political physicians. The king, D'Artagnan was told, behaved in the kindest manner to Monsieur Fouquet, and did not allow him to be ever out of his sight; but the surintendant, touched to the heart, like one of those fine trees a worm has punctured, was declining daily, in spite of the royal smile, that son of court trees. D'Artagnan learned that Mademoiselle de la Valliere had become indispensable to the king, that the king, during his sporting excursions, if he did not take her with him, wrote to her frequently, no longer verses, but, which was much worse, prose, and that whole pages at a time. Thus, as the political Pleiad of the day said, the first king in the world was seen descending from his horse with an ardor beyond compare, and on the crown of his hat scrawling bombastic phrases, which Monsieur de Saint Aignan, aide de camp in perpetuity, carried to La Valliere at the risk of foundering his horses. During this time, deer and pheasants were left to the free enjoyment of their nature, hunted so lazily that, it was said, the art of venery ran great risk of degenerating at the court of France. D'Artagnan then thought of the wishes of poor Raoul, of that desponding letter destined for a woman who passed her life in hoping, and, as D'Artagnan loved to philosophize a little occasionally, he resolved to profit by the absence of the king to have a minute's talk with Mademoiselle de la Valliere. This was a very easy affair. While the king was hunting, Louise was walking with some other ladies in one of the galleries of the Palais Royal, exactly where the captain of the musketeers had some guards to inspect. D'Artagnan did not doubt that, if he could but open the conversation on Raoul, Louise might give him grounds for writing a consolatory letter to the poor exile, and hope, or at least consolation for Raoul, in the state of heart in which he had left him, was the sun, was life to 2 men who were very dear to our captain. He directed his course, therefore, to the spot where he knew he should find Mademoiselle de la Valliere. D'Artagnan found La Valliere the centre of the circle. In her apparent solitude, the king's favorite received, like a queen, more perhaps than the queen, an homage of which Madame had been so proud, when all the king's looks were directed to her and commanded the looks of the courtiers. D'Artagnan, though no squire of dames, received nevertheless civilities and attentions from the ladies. He was polite, as a brave man always is, and his terrible reputation had conciliated as much friendship among the men as admiration among the women. On seeing him enter, therefore, they immediately accosted him, and, as is not unfrequently the case with fair ladies, opened the attack by questions. Where had he been? What had become of him so long? Why had they not seen him, as usual, make his fine horse curvet in such a beautiful style, to the delight and astonishment of the curious from the king's balcony? He replied that he had just come from the land of oranges. This set all the ladies laughing. Those were times in which everybody travelled, but in which, notwithstanding, A journey of 100 leagues was a problem often solved by death.
"From the land of oranges!" cried Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente. "From Spain?"
"Eh, eh!" said the Musketeer.
"From Malta?"
echoed Montalais. "Ma foi, you are coming very near, ladies."
"Is it an island?"
asked La Valliere. "Mademoiselle," said D'Artagnan, "I will not give you the trouble of seeking any further. I come from the country where Monsieur de Beaufort is, at this moment, embarking for Algiers."
"Have you seen the army?"
asked several warlike fair ones. "As plainly as I see you," replied D'Artagnan.
"And the fleet?"
"Yes, I saw everything."
"Have we any of us any friends there?"
said Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente, coldly, but in a manner to attract attention to a question that was not without its calculated aim. "Why," replied D'Artagnan, "yes, there were Monsieur de la Guillotière, Monsieur de Manchy, Monsieur de Bragelonne." La Valliere became pale.
"Monsieur de Bragelonne!"
cried the perfidious Athenais.
"Eh, what? Is he gone to the wars? He?"
Montalais trod on her toe, but all in vain.
"Do you know what my opinion is?"
continued she, addressing D'Artagnan. "No, mademoiselle, but I should like very much to know it."
"My opinion is, then, that all the men who go to this war are desperate, desponding men, whom love has treated ill, and who go to try if they cannot find jet-complexioned women more kind than fair ones have been."
Some of the ladies laughed. La Valliere was evidently confused. Montalais coughed loud enough to waken the dead. "Mademoiselle," interrupted D'Artagnan, "you are in error when you speak of black women at Gigelli. The women there have not jet faces. It is true they are not white, they are yellow."
"Yellow!"
exclaimed the bevy of fair beauties. "Eh? Do not disparage it. I have never seen a finer color to match with black eyes and a coral mouth."
"So much the better for Monsieur de Bragelonne,"
said Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente, with persistent malice.
"He will make amends for his loss, poor fellow."
A profound silence followed these words, and D'Artagnan had time to observe and reflect that women, mild doves, treat each other more cruelly than tigers. But making La Valliere pale did not satisfy Athenais. She determined to make her blush likewise. Resuming the conversation without pause,
"Do you know, Louise," said she, "that there is a great sin on your conscience?" "What sin, mademoiselle?"
stammered the unfortunate girl, looking round her for support, without finding it.
"Eh? Why," continued Athenais, "the poor young man was affianced to you. He loved you. You cast him off." "Well, that is a right which every honest woman has," said Montalais, in an affected tone. "When we know we cannot constitute the happiness of a man, it is much better to cast him off." "Cast him off, or refuse him, that's all very well," said Athenais. "But that is not the sin Mademoiselle de la Valliere has to reproach herself with. The actual sin is sending poor Bragelonne to the wars, and to wars in which death is so very likely to be met with." Louise pressed her hand over her icy brow. "And if he dies," continued her pitiless tormentor, "you will have killed him. That is the sin."
Louise, half dead, caught at the arm of the captain of the musketeers, whose face betrayed unusual emotion.
"You wish to speak with me, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" said she, in a voice broken by anger and pain. "What had you to say to me?"
D'Artagnan made several steps along the gallery, holding Louise on his arm. Then, when they were far enough removed from the others, "What I had to say to you, mademoiselle," replied he, "Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente has just expressed, roughly and unkindly, it is true, but still in its entirety." She uttered a faint cry. Pierced to the heart by this new wound, she went her way, like one of those poor birds which, struck unto death, seek the shade of the thicket in which to die. She disappeared at one door, at the moment the king was entering by another. The first glance of the king was directed towards the empty seat of his mistress. Not perceiving La Valliere, a frown came over his brow, but as soon as he saw D'Artagnan, who bowed to him, "Ah, monsieur!" cried he, "you have been diligent. I am much pleased with you." This was the superlative expression of royal satisfaction. Many men would have been ready to lay down their lives for such a speech from the king. The maids of honor and the courtiers, who had formed a respectful circle round the king on his entrance, drew back, on observing he wished to speak privately with his captain of the musketeers. The king led the way out of the gallery, after having again, with his eyes, sought everywhere for La Valliere, whose absence he could not account for. The moment they were out of the reach of curious ears, "Well, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said he, "the prisoner?" "Is in his prison, sire." "What did he say on the road?" "Nothing, sire." "What did he do?" "There was a moment at which the fisherman, who took me in his boat to Sainte Marguerite, revolted, and did his best to kill me. The prisoner defended me instead of attempting to fly." The king became pale. "Enough," said he, and D'Artagnan bowed. Louis walked about his cabinet with hasty steps. "Were you at Antibes," said he, "when Monsieur de Beaufort came there?" "No, sire, I was setting off when Monsieur le Duc arrived." "Ah!" which was followed by a fresh silence. "Whom did you see there?" "A great many persons," said D'Artagnan, coolly. The king perceived he was unwilling to speak. "I have sent for you, monsieur le capitaine, to desire you to go and prepare my lodgings at Nantes." "At Nantes!" cried D'Artagnan. "In Bretagne." "Yes, sire, it is in Bretagne. Will your majesty make so long a journey as to Nantes?" "The states are assembled there," replied the king. "I have two demands to make of them. I wish to be there." "When shall I set out?" said the captain. "This evening, tomorrow evening, for you must stand in need of rest." "I have rested, sire." "That is well. Then between this and tomorrow evening, when you please." D'Artagnan bowed as if to take his leave, but, perceiving the king very much embarrassed, "Will your majesty," said he, taking 2 paces forward, "take the court with you?" "Certainly I shall." "Then your majesty will, doubtless, want the musketeers?" And the eye of the king sank beneath the penetrating glance of the captain. "Take a brigade of them," replied Louis. "Is that all? Has your majesty no other orders to give me?" "No. Ah, yes." "I am all attention, sire." "At the castle of Nantes, which I hear is very ill arranged, you will adopt the practice of placing musketeers at the door of each of the principal dignitaries I shall take with me." "Of the principal?" "Yes." "For instance, at the door of Monsieur de Lyonne?" "Yes." "And that of Monsieur le Tellier?" "Yes." "Of Monsieur de Brienne?" "Yes." "And of Monsieur le Surintendant?" "Without doubt." "Very well, sire. By tomorrow I shall have set out." "Oh, yes. But one more word, Monsieur d'Artagnan. At Nantes you will meet with Monsieur le Duc de Gesvre, captain of the guards. Be sure that your musketeers are placed before his guards arrive.
Precedence always belongs to the first comer?" "Yes, sire." "And if Monsieur de Gesvre should question you?" "Question me, sire? Is it likely that Monsieur de Gesvre would question me?" And the musketeer, turning cavalierly on his heel, disappeared. "To Nantes!" said he to himself, as he descended from the stairs. Why did he not dare to say, "From thence to Belle Isle"? As he reached the great gates, one of M. Brienne's clerks came running after him, exclaiming, "Monsieur d'Artagnan, I beg your pardon." "What is the matter, Monsieur Ariste?" "The king has desired me to give you this order." "Upon your cash box?" asked the musketeer. "No, monsieur, on that of Monsieur Fouquet." D'Artagnan was surprised, but he took the order, which was in the king's own writing, and was for 200 pistoles. "What!" thought he, after having politely thanked M. Brienne's clerk, "Monsieur Fouquet is to pay for the journey, then? Mordioux! That is a bit of pure Louis XI. Why was not this order on the chest of M. Colbert? He would have paid it with such joy." And D'Artagnan, faithful to his principle of never letting an order at sight get cold, went straight.
Chapter 35 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 35. The Last Supper. The superintendent had no doubt received advice of the approaching departure, for he was giving a farewell dinner to his friends. From the bottom to the top of the house, the hurry of the servants bearing dishes and the diligence of the registre denoted an approaching change in offices and kitchen. D'Artagnan, with his order in his hand, presented himself at the offices, when he was told it was too late to pay cash, the chest was closed. He only replied, "On the king's service." The clerk, a little put out by the serious air of the captain, replied that was a very respectable reason, but that the customs of the house were respectable likewise, and that in consequence he begged the bearer to call again next day. D'Artagnan asked if he could not see Monsieur Fouquet. The clerk replied that Monsieur le Surintendant did not interfere with such details, and rudely closed the outer door in the captain's face. But the latter had foreseen this stroke, and placed his boot between the door and the door-case, so that the lock did not catch, and the clerk was still nose to nose with his interlocutor. This made him change his tone, and say, with terrified politeness, "If Monsieur wishes to speak to Monsieur le Surintendant, he must go to the antechambers. These are the offices where Monseigneur never comes." "Oh, very well. Where are they?" replied D'Artagnan. "On the other side of the court," said the clerk, delighted to be free. D'Artagnan crossed the court and fell in with a crowd of servants. "Monseigneur sees nobody at this hour," he was answered by a fellow carrying a vermeil dish, in which were 3 pheasants and 12 quails. "Tell him," said the captain, laying hold of the servant by the end of his dish, "that I am Monsieur d'Artagnan, captain of his Majesty's Musketeers." The fellow uttered a cry of surprise, and disappeared, D'Artagnan following him slowly. He arrived just in time to meet Monsieur Pelisson in the antechamber. The latter, a little pale, came hastily out of the dining-room to learn what was the matter. D'Artagnan smiled. "There is nothing unpleasant, Monsieur Pelisson, only a little order to receive the money for." "Ah!" said Fouquet's friend, breathing more freely, and he took the captain by the hand, and dragging him behind him, led him into the dining-room, where a number of friends surrounded the surintendant, placed in the centre, and buried in the cushions of a fauteuil.
There were assembled all the Epicureans who so lately at Vaux had done the honours of the mansion of wit and money in aid of Monsieur Fouquet. Joyous friends, for the most part faithful, they had not fled their protector at the approach of the storm, and, in spite of the threatening heavens, in spite of the trembling earth, they remained there, smiling, cheerful, as devoted in misfortune as they had been in prosperity. On the left of the surintendant sat Madame de Belliere. On his right was Madame Fouquet, as if braving the laws of the world, and putting all vulgar reasons of propriety to silence, the two protecting angels of this man united to offer, at the moment of the crisis, the support of their twined arms. Madame de Belliere was pale, trembling, and full of respectful attentions for Madame le Surintendant, who, with one hand on her husband's, was looking anxiously towards the door by which Pelisson had gone out to bring D'Artagnan. The captain entered it first full of courtesy, and afterwards of admiration, when, with his infallible glance, he had divined as well as taken in the expression of every face. Fouquet raised himself up in his chair. "Pardon me, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said he, "if I did not myself receive you when coming in the king's name." And he pronounced the last words with a sort of melancholy firmness, which filled the hearts of all his friends with terror. "Monseigneur," replied D'Artagnan, "I only come to you in the king's name to demand payment of an order for 200 pistoles." The clouds passed from every brow but that of Fouquet, which still remained overcast. "Ah, then," said he, "perhaps you also are setting out for Nantes?" "I do not know whither I am setting out, monseigneur." "But," said Madame Fouquet, recovered from her fright, "you are not going so soon, Monsieur le Capitaine, as not to do us the honor to take a seat with us?" "Madame, I should esteem that a great honor done me, but I am so pressed for time, that, you see, I have been obliged to permit myself to interrupt your repast, to procure payment of my note." "The reply to which shall be gold," said Fouquet, making a sign to his intendant, who went out with the order D'Artagnan handed him. "Oh," said the latter, "I was not uneasy about the payment. The house is good." A painful smile passed over the pale features of Fouquet. "Are you in pain?" asked Madame de Belliere. "Do you feel your attack coming on?" asked Madame Fouquet. "Neither, thank you both," said Fouquet. "Your attack?" said D'Artagnan in his turn. "Are you unwell, monseigneur?" "I have a tertian fever, which seized me after the fete at Vaux." "Caught cold in the grottos at night, perhaps?" No, nothing but agitation, that was all." "The too much heart you displayed in your reception of the king," said La Fontaine, quietly, without suspicion that he was uttering a sacrilege. "We cannot devote too much heart to the reception of our king," said Fouquet, mildly, to his poet. "Monsieur meant to say the too great ardor," interrupted D'Artagnan, with perfect frankness and much amenity. "The fact is, monseigneur, that hospitality was never practiced as at Vaux." Madame Fouquet permitted her countenance to show clearly that if Fouquet had conducted himself well towards the king had hardly done the like to the minister. But D'Artagnan knew the terrible secret. He alone with Fouquet knew it. These two men had not, the one the courage to complain, the other the right to accuse. The captain, to whom the 200 pistoles were brought, was about to take his leave, when Fouquet, rising, took a glass of wine and ordered one to be given to D'Artagnan. "Monsieur," said he, "to the health of the king, whatever may happen." "And to your health, monseigneur, whatever may happen," said D'Artagnan. He bowed with these words of evil omen to all the company, who rose as soon as they heard the sound of his spurs and boots at the bottom of the stairs. I for a moment thought it was I, and not my money he wanted, said Fouquet, endeavouring to laugh. You! cried his friends. And what for, in the name of heaven? Oh, do not deceive yourselves, my dear brothers in Epicurus, said the superintendent. I do not wish to make a comparison between the most humble sinner on the earth and the God we adore, but remember, he gave one day to his friends a repast which is called the Last Supper, and which was nothing but a farewell dinner, like that which we are making at this moment. A painful cry of denial arose from all parts of the table. Shut the doors, said Fouquet, and the servants disappeared. My friends, continued Fouquet, lowering his voice, what was I formerly? What am I now? Consult among yourselves, and reply. A man like me sinks when he does not continue to rise. What shall we say, then, when he really sinks? I have no more money, no more credit. I have no longer anything but powerful enemies and powerless friends. Quick, cried Pelisson. Since you explain yourself with such frankness, it is our duty to be frank likewise. Yes, you are ruined. Yes, you are hastening to your ruin. Stop. And in the first place, what money have we left? 700,000 livres, said the intendant. Bread, murmured Madame Fouquet. Relays, said Pelisson. Relays and fly. Whither? To Switzerland, to Savoy, but fly. If Monseigneur flies, said Madame Bellier, it will be said that he was guilty, was afraid. More than that, it would be said that I have carried away 20 millions with me. We will draw up memoirs to justify you, said La Fontaine. Fly. I will remain, said Fouquet. And besides, does not everything serve me? You have Belle Isle, cried the Abbe Fouquet. And I am naturally going there, when going to Nantes, replied the superintendent. Patience, then, patience. Before arriving at Nantes, what a distance, said Madame Fouquet. Yes, I know that well, replied Fouquet. But what is to be done there? The king summons me to the States. I know well it is for the purpose of ruining me, but to refuse to go would be to evince uneasiness. Well, I have discovered the means of reconciling everything, cried Pelisson. You are going to set out for Nantes. Fouquet looked at him with an air of surprise. But with friends, but in your own carriage as far as Orleans, in your own barge as far as Nantes, always ready to defend yourself if you are attacked, to escape if you are threatened. In fact, you will carry your money against all chances, and, whilst flying, you will only have obeyed the king. Then, reaching the sea, when you like, you will embark for Belle Isle, and from Belle Isle you will shoot out wherever it may please you, like the eagle that leaps into space when it has been driven from its eyrie. A general assent followed Pelisson's words. Yes, do so, said Madame Fouquet to her husband. Do so, said Madame de Belliere. Do it, cried all his friends. I will do so, replied Fouquet. This very evening? In an hour? Instantly. With 700,000 livres you can lay the foundation of another fortune, said the Abbe Fouquet. What is there to prevent our arming corsairs at Belle Isle? And, if necessary, we will go and discover a new world, added La Fontaine, intoxicated with fresh projects and enthusiasm. A knock at the door interrupted this concert of joy and hope. A courier from the king, said the master of ceremonies. A profound silence immediately ensued, as if the message brought by this courier were nothing but a reply to all the projects given birth to a moment before. Every one waited to see what the master would do. His brow was streaming with perspiration, and he was really suffering from his fever at that instant. He passed into his cabinet to receive the king's message. There prevailed, as we have said, such a silence in the chambers, and throughout the attendance, that from the dining-room could be heard the voice of Fouquet saying, "That is well, monsieur." This voice was, however, broken by fatigue, and trembled with emotion. An instant after, Fouquet called Gourville, who crossed the gallery amidst the universal expectation. At length he himself reappeared among his guests, but it was no longer the same pale, spiritless countenance they had beheld when he had left them. From pale he had become livid, and from spiritless, annihilated. A breathing, living spectre, he advanced with his arms stretched out, his mouth parched, like a shade that comes to salute the friends of former days. On seeing him thus, every one cried out, and every one rushed towards Fouquet. The latter, looking at Pelisson, leaned upon his wife, and pressed the icy hand of the Marquise de Belliere. "Well," said he, in a voice which had nothing human in it. "What has happened, my God?" said someone to him. Fouquet opened his right hand, which was clenched, but glistening with perspiration, and displayed a paper, upon which Pelisson cast a terrified glance. He read the following lines, written by the king's hand: "Dear and well-beloved Monsieur Fouquet, give us, upon that which you have left of ours, the sum of 700,000 livres, of which we stand in need to prepare for our departure. And as we know your health is not good, we pray God to restore you, and to have you in his holy keeping. Signed, Louis." "The present letter is to serve as a receipt." A murmur of terror circulated through the apartment. "Well," cried Pelisson, in his turn, "you have received that letter?" "Received it, yes." "What will you do, then?" "Nothing, since I have received it." "But—" "If I have received it, Pelisson, I have paid it," said the surintendant, with a simplicity that went to the heart of all present. "You have paid it!" cried Madame Fouquet. "Then we are ruined!" "Come, no useless words," interrupted Pelisson. "Next to money, life. Monseigneur, to horse! To horse!" "What, leave us?" at once cried both the women, wild with grief. "Eh? Monseigneur, in saving yourself, you save us all. To horse!" "But he cannot hold himself on. Look at him." "Oh, if he takes time to reflect," said the intrepid Pelisson.
"He is right," murmured Fouquet.
"Monseigneur, monseigneur!" cried Gourville, rushing up the stairs 4 steps at once. "Monseigneur!"
"Well, what?"
"I escorted, as you desired, the king's courier with the money."
"Yes."
"Well, when I arrived at the Palais Royal, I saw—"
"Take breath, my poor friend. Take breath. You are suffocating."
"What did you see?" cried the impatient friends.
"I saw the musketeers mounting on horseback," said Gourville.
"There, then!" cried every voice at once. "There, then! Is there an instant to be lost?" Madame Fouquet rushed downstairs, calling for her horses. Madame de Belliere flew after her, catching her in her arms, and saying,
"Madame, in the name of his safety, do not betray anything, do not manifest alarm."
Pelisson ran to have the horses put to the carriages, and, in the meantime, Gourville gathered in his hat all that the weeping friends were able to throw into it of gold and silver, the last offering, the pious alms made to misery by poverty.
The surintendant, dragged along by some, carried by others, was shut up in his carriage. Gourville took the reins and mounted the box. Pelisson supported Madame Fouquet, who had fainted. Madame de Belliere had more strength, and was well paid for it. She received Fouquet's last kiss. Pelisson easily explained this precipitate departure. Chapter 36 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 36, in Monsieur Colbert's carriage. As Gourville had seen, the king's musketeers were mounting and following their captain. The latter, who did not like to be confined in his proceedings, left his brigade under the orders of a lieutenant, and set off on post-horses, recommending his men to use all diligence. However rapidly they might travel, they could not arrive before him. He had time, in passing along the Rue des Petits Champs, to see something which afforded him plenty of food for thought and conjecture. He saw Monsieur Colbert coming out from his house to get into his carriage, which was stationed before the door. In this carriage D'Artagnan perceived the hoods of two women, and, being rather curious, he wished to know the names of the ladies hid beneath these hoods. To get a glimpse at them, for they kept themselves closely covered up, he urged his horse so near the carriage that he drove him against the step with such force as to shake everything containing and contained. The terrified women uttered, the one a faint cry, by which D'Artagnan recognized a young woman, the other an imprecation, in which he recognized the vigor and aplomb that half a century bestows. The hoods were thrown back. One of the women was Madame Vanel, the other the Duchesse de Chevreuse. D'Artagnan's eyes were quicker than those of the ladies. He had seen and known them, whilst they did not recognize him. And as they laughed at their fright, pressing each other's hands— "Humph!" said D'Artagnan. "The old Duchesse is no more inaccessible to friendship than formerly. She paying her court to the mistress of Monsieur Colbert. Poor Monsieur Fouquet! That presages you nothing good." He rode on. Monsieur Colbert got into his carriage, and the distinguished trio commenced a sufficiently slow pilgrimage toward the wood of Vincennes. Madame de Chevreuse set down Madame Vanel at her husband's house, and, left alone with Monsieur Colbert, chatted upon affairs whilst continuing her ride. She had an inexhaustible fund of conversation, that dear Duchesse, and as she always talked for the ill of others, though ever with a view to her own good, her conversation amused her interlocutor, and did not fail to leave a favourable impression. She taught Colbert, who, poor man, was ignorant of the fact, how great a minister he was, and how Fouquet would soon become a cipher. She promised to rally around him, when he should become surintendant, all the old nobility of the kingdom, and question him as to the preponderance it would be proper to allow La Valliere. She praised him, she blamed him, she bewildered him. She showed him the secret of so many secrets that for a moment Colbert thought he was doing business with the devil. She proved to him that she held in her hand the Colbert of today, as she had held the Fouquet of yesterday, and as he asked her very simply the reason of her hatred for the surintendant— "Why do you yourself hate him?" said she. "Madame, in politics," replied he, "the differences of system oft bring about dissensions between men. Monsieur Fouquet always appeared to me to practice his system opposed to the true interests of the king." She interrupted him. "I will say no more to you about Monsieur Fouquet.
The journey the king is about to take to Nantes will give a good account of him. Monsieur Fouquet, for me, is a man gone by, and for you also." Colbert made no reply. "On his return from Nantes," continued the Duchesse, "the king, who is only anxious for a pretext, will find the States have not behaved well, that they have made too few sacrifices. The States will say that the imposts are too heavy, and that the surintendant has ruined them. The king will lay all the blame on Monsieur Fouquet, and then—" "And then?" said Colbert. "Oh, he will be disgraced. Is not that your opinion?" Colbert darted a glance at the Duchesse, which plainly said, "If Monsieur Fouquet be only disgraced, you will not be the cause of it." "Your place, Monsieur Colbert," the Duchesse hastened to add, "must be a high place. Do you perceive any one between the king and yourself after the fall of Monsieur Fouquet?" "I do not understand," said he. "You will understand. To what does your ambition aspire?" "I have none." "It was useless, then, to overthrow the superintendent, Monsieur Colbert. It was idle." "I had the honor to tell you, madame—" "Oh, yes, I know, all about the interest of the king. But, if you please, we will speak of your own." "Mine, that is to say, the affairs of his Majesty." "In short, are you, or are you not endeavoring to ruin Monsieur Fouquet? Answer without evasion." "Madame, I ruin nobody." "I am endeavoring to comprehend, then, why you purchased from me the letters of Monsieur Mazarin concerning Monsieur Fouquet. Neither can I conceive why you have laid those letters before the king." Colbert, half stupefied, looked at the Duchesse with an air of constraint. "Madame," said he, "I can less easily conceive how you, who received the money, can reproach me on that head." "That is," said the old Duchesse, "because we must will that which we wish for, unless we are not able to obtain what we wish." "Will?" said Colbert, quite confounded by such coarse logic. "You are not able. Hein! Speak." "I am not able, I allow, to destroy certain influences near the king." "That fight in favor of Monsieur Fouquet? What are they? Stop, let me help you." "Do, madame." "La Valliere?" "Oh, very little influence, no knowledge of business, and small means. Monsieur Fouquet has paid his court to her." "To defend him would be to accuse herself, would it not?" "I think it would." "There is still another influence. What do you say to that?" "Is it considerable?" "The queen mother, perhaps." "Her Majesty the Queen Mother has a weakness for Monsieur Fouquet very prejudicial to her son." "Never believe that," said the old Duchesse, smiling. "Oh!" said Colbert, with incredulity, "I have often experienced it." "Formerly?" "Very recently, madame, at Vaux. It was she who prevented the king from having Monsieur Fouquet arrested." "People do not forever entertain the same opinions, my dear monsieur. That which the queen may have wished recently, she would not wish, perhaps, today." "And why not?" said Colbert, astonished. "Oh, the reason is of very little consequence." "On the contrary, I think it is of great consequence; for, if I were certain of not displeasing her Majesty, the Queen Mother, my scruples would be all removed." Well, have you never heard talk of a certain secret? A secret? Call it what you like. In short, the Queen Mother has conceived a bitter hatred for all those who have participated, in one fashion or another, in the discovery of this secret, and Monsieur Fouquet, I believe, is one of these. Then, said Colbert, we may be sure of the assent of the Queen Mother? I have just left her Majesty, and she assures me so. So be it then, madame. But there is something further. Do you happen to know a man who was the intimate friend of Monsieur Fouquet, Monsieur d'Herblay, a bishop, I believe? Bishop of Vannes. Well, this Monsieur d'Herblay, who also knew the secret, the Queen Mother is pursuing with the utmost rancour. Indeed? So hotly pursued that if he were dead, she would not be satisfied with anything less than his head. To satisfy her, he would never speak again. And is that the desire of the Queen Mother? An order is given for it. This Monsieur d'Herblay shall be sought for, madame. Oh, it is well known where he is. Colbert looked at the Duchesse. Say where, madame. He is at Belle Isle-en-Mer. At the residence of Monsieur Fouquet? At the residence of Monsieur Fouquet. He shall be taken. It was now the Duchesse's turn to smile. Do not fancy the capture so easy, said she. Do not promise it so lightly. Why not, madame? Because Monsieur d'Herblay is not one of those people who can be taken when and where you please. He is a rebel, then? Oh, Monsieur Colbert, we have passed all our lives in making rebels, and yet you see plainly that so far from being taken, we take others. Colbert fixed upon the old Duchesse one of those fierce looks of which no words can convey the expression, accompanied by a firmness not altogether wanting in grandeur. The times are gone, said he, in which subjects gain duchies by making war against the King of France. If Monsieur d'Herblay conspires, he will perish on the scaffold. That will give, or will not give, pleasure to his enemies, a matter, by the way, of little importance to us. And this us, a strange word in the mouth of Colbert, made the Duchesse thoughtful for a moment. She caught herself reckoning inwardly with this man. Colbert had regained his superiority in the conversation, and he meant to keep it. You ask me, madame, he said, to have this Monsieur d'Herblay arrested? I asked nothing of the kind. I thought you did, madame. But, as I have been mistaken, we will leave him alone. The king has said nothing about him. The Duchesse bit her nails. Besides, continued Colbert, what a poor capture would this bishop be? A bishop game for a king? Oh, no, no, I will not even take the slightest notice of him. The hatred of the Duchesse now discovered itself. Game for a woman, said she. Is not the queen a woman? If she wishes Monsieur d'Herblay arrested, she has her reasons. Besides, is not Monsieur d'Herblay the friend of him who is doomed to fall? Oh, never mind that, said Colbert. This man shall be spared, if he is not the enemy of the king. Is that displeasing to you? I say nothing. Yes, you wish to see him in prison, in the Bastille, for instance. I believe a secret better concealed behind the walls of the Bastille than behind those of Belle Isle. I will speak to the king about it. He will clear up the point. And whilst waiting for that enlightenment, Monsieur l'Evêque de Vannes will have escaped. I would do so.
Escaped? He? And whither should he escape? Europe is ours, in will if not in fact.
He will always find an asylum, monsieur. It is evident you know nothing of the man you have to do with. You do not know D'Herblay. You do not know Aramis. He was one of those 4 musketeers who, under the late king, made Cardinal de Richelieu tremble, and who, during the Regency, gave so much trouble to Monseigneur Mazarin.
But, madame, what can he do, unless he has a kingdom to back him?
He has one, monsieur.
A kingdom, he? What? Monsieur d'Herblay?
I repeat to you, monsieur, that if he wants a kingdom, he either has it or will have it.
Well, as you are so earnest that this rebel should not escape, madame, I promise you he shall not escape.
Belle Isle is fortified, Monsieur Colbert, and fortified by him.
If Belle Isle were also defended by him, Belle Isle is not impregnable, and if Monsieur l'Evêque de Vannes is shut up in Belle Isle, well, madame, the place shall be besieged, and he will be taken.
You may be very certain, monsieur, that the zeal you display in the interest of the Queen Mother will please her Majesty mightily, and you will be magnificently rewarded. But what shall I tell her of your projects respecting this man?
That when once taken he shall be shut up in a fortress from which her secret shall never escape.
Very well, Monsieur Colbert, and we may say that, dating from this instant, we have formed a solid alliance, that is, you and that I am absolutely at your service.
It is I, madame, who place myself at yours. This Chevalier d'Herblay is a kind of Spanish spy, is he not?
Much more.
A secret ambassador?
Higher still.
Stop! King Philip III of Spain is a bigot. He is perhaps the confessor of Philip III.
You must go higher, even than that.
Mon Dieu!
Cried Colbert, who forgot himself so far as to swear in the presence of this great lady, of this old friend of the Queen Mother.
He must then be the general of the Jesuits.
I believe you have guessed it at last, replied the Duchesse.
Ah, then, madame, this man will ruin us all if we do not ruin him, and we must make haste, too.
Such was my opinion, monsieur, but I did not dare to give it you.
And it was lucky for us he has attacked the throne, and not us.
But, mark this well, Monsieur Colbert, Monsieur d'Herblay is never discouraged. If he has missed one blow, he will be sure to make another. He will begin again. If he has allowed an opportunity to escape of making a king for himself, sooner or later he will make another, of whom to a certainty you will not be prime minister.
Colbert knitted his brow with a menacing expression. I feel assured that a prison will settle this affair for us, madame, in a manner satisfactory for both.
The Duchesse smiled again. Oh, if you knew, said she, how many times Aramis has got out of prison.
Oh, replied Colbert, we will take care that he shall not get out this time.
But you were not attending to what I said to you just now. Do you remember that Aramis was one of the 4 invincibles whom Richelieu so dreaded? And at that period the 4 musketeers were not in possession of that which they have now, money and experience. Colbert bit his lips.
We will now renounce the idea of the prison, said he in a lower tone.
We will find a little retreat from which the invincible cannot possibly escape."
"That was well spoken, our ally," replied the duchesse. "But it is getting late. Had we not better return?"
"The more willingly, madame, for my having my preparations to make for setting out with the king."
"To Paris!" cried the duchesse to the coachman. And the carriage returned towards the Faubourg Saint Antoine, after the conclusion of the treaty that gave to death the last friend of Fouquet, the last defender of Belle Isle, the former friend of Marie Michon, the new foe. Chapter 37 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 37 The Two Lighters. D'Artagnan had set off. Fouquet likewise was gone, and with a rapidity which doubled the tender interests of his friends. The first moments of this journey, or better say, this flight, were troubled by a ceaseless dread of every horse and carriage to be seen behind the fugitive. It was not natural, in fact, if Louis XIV was determined to seize this prey, that he should allow it to escape. The young lion was already accustomed to the chase, and he had bloodhounds sufficiently clever to be trusted. But insensibly all fears were dispersed. The surintendant, by hard travelling, placed such a distance between himself and his persecutors, that no one of them could reasonably be expected to overtake him. As to his position, his friends had made it excellent for him. Was he not travelling to join the king at Nantes? And what did the rapidity prove but his zeal to obey? He arrived, fatigued but reassured, at Orleans, where he found, thanks to the care of a courier who had preceded him, a handsome lighter of 8 oars. These lighters, in the shape of gondolas, somewhat wide and heavy, containing a small chamber covered by the deck, and a chamber in the poop formed by a tent, then acted as passage boats from Orleans to Nantes, by the Loire, and this passage, a long one in our days, appeared then more easy and convenient than the high road, with its post-hacks and its ill-hung carriages. Fouquet went on board this lighter, which set out immediately. The rowers, knowing they had the honor of conveying the surintendant of the finances, pulled with all their strength, and that magic word, the finances, promised them a liberal gratification, of which they wished to prove themselves worthy. The lighter seemed to leap the waves of the Loire. Magnificent weather, a sunrise that empurpled all the landscape, displayed the river in all its limpid serenity. The current and the rowers carried Fouquet along as wings carry a bird, and he arrived before Beaugency without the slightest accident having signalized the voyage. Fouquet hoped to be the first to arrive at Nantes. There he would see the notables and gain support among the principal members of the States. He would make himself a necessity, a thing very easy for a man of his merit, and would delay the catastrophe if he did not succeed in avoiding it entirely. "Besides," said Gourville to him, "at Nantes you will make out, or we will make out, the intentions of your enemies. We will have horses always ready to convey you to Poitou, a bark in which to gain the sea, and when once upon the open sea, Belle Isle is your inviolable port. You see, besides, that no one is watching you, no one is following." He had scarcely finished when they discovered at a distance, behind an elbow formed by the river, the mast of a huge lighter coming down. The rowers of Fouquet's boat uttered a cry of surprise on seeing this galley. "What is the matter?" asked Fouquet. "The matter is, monseigneur," replied the patron of the bark, "that it is a truly remarkable thing. That lighter comes along like a hurricane." Gourville started, and mounted to the deck, in order to obtain a better view. Fouquet did not go up with him, but said to Gourville, with restrained mistrust, "See what it is, dear friend." The lighter had just passed the elbow. It came on so fast that behind it might be plainly seen the white wake illumined with the fires of the day. "How they go!" repeated the skipper. "How they go! They must be well paid. I do not think," he added, "that oars of wood could behave better than ours, but yonder oarsmen prove the contrary." "Well they may," said one of the rowers. "They are 12, and we but 8. 12 rowers," replied Gourville. 12! Impossible. The number of 8 rowers for a lighter had never been exceeded, even for the king. This honor had been paid to Monsieur le Surintendant more for the sake of haste than of respect. "What does it mean?" said Gourville, endeavoring to distinguish beneath the tent, which was already apparent, travellers which the most piercing eye could not yet have succeeded in discovering. "They must be in a hurry, for it is not the king," said the patron. Fouquet shuddered. "By what sign do you know that it is not the king?" said Gourville. "In the first place, because there is no white flag with fleur-de-lis, which the royal lighter always carries." "And then," said Fouquet, "because it is impossible it should be the king, Gourville, as the king was still in Paris yesterday." Gourville replied to the surintendant by a look which said, "You were there yourself yesterday." "And by what sign do you make out they are in such haste?" added he, for the sake of gaining time. "By this, monsieur," said the patron. "These people must have set out a long while after us, and they have already nearly overtaken us." "Bah!" said Gourville, "who told you that they do not come from Beaugency, or from Moi even?" "We have seen no lighter of that shape except at Orleans. It comes from Orleans, monsieur, and makes great haste." Fouquet and Gourville exchanged a glance. The captain remarked their uneasiness, and, to mislead him, Gourville immediately said, "Some friend who has laid a wager he would catch us. Let us win the wager, and not allow him to come up with us." The patron opened his mouth to say that it was quite impossible, but Fouquet said with much hauteur, "If it is any one who wishes to overtake us, let him come." "We can try, monseigneur," said the man timidly. "Come, you fellows, put out your strength. Row, row!" "No," said Fouquet. "On the contrary, stop short." "Monseigneur, what folly!" interrupted Gourville, stooping towards his ear. "Pull up!" repeated Fouquet. The 8 oars stopped, and, resisting the water, created a retrograde motion. It stopped. The 12 rowers and the other did not at first perceive this maneuver, for they continued to urge on their boat so vigorously that it arrived quickly within musket shot. Fouquet was short-sighted. Gourville was annoyed by the sun, now full in his eyes. The skipper alone, with that habit and clearness which are acquired by a constant struggle with the elements, perceived distinctly the travellers in the neighboring lighter. "I can see them!" cried he. "There are 2." "I can see nothing," said Gourville. "You will not be long before you distinguish them. In 20 strokes of their oars they will be within 10 paces of us." But what the patron announced was not realized. The lighter imitated the movement commanded by Fouquet, and instead of coming to join its pretended friends, it stopped short in the middle of the river. "I cannot comprehend this," said the captain. "Nor I!" cried Gourville. "You who can see so plainly the people in that lighter," resumed Fouquet. "Try to describe them to us before we are too far off." "I thought I saw two," replied the boatman. "I can only see one now, under the tent." "What sort of man is he?" "He's a dark man, broad-shouldered, bull-necked." A little cloud at that moment passed across the azure, darkening the sun. Gourville, who was still looking, with one hand over his eyes, became able to see what he sought, and all at once, jumping from the deck into the chamber where Fouquet awaited him, "Colbert!" said he, in a voice broken by emotion. "Colbert!" repeated Fouquet. "Too strange! But no, it is impossible." "I tell you I recognized him, and he at the same time so plainly recognized me that he is just gone into the chamber on the poop. Perhaps the king has sent him on our track." "In that case he would join us, instead of lying by. What is he doing there?" "He is watching us, without a doubt." "I do not like uncertainty," said Fouquet. "Let us go straight up to him." "Oh, monseigneur, do not do that. The lighter is full of armed men." "He wishes to arrest me, then, Gourville? Why does he not come on?" "Monseigneur, it is not consistent with your dignity to go over to meet even your ruin." "But to allow them to watch me like a malefactor!" "Nothing yet proves that they are watching you, monseigneur. Be patient." "What is to be done, then?" "Do not stop. You are only going so fast to appear to obey the king's order with zeal. Redouble the speed. He who lives will see." "That is better. Come," cried Fouquet. "Since they remain stock still yonder, let us go on." The captain gave the signal, and Fouquet's rowers resumed their task with all the success that could be looked for from men who had rested. Scarcely had the lighter made 100 fathoms, than the other, that with the 12 rowers, resumed its rapid course. This position lasted all day, without any increase or diminution of distance between the two vessels. Towards evening Fouquet wished to try the intentions of his persecutor. He ordered his rowers to pull towards the shore, as if to effect a landing. Colbert's lighter imitated this maneuver and steered towards the shore in a slanting direction. By the merest chance, at the spot where Fouquet pretended to wish to land, a stableman from the chateau of Langier was following the flowery banks, leading 3 horses in halters. Without doubt, the people of the 12-oared lighter fancied that Fouquet was directing his course to these horses ready for flight, for 4 or 5 men, armed with muskets, jumped from the lighter on to the shore and marched along the banks, as if to gain ground on the horsemen. Fouquet, satisfied of having forced the enemy to a demonstration, considered his intention evident, and put his boat in motion again. Colbert's people returned likewise to theirs, and the course of the 2 vessels was resumed with fresh perseverance. Upon seeing this, Fouquet felt himself threatened closely, and in a prophetic voice, "Well, Gourville," said he, whisperingly, "what did I say at our last repast, at my house? Am I going, or not, to my ruin?"
"Oh, monseigneur!"
"These 2 boats, which follow each other with so much emulation, as if we were disputing, Monsieur Colbert and I, a prize for swiftness on the Loire. Do they not aptly represent our fortunes? And do you not believe, Gourville, that one of the 2 will be wrecked at Nantes?"
"At least," objected Gourville, "there is still uncertainty. You are about to appear at the States. You are about to show what sort of man you are. Your eloquence and genius for business are the buckler and sword that will serve to defend you, if not to conquer with. The Bretons do not know you, and when they become acquainted with you, your cause is won. Oh, let Monsieur Colbert look to it well,
for his lighter is as much exposed as yours to being upset. Both go quickly, his faster than yours, it is true. We shall see which will be wrecked first. Fouquet, taking Gourville's hand. My friend, said he, everything considered, remember the proverb, first come, first served. Well, Monsieur Colbert cares not to pass me. He is a prudent man, is Monsieur Colbert. He was right. The two lighters held their course as far as Nantes, watching each other. When the surintendant landed, Gourville hoped he should be able to seek refuge at once, and have the relays prepared. But at the landing the second lighter joined the first, and Colbert, approaching Fouquet, saluted him on the quay with marks of the profoundest respect, marks so significant, so public, that their result was the bringing of the whole population upon La Fosse. Fouquet was completely self-possessed. He felt that in his last moments of greatness he had obligations toward himself. He wished to fall from such a height that his fall should crush some of his enemies. Colbert was there. So much the worse for Colbert. The surintendant, therefore, coming up to him, replied, with that arrogant semi-closure of the eyes peculiar to him, "What? Is that you, Monsieur Colbert?" "To offer you my respects, monseigneur," said the latter. "Were you in that lighter?" pointing to the one with 12 rowers. "Yes, monseigneur." "Of 12 rowers?" said Fouquet. "What luxury, Monsieur Colbert! For a moment I thought it was the Queen Mother." "Monseigneur," and Colbert blushed. "This is a voyage that will cost those who have to pay for it dear, Monsieur l'Intendant," said Fouquet. "But you have, happily, arrived. You see, however," added he a moment after, "that I, who had but 8 rowers, arrived before you." And he turned his back towards him, leaving him uncertain whether the manoeuvres of the second lighter had escaped the notice of the first. At least he did not give him the satisfaction of showing that he had been frightened. Colbert, so annoyingly attacked, did not give way. "I have not been quick, monseigneur, because I followed your example whenever you stopped." "And why did you do that, Monsieur Colbert?" cried Fouquet, irritated by the base audacity. "As you had a superior crew to mine, why did you not either join me or pass me?" "Out of respect," said the intendant, bowing to the ground. Fouquet got into a carriage which the city had sent to him, we know not why or how, and he repaired to La Maison de Nantes, escorted by a vast crowd of people, who for several days had been agog with expectation of a convocation of the States. Scarcely was he installed when Gourville went out to order horses on the route to Poitiers and Vannes, and a boat at Paimboeuf. He performed these various operations with so much mystery, activity, and generosity, that never was Fouquet, then laboring under an attack of fever, more nearly saved, except for the counteraction of that immense disturber of human projects, chance. A report was spread during the night that the king was coming in great haste on post-horses, and would arrive in 10 or 12 hours at the latest. The people, while waiting for the king, were greatly rejoiced to see the musketeers, newly arrived, with Monsieur d'Artagnan, their captain, and quartered in the castle, of which they occupied all the posts, in quality of guard of honor. Monsieur d'Artagnan, who was very polite, presented himself, about 10 o'clock, at the lodgings of the surintendant to pay his respectful compliments. And although the minister suffered from fever, although he was in such pain as to be bathed in sweat, he would receive Monsieur d'Artagnan, who was delighted with Chapter 38 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 38. Friendly Advice. Fouquet had gone to bed like a man who clings to life and wishes to economize, as much as possible, that slender tissue of existence of which the shocks and frictions of this world so quickly wear out the tenuity. D'Artagnan appeared at the door of this chamber, and was saluted by the superintendent with a very affable "Good day." "Bonjour, monseigneur," replied the Musketeer. "How did you get through the journey?"
"Tolerably well, thank you."
"And the fever?"
"But poorly. I drink, as you perceive. I am scarcely arrived, and I have already levied a contribution of tisane upon nuts."
"You should sleep first, monseigneur."
"Eh, corbleu, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, I should be very glad to sleep."
"Who hinders you?"
"Why, you, in the first place."
"I? Oh, monseigneur!"
"No doubt you do. Is it not as at Paris? Do you not come in the king's name?"
"For heaven's sake, monseigneur," replied the captain, "leave the king alone. The day on which I shall come on the part of the king, for the purpose you mean, take my word for it, I will not leave you long in doubt. You will see me place my hand on my sword, according to the ordonnance, and you will hear my say at once, in ceremonial voice, 'Monseigneur, in the name of the king, I arrest you.'"
"You promise me that frankness?" said the superintendent.
"Upon my honor. But we have not come to that, believe me."
"What makes you think that, Monsieur d'Artagnan? For my part, I think quite the contrary."
"I have heard speak of nothing of the kind," replied D'Artagnan.
"Eh, eh?"
said Fouquet. "Indeed, no. You are an agreeable man, in spite of your fever. The king cannot help loving you at the bottom of his heart." Fouquet's expression implied doubt.
"But Monsieur Colbert," said he, "does Monsieur Colbert love me as much as you say?"
"I am not speaking of Monsieur Colbert," replied D'Artagnan. "He is an exceptional man. He does not love you. So much is very possible. But, mordioux, the squirrel can guard himself against the adder with very little trouble."
"Do you know that you are speaking to me quite as a friend?" replied Fouquet, "and that, upon my life, I have never met with a man of your intelligence and heart?"
"You are pleased to say so," replied D'Artagnan. "Why did you wait till today to pay me such a compliment?"
"Blind that we are," murmured Fouquet.
"Your voice is getting hoarse," said D'Artagnan. "Drink, monseigneur, drink!" And he offered him a cup of tisane, with the most friendly cordiality. Fouquet took it, and thanked him by a gentle smile. "Such things only happen to me," said the Musketeer. "I have passed 10 years under your very beard, while you were rolling about tons of gold. You were clearing an annual pension of 4 millions. You never observed me, and you find out there is such a person in the world just at the moment I am about to fall," interrupted Fouquet.
"That is true, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"I did not say so."
"But you thought so, and that is the same thing. Well, if I fall, take my word as truth, I shall not pass a single day without saying to myself, as I strike my brow, 'Fool, fool, stupid mortal! You had a Monsieur d'Artagnan under your eye and hand, and you did not employ him, you did not enrich him.'"
"You overwhelm me," said the captain. "I esteem you greatly."
There exists another man, then, who does not think as Monsieur Colbert thinks, said the surintendant. How this Monsieur Colbert looms up in your imagination! He is worse than fever. Oh, I have good cause, said Fouquet. Judge for yourself. And he related the details of the course of the lighters, and the hypocritical persecution of Colbert. Is not this a clear sign of my ruin? D'Artagnan became very serious. That is true, he said. Yes, it has an unsavory odor, as Monsieur de Treville used to say. And he fixed on Monsieur Fouquet his intelligent and significant look. Am I not clearly designated in that, captain? Is not the king bringing me to Nantes to get me away from Paris, where I have so many creatures, and to possess himself of Belle Isle? Where Monsieur d'Herblay is, added D'Artagnan. Fouquet raised his head. As for me, monseigneur, continued D'Artagnan, I can assure you the king has said nothing to me against you. Indeed? The king commanded me to set out for Nantes, it is true, and to say nothing about it to Monsieur de Gesvre. My friend. To Monsieur de Gesvre, yes, monseigneur, continued the musketeer, whose eyes did not cease to speak a language different from the language of his lips. The king, moreover, commanded me to take a brigade of musketeers, which is apparently superfluous, as the country is quite quiet. A brigade, said Fouquet, raising himself upon his elbow. 96 horsemen, yes, monseigneur, the same number as were employed in arresting Messieurs de Chalais, de Cinq-Mars, and Montmorency. Fouquet pricked up his ears at these words, pronounced without apparent value. And what else? Said he. Oh, nothing but insignificant orders, such as guarding the castle, guarding every lodging, allowing none of Monsieur de Gesvre's guards to occupy a single post. And as to myself, cried Fouquet, what orders had you? As to you, monseigneur, not the smallest word. Monsieur d'Artagnan, my safety, my honor, perhaps my life are at stake. You would not deceive me. I? To what end? Are you threatened? Only there really is an order with respect to carriages and boats. An order? Yes, but it cannot concern you. A simple measure of police. What is it, captain? What is it? To forbid all horses or boats to leave Nantes without a pass signed by the king. Great God, but... D'Artagnan began to laugh. All that is not to be put into execution before the arrival of the king at Nantes. So that you see plainly, monseigneur, the order in no wise concerns you. Fouquet became thoughtful, and D'Artagnan feigned not to observe his preoccupation. It is evident, by my thus confiding to you the orders which have been given to me, that I am friendly towards you, and that I am trying to prove to you that none of them are directed against you. Without doubt, said Fouquet, still absent. Let us recapitulate, said the captain, his glance beaming with earnestness. A special guard about the castle in which your lodging is to be, is it not? Do you know the castle? Ah, monseigneur, a regular prison. The absence of Monsieur de Gesvre, which has the honor of being one of your friends. The closing of the gates of the city, and of the river without a pass, but only when the king shall have arrived. Please to observe, Monsieur Fouquet, that if, instead of speaking to a man like you, who are one of the first in the kingdom, I were speaking to a troubled, uneasy conscience, I should compromise myself forever. What a fine opportunity for any one who wished to be free! No police, no guards, no orders,
The water free, the roads free, Monsieur d'Artagnan obliged to lend his horses, if required. All this ought to reassure you, Monsieur Fouquet, for the king would not have left me thus independent if he had any sinister designs. In truth, Monsieur Fouquet, ask me whatever you like. I am at your service, and in return, if you will consent to do it, do me a service, that of giving my compliments to Aramis and Porthos, in case you embark for Belle Isle, as you have a right to do without changing your dress, immediately, in your robe de chambre, just as you are. Saying these words, and with a profound bow, the musketeer, whose looks had lost none of their intelligent kindness, left the apartment. He had not reached the steps of the vestibule, when Fouquet, quite beside himself, hung to the bell rope, and shouted, "My horses! My lighter!" But nobody answered. The surintendant dressed himself with everything that came to hand. "Gourville! Gourville!" cried he, while slipping his watch into his pocket, and the bell sounded again, whilst Fouquet repeated, "Gourville! Gourville!" Gourville at length appeared, breathless and pale. "Let us be gone! Let us be gone!" cried Fouquet, as soon as he saw him. "It is too late," said the surintendant's poor friend. "Too late? Why?" "Listen!" And they heard the sounds of trumpets and drums in front of the castle. "What does that mean, Gourville?" "It means the king is come, monseigneur." "The king!" "The king, who has ridden double stages, who has killed horses, and who is 8 hours in advance of all our calculations." "We are lost," murmured Fouquet. "Brave D'Artagnan, all is over. Thou hast spoken to me too late." The king, in fact, was entering the city, which soon resounded with the cannon from the ramparts, and from a vessel which replied from the lower parts of the river. Fouquet's brow darkened. He called his valet de chambre, and dressed in ceremonial costume. From his window, behind the curtains, he could see the eagerness of the people, and the movement of a large troop, which had followed the prince. The king was conducted to the castle with great pomp, and Fouquet saw him dismount under the portcullis, and say something in the ear of D'Artagnan, who held his stirrup. D'Artagnan, when the king had passed under the arch, directed his steps towards the house Fouquet was in, but so slowly, and stopping so frequently to speak to his musketeers, drawn up like a hedge, that it might be said he was counting the seconds, or the steps, before accomplishing his object. Fouquet opened the window to speak to him in the court. "Ah!" cried D'Artagnan, on perceiving him, "are you still there, monseigneur?" And that word "still" completed the proof to Fouquet of how much information and how many useful counsels were contained in the first visit the musketeer had paid him. The surintendant sighed deeply. "Good heavens! Yes, monsieur," replied he. "The arrival of the king has interrupted me in the projects I had formed." "Oh, then you know that the king has arrived?" "Yes, monsieur. I have seen him, and this time you come from him." "To inquire after you, monseigneur, and, if your health is not too bad, to beg you to have the kindness to repair to the castle." "Directly, Monsieur d'Artagnan, directly." "Ah, mordieu!" said the captain. "Now the king is come, there is no more walking for anybody, no more free will. The password governs all now, you as much as me as much as you." Fouquet heaved a last sigh, climbed with difficulty into his carriage, so great was his weakness, and went to the castle, escorted by D'Artagnan, whose politeness was not less terrifying this time.
Chapter 39 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 39. How the King, Louis XIV, played his little part. As Fouquet was alighting from his carriage, to enter the castle of Nantes, a man of mean appearance went up to him with marks of the greatest respect, and gave him a letter. D'Artagnan endeavoured to prevent this man from speaking to Fouquet, and pushed him away, but the message had been given to the surintendant. Fouquet opened the letter and read it, and instantly a vague terror, which D'Artagnan did not fail to penetrate, was painted on the countenance of the first minister. Fouquet put the paper into the portfolio which he had under his arm, and passed on towards the king's apartments. D'Artagnan, through the small windows made at every landing of the donjon stairs, saw, as he went up behind Fouquet, the man who had delivered the note, looking round him on the place and making signs to several persons, who disappeared in the adjacent streets, after having themselves repeated the signals. Fouquet was made to wait for a moment on the terrace of which we have spoken, a terrace which abutted on the little corridor, at the end of which the cabinet of the king was located. Here D'Artagnan passed on before the surintendant, whom till that time he had respectfully accompanied, and entered the royal cabinet. "Well?" asked Louis XIV, who, on perceiving him, threw on to the table covered with papers a large green cloth. "The order is executed, sire." "And Fouquet?" "Monsieur le surintendant follows me," said D'Artagnan. "In 10 minutes let him be introduced," said the king, dismissing D'Artagnan again with a gesture. The latter retired, but had scarcely reached the corridor at the extremity of which Fouquet was waiting for him, when he was recalled by the king's bell. "Did he not appear astonished?" asked the king. "Who, sire?" "Fouquet," replied the king, without saying a monsieur, a peculiarity which confirmed the captain of the musketeers in his suspicions. "No, sire," replied he. "That's well." And a second time Louis dismissed D'Artagnan. Fouquet had not quitted the terrace where he had been left by his guide. He re-perused his note, conceived thus: "Something is being contrived against you. Perhaps they will not dare to carry it out at the castle. It will be on your return home. The house is already surrounded by musketeers. Do not enter. A white horse is in waiting for you behind the esplanade." Fouquet recognized the writing and zeal of Gourville. Not being willing that, if any evil happened to himself, this paper should compromise a faithful friend, the surintendant was busy tearing it into 1,000 morsels, spread about by the wind from the balustrade of the terrace. D'Artagnan found him watching the snowflake fluttering of the last scraps in space. "Monsieur," said he, "the king awaits you." Fouquet walked with a deliberate step along the little corridor, where Messieurs de Brienne and Rose were at work, whilst the Duc de Saint Aignan, seated on a chair, likewise in the corridor, appeared to be waiting for orders, with feverish impatience, his sword between his legs. It appeared strange to Fouquet that Messieurs Brienne, Rose, and de Saint Aignan, in general so attentive and obsequious, should scarcely take the least notice, as he, the surintendant, passed. But how could he expect to find it otherwise among courtiers, he whom the king no longer called anything but Fouquet? He raised his head, determined to look every one and everything bravely in the face, and entered the king's apartment, where a little bell, which we already know, had already announced him to his majesty. The king, without rising, nodded to him, and with interest. "Well, how are you, Monsieur Fouquet?" said he. "I am in a high fever," replied the surintendant, "but I am at the king's service."
That is well. The States assemble tomorrow. Have you a speech ready? Fouquet looked at the king with astonishment. I have not, sire, replied he, but I will improvise one. I am too well acquainted with affairs to feel any embarrassment. I have only one question to ask. Will your Majesty permit me? Certainly. Ask it. Why did not your Majesty do his first minister the honour of giving him notice of this in Paris? You were ill. I was not willing to fatigue you. Never did a labour, never did an explanation fatigue me, sire, and since the moment is come for me to demand an explanation of my king— Oh, Monsieur Fouquet, an explanation? An explanation, pray, of what? Of your Majesty's intentions with respect to myself. The king blushed. I have been calumniated, continued Fouquet warmly, and I feel called upon to adjure the justice of the king to make inquiries. You say all this to me very uselessly, Monsieur Fouquet. I know what I know. Your Majesty can only know the things that have been told to you, and I, on my part, have said nothing to you, whilst others have spoken many, many times. What do you wish to say? Said the king, impatient to put an end to this embarrassing conversation. I will go straight to the facts, sire, and I accuse a certain man of having injured me in your Majesty's opinion. Nobody has injured you, Monsieur Fouquet. That reply proves to me, sire, that I am right. Monsieur Fouquet, I do not like people to be accused. Not when one is accused? We have already spoken too much about this affair. Your Majesty will not allow me to justify myself? I repeat that I do not accuse you. Fouquet, with a half-bow, made a step backward. It is certain, thought he, that he has made up his mind. He alone who cannot go back can show such obstinacy. Not to see the danger now would be to be blind indeed. Not to shun it would be stupid. He resumed aloud. Did your Majesty send for me on business? No, Monsieur Fouquet, but for some advice I wish to give you. I respectfully await it, sire. Rest yourself, Monsieur Fouquet. Do not throw away your strength. The session of the States will be short, and when my secretaries shall have closed it, I do not wish business to be talked of in France for a fortnight. Has the king nothing to say to me on the subject of this Assembly of the States? No, Monsieur Fouquet. Not to me, the superintendent of the finances? Rest yourself, I beg you. That is all I have to say to you. Fouquet bit his lips and hung his head. He was evidently busy with some uneasy thought. This uneasiness struck the king. Are you angry at having to rest yourself, Monsieur Fouquet? Said he. Yes, sire. I am not accustomed to take rest. But you are ill. You must take care of yourself. Your Majesty spoke just now of a speech to be pronounced tomorrow. His Majesty made no reply. This unexpected stroke embarrassed him. Fouquet felt the weight of this hesitation. He thought he could read danger in the eyes of the young prince, which fear would but precipitate. If I appear frightened, I am lost, thought he. The king, on his part, was only uneasy at the alarm of Fouquet. Has he a suspicion of anything? Murmured he. If his first word is severe, again thought Fouquet, if he becomes angry, or feigns to be angry for the sake of a pretext, how shall I extricate myself? Let us smooth the declivity a little. Gourville was right. Sire, said he, suddenly, since the goodness of the king watches over my health to the point of dispensing with my labour,
May I not be allowed to be absent from the council of tomorrow? I could pass the day in bed, and will entreat the king to grant me his physician, that we may endeavour to find a remedy against this fearful fever."
"So be it, Monsieur Fouquet. It shall be as you desire. You shall have a holiday tomorrow. You shall have the physician, and shall be restored to health."
"Thanks," said Fouquet, bowing.
Then, opening his game,
"Shall I not have the happiness of conducting your Majesty to my residence of Belle Isle?"
And he looked Louis full in the face, to judge of the effect of such a proposal. The king blushed again.
"Do you know," replied he, endeavouring to smile, "that you have just said, 'my residence of Belle Isle'?" "Yes, sire."
"Well, do you not remember," continued the king in the same cheerful tone, "that you gave me Belle Isle?"
"That is true again, sire. Only, as you have not taken it, you will doubtless come with me and take possession of it."
"I mean to do so."
"That was, besides, your Majesty's intention as well as mine, and I cannot express to your Majesty how happy and proud I have been to see all the king's regiments from Paris to help take possession."
The king stammered out that he did not bring the musketeers for that alone.
"Oh, I am convinced of that," said Fouquet, warmly. "Your Majesty knows very well that you have nothing to do but to come alone with a cane in your hand, to bring to the ground all the fortifications of Belle Isle."
"Peste!" cried the king. "I do not wish those fine fortifications, which cost so much to build, to fall at all. No, let them stand against the Dutch and English. You would not guess what I want to see at Belle Isle, Monsieur Fouquet. It is the pretty peasants and women of the lands on the seashore, who dance so well, and are so seducing with their scarlet petticoats. I have heard great boast of your pretty tenants, Monsieur le Surintendant. Well, let me have a sight of them."
"Whenever your Majesty pleases."
"Have you any means of transport? It shall be tomorrow, if you like." The surintendant felt this stroke, which was not adroit, and replied,
"No, sire, I was ignorant of your Majesty's wish. Above all, I was ignorant of your haste to see Belle Isle, and I am prepared with nothing."
"You have a boat of your own, nevertheless?"
"I have 5, but they are all in port, or at Paimboeuf, and to join them, or bring them hither, will require at least 24 hours. Have I any occasion to send a courier? Must I do so?"
"Wait a little, put an end to the fever. Wait till tomorrow."
"That is true. Who knows but by tomorrow we may not have 100 other ideas,"
replied Fouquet, now perfectly convinced and very pale. The king started and stretched his hand out towards his little bell, but Fouquet prevented his ringing.
"Sire," said he, "I have an ague. I am trembling with cold. If I remain a moment longer, I shall most likely faint. I request your Majesty's permission to go and fling myself beneath the bedclothes."
"Indeed, you are in a shiver. It is painful to behold. Come, Monsieur Fouquet, begone. I will send to inquire after you."
"Your Majesty overwhelms me with kindness. In an hour I shall be better."
"I will call someone to reconduct you," said the king.
"As you please, sire. I would gladly take the arm of any one."
"Monsieur d'Artagnan!" cried the king, ringing his little bell.
"Oh, sire!"
interrupted Fouquet, laughing in such a manner as made the prince feel cold.
"Would you give me the captain of your musketeers to take me to my lodgings? An equivocal honor that, sire. A simple footman, I beg."
"And why, Monsieur Fouquet? Monsieur d'Artagnan conducts me often, and extremely well."
"Yes, but when he conducts you, sire,
It is to obey you, whilst me—" "Go on." "If I am obliged to return home supported by the leader of the musketeers, it would be everywhere said you had had me arrested." "Arrested!" replied the king, who became paler than Fouquet himself. "Arrested! Oh!" "And why should they not say so?" continued Fouquet, still laughing. "And I would lay a wager there would be people found wicked enough to laugh at it." This sally disconcerted the monarch. Fouquet was skilful enough, or fortunate enough, to make Louis XIV recoil before the appearance of the deed he meditated. M. d'Artagnan, when he approached, received an order to desire a musketeer to accompany the surintendant. "Quite unnecessary," said the latter. "Sword for sword, I prefer Gourville, who is waiting for me below. But that will not prevent me enjoying the society of M. d'Artagnan. I am glad he will see Belle Isle. He is so good a judge of fortifications." D'Artagnan bowed, without at all comprehending what was going on. Fouquet bowed again, and left the apartment, affecting all the slowness of a man who walks with difficulty. When once out of the castle, "I am saved," said he. "Oh, yes, disloyal king, you shall see Belle Isle, but it shall be when I am no longer there." He disappeared, leaving D'Artagnan with the king. "Captain," said the king, "you will follow Monsieur Fouquet at the distance of 100 paces." "Yes, sire." "He is going to his lodgings again. You will go with him." "Yes, sire." "You will arrest him in my name, and will shut him up in a carriage." "In a carriage. Well, sire?" "In such a fashion that he may not, on the road, either converse with any one, or throw notes to people he may meet." "That will be rather difficult, sire." "Not at all." "Pardon me, sire, I cannot stifle Monsieur Fouquet, and if he asks for liberty to breathe, I cannot prevent him by closing both the windows and the blinds. He will throw out at the doors all the cries and notes possible." "The case is provided for, Monsieur d'Artagnan. A carriage with a trellis will obviate both the difficulties you point out." "A carriage with an iron trellis!" cried D'Artagnan. "But a carriage with an iron trellis is not made in half an hour, and your majesty commands me to go immediately to Monsieur Fouquet's lodgings." "The carriage in question is already made." "Ah! That is quite a different thing," said the captain. "If the carriage is ready made, very well, then, we have only to set it in motion." "It is ready, and the horses harnessed." "Ah!" "And the coachman, with the outriders, is waiting in the lower court of the castle." D'Artagnan bowed. "There only remains for me to ask your majesty whither I shall conduct Monsieur Fouquet." "To the castle of Angers, at first." "Very well, sire." "Afterwards, we will see." "Yes, sire." "Monsieur d'Artagnan, one last word. You have remarked that, for making this capture of Monsieur Fouquet, I have not employed my guards, on which account Monsieur de Gesvre will be furious." "Your majesty does not employ your guards," said the captain, a little humiliated, "because you mistrust Monsieur de Gesvre. That is all." "That is to say, monsieur, that I have more confidence in you." "I know that very well, sire, and it is of no use to make so much of it." "It is only for the sake of arriving at this, monsieur, that if, from this moment, it should happen that by any chance whatever Monsieur Fouquet should escape, such chances have been, monsieur." "Oh, very often, sire, but for others, not for me." "And why not with you?" "Because I, sire, have for an instant wished to save Monsieur Fouquet." The king started. "Because," continued the captain, "I had then a right to do so, having guessed your majesty's plan, without you having spoken to me of it, and that I took an interest in Monsieur Fouquet. Now, was I not at liberty to show my interest in this man?" "In truth, monsieur, you do not reassure me with regard to your services." "If I had saved him, then, I should have been perfectly innocent. I will say more. I should have done well, for Monsieur Fouquet is not a bad man. But he was not willing, his destiny prevailed, he let the hour of liberty slip by. So much the worse. Now I have orders, I will obey those orders, and Monsieur Fouquet you may consider as a man arrested. He is at the castle of Angers, this very Monsieur Fouquet." "Oh, you have not got him yet, captain." "That concerns me. Every one to his trade, sire. Only, once more, reflect. Do you seriously give me orders to arrest Monsieur Fouquet, sire?" "Yes, 1,000 times, yes." "In writing, sire, then." "Here is the order." D'Artagnan read it, bowed to the king, and left the room. From the height of the terrace he perceived Gourville, who went by with a joyous air. Chapter 40 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 40 The White Horse and the Black. "That is rather surprising," said D'Artagnan. "Gourville running about the streets so gaily when he is almost certain that Monsieur Fouquet is in danger, when it is almost equally certain that it was Gourville who warned Monsieur Fouquet just now by the note which was torn into 1,000 pieces upon the terrace, and given to the winds by Monsieur le Surintendant. Gourville is rubbing his hands. That is because he has done something clever. Whence comes Monsieur Gourville? Gourville is coming from the Rue aux Herbes. Whither does the Rue aux Herbes lead?" And D'Artagnan followed, along the tops of the houses of Nantes, dominated by the castle, the line traced by the streets, as he would have done upon a topographical plan, only, instead of the dead, flat paper, the living chart rose in relief with the cries, the movements, and the shadows of men and things. Beyond the enclosure of the city, the great verdant plains stretched out, bordering the Loire, and appeared to run towards the pink horizon, which was cut by the azure of the waters and the dark green of the marshes. Immediately outside the gates of Nantes, 2 white roads were seen diverging like separate fingers of a gigantic hand. D'Artagnan, who had taken in all the panorama at a glance by crossing the terrace, was led by the line of the Rue aux Herbes to the mouth of one of those roads which took its rise under the gates of Nantes. One step more, and he was about to descend the stairs, take his trellised carriage, and go towards the lodgings of Monsieur Fouquet. But chance decreed, at the moment of plunging into the staircase, that he was attracted by a moving point then gaining ground upon that road. "What is that?" said the Musketeer to himself. "A horse galloping. A runaway horse, no doubt. What a rate he is going at!" The moving point became detached from the road and entered into the fields. "A white horse," continued the captain, who had just observed the color thrown luminously against the dark ground. "And he is mounted. It must be some boy whose horse is thirsty and has run away with him." These reflections, rapid as lightning, simultaneous with visual perception, D'Artagnan had already forgotten when he descended the first steps of the staircase. Some morsels of paper were spread over the stairs, and shone out white against the dirty stones. "Eh, eh!" said the captain to himself. "Here are some of the fragments of the note torn by Monsieur Fouquet. Poor man! He has given his secret to the wind. The wind will have no more to do with it, and brings it back to the king. Decidedly, Fouquet, you play with misfortune. The game is not a fair one. Fortune is against you. The star of Louis XIV obscures yours. The adder is stronger and more cunning than the squirrel." D'Artagnan picked up one of the morsels of paper as he descended. "Gourville's pretty little hand!" cried he, whilst examining one of the fragments of the note. "I was not mistaken." And he read the word horse. "Stop!" said he, and he examined another, upon which there was not a letter traced. Upon a third he read the word white. "White horse," repeated he, like a child that is spelling. "Ah, mordioux!" cried the suspicious spirit. "A white horse!" And, like that grain of powder which, burning, dilates into 10,000 times its volume, D'Artagnan, enlightened by ideas and suspicions, rapidly reascended the stairs towards the terrace. The white horse was still galloping in the direction of the Loire, at the extremity of which, melting into the vapors of the water, a little sail appeared, wave-balanced like a water butterfly. "Oh!" cried the musketeer, "only a man who wants to fly would go at that pace across ploughed lands. There is but one Fouquet, a financier, to ride thus in open day upon a white horse. There is no one but the Lord of Belle Isle who would make his escape towards the sea, while there are such thick forests on land, and there is but one D'Artagnan in the world to catch Monsieur Fouquet, who has half an hour's start, and will have gained his boat within an hour." This being said, the musketeer gave orders that the carriage with the iron trellis should be taken immediately to a thicket situated just outside the city. He selected his best horse, jumped upon his back, galloped along the Rue aux Herbes, taking, not the road Fouquet had taken, but the bank itself of the Loire, certain that he should gain 10 minutes upon the total distance, and, at the intersection of the two lines, come up with the fugitive, who could have no suspicion of being pursued in that direction. In the rapidity of the pursuit, and with the impatience of the avenger, animating himself as in war, D'Artagnan, so mild, so kind towards Fouquet, was surprised to find himself become ferocious, almost sanguinary. For a long time he galloped without catching sight of the white horse. His rage assumed fury. He doubted himself. He suspected that Fouquet had buried himself in some subterranean road, or that he had changed the white horse for one of the famous black ones, as swift as the wind, which D'Artagnan, at Saint-Mande, had so frequently admired and envied for their vigor and their fleetness. At such moments, when the wind cut his eyes so as to make the tears spring from them, when the saddle had become burning hot, when the galled and spurred horse reared with pain, and threw behind him a shower of dust and stones, D'Artagnan, raising himself in his stirrups, and seeing nothing on the waters, nothing beneath the trees, looked up into the air like a madman. He was losing his senses. In the paroxysms of eagerness he dreamt of aerial ways, the discovery of the following century. He called to his mind Daedalus and the vast wings that had saved him from the prisons of Crete. A hoarse sigh broke from his lips, as he repeated, devoured by the fear of ridicule, I, duped by a Gourville! I! They will say that I am growing old. They will say I have received 1,000,000 to allow Fouquet to escape." And he again dug his spurs into the sides of his horse. He had ridden astonishingly fast. Suddenly, at the extremity of some open pasture ground, behind the hedges, he saw a white form which showed itself, disappeared, and at last remained distinctly visible against the rising ground. D'Artagnan's heart leaped with joy. He wiped the streaming sweat from his brow, relaxed the tension of his knees, by which the horse breathed more freely, and gathering up his reins, moderated the speed of the vigorous animal, his active accomplice on this man-hunt. He had then time to study the direction of the road, and his position with regard to Fouquet. The superintendent had completely winded his horse by crossing the soft ground. He felt the necessity of gaining a firmer footing, and turned towards the road by the shortest secant line. D'Artagnan, on his part, had nothing to do but to ride straight on, concealed by the sloping shore, so that he would cut his quarry off the road when he came up with him. Then the real race would begin. Then the struggle would be in earnest. D'Artagnan gave his horse good breathing time. He observed that the superintendent had relaxed into a trot, which was to say, he too was favoring his horse. But both of them were too much pressed for time to allow them to continue long at that pace. The white horse sprang off like an arrow the moment his feet touched firm ground. D'Artagnan dropped his head, and his black horse broke into a gallop. Both followed the same route. The quadruple echoes of this new race-course were confounded. Fouquet had not yet perceived D'Artagnan, but on issuing from the slope, a single echo struck the air. It was that of the steps D'Artagnan's horse, which rolled along like thunder. Fouquet turned round and saw behind him, within 100 paces, his enemy bent over the neck of his horse. There could be no doubt. The shining baldric, the red cassock, it was a Musketeer. Fouquet slackened his hand likewise, and the white horse placed 20 feet more between his adversary and himself. "Oh, but," thought D'Artagnan, becoming very anxious, "that is not a common horse Monsieur Fouquet is upon. Let us see." And he attentively examined with his infallible eye the shape and capabilities of the courser. Round full quarters, a thin long tail, large hocks, thin legs, as dry as bars of steel, hoofs hard as marble. He spurred his own, but the distance between the two remained the same. D'Artagnan listened attentively. Not a breath of the horse reached him, and yet he seemed to cut the air. The black horse, on the contrary, began to puff like any blacksmith's bellows. "I must overtake him, if I kill my horse," thought the Musketeer, and he began to saw the mouth of the poor animal, whilst he buried the rowels of his merciless spurs into his sides. The maddened horse gained 20 paces, and came up within pistol-shot of Fouquet. "Courage," said the Musketeer to himself, "courage! The white horse will perhaps grow weaker, and if the horse does not fall, the master must pull up at last." But horse and rider remained upright together, gaining ground by difficult degrees. D'Artagnan uttered a wild cry, which made Fouquet turn round, and added speed to the white horse.
"A famous horse, a mad rider," growled the captain. "Hola! Mordioux! Monsieur Fouquet! Stop, in the king's name!" Fouquet made no reply. "Do you hear me?" shouted D'Artagnan, whose horse had just stumbled. "Pardieu!" replied Fouquet, laconically, and rode on faster. D'Artagnan was nearly mad. The blood rushed boiling to his temples and his eyes. "In the king's name!" cried he again. "Stop, or I will bring you down with a pistol-shot." "Do," replied Fouquet, without relaxing his speed. D'Artagnan seized a pistol and cocked it, hoping that the double click of the spring would stop his enemy. "You have pistols likewise," said he. "Turn and defend yourself." Fouquet did turn round at the noise, and looking D'Artagnan full in the face, opened, with his right hand, the part of his dress which concealed his body, but he did not even touch his holsters. There were not more than 20 paces between the two. "Mordioux!" said D'Artagnan, "I will not assassinate you. If you will not fire upon me, surrender. What is a prison?" "I would rather die," replied Fouquet. "I shall suffer less."
D'Artagnan, drunk with despair, hurled his pistol to the ground. "I will take you alive," said he, and by a prodigy of skill which this incomparable horseman alone was capable, he threw his horse forward to within 10 paces of the white horse. Already his hand was stretched out to seize his prey. "Kill me! Kill me!" cried Fouquet. "'Twould be more humane." "No, alive, alive!" murmured the captain. At this moment his horse made a false step for the second time, and Fouquet's again took the lead. It was an unheard-of spectacle, this race between two horses which now only kept alive by the will of their riders. It might be said that D'Artagnan rode, carrying his horse along between his knees. To the furious gallop had succeeded the fast trot, and that had sunk to what might be scarcely called a trot at all. But the chase appeared equally warm in the two fatigued athleteaux. D'Artagnan, quite in despair, seized his second pistol and cocked it. "At your horse, not at you!" cried he to Fouquet, and he fired. The animal was hit in the quarters. He made a furious bound and plunged forward. At that moment D'Artagnan's horse fell dead. "I am dishonored," thought the Musketeer. "I am a miserable wretch. For pity's sake, Monsieur Fouquet, throw me one of your pistols that I may blow out my brains." But Fouquet rode away. "For mercy's sake! For mercy's sake!" cried D'Artagnan. "That which you will not do at this moment I myself will do within an hour. But here upon this road I should die bravely. I should die esteemed. Do me that service, Monsieur Fouquet." Monsieur Fouquet made no reply, but continued to trot on. D'Artagnan began to run after his enemy. Successively he threw away his hat, his coat, which embarrassed him, and then the sheath of his sword, which got between his legs as he was running. The sword in his hand itself became too heavy, and he threw it after the sheath. The white horse began to rattle in its throat. D'Artagnan gained upon him. From a trot the exhausted animal sunk to a staggering walk. The foam from his mouth was mixed with blood. D'Artagnan made a desperate effort, sprang towards Fouquet, and seized him by the leg, saying in a broken, breathless voice, "I arrest you in the king's name. Blow my brains out if you like. We have both done our duty." Fouquet hurled far from him, into the river, the two pistols D'Artagnan might have seized, and, dismounting from his horse, "I am your prisoner, monsieur," said he. "Will you take my arm, for I see you are ready to faint?" "Thanks," murmured D'Artagnan, who in fact felt the earth sliding from under his feet, and the light of day turning to blackness around him. Then he rolled upon the sand, without breath or strength. Fouquet hastened to the brink of the river, dipped some water in his hat, with which he bathed the temples of the Musketeer, and introduced a few drops between his lips. D'Artagnan raised himself with difficulty, and looked about him with a wandering eye. He beheld Fouquet on his knees, with his wet hat in his hand, smiling upon him with ineffable sweetness. "You are not off, then?" cried he. "Oh, monsieur! The true king of royalty, in heart, in soul, is not Louis of the Louvre, or Philippe of Sainte Marguerite. It is you, proscribed, condemned." "I, who this day am ruined by a single error, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "What, in the name of heaven, is that?" "I should have had you for a friend. But how shall we return to Nantes? We are a great way from it." "That is true," said D'Artagnan, gloomily. "The white horse will recover, perhaps. He is a good horse. Mount, Monsieur d'Artagnan. I will walk till you have rested a little." "Poor beast! And wounded, too," said the Musketeer. "He will go, I tell you. I know him. But we can do better still. Let us both get up and ride slowly." "We can try," said the captain,
But they had scarcely charged the animal with this double load, when he began to stagger, and then with a great effort walked a few minutes, then staggered again, and sank down dead by the side of the black horse, which he had just managed to come up to.
"We will go on foot. Destiny wills it so. The walk will be pleasant," said Fouquet, passing his arm through that of D'Artagnan.
"Mordioux!" cried the latter, with a fixed eye, a contracted brow, and a swelling heart. "What a disgraceful day!" They walked slowly the 4 leagues which separated them from the little wood behind which the carriage and escort were in waiting. When Fouquet perceived that sinister machine, he said to D'Artagnan, who cast down his eyes, ashamed of Louis XIV.,
"There is an idea that did not emanate from a brave man, Captain D'Artagnan. It is not yours. What are these gratings for?" said he.
"To prevent your throwing letters out."
"Ingenious!"
"But you can speak if you cannot write," said D'Artagnan.
"Can I speak to you?"
"Why, certainly, if you wish to do so." Fouquet reflected for a moment, then looking the captain full in the face,
"One single word," said he. "Will you remember it?"
"I will not forget it."
"Will you speak it to whom I wish?"
"I will."
"Saint Mande,"
articulated Fouquet, in a low voice. "Well, and for whom?"
"For Madame de Belliere or Pelisson."
"It shall be done." The carriage rolled through Nantes. Chapter 41 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 41, in which the squirrel falls, the adder flies. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The king, full of impatience, went to his cabinet on the terrace, and kept opening the door of the corridor to see what his secretaries were doing. Monsieur Colbert, seated in the same place Monsieur de Saint Aignan had so long occupied in the morning, was chatting in a low voice with Monsieur de Brienne. The king opened the door suddenly and addressed them. "What is it you are saying?" "We were speaking of the first sitting of the States," said Monsieur de Brienne, rising. "Very well," replied the king, and returned to his room. 5 minutes after, the summons of the bell recalled Rose, whose hour it was. "Have you finished your copies?" asked the king. "Not yet, sire." "See if Monsieur d'Artagnan has returned." "Not yet, sire." "It is very strange," murmured the king. "Call Monsieur Colbert." Colbert entered. He had been expecting this all the morning. "Monsieur Colbert," said the king, very sharply, "you must ascertain what has become of Monsieur d'Artagnan." Colbert, in his calm voice, replied, "Where does your majesty desire him to be sought for?" "Eh, monsieur? Do you not know on what I have sent him?" replied Louis, acrimoniously. "Your majesty did not inform me." "Monsieur, there are things that must be guessed, and you, above all, are apt to guess them." "I might have been able to imagine, sire, but I do not presume to be positive." Colbert had not finished these words when a rougher voice than that of the king interrupted the interesting conversation thus begun between the monarch and his clerk. "D'Artagnan!" cried the king, with evident joy. D'Artagnan, pale and in evidently bad humor, cried to the king as he entered, "Sire, is it your majesty who has given orders to my musketeers?" "What orders?" said the king. "About Monsieur Fouquet's house?" "None," replied Louis. "Ha!" said D'Artagnan, biting his moustache. "I was not mistaken, then. It was Monsieur here!" And he pointed to Colbert. "What orders? Let me know," said the king. "Orders to turn the house topsy-turvy, to beat Monsieur Fouquet's servants, to force the drawers, to give over a peaceful house to pillage. Mordioux, these are savage orders." "Monsieur," said Colbert, turning pale. "Monsieur," interrupted D'Artagnan, "the king alone, understand, the king alone has a right to command my musketeers. But as to you, I forbid you to do it, and I tell you so before his majesty. Gentlemen who carry swords do not sling pens behind their ears." "D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan," murmured the king. "It is humiliating," continued the musketeer. "My soldiers are disgraced. I do not command reîtres, thank you, nor clerks of the intendant, mordioux." "Well, but what is this all about?" said the king with authority. "About this, sire. Monsieur, who could not guess your majesty's orders, and consequently could not know I was gone to arrest Monsieur Fouquet, Monsieur, who has caused the iron cage to be constructed for his patron of yesterday, has sent Monsieur de Ronquerolles to the lodgings of Monsieur Fouquet, and, under the pretence of securing the surintendant's papers, they have taken away the furniture. My musketeers have been posted round the house all the morning. Such were my orders. Why did any one presume to order them to enter? Why, by forcing them to assist in this pillage, have they been made accomplices in it? Mordioux! We serve the king, we do, but we do not serve Monsieur Colbert."
Footnote: Dumas here, and later in the chapter, uses the name Ronquerolles. Ronquerolles is the actual name of the man. End of footnote.
"Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the king, sternly, "take care. It is not in my presence that such explanations, and made in such a tone, should take place." "I have acted for the good of the king," said Colbert, in a faltering voice. "It is hard to be so treated by one of your majesty's officers, and that without redress, on account of the respect I owe the king." "The respect you owe the king," cried D'Artagnan, his eyes flashing fire, "consists, in the first place, in making his authority respected, and his person beloved. Every agent of a power without control represents that power, and when people curse the hand which strikes them, it is the royal hand that God reproaches. Do you hear? Must a soldier, hardened by 40 years of wounds and blood, give you this lesson, monsieur? Must mercy be on my side, and ferocity on yours? You have caused the innocent to be arrested, bound, and imprisoned." "Accomplices, perhaps, of Monsieur Fouquet," said Colbert. "Who told you Monsieur Fouquet had accomplices, or even that he was guilty? The king alone knows that. His justice is not blind. When he says, 'Arrest and imprison such and such a man,' he is obeyed. Do not talk to me, then, any more of the respect you owe the king, and be careful of your words, that they may not chance to convey the slightest menace, for the king will not allow those to be threatened who do him service by others who do him disservice. And if in case I should have, which God forbid, a master so ungrateful, I would make myself respected."
Thus saying, D'Artagnan took his station haughtily in the king's cabinet, his eyes flashing, his hand on his sword, his lips trembling, affecting much more anger than he really felt. Colbert, humiliated and devoured with rage, bowed to the king as if to ask his permission to leave the room. The king, thwarted alike in pride and in curiosity, knew not which part to take. D'Artagnan saw him hesitate. To remain longer would have been a mistake. It was necessary to score a triumph over Colbert, and the only method was to touch the king so near the quick that his Majesty would have no other means of extrication but choosing between the two antagonists. D'Artagnan bowed as Colbert had done. But the king, who in preference to everything else was anxious to have all the exact details of the arrest of the surintendant of the finances from him who had made him tremble for a moment. The king, perceiving that the ill humor of D'Artagnan would put off for half an hour at least the details he was burning to be acquainted with. Louis, we say, forgot Colbert, who had nothing new to tell him, and recalled his captain of the musketeers. "In the first place," said he, "let me see the result of your commission, monsieur. You may rest yourself hereafter." D'Artagnan, who was just passing through the doorway, stopped at the voice of the king, retraced his steps, and Colbert was forced to leave the closet. His countenance assumed almost a purple hue, his black and threatening eyes shone with a dark fire beneath their thick brows. He stepped out, bowed before the king, half drew himself up in passing D'Artagnan, and went away with death in his heart. D'Artagnan, on being left alone with the king, softened immediately, and, composing his countenance, "Sire," said he, "you are a young king. It is by the dawn that people judge whether the day will be fine or dull. How, sire, will the people, whom the hand of God has placed under your law, argue of your reign, if between them and you allow angry and violent ministers to interpose their mischief? But let us speak of myself, sire. Let us leave a discussion that may appear idle, and perhaps inconvenient to you. Let us speak of myself. I have arrested Monsieur Fouquet." "You took plenty of time about it," said the king, sharply. D'Artagnan looked at the king. "I perceive that I have expressed myself badly. I announced to your majesty that I had arrested Monsieur Fouquet." "You did, and what then?" "Well, I ought to have told your majesty that Monsieur Fouquet had arrested me. That would have been more just. I re-established the truth, then. I have been arrested by Monsieur Fouquet." It was now the turn of Louis XIV. To be surprised. His Majesty was astonished in his turn. D'Artagnan, with his quick glance, appreciated what was passing in the heart of his master. He did not allow him time to put any questions. He related, with that poetry, that picturesqueness, which perhaps he alone possessed at that period, the escape of Fouquet, the pursuit, the furious race, and lastly, the inimitable generosity of the surintendant, who might have fled 10 times over, who might have killed the adversary in the pursuit, but who had preferred imprisonment, perhaps worse, to the humiliation of one who wished to rob him of his liberty. In proportion as the tale advanced, the king became agitated, devouring the narrator's words, and drumming with his fingernails upon the table. "It results from all this, sire, in my eyes at least, that the man who conducts himself thus is a gallant man, and cannot be an enemy to the king. That is my opinion, and I repeat it to your majesty. I know what the king will say to me, and I bow to it. Reasons of state. So be it. To my ears that sounds highly respectable. But I am a soldier, and I have received my orders. My orders are executed. Very unwillingly on my part, it is true, but they are executed. I say no more. Where is Monsieur Fouquet at this moment? Asked Louis after a short silence. Monsieur Fouquet, sire, replied D'Artagnan, is in the iron cage that Monsieur Colbert had prepared for him, and is galloping as fast as 4 strong horses can drag him toward Angers. Why did you leave him on the road? Because your Majesty did not tell me to go to Angers. The proof, the best proof of what I advance, is that the king desired me to be sought for but this minute, and then I had another reason. What is that? Whilst I was with him, poor Monsieur Fouquet would never attempt to escape. Well? Cried the king, astonished. Your Majesty ought to understand, and does understand, certainly, that my warmest wish is to know that Monsieur Fouquet is at liberty. I have given him one of my brigadiers, the most stupid I could find among my musketeers, in order that the prisoner might have a chance of escaping. Are you mad, Monsieur d'Artagnan? Cried the king, crossing his arms on his breast. Do people utter such enormities, even when they have the misfortune to think them? Ah, sire, you cannot expect that I should be an enemy to Monsieur Fouquet, after what he has just done for you and me. No, no. If you desire that he should remain under your lock and bolt, never give him in charge to me. However closely wired might be the cage, the bird would, in the end, take wing. I am surprised, said the king in his sternest tone. You did not follow the fortunes of the man Monsieur Fouquet wished to place upon my throne. You had in him all you want, affection, gratitude. In my service, monsieur, you will only find a master. If Monsieur Fouquet had not gone to seek you in the Bastille, sire, replied D'Artagnan with a deeply impressive manner, one single man would have gone there, and I should have been that man. You know that right well, sire. The king was brought to a pause. Before that speech of his captain of the musketeers, so frankly spoken and so true, the king had nothing to offer. On hearing D'Artagnan, Louis remembered the D'Artagnan of former times, him who, at the Palais Royal, held himself concealed behind the curtains of his bed, when the people of Paris, led by Cardinal de Retz, came to assure themselves of the presence of the king. The D'Artagnan whom he saluted with his hand at the door of his carriage, when repairing to Notre Dame on his return to Paris. The soldier who had quitted his service at Blois, the lieutenant he had recalled to be beside his person when the death of Mazarin restored his power, the man he had always found loyal, courageous, devoted. Louis advanced towards the door, and called Colbert. Colbert had not left the corridor where the secretaries were at work. He reappeared. Colbert, did you make a perquisition on the house of Monsieur Fouquet? Yes, sire. What has it produced? Monsieur de Ronquerolles, who was sent with your Majesty's musketeers, has remitted me some papers, replied Colbert. I will look at them. Give me your hand. My hand, sire? Yes, that I may place it in that of Monsieur d'Artagnan. In fact, Monsieur d'Artagnan, added he with a smile, turning towards the soldier, who, at sight of the clerk, had resumed his haughty attitude, you do not know this man. Make his acquaintance. And he pointed to Colbert. He has been made but a moderately valuable servant in subaltern positions,
but he will be a great man if I raise him to the foremost rank."
"Sire!"
stammered Colbert, confused with pleasure and fear. "I always understood why," murmured D'Artagnan in the king's ear, "he was jealous." "Precisely. And his jealousy can find his wings." "He will henceforward be a winged serpent," grumbled the Musketeer, with a remnant of hatred against his recent adversary. But Colbert, approaching him, offered to his eyes a physiognomy so different from that which he had been accustomed to see him wear, he appeared so good, so mild, so easy, his eyes took the expression of an intelligence so noble, that D'Artagnan, a connoisseur in physiognomies, was moved, and almost changed in his convictions. Colbert pressed his hand. "That which the king has just told you, monsieur, proves how well his majesty is acquainted with men. The inveterate opposition I have displayed up to this day, against abuses and not against men, proves that I had it in view to prepare for my king a glorious reign, for my country a great blessing. I have many ideas, Monsieur d'Artagnan. You will see them expand in the sun of public peace, and if I have not the good fortune to conquer the friendship of honest men, I am at least certain, monsieur, that I shall obtain their esteem. For their admiration, monsieur, I would give my life." This change, this sudden elevation, this mute approbation of the king, gave the Musketeer matter for profound reflection. He bowed civilly to Colbert, who did not take his eyes off him. The king, when he saw that they were reconciled, dismissed them. They left the room together. As soon as they were out of the cabinet, the new minister, stopping the captain, said, "Is it possible, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that with such an eye as yours, you did not, at the first glance, at the first impression, discover what sort of man I am?" "Monsieur Colbert," replied the Musketeer, "a ray of the sun in our eyes prevents us from seeing the most vivid flame. The man in power radiates, you know, and since you are there, why should you continue to persecute him who had just fallen into disgrace, and fallen from such a height?" "I, monsieur," said Colbert. "Oh, monsieur, I would never persecute him. I wish to administer the finances, and to administer them alone, because I am ambitious, and, above all, because I have the most entire confidence in my own merit, because I know that all the gold of this country will ebb and flow beneath my eyes, and I love to look at the king's gold, because, if I live 30 years, in 30 years not a denier of it will remain in my hands, because, with that gold, I will build granaries, castles, cities, and harbors, because I will create a marine, I will equip navies that shall waft the name of France to the most distant people, because I will create libraries and academies, because I will make France the first country in the world, and the wealthiest. These are the motives for my animosity against Monsieur Fouquet, who prevented my acting. And then, when I shall be great and strong, when France is great and strong, in my turn then will I cry, mercy." "Mercy, did you say? Then ask his liberty of the king. The king is only crushing him on your account." Colbert again raised his head. "Monsieur," said he, "you know that is not so, and that the king has his own personal animosity against Monsieur Fouquet. It is not for me to teach you that." But the king will grow tired. He will forget. The king never forgets, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Hark! The king calls. He is going to issue an order. I have not influenced him, have I? Listen. The king, in fact, was calling his secretaries. Monsieur d'Artagnan, said he. I am here, sire. Give 20 of your musketeers to Monsieur de Saint Aignan, to form a guard for Monsieur Fouquet. D'Artagnan and Colbert exchanged looks. And from Angers, continued the king, they will conduct the prisoner to the Bastille in Paris. You were right, said the captain to the minister. Saint Aignan, continued the king, you will have any one shot who shall attempt to speak privately with Monsieur Fouquet during the journey. But myself, sire, said the duke. You, monsieur, you will only speak to him in the presence of the musketeers. The duke bowed and departed to execute his commission. D'Artagnan was about to retire likewise, but the king stopped him. Monsieur, said he, you will go immediately and take possession of the Ile and fief of Belle Isle-en-Mer. Yes, sire. Alone? You will take a sufficient number of troops to prevent delay, in case the place should be contumacious. A murmur of courtly incredulity arose from the group of courtiers. That shall be done, said D'Artagnan. I saw the place in my infancy, resumed the king, and I do not wish to see it again. You have heard me? Go, monsieur, and do not return without the keys. Colbert went up to D'Artagnan. A commission which, if you carry it out well, said he, will be worth a marechal's baton to you. Why do you employ the words, if you carry it out well? Because it is difficult. Ah! In what respect? You have friends in Belle Isle, Monsieur d'Artagnan, and it is not an easy thing for men like you to march over the bodies of their friends to obtain success. D'Artagnan hung his head in deepest thought, whilst Colbert returned to the king. A quarter of an hour after, the captain received the written order from the king to blow up the fortress of Belle Isle in case of resistance, with power of life and death over all the inhabitants or refugees, and an injunction not to allow one to escape. Colbert was right, thought D'Artagnan. For me, the baton of a marechal of France will cost the lives of my 2 friends. Only they seem to forget that my friends are not more stupid than the birds, and that they will not wait for the hand of the fowler to extend over their wings. I will show them that hand so plainly that they will have quite time enough to see it. Poor Porthos! Poor Aramis! No, my fortune should and shall not cost your wings a feather. Having thus determined, D'Artagnan assembled the royal army, embarked it at Pamboeuf, and set sail, without the loss of an unnecessary minute.
Chapter 42 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 42. Belle Isle-en-Mer. At the extremity of the mole, against which the furious sea beats at the evening tide, 2 men, holding each other by the arm, were conversing in an animated and expansive tone, without the possibility of any other human being hearing their words,
borne away as they were, one, by the gusts of wind, with the white foam swept from the crests of the waves. The sun had just gone down, and the vast sheet of the crimsoned ocean, like a gigantic crucible. From time to time, one of these men, turning towards the east, cast an anxious, inquiring look over the sea. The other, interrogating the features of his companion, seemed to seek for information in his looks. Then, both silent, busied with dismal thoughts, they resumed their walk. Every one has already perceived that these two men were our proscribed heroes, Porthos and Aramis, who had taken refuge in Belle Isle, since the ruin of their hopes, since the discomfiture of the colossal schemes of Monsieur d'Herblay.
"It is of no use your saying anything to the contrary, my dear Aramis," repeated Porthos, inhaling vigorously the salt breeze with which he charged his massive chest. "It is of no use, Aramis. The disappearance of all the fishing boats that went out 2 days ago is not an ordinary circumstance. There has been no storm at sea. The weather has been constantly calm, not even the lightest gale. And even if we had had a tempest, all our boats would not have foundered. I repeat, it is strange. This complete disappearance astonishes me, I tell you."
"True," murmured Aramis. "You are right, friend Porthos. It is true. There is something strange in it."
"And further,"
added Porthos, whose ideas the ascent of the Bishop of Vannes seemed to enlarge,
"and further, do you not observe that if the boats have perished, not a single plank is washed ashore?"
"I have remarked it as well as yourself."
"And do you not think it strange that the only 2 boats we had left in the whole island, and which I sent in search of the others—"
Aramis here interrupted his companion by a cry, and by so sudden a movement that Porthos stopped as if he were stupefied.
"What do you say, Porthos? What? You have sent the 2 boats?" "In search of the others. Yes, to be sure I have," replied Porthos, calmly. "Unhappy man, what have you done? Then we are indeed lost," cried the bishop. "Lost? What did you say?" exclaimed the terrified Porthos. "How lost, Aramis? How are we lost?"
Aramis bit his lips. "Nothing, nothing. Your pardon. I meant to say—"
"What?"
"That if we were inclined, if we took a fancy to make an excursion by sea, we could not."
"Very good. And why should that vex you? A precious pleasure, ma foi! For my part, I don't regret it at all. What I regret is certainly not the more or less amusement we can find at Belle Isle. What I regret, Aramis, is Pierrefonds, Bracieux, Le Vallon, beautiful France. Here we are not in France, my dear friend. We are, I know not where. Oh, I tell you, in full sincerity of soul, and your affection will excuse my frankness, but I declare to you I am not happy at Belle Isle. No, in good truth, I am not happy."
Aramis breathed a long but stifled sigh.
"Dear friend," replied he, "that is why it is so sad a thing you have sent the 2 boats we had left in search of the boats which disappeared 2 days ago. If you had not sent them away, we would have departed." "Departed? And the orders, Aramis?"
"What orders?"
"Parbleu! Why, the orders you have been constantly, in and out of season, repeating to me, that we were to hold Belle Isle against the usurper. You know very well."
"That is true," murmured Aramis again.
"You see then plainly, my friend, that we could not depart, and that the sending away of the boats in search of the others cannot prove prejudicial to us in the very least."
Aramis was silent, and his vague glances, luminous as that of an albatross,
hovered for a long time over the sea, interrogating space, seeking to pierce the very horizon.
"With all that, Aramis," continued Porthos, who adhered to his idea, and that the more closely from the bishop having apparently endorsed it, "with all that, you give me no explanation about what can have happened to these unfortunate boats. I am assailed by cries and complaints whichever way I go. The children cry to see the desolation of the women, as if I could restore the absent husbands and fathers. What do you suppose, my friend, and how ought I to answer them?"
"Think all you like, my good Porthos, and say nothing." This reply did not satisfy Porthos at all. He turned away grumbling something in ill humor. Aramis stopped the valiant musketeer. "Do you remember," said he in a melancholy tone, kneading the two hands of the giant between his own with affectionate cordiality, "do you remember, my friend, that in the glorious days of youth, do you remember, Porthos, when we were all strong and valiant, we and the other two, if we had then had an inclination to return to France, do you think this sheet of salt water would have stopped us?"
"Oh," said Porthos, "but 6 leagues!"
"If you had seen me get astride of a plank, would you have remained on land, Porthos?"
"No, pardieu! No, Aramis. But nowadays, what sort of a plank should we want, my friend? I in particular."
And the Seigneur de Bracieux cast a profound glance over his colossal rotundity with a loud laugh.
"And do you mean seriously to say you are not tired of Belle Isle a little, and that you would not prefer the comforts of your dwelling, of your episcopal palace at Vannes? Come, confess."
"No," replied Aramis, without daring to look at Porthos.
"Let us stay where we are, then,"
said his friend, with a sigh, which, in spite of the efforts he made to restrain it, escaped his echoing breast.
"Let us remain, let us remain. And yet," added he, "and yet, if we seriously wished, but that decidedly, if we had a fixed idea, one firmly taken, to return to France, and there were not boats—"
"Have you remarked another thing, my friend? That is, since the disappearance of our barks, during the last 2 days' absence of fishermen, not a single small boat has landed on the shores of the isle?"
"Yes, certainly, you are right. I, too, have remarked it, and the observation was the more naturally made, for, before the last 2 fatal days, barks and shallops were as plentiful as shrimps."
"I must inquire," said Aramis, suddenly and with great agitation. "And then, if we had a raft constructed—"
"But there are some canoes, my friend. Shall I board one?"
"A canoe! A canoe! Can you think of such a thing, Porthos? A canoe to be upset in? No, no," said the Bishop of Vannes. "It is not our trade to ride upon the waves. We will wait, we will wait." And Aramis continued walking about with increased agitation. Porthos, who grew tired of following all the feverish movements of his friend, Porthos, who in his faith and calmness understood nothing of the sort of exasperation which was betrayed by his companion's continual convulsive starts, Porthos stopped him.
"Let us sit down upon this rock," said he. "Place yourself there, close to me, Aramis, and I conjure you, for the last time, to explain to me in a manner I can comprehend, explain to me what we are doing here."
"Porthos," said Aramis, much embarrassed.
"I know that the false king wished to dethrone the true king. That is a fact that I understand. Well—"
"Yes," said Aramis.
"I know that the false king formed the project of selling Belle Isle to the English. I understand that too."
"Yes."
I know that we engineers and captains came and threw ourselves into Belle Isle to take direction of the works, and the command of 10 companies levied and paid by Monsieur Fouquet, or rather, the 10 companies of his son-in-law. All that is plain."
Aramis rose in a state of great impatience. He might be said to be a lion importuned by a gnat. Porthos held him by the arm.
"But what I cannot understand, what, in spite of all the efforts of my mind, and all my reflections, I cannot comprehend, and never shall comprehend, is, that instead of sending us troops, instead of sending us reinforcements of men, munitions, provisions, they leave us without boats, they leave Belle Isle without arrivals, without help. It is that instead of establishing with us a correspondence, whether by signals, or written or verbal communications, all relations with the shore are intercepted. Tell me, Aramis, answer me, or rather, before answering me, will you allow me to tell you what I have thought? Will you hear what my idea is, the plan I have conceived?"
The bishop raised his head.
"Well, Aramis," continued Porthos, "I have dreamed, I have imagined that an event has taken place in France. I dreamt of Monsieur Fouquet all the night, of lifeless fish, of broken eggs, of chambers badly furnished, meanly kept. Villainous dreams, my dear D'Herblay, very unlucky such dreams."
"Porthos, what is that yonder?" interrupted Aramis, rising suddenly, and pointing out to his friend a black spot upon the empurpled line of the water.
"A bark," said Porthos. "Yes, it is a bark. Ah, we shall have some news at last."
"There are 2," cried the bishop, on discovering another mast. 2, 3, 4.
"5," said Porthos in his turn. 6, 7. Ah, mon Dieu, mon Dieu! It is a fleet."
"Our boats returning, probably," said Aramis very uneasily, in spite of the assurance he affected.
"They are very large for fishing boats," observed Porthos. "And do you not remark, my friend, that they come from the Loire?"
"They come from the Loire, yes."
"And look, everybody here sees them as well as ourselves. Look, women and children are beginning to crowd the jetty."
An old fisherman passed. "Are those our barks yonder?" asked Aramis. The old man looked steadily into the eye of the horizon.
"No, monseigneur," replied he, "they are lighter boars. Boats in the king's service."
"Boats in the royal service!" replied Aramis, starting. "How do you know that?" said he.
"By the flag." "But," said Porthos, "the boat is scarcely visible. How the devil, my friend, can you distinguish the flag?"
"I see there is one," replied the old man. "Our boats, trade lighters, do not carry any. That sort of craft is generally used for transport of troops."
"Ah!"
groaned Aramis.
"Vivat!" cried Porthos. "They are sending us reinforcements. Don't you think they are, Aramis?"
"Probably."
"Unless it is the English coming."
"By the Loire. That would have an evil look, Porthos, for they must have come through Paris."
"You are right. They are reinforcements, decidedly. Or provisions."
Aramis leaned his head upon his hands and made no reply. Then, all at once, "Porthos," said he, "have the alarm sounded."
"The alarm! Do you imagine such a thing?"
"Yes, and let the cannoneers mount their batteries, the artillerymen be at their pieces, and be particularly watchful of the coast batteries." Porthos opened his eyes to their widest extent. He looked attentively at his friend, to convince himself he was in his proper senses.
I will do it, my dear Porthos," continuing Aramis in his blandest tone. "I will go and have these orders executed myself, if you do not go, my friend." "Well, I will, instantly," said Porthos, who went to execute the orders, casting all the while looks behind him, to see if the Bishop of Vannes were not deceived, and if, on recovering more rational ideas, he would not recall him. The alarm was sounded, trumpets brayed, drums rolled, the great bronze bell swung in horror from its lofty belfry. The dikes and moles were quickly filled with the curious and soldiers, matches sparkled in the hands of the artillerymen, placed behind the large cannon bedded in their stone carriages. When every man was at his post, when all the preparations for defense were made, "Permit me, Aramis, to try to comprehend," whispered Porthos timidly in Aramis's ear. "My dear friend, you will comprehend but too soon," murmured Monsieur d'Herblay, in reply to this question of his lieutenant. "The fleet which is coming yonder, with sails unfurled, straight towards the port of Belle Isle, is a royal fleet, is it not?" "But as there are two kings in France, Porthos, to which of these two kings does this fleet belong?" "Oh, you open my eyes!" replied the giant, stunned by the insinuation. And Porthos, whose eyes this reply of his friend's had at last opened, or rather thickened the bandage which covered his sight, went with his best speed to the batteries to overlook his people, and exhort every one to do his duty. In the meantime, Aramis, with his eye fixed on the horizon, saw the ships continually drawing nearer. The people and the soldiers, perched on the summits of the rocks, could distinguish the masts, then the lower sails, and at last the hulls of the lighters, bearing at the masthead the royal flag of France. It was night when one of these vessels, which had created such a sensation among the inhabitants of Belle Isle, dropped anchor within cannon shot of the place. It was soon seen, notwithstanding the darkness, that some sort of agitation reigned on board the vessel, from the side of which a skiff was lowered, of which the three rowers, bending to their oars, took the direction of the port, and in a few instants struck land at the foot of the fort. The commander jumped ashore. He had a letter in his hand, which he waved in the air, and seemed to wish to communicate with somebody. This man was soon recognized by several soldiers as one of the pilots of the island. He was the captain of one of the two barks retained by Aramis, but which Porthos, in his anxiety with regard to the fate of the fishermen who had disappeared, had sent in search of the missing boats. He asked to be conducted to Monsieur d'Herblay. Two soldiers, at a signal from a sergeant, marched him between them and escorted him. Aramis was upon the quay. The envoy presented himself before the Bishop of Vannes. The darkness was almost absolute, notwithstanding the flambeaux borne at a small distance by the soldiers who were following Aramis in his rounds. "Well, Jonathan, from whom do you come?"
"Monseigneur, from those who captured me."
"Who captured you?"
"You know, monseigneur, we set out in search of our comrades?"
"Yes, and afterwards?"
"Well, monseigneur, within a short league we were captured by a chasse maree belonging to the king."
"Ah!" said Aramis.
"Of which king?" cried
Porthos. Jonathan started.
"Speak,"
continued the bishop.
"We were captured, monseigneur, and joined to those who had been taken yesterday morning."
"What was the cause of the mania for capturing you all?" said Porthos.
"Monsieur, to prevent us from telling you," replied Jonathan.
Porthos was again at a loss to comprehend.
"And they have released you today?"
asked he.
"That I might tell you that they captured us, monsieur."
Trouble upon trouble, thought honest Porthos. During this time Aramis was reflecting. Said he. Then I suppose it is a royal fleet blockading the coasts? Yes, monseigneur. Who commands it? The captain of the king's musketeers. D'Artagnan? D'Artagnan! Exclaimed Porthos. I believe that is the name. And did he give you this letter? Yes, monseigneur. Bring the torches nearer. It is his writing, said Porthos. Aramis eagerly read the following lines. Order of the king to take Belle Isle, or to put the garrison to the sword if they resist. Order to make prisoners of all the men of the garrison. Signed, D'Artagnan, who the day before yesterday arrested Monsieur Fouquet for the purpose of his being sent to the Bastille. Aramis turned pale and crushed the paper in his hands. What is it? Asked Porthos. Nothing, my friend, nothing. Tell me, Jonathan. Monseigneur? Did you speak to Monsieur d'Artagnan? Yes, monseigneur. What did he say to you? That for ampler information he would speak with monseigneur. Where? On board his own vessel. On board his vessel? And Porthos repeated, On board his vessel. Monsieur le Mousquetaire, continued Jonathan, told me to take you both on board my canoe and bring you to him. Let us go at once, exclaimed Porthos. Dear D'Artagnan! But Aramis stopped him. Are you mad? Cried he. Who knows that it is not a snare? Of the other kings? Said Porthos, mysteriously. A snare, in fact. That's what it is, my friend. Very possibly. What is to be done, then, if D'Artagnan sends for us? Who assures you that D'Artagnan sends for us? Well, but his writing. Writing is easily counterfeited. This looks counterfeited. Unsteady. You are always right, but in the meantime we know nothing. Aramis was silent. It is true, said the good Porthos. We do not want to know anything. What shall I do? Asked Jonathan. You will return on board this captain's vessel. Yes, monseigneur. And will tell him that we beg he will himself come into the island. Ah, I comprehend, said Porthos. Yes, monseigneur, replied Jonathan. But if the captain should refuse to come to Belle Isle? If he refuses, as we have cannon, we will make use of them. What? Against D'Artagnan? If it is D'Artagnan, Porthos, he will come. Go, Jonathan, go. Ma foi! I no longer comprehend anything, murmured Porthos. I will make you comprehend it all, my dear friend. The time for it has come. Sit down upon this gun carriage, open your ears, and listen well to me. Oh, pardieu, I will listen, no fear of that. May I depart, monseigneur? Cried Jonathan. Yes, begone, and bring back an answer. Allow the canoe to pass, you men there. And the canoe pushed off to regain the fleet. Aramis took Porthos by the hand.
Chapter 43 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 43. Explanations by Aramis. What I have to say to you, friend Porthos, will probably surprise you, but it may prove instructive. I like to be surprised, said Porthos in a kindly tone. Do not spare me, therefore, I beg. I am hardened against emotions. Don't fear, speak out. It is difficult, Porthos, difficult, for in truth I warn you a second time, I have very strange things, very extraordinary things to tell you. Oh, you speak so well, my friend, that I could listen to you for days together. Speak then, I beg, and stop, I have an idea. I will, to make your task more easy, I will, to assist you in telling me such things, question you. I shall be pleased at your doing so. What are we going to fight for, Aramis? If you ask me many such questions as that, if you would render my talk the easier by interrupting my revelations thus, Porthos, you will not help me at all. So far, on the contrary, that is the very Gordian knot. But, my friend, with a man like you, good, generous, and devoted, the confession must be bravely made. I have deceived you, my worthy friend. You have deceived me. Good heavens, yes. Was it for my good, Aramis? I thought so, Porthos. I thought so sincerely, my friend. Then, said the honest seigneur of Bracieux, you have rendered me a service, and I thank you for it. For if you had not deceived me, I might have deceived myself. In what, then, have you deceived me? Tell me. In that I was serving the usurper against whom Louis XIV, at this moment, is directing his efforts. The usurper, said Porthos, scratching his head. That is... well, I do not quite clearly comprehend. He is one of the two kings who are contending for the crown of France. Very well. Then you were serving him who is not Louis XIV? You have hit the matter in one word. It follows that... It follows that we are rebels, my poor friend. The devil! The devil! Cried Porthos, much disappointed. Oh, but, dear Porthos, be calm. We shall still find means of getting out of the affair, trust me. It is not that which makes me uneasy, replied Porthos. That which alone touches me is that ugly word, rebels. Ah, but... And so, according to this, the duchy that was promised me... It was the usurper that was to give it to you. And that is not the same thing, Aramis, said Porthos majestically. My friend, if it had only depended upon me, you should have become a prince. Porthos began to bite his nails in a melancholy way. That is where you have been wrong, continued he, in deceiving me, for that promised duchy I reckoned upon. Oh, I reckoned upon it seriously, knowing you to be a man of your word, Aramis. Poor Porthos, pardon me, I implore you. So then, continued Porthos, without replying to the bishop's prayer, so then it seems I have quite fallen out with Louis XIV? Oh, I will settle all that, my good friend. I will settle all that. I will take it on myself alone. Aramis! No, no, Porthos, I conjure you, let me act. No false generosity, no inopportune devotedness. You knew nothing of my projects. You have done nothing of yourself. With me, it is different. I alone am the author of this plot. I stood in need of my inseparable companion. I called upon you, and you came to me in remembrance of our ancient device, all for one for all. My crime is that I was an egotist.
"Now that is a word I like," said Porthos. "And seeing that you have acted entirely for yourself, it is impossible for me to blame you. It is natural." And upon this sublime reflection, Porthos pressed his friend's hand cordially. In presence of this ingenuous greatness of soul, Aramis felt his own littleness. It was the second time he had been compelled to bend before real superiority of heart, which is more imposing than brilliancy of mind. He replied by a mute and energetic pressure to the endearment of his friend. "Now," said Porthos, "that we have come to an explanation, now that I am perfectly aware of our situation with respect to Louis XIV, I think, my friend, it is time to make me comprehend the political intrigue of which we are the victims. For I plainly see there is a political intrigue at the bottom of all this." "D'Artagnan, my good Porthos, D'Artagnan is coming, and will detail it to you in all its circumstances. But, excuse me, I am deeply grieved. I am bowed down with mental anguish, and I have need of all my presence of mind, all my powers of reflection, to extricate you from the false position in which I have so imprudently involved you. But nothing can be more clear, nothing more plain than your position henceforth. The King Louis XIV has no longer now but one enemy. That enemy is myself alone. I have made you a prisoner. You have followed me. Today I liberate you. You fly back to your prince. You can perceive, Porthos, there is not one difficulty in all this." "Do you think so?" said Porthos. "I am quite sure of it." "Then why," said the admirable good sense of Porthos, "then why, if we are in such an easy position, why, my friend, do we prepare cannon, muskets, and engines of all sorts? It seems to me it would be much more simple to say to Captain D'Artagnan, 'My dear friend, we have been mistaken. That error is to be repaired. Open the door to us, let us pass through, and we will say good-bye.'" "Ah, that!" said Aramis, shaking his head. "Why do you say that? Do you not approve of my plan, my friend?" "I see a difficulty in it." "What is it?" "The hypothesis that D'Artagnan may come with orders which will oblige us to defend ourselves." "What! Defend ourselves against D'Artagnan? Ha! Folly! Against the good D'Artagnan!" Aramis once more replied by shaking his head. "Porthos," at length said he, "if I have had the matches lighted and the guns pointed, if I have had the signal of alarm sounded, if I have called every man to his post upon the ramparts, those good ramparts of Belle Isle which you have so well fortified, it was not for nothing. Wait to judge, or rather, no, do not wait." "What can I do?" "If I knew, my friend, I would have told you." "But there is one thing much more simple than defending ourselves. A boat, and away for France, where—" "My dear friend," said Aramis, smiling with a strong shade of sadness, "do not let us reason like children. Let us be men in council and in execution. But hark! I hear a hail for landing at the port. Attention, Porthos, serious attention." "It is D'Artagnan, no doubt," said Porthos in a voice of thunder, approaching the parapet. "Yes, it is I," replied the captain of the musketeers, running lightly up the steps of the mole, and gaining rapidly the little esplanade on which his two friends waited for him. As soon as he came towards them, Porthos and Aramis observed an officer who followed D'Artagnan, treading apparently in his very steps. The captain stopped upon the stairs of the mole when halfway up. His companions imitated him. "Make your men draw back,"
cried D'Artagnan to Porthos and Aramis, "let them retire out of hearing." This order, given by Porthos, was executed immediately. Then D'Artagnan, turning towards him, who followed him, "Monsieur," said he, "we are no longer on board the king's fleet, where, in virtue of your order, you spoke so arrogantly to me just now." "Monsieur," replied the officer, "I did not speak arrogantly to you. I simply but rigorously obeyed instructions. I was commanded to follow you. I follow you. I am directed not to allow you to communicate with any one without taking cognizance of what you do. I am in duty bound, accordingly, to overhear your conversations." D'Artagnan trembled with rage, and Porthos and Aramis, who heard this dialogue, trembled likewise, but with uneasiness and fear. D'Artagnan, biting his moustache with that vivacity which denoted in him exasperation, closely to be followed by an explosion, approached the officer. "Monsieur," said he in a low voice, so much the more impressive, that, affecting calm, it threatened tempest. "Monsieur, when I sent a canoe hither, you wished to know what I wrote to the defenders of Belle Isle. You produced an order to that effect, and in my turn I instantly showed you the note I had written. When the skipper of the boat sent by me returned, when I received the reply of these two gentlemen," and he pointed to Aramis and Porthos, "you heard every word of what the messenger said. All that was plainly in your orders. All that was well executed, very punctually, was it not?" "Yes, monsieur," stammered the officer. "Yes, without doubt, but—" "Monsieur," continued D'Artagnan, growing warm, "Monsieur, when I manifested the intention of quitting my vessel to cross to Belle Isle, you demanded to accompany me. I did not hesitate. I brought you with me. You are now at Belle Isle, are you not?" "Yes, monsieur, but—" "But the question no longer is of Monsieur Colbert, who has given you that order, or of whomsoever in the world you are following the instructions. The question now is of a man who is a clog upon Monsieur d'Artagnan, and who is alone with Monsieur d'Artagnan upon steps whose feet are bathed by 30 feet of salt water. A bad position for that man, a bad position, monsieur, I warn you." "But, monsieur, if I am a restraint upon you," said the officer, timidly and almost faintly, "it is my duty which—" "Monsieur, you have had the misfortune, either you or those that sent you, to insult me. It is done. I cannot seek redress from those who employ you. They are unknown to me, or are at too great a distance. But you are under my hand, and I swear that if you make one step behind me when I raise my feet to go up to those gentlemen, I swear to you by my name, I will cleave your head in two with my sword, and pitch you into the water. Oh, it will happen, it will happen. I have only been 6 times angry in my life, monsieur, and all 5 preceding times I killed my man." The officer did not stir. He became pale under this terrible threat, but replied with simplicity, "Monsieur, you are wrong in acting against my orders." Porthos and Aramis, mute and trembling at the top of the parapet, cried to the musketeer, "Good D'Artagnan, take care!" D'Artagnan made them a sign to keep silence, raised his foot with ominous calmness to mount the stair, and turned round, sword in hand, to see if the officer followed him. The officer made a sign of the cross, and stepped up. Porthos and Aramis, who knew their D'Artagnan, uttered a cry, and rushed down to prevent the blow they thought they already heard.
But D'Artagnan passed his sword into his left hand. "Monsieur," said he to the officer, in an agitated voice, "you are a brave man. You will all the better comprehend what I am going to say to you now." "Speak, Monsieur d'Artagnan, speak," replied the officer. "These gentlemen we have just seen, and against whom you have orders, are my friends." "I know they are, monsieur." "You can understand whether or not I ought to act towards them as your instructions prescribe." "I understand your reserve." "Very well. Permit me, then, to converse with them without a witness." "Monsieur d'Artagnan, if I yield to your request, if I do that which you beg me, I break my word. But if I do not do it, I disoblige you. I prefer the one dilemma to the other. Converse with your friends, and do not despise me, monsieur, for doing this for your sake, whom I esteem and honor. Do not despise me for committing for you, and you alone, an unworthy act." D'Artagnan, much agitated, threw his arm round the neck of the young man, and then went up to his friends. The officer, enveloped in his cloak, sat down on the damp, weed-covered steps. "Well," said D'Artagnan to his friends, "such is my position, judge for yourselves." All three embraced as in the glorious days of their youth. "What is the meaning of all these preparations?" said Porthos. "You ought to have a suspicion of what they signify," said D'Artagnan. "Not any, I assure you, my dear captain, for, in fact, I have done nothing. No more has Aramis," the worthy baron hastened to say. D'Artagnan darted a reproachful look at the prelate, which penetrated that hardened heart. "Dear Porthos!" cried the Bishop of Vannes. "You see what is being done against you," said D'Artagnan. "Interception of all boats coming to or going from Belle Isle. Your means of transport seized. If you had endeavored to fly, you would have fallen into the hands of the cruisers that plough the sea in all directions, on the watch for you. The king wants you to be taken, and he will take you." D'Artagnan tore at his grey moustache. Aramis grew sombre, Porthos angry. "My idea was this," continued D'Artagnan, "to make you both come on board, to keep you near me, and restore you your liberty. But now, who can say, when I return to my ship, I may not find a superior, that I may not find secret orders which will take from me my command, and give it to another, who will dispose of me and you without hope of help?" "We must remain at Belle Isle," said Aramis, resolutely, "and I assure you, for my part, I will not surrender easily." Porthos said nothing. D'Artagnan remarked the silence of his friend. "I have another trial to make of this officer, of this brave fellow who accompanies me, and whose courageous resistance makes me very happy, for it denotes an honest man, who, though an enemy, is 1,000 times better than a complacent coward. Let us try to learn from him what his instructions are, and what his orders permit or forbid." "Let us try," said Aramis. D'Artagnan went to the parapet, leaned over towards the steps of the mole, and called the officer, who immediately came up. "Monsieur," said D'Artagnan, after having exchanged the cordial courtesies natural between gentlemen who know and appreciate each other, "Monsieur, if I wished to take away these gentlemen from here, what would you do?" "I should not oppose it, monsieur, but having direct explicit orders to put them under guard, I should detain them." "Ah!" said D'Artagnan. "That's all over," said Aramis, gloomily. Porthos did not stir. "But still take Porthos," said the Bishop of Vannes.
He can prove to the king, and I will help him do so, and you too, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that he had nothing to do with this affair."
Said D'Artagnan. "Will you come? Will you follow me, Porthos? The king is merciful."
"I want time for reflection," said Porthos.
"You will remain here, then?"
"Until fresh orders," said Aramis with vivacity.
"Until we have an idea," resumed D'Artagnan, "and I now believe that will not be long, for I have one already."
"Let us say adieu, then," said Aramis. "But in truth, my good Porthos, you ought to go."
"No," said the latter, laconically.
"As you please,"
replied Aramis, a little wounded in his susceptibilities at the morose tone of his companion.
"Only I am reassured by the promise of an idea from D'Artagnan, an idea I fancy I have divined."
"Let us see," said the musketeer, placing his ear near Aramis's mouth. The latter spoke several words rapidly, to which D'Artagnan replied, "That is it, precisely."
"Infallible!" cried Aramis.
"During the first emotion this resolution will cause, take care of yourself, Aramis."
"Oh, don't be afraid."
"Now, monsieur," said D'Artagnan to the officer, "thanks, 1,000 thanks. You have made yourself 3 friends for life."
"Yes,"
added Aramis. Porthos alone said nothing, but merely bowed. D'Artagnan, having tenderly embraced his 2 old friends, left Belle Isle with the inseparable companion with whom Monsieur Colbert had saddled him. Thus, with the exception of the explanation with which the worthy Porthos had been willing to be satisfied, nothing had changed in appearance in the fate of one or the other.
"Only," said Aramis, "there is D'Artagnan's idea."
D'Artagnan did not return on board without profoundly analyzing the idea he had discovered. Now, we know that whatever D'Artagnan did examine, according to custom, daylight was certain to illuminate. As to the officer, now grown mute again, he had full time for meditation. Therefore, on putting his foot on board his vessel, moored within cannon shot of the island, the captain of the musketeers had already got together all his means, offensive and defensive. He immediately assembled his council, which consisted of the officers serving under his orders. These were 8 in number, a chief of the maritime forces, a major directing the artillery, an engineer, the officer we are acquainted with, and 4 lieutenants. Having assembled them, D'Artagnan arose, took off his hat, and addressed them thus: "Gentlemen, I have been to reconnoitre Belle Isle-en-Mer, and I have found in it a good and solid garrison. Moreover, preparations are made for a defense that may prove troublesome. I therefore intend to send for 2 of the principal officers of the place, that we may converse with them. Having separated them from their troops and cannon, we shall be better able to deal with them, particularly by reasoning with them. Is not this your opinion, gentlemen?" The major of artillery rose.
"Monsieur," said he, with respect but firmness, "I have heard you say that the place is preparing to make a troublesome defense. The place is then, as you know, determined on rebellion?"
D'Artagnan was visibly put out by this reply, but he was not the man to allow himself to be subdued by a trifle, and resumed: "Monsieur," said he, "your reply is just, but you are ignorant that Belle Isle is a fief of Monsieur Fouquet's, and that former monarchs gave the right to the seigneurs of Belle Isle to arm their people." The major made a movement. "Oh, do not interrupt me," continued D'Artagnan. "You are going to tell me that that right to arm themselves against the English was not a right to arm themselves against their king. But it is not Monsieur Fouquet, I suppose, who holds Belle Isle at this moment,
since I arrested Monsieur Fouquet the day before yesterday. Now the inhabitants and defenders of Belle Isle know nothing of this arrest. You would announce it to them in vain. It is a thing so unheard of and extraordinary, so unexpected, that they would not believe you. A Breton serves his master, and not his masters. He serves his master till he has seen him dead. Now the Bretons, as far as I know, have not seen the body of Monsieur Fouquet. It is not, then, surprising they hold out against that which is neither Monsieur Fouquet nor his signature. The major bowed in token of assent. That is why, continued D'Artagnan, I propose to cause 2 of the principal officers of the garrison to come on board my vessel. They will see you, gentlemen. They will see the forces we have at our disposal. They will consequently know to what they have to trust, and the fate that attends them, in case of rebellion. We will affirm to them, upon our honor, that Monsieur Fouquet is a prisoner, and that all resistance can only be prejudicial to them. We will tell them that at the first cannon fired, there will be no further hope of mercy from the king. Then, or so at least I trust, they will resist no longer. They will yield up without fighting, and we shall have a place given up to us in a friendly way, which it might cost prodigious efforts to subdue. The officer who had followed D'Artagnan to Belle Isle was preparing to speak, but D'Artagnan interrupted him. Yes, I know what you are going to tell me, monsieur. I know that there is an order of the king's to prevent all secret communications with the defenders of Belle Isle, and that is exactly why I do not offer to communicate except in presence of my staff. And D'Artagnan made an inclination of the head to his officers, who knew him well enough to attach a certain value to the condescension. The officers looked at each other as if to read each other's opinions in their eyes, with the intention of evidently acting, should they agree, according to the desire of D'Artagnan. And already the latter saw with joy that the result of their consent would be sending a bark to Porthos and Aramis, when the king's officer drew from a pocket a folded paper, which he placed in the hands of D'Artagnan. This paper bore upon its superscription the number 1. "What more?" murmured the surprised captain. "Read, monsieur," said the officer, with a courtesy that was not free from sadness. D'Artagnan, full of mistrust, unfolded the paper and read these words: "Prohibition to Monsieur d'Artagnan to assemble any council whatever, or to deliberate in any way before Belle Isle be surrendered and the prisoners shot. Signed, Louis." D'Artagnan repressed the quiver of impatience that ran through his whole body, and with a gracious smile, "That is well, monsieur," said he. "The king's orders shall be complied with." Chapter 44 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 44. Result of the ideas of the king and the ideas of D'Artagnan. The blow was direct. It was severe, mortal. D'Artagnan, furious at having been anticipated by an idea of the king's, did not despair, however, even yet, and reflecting upon the idea he had brought back from Belle Isle, he elicited therefrom novel means of safety for his friends. "Gentlemen," said he, suddenly, "since the king has charged some other than myself with his secret orders, it must be because I no longer possess his confidence, and I should really be unworthy of it if I had the courage to hold a command subject to so many injurious suspicions. Therefore I will go immediately, and carry my resignation to the king. I tender it before you all, enjoining you all to fall back with me upon the coast of France, in such a way as not to compromise the safety of the forces his Majesty has confided to me. For this purpose, return all to your posts. Within an hour we shall have the ebb of the tide. To your posts, gentlemen. I suppose, added he, on seeing that all prepared to obey him, except the surveillant officer, you have no orders to object this time? And D'Artagnan almost triumphed while speaking these words. This plan would prove the safety of his friends. The blockade once raised, they might embark immediately, and set sail for England or Spain, without fear of being molested. Whilst they were making their escape, D'Artagnan would return to the king, would justify his return by the indignation which the mistrust of Colbert had raised in him. He would be sent back with full powers, and he would take Belle Isle, that is to say, the cage, after the birds had flown. But to this plan the officer opposed a further order of the king's. It was thus conceived: From the moment Monsieur d'Artagnan shall have manifested the desire of giving in his resignation, he shall no longer be reckoned leader of the expedition, and every officer placed under his orders shall be held to no longer obey him. Moreover, the said Monsieur d'Artagnan, having lost that quality of leader of the army sent against Belle Isle, shall set out immediately for France, accompanied by the officer who will have remitted the message to him, and who will consider him a prisoner for whom he is answerable. Brave and careless as he was, D'Artagnan turned pale. Everything had been calculated with a depth of precognition which, for the first time in 30 years, recalled to him the solid foresight and inflexible logic of the great cardinal. He leaned his head on his hand, thoughtful, scarcely breathing. If I were to put this order in my pocket, thought he, who would know it? What would prevent my doing it? Before the king had had time to be informed, I should have saved those poor fellows yonder. Let us exercise some small audacity. My head is not one of those the executioner strikes off for disobedience. We will disobey. But at the moment he was about to adopt this plan, he saw the officers around him reading similar orders, which the passive agent of the thoughts of that infernal Colbert had distributed to them. This contingency of his disobedience had been foreseen, as all the rest had been. "Monsieur," said the officer, coming up to him, "I await your good pleasure to depart." "I am ready, monsieur," replied D'Artagnan, grinding his teeth. The officer immediately ordered a canoe to receive Monsieur d'Artagnan and himself. At sight of this he became almost distraught with rage. "How," stammered he, "will you carry on the directions of the different corps?" "When you are gone, monsieur," replied the commander of the fleet, "it is to me the command of the whole is committed." "Then, monsieur," rejoined Colbert's man, addressing the new leader, "it is for you that this last order remitted to me is intended. Let us see your powers." "Here they are," said the officer, exhibiting the royal signature. "Here are your instructions," replied the officer, placing the folded paper in his hands, and turning round towards D'Artagnan. "Come, monsieur," said he, in an agitated voice, such despair did he behold in that man of iron, "do me the favor to depart at once." "Immediately," articulated D'Artagnan, feebly, subdued, crushed by implacable impossibility. And he painfully subsided into the little boat, which started, favored by wind and tide, for the coast of France. The king's guards embarked with him. The musketeer still preserved the hope of reaching Nantes quickly, and of pleading the cause of his friends eloquently enough to incline the king to mercy. The bark flew like a swallow. D'Artagnan distinctly saw the land of France profiled in black against the white clouds of night. Ah, monsieur, said he in a low voice to the officer to whom, for an hour, he had ceased speaking, what would I give to know the instructions for the new commander? They are all pacific, are they not? And he did not finish. The thunder of a distant cannon rolled athwart the waves, another, and 2 or 3 still louder. D'Artagnan shuddered. They have commenced the siege of Belle Isle. Chapter 45 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 45. The Ancestors of Porthos. When D'Artagnan left Aramis and Porthos, the latter returned to the principal fort, in order to converse with greater liberty. Porthos, still thoughtful, was a restraint on Aramis, whose mind had never felt itself more free. "Dear Porthos," said he suddenly, "I will explain D'Artagnan's idea to you." "What idea, Aramis?" "An idea to which we shall owe our liberty within 12 hours." "Ah, indeed!" said Porthos, much astonished. "Let us hear it." "Did you remark, in the scene our friend had with the officer, that certain orders constrained him with regard to us?" "Yes, I did notice that." "Well, D'Artagnan is going to give in his resignation to the king, and during the confusion that will result from his absence, we will get away, or rather, you will get away, Porthos, if there is possibility of flight for only one." Here Porthos shook his head and replied, "We will escape together, Aramis, or we will stay together." "Thine is a generous heart," said Aramis. "Only your melancholy uneasiness affects me." "I am not uneasy," said Porthos. "Then you are angry with me?" "I am not angry with you." "Then why, my friend, do you put on such a dismal countenance?" "I will tell you. I am making my will." And while saying these words, the good Porthos looked sadly in the face of Aramis. "Your will!" cried the bishop. "What, then? Do you think yourself lost?" "I feel fatigued. It is the first time, and there is a custom in our family." "What is it, my friend?" "My grandfather was a man twice as strong as I am." "Indeed," said Aramis. "Then your grandfather must have been Samson himself." "No, his name was Antoine. Well, he was about my age, when setting out one day for the chase, he felt his legs weak, the man who had never known what weakness was before." "What was the meaning of that fatigue, my friend?" "Nothing good, as you will see. For having set out, complaining still of weakness of the legs, he met a wild boar, which made head against him. He missed him with his arquebus, and was ripped up by the beast and died immediately." "There is no reason in that why you should alarm yourself, dear Porthos." "Oh, you will see. My father was as strong again as I am. He was a rough soldier, under Henry III and Henry IV. His name was not Antoine, but Gaspard, the same as Monsieur de Coligny. Always on horseback, he had never known what lassitude was. One evening, as he rose from table, his legs failed him." "He had supped heartily, perhaps," said Aramis, "and that was why he staggered." "Bah! A friend of Monsieur de Bassompierre? Nonsense! No, no. He was astonished at this lassitude, and said to my mother, who laughed at him, 'Would not one believe I was going to meet with a wild boar, as the late Monsieur de Vallon, my father, did? Well? Said Aramis.
Well, having this weakness, my father insisted upon going down into the garden instead of going to bed. His foot slipped on the first stair. The staircase was steep. My father fell against a stone in which an iron hinge was fixed. The hinge gashed his temple, and he was stretched out dead upon the spot.
Aramis raised his eyes to his friend. These are two extraordinary circumstances, said he. Let us not infer that there may succeed a third. It is not becoming in a man of your strength to be superstitious, my brave Porthos. Besides, when were your legs known to fail? Never have you stood so firm, so haughtily. Why, you could carry a house on your shoulders.
At this moment, said Porthos, I feel myself pretty active, but at times I vacillate, I sink, and lately this phenomenon, as you say, has occurred 4 times. I will not say this frightens me, but it annoys me. Life is an agreeable thing. I have money, I have fine estates, I have horses that I love, I have also friends that I love. D'Artagnan, Athos, Raoul, and you.
The admirable Porthos did not even take the trouble to dissimulate in the very presence of Aramis the rank he gave him in his friendship. Aramis pressed his hand.
We will still live many years, said he, to preserve to the world such specimens of its rarest men. Trust yourself to me, my friend. We have no reply from D'Artagnan. That is a good sign. He must have given orders to get the vessels together and clear the sea. On my part, I have just issued directions that a bark should be rolled on rollers to the mouth of the great cavern of Locmaria, which you know, where we have so often lain in wait for the foxes. Yes, and which terminates at the little creek by a trench, where we discovered the day that splendid fox escaped that way. Precisely. In case of misfortunes, a bark is to be concealed for us in that cavern. Indeed, it must be there by this time. We will wait for a favorable moment, and during the night we will go to sea. That is a grand idea. What shall we gain by it? We shall gain this. Nobody knows that grotto, or rather its issue, except ourselves and 2 or 3 hunters of the island. We shall gain this, that if the island is occupied, the scouts, seeing no bark upon the shore, will never imagine we can escape, and will cease to watch. I understand. Well, that weakness in the legs? Oh, better, much, just now. You see, then, plainly, that everything conspires to give us quietude and hope. D'Artagnan will sweep the sea, and leave us free. No royal fleet or descent to be dreaded. Vive Dieu! Porthos, we have still half a century of magnificent adventure before us. And if I once touch Spanish ground, I swear to you, added the bishop with terrible energy, that your brevet of duke is not such a chance as it is said to be. We live by hope, said Porthos, enlivened by the warmth of his companion. All at once a cry resounded in their ears. To arms! To arms! This cry, repeated by 100 throats, piercing the chamber where the 2 friends were conversing, carried surprise to one, and uneasiness to the other. Aramis opened the window. He saw a crowd of people running with flambeaux. Women were seeking places of safety. The armed population were hastening to their posts. "The fleet! The fleet!" cried a soldier, who recognized Aramis. "The fleet?" repeated the latter. "Within half cannon shot," continued the soldier. "To arms!" cried Aramis. "To arms!" repeated Porthos formidably, and both rushed forth towards the mole to place themselves within the shelter of the batteries. Boats, laden with soldiers, were seen approaching, and in 3 directions, for the purpose of landing at 3 points at once.
"What must be done?" said an officer of the guard. "Stop them, and if they persist, fire," said Aramis. 5 minutes later the cannonade commenced. These were the shots that D'Artagnan had heard as he landed in France, but the boats were too near the mole to allow the cannon to aim correctly. They landed, and the combat commenced, hand to hand. "What's the matter, Porthos?" said Aramis to his friend.
Nothing, nothing, only my legs. It is really incomprehensible. They will be better when we charge."
In fact, Porthos and Aramis did charge with such vigor, and so thoroughly animated their men, that the royalists re-embarked precipitately, without gaining anything but the wounds they carried away.
"Hey, but Porthos," cried Aramis, "we must have a prisoner, quick, quick!"
Porthos bent over the stair of the mole, and seized by the nape of the neck one of the officers of the royal army who was waiting to embark till all his people should be in the boat. The arm of the giant lifted up his prey, which served him as a buckler, and he recovered himself without a shot being fired at him.
"Here is a prisoner for you," said Porthos coolly to Aramis. "Well," cried the latter, laughing, "did you not calumniate your legs?" "It was
Chapter 46 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 46. The Son of Biscarrat. The Bretons of the Isle were very proud of this victory. Aramis did not encourage them in the feeling.
"What will happen,"
said he to Porthos when everybody was gone home,
"will be that the anger of the king will be roused by the account of the resistance,
and that these brave people will be decimated or shot when they are taken, which cannot fail to take place."
"From which it results, then," said Porthos, "that what we have done is of not the slightest use."
"For the moment it may be," replied the bishop, "for we have a prisoner from whom we shall learn what our enemies are preparing to do."
"Yes, let us interrogate the prisoner," said Porthos, "and the means of making him speak are very simple. We are going to supper. We will invite him to join us. As he drinks, he will talk."
This was done. The officer was at first rather uneasy, but became reassured on seeing what sort of men he had to deal with. He gave, without having any fear of compromising himself, all the details imaginable of the resignation and departure of D'Artagnan. He explained how, after that departure, the new leader of the expedition had ordered a surprise upon Belle Isle. There his explanation stopped. Aramis and Porthos exchanged a glance that evinced their despair. No more dependence to be placed now on D'Artagnan's fertile imagination, no further resource in the event of defeat. Aramis, continuing his interrogations, asked the prisoner what the leaders of the expedition contemplated doing with the leaders of Belle Isle. "The orders are," replied he, "to kill during combat, or hang afterwards." Porthos and Aramis looked at each other again, and the color mounted to their faces. "I am too light for the gallows," replied Aramis. "People like me are not hung."
"And I am too heavy," said Porthos. "People like me break the cord."
"I am sure," said the prisoner, gallantly, "that we could have guaranteed you the exact kind of death you preferred."
"1,000 thanks," said Aramis, seriously. Porthos bowed.
"One more cup of wine to your health,"
said he, drinking himself. From one subject to another the chat with the officer was prolonged. He was an intelligent gentleman, and suffered himself to be led on by the charm of Aramis's wit
and Porthos's cordial bonhomie. "Pardon me," said he, "if I address a question to you, but men who are in their sixth bottle have a clear right to forget themselves a little."
"Address it!" cried Porthos. "Address it!"
"Speak," said Aramis. "Were you not, gentlemen, both in the Musketeers of the late king?"
"Yes, monsieur, and amongst the best of them, if you please," said Porthos.
"That is true. I should say even the best of all soldiers, messieurs, if I did not fear to offend the memory of my father."
"Of your father?"
cried Aramis. "Do you know what my name is?"
"Ma foi! No, monsieur, but you can tell us, and—"
"I am called Georges de Biscarrat."
"Oh!" cried Porthos in his turn. "Biscarrat! Do you remember that name, Aramis?"
"Biscarrat," reflected the bishop.
"It seems to me—"
"Try to recollect, monsieur," said the officer.
"Pardieu, that won't take me long," said Porthos. "Biscarrat, called Cardinal, one of the four who interrupted us on the day on which we formed our friendship with D'Artagnan, sword in hand."
"Precisely, gentlemen."
"The only one," cried Aramis eagerly, "we could not scratch."
"Consequently, a capital blade," said the prisoner.
"That's true, most true,"
exclaimed both friends together.
"Ma foi! Monsieur Biscarrat, we are delighted to make the acquaintance of such a brave man's son."
Biscarrat pressed the hands held out by the two musketeers. Aramis looked at Porthos as much as to say,
"Here is a man who will help us."
And without delay,
"Confess, monsieur," said he, "that it is good to have once been a good man."
"My father always said so, monsieur."
"Confess likewise that it is a sad circumstance in which you find yourself, a falling in with men destined to be shot or hung, and to learn that these men are old acquaintances, in fact, hereditary friends."
"Oh, you are not reserved for such a frightful fate as that, messieurs and friends," said the young man, warmly.
"Bah, you said so yourself."
"I said so just now, when I did not know you, but now that I know you, I say, you will evade this dismal fate, if you wish."
"How, if we wish?"
echoed Aramis, whose eyes beamed with intelligence as he looked alternately at the prisoner and Porthos.
"Provided,"
continued Porthos, looking in his turn with noble intrepidity at Monsieur Biscarrat and the bishop,
"provided nothing disgraceful be required of us."
"Nothing at all will be required of you, gentlemen," replied the officer. "What should they ask of you? If they find you, they will kill you. That is a predetermined thing. Try, then, gentlemen, to prevent their finding you."
"I don't think I am mistaken," said Porthos, with dignity, "but it appears evident to me that if they want to find us, they must come and seek us here."
"In that you are perfectly right, my worthy friend," replied Aramis, constantly consulting with his looks the countenance of Biscarrat, who had grown silent and constrained.
"You wish, Monsieur de Biscarrat, to say something to us, to make us some overture, and you dare not. Is that true?"
"Ah, gentlemen and friends, it is because by speaking I betray the watchword. But hark! I hear a voice that frees mine by dominating it."
"Cannon!" said Porthos. "Cannon and musketry, too!" cried the bishop.
On hearing at a distance, among the rocks, these sinister reports of a combat which they thought had ceased.
"What can that be?"
asked Porthos.
"Eh, pardieu!" cried Aramis. "That is just what I expected." "What is that?" "That the attack made by you was nothing but a feint. Is that not true, monsieur?
and whilst your companions allowed themselves to be repulsed, you were certain of effecting a landing on the other side of the island." "Oh, several, monsieur." "We are lost, then," said the Bishop of Vannes, quietly. "Lost! That is possible," replied the Seigneur de Pierrefonds, "but we are not taken or hung." And so saying, he rose from the table, went to the wall, and coolly took down his sword and pistols, which he examined with the care of an old soldier who is preparing for battle, and who feels that life, in a great measure, depends upon the excellence and right conditions of his arms. At the report of the cannon, at the news of the surprise which might deliver up the island to the royal troops, the terrified crowd rushed precipitately to the fort to demand assistance and advice from their leaders. Aramis, pale and downcast, between two flambeaux, showed himself at the window which looked into the principal court, full of soldiers waiting for orders, and bewildered inhabitants imploring succor. "My friends," said D'Herblay in a grave and sonorous voice, "Monsieur Fouquet, your protector, your friend, your father, has been arrested by an order of the king and thrown into the Bastille." A sustained yell of vengeful fury came floating up to the window at which the bishop stood, and enveloped him in a magnetic field. "Avenge Monsieur Fouquet!" cried the most excited of his hearers. "Death to the royalists!" "No, my friends," replied Aramis, solemnly. "No, my friends, no resistance. The king is master in his kingdom. The king is the mandatory of God. The king and God have struck Monsieur Fouquet. Humble yourselves before the hand of God. Love God and the king, who have struck Monsieur Fouquet. But do not avenge your seigneur. Do not think of avenging him. You would sacrifice yourselves in vain. You, your wives and children, your property, your liberty. Lay down your arms, my friends, lay down your arms, since the king commands you so to do, and retire peaceably to your dwellings. It is I who ask you to do so. It is I who beg you to do so. It is I who now, in the hour of need, command you to do so, in the name of Monsieur Fouquet." The crowd collected under the window uttered a prolonged roar of anger and terror. "The soldiers of Louis XIV have reached the island," continued Aramis. "From this time it would no longer be a fight betwixt them and you. It would be a massacre. Begone, then, begone and forget. This time I command you, in the name of the Lord of Hosts." The mutineers retired slowly, submissive, silent. "Ah! What have you just been saying, my friend?" said Porthos. "Monsieur," said Biscarrat to the bishop, "you may save all these inhabitants, but thus you will neither save yourself nor your friend." "Monsieur de Biscarrat," said the Bishop of Vannes, with a singular accent of nobility and courtesy, "Monsieur de Biscarrat, be kind enough to resume your liberty." "I am very willing to do so, monsieur, but—" "That would render us a service, for when announcing to the king's lieutenant the submission of the islanders, you will perhaps obtain some grace for us on informing him of the manner in which that submission has been effected." "Grace!" replied Porthos with flashing eyes. "What is the meaning of that word?" Aramis touched the elbow of his friend roughly, as he had been accustomed to do in the days of their youth, when he wanted to warn Porthos that he had committed, or was about to commit, a blunder. Porthos understood him, and was silent immediately. "I will go, messieurs," replied Biscarrat, a little surprised likewise at the word grace pronounced by the haughty musketeer, of and to whom, but a few minutes before, he had related with so much enthusiasm the heroic exploits with which his father had delighted him. Go, then, Monsieur Biscarrat, said Aramis, bowing to him, and at parting receive the expression of our entire gratitude.
But you, monsieur, you whom I think it is an honor to call my friends, since you have been willing to accept that title, what will become of you in the meantime? Replied the officer, very much agitated at taking leave of the two ancient adversaries of his father.
We will wait here.
But, mon Dieu, the order is precise and formal.
I am Bishop of Vannes, Monsieur de Biscarrat, and they no more shoot a bishop than they hang a gentleman.
Ah, yes, monsieur. Yes, monseigneur, replied Biscarrat. It is true, you are right. There is still that chance for you. Then I will depart. I will repair to the commander of the expedition, the king's lieutenant. Adieu, then, messieurs, or rather, to meet again, I hope. The worthy officer, jumping upon a horse given him by Aramis, departed in the direction of the sound of cannon, which, by surging the crowd into the fort, had interrupted the conversation of the two friends with their prisoner. Aramis watched the departure, and when left alone with Porthos, "Well, do you comprehend?" said he.
"Ma foi, no!" "Did not Biscarrat inconvenience you here?"
"No, he is a brave fellow."
"Yes, but the Grotto of Locmaria, is it necessary all the world should know it?"
"Ah, that is true. That is true. I comprehend. We are going to escape by the cavern."
"If you please," cried Aramis, gaily.
"Forward, friend Porthos."
Chapter 47 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 47 The Grotto of Locmaria. The cavern of Locmaria was sufficiently distant from the mole to render it necessary for our friends to husband their strength in order to reach it. Besides, night was advancing. Midnight had struck at the fort. Porthos and Aramis were loaded with money and arms. They walked, then, across the heath, which stretched between the mole and the cavern, listening to every noise, in order better to avoid an ambush. From time to time, on the road which they had carefully left on their left, passed fugitives coming from the interior, at the news of the landing of the royal troops. Aramis and Porthos, concealed behind some projecting mass of rock, collected the words that escaped from the poor people, who fled trembling, carrying with them their most valuable effects, and tried, whilst listening to their complaints, to gather something from them for their own interest. At length, after a rapid race, frequently interrupted by prudent stoppages, they reached the deep grottos, in which the prophetic Bishop of Vannes had taken care to have secreted a bark capable of keeping the sea at this fine season.
"My good friend," said Porthos, panting vigorously, "we have arrived, it seems. But I thought you spoke of 3 men, 3 servants, who were to accompany us. I don't see them. Where are they?"
"Why should you see them, Porthos?" replied Aramis. "They are certainly waiting for us in the cavern, and, no doubt, are resting, having accomplished their rough and difficult task."
Aramis stopped Porthos, who was preparing to enter the cavern.
"Will you allow me, my friend," said he to the giant, "to pass in first? I know the signal I have given to these men, who, not hearing it, would be very likely to fire upon you or slash away with their knives in the dark."
"Go on, then, Aramis, go on. Go first. You impersonate wisdom and foresight. Go. Ah,
There is that fatigue again, of which I spoke to you. It has just seized me afresh." Aramis left Porthos sitting at the entrance of the grotto, and bowing his head, he penetrated into the interior of the cavern, imitating the cry of the owl. A little plaintive cooing, a scarcely distinct echo, replied from the depths of the cave. Aramis pursued his way cautiously, and soon was stopped by the same kind of cry as he had first uttered, within 10 paces of him. "Are you there, Yves?" said the bishop.
"Yes, monseigneur. Goen is here likewise. His son accompanies us."
"That is well. Are all things ready?"
"Yes, monseigneur."
"Go to the entrance of the grottos, my good Yves, and you will there find the Seigneur de Pierrefonds, who is resting after the fatigue of our journey, and if he should happen not to be able to walk, lift him up and bring him hither to me."
The 3 men obeyed, but the recommendation given to his servants was superfluous. Porthos, refreshed, had already commenced the descent, and his heavy step resounded amongst the cavities, formed and supported by columns of porphyry and granite. As soon as the Seigneur de Bracieux had rejoined the bishop, the Bretons lighted a lantern with which they were furnished, and Porthos assured his friend that he felt as strong again as ever.
"Let us inspect the boat," said Aramis, "and satisfy ourselves at once what it will hold."
"Do not go too near with the light," said the patron Yves, "for as you desired me, monseigneur, I have placed under the bench of the poop, in the coffer you know of, the barrel of powder, and the musket charges that you sent me from the fort."
"Very well," said Aramis, and taking the lantern himself, he examined minutely all parts of the canoe, with the precautions of a man who is neither timid nor ignorant in the face of danger. The canoe was long, light, drawing little water, thin of keel, in short, one of those that have always been so aptly built at Belle Isle, a little high in its sides, solid upon the water, very manageable, furnished with planks which, in uncertain weather, formed a sort of deck over which the waves might glide, so as to protect the rowers. In 2 well-closed coffers, placed beneath the benches of the prow and the poop, Aramis found bread, biscuit, dried fruits, a quarter of bacon, a good provision of water in leathern bottles, the whole forming rations sufficient for people who did not mean to quit the coast, and would be able to revictual if necessity commanded. The arms, 8 muskets, and as many horse pistols, were in good condition, and all loaded. There were additional oars, in case of accident, and that little sail called trinquet, which assists the speed of the canoe at the same time the boatmen row, and is so useful when the breeze is slack. When Aramis had seen to all these things, and appeared satisfied with the results of his inspection,
"Let us consult Porthos," said he, "to know if we must endeavor to get the boat out by the unknown extremity of the grotto, following the descent and the shade of the cavern, or whether it be better, in the open air, to make it slide upon its rollers through the bushes, leveling the road of the little beach, which is but 20 feet high, and gives at high tide 3 or 4 fathoms of good water upon a sound bottom."
"It must be as you please, monseigneur," replied the skipper Yves, respectfully, "but I don't believe that by the slope of the cavern, and in the dark in which we shall be obliged to maneuver our boat, the road will be so convenient as the open air. I know the beach well, and can certify that it is as smooth as a grass plot in a garden. The interior of the grotto, on the contrary, is rough, without reckoning, monseigneur, that at its extremity we shall come to the trench which leads into the sea, and perhaps the canoe will not pass down it."
"I have made my calculation," said the bishop, "and I am certain it will pass."
"So be it. I wish it may, monseigneur," continued Yves. but your highness knows very well that to make it reach the extremity of the trench, there is an enormous stone to be lifted, that under which the fox always passes, and which closes the trench like a door."
"It can be raised," said Porthos. "That is nothing."
"Oh, I know that monseigneur has the strength of 10 men," replied Yves, "but that is giving him a great deal of trouble."
"I think the skipper may be right," said Aramis. "Let us try the open air passage."
"The more so, monseigneur," continued the fisherman, "that we should not be able to embark before day. It will require so much labor, and that as soon as daylight appears, a good vedette placed outside the grotto would be necessary, indispensable even, to watch the maneuvers of the lighters or cruisers that are on the lookout for us."
"Yes, yes, Yves, your reasons are good. We will go by the beach."
And the 3 robust Bretons went to the boat, and were beginning to place their rollers underneath it to put it in motion, when the distant barking of dogs was heard, proceeding from the interior of the island. Aramis darted out of the grotto, followed by Porthos. Dawn just tinted with purple and white the waves and plain. Through the dim light, melancholy fir trees waved their tender branches over the pebbles, and long flights of crows were skimming with their black wings the shimmering fields of buckwheat. In a quarter of an hour it would be clear daylight. The wakened birds announced it to all nature. The barkings which had been heard, which had stopped the 3 fishermen engaged in moving the boat, and had brought Aramis and Porthos out of the cavern, now seemed to come from a deep gorge within about a league of the grotto.
"It is a pack of hounds," said Porthos. "The dogs are on a scent."
"Who can be hunting at such a moment as this?" said Aramis.
"And this way particularly," continued Porthos, "where they might expect the army of the royalists."
"The noise comes nearer. Yes, you are right, Porthos, the dogs are on a scent. But Yves," cried Aramis, "come here, come here." Yves ran toward him, letting fall the cylinder which he was about to place under the boat when the bishop's call interrupted him.
"What is the meaning of this hunt, skipper?" said Porthos.
"Eh? Monseigneur, I cannot understand it," replied the Breton. "It is not at such a moment that the Seigneur de Locmaria would hunt. No, and yet the dogs—"
"Unless they have escaped from the kennel."
"No," said Goenne, "they are not the Seigneur de Locmaria's hounds."
"In common prudence," said Aramis, "let us go back into the grotto. The voices evidently draw nearer. We shall soon know what we have to trust to."
They re-entered, but had scarcely proceeded 100 steps in the darkness, when a noise like the hoarse sigh of a creature in distress resounded through the cavern, and breathless, rapid, terrified, a fox passed like a flash of lightning before the fugitives, leaped over the boat, and disappeared, leaving behind its sour scent, which was perceptible for several seconds under the low vaults of the cave.
"The fox!"
cried the Bretons, with the glad surprise of born hunters.
"Accursed mischance!"
cried the bishop. "Our retreat is discovered."
"How so?" said Porthos. "Are you afraid of a fox?"
"Eh? My friend, what do you mean by that? Why do you specify the fox? It is not the fox alone. Pardieu! But don't you know, Porthos, that after the foxes come hounds, and after hounds, men?" Porthos hung his head. As though to confirm the words of Aramis, they heard the yelping pack approach with frightful swiftness upon the trail. 6 foxhounds burst at once upon the little heath, with mingling yelps of triumph. "There are the dogs, plain enough," said Aramis, posted on the lookout behind a chink in the rocks. "Now, who are the huntsmen?"
"If it is the Seigneur de Locmaria's," replied the sailor, he will leave the dogs to hunt the grotto, for he knows them, and will not enter in himself, being quite sure that the fox will come out the other side. It is there he will wait for him."
"It is not the Seigneur de Locmaria who is hunting," replied Aramis, turning pale in spite of his efforts to maintain a placid countenance.
"Who is it, then?"
said Porthos.
"Look."
Porthos applied his eye to the slit, and saw at the summit of a hillock a dozen horsemen urging on their horses in the track of the dogs, shouting,
"Tayo! Tayo!"
"The guards!" said he.
"Yes, my friend, the king's guards."
"The king's guards, do you say, monseigneur?"
cried the Bretons, growing pale in turn.
"With Biscarrat at their head, mounted upon my grey horse,"
continued Aramis. The hounds at the same moment rushed into the grotto like an avalanche, and the depths of the cavern were filled with their deafening cries.
"Ah, the devil!"
said Aramis, resuming all his coolness at the sight of this certain, inevitable danger.
"I am perfectly satisfied we are lost, but we have at least one chance left. If the guards who follow their hounds happen to discover there is an issue to the grotto, there is no help for us, for on entering they must see both ourselves and our boat. The dogs must not go out of the cavern. Their masters must not enter." "That is clear," said Porthos.
"You understand," added Aramis, with the rapid precision of command. "There are 6 dogs that will be forced to stop at the great stone under which the fox has glided, but at the too narrow opening of which they must be themselves stopped and killed." The Bretons sprang forward, knife in hand. In a few minutes there was a lamentable concert of angry barks and mortal howls, and then silence.
"That's well," said Aramis, coolly. "Now for the masters."
"What is to be done with them?" said Porthos.
"Wait their arrival, conceal ourselves, and kill them."
"Kill them!" replied Porthos.
"There are 16," said Aramis, "at least at present."
"And well armed," added Porthos, with a smile of consolation.
"It will last about 10 minutes," said Aramis. "To work!"
And with a resolute air he took up a musket and placed a hunting knife between his teeth.
"Yves, Gouen, and his son," continued Aramis, "will pass the muskets to us. You, Porthos, will fire when they are close. We shall have brought down, at the lowest computation, 8 before the others are aware of anything. That is certain. Then all, there are 5 of us, will dispatch the other 8, knife in hand."
"And poor Biscarrat?" said Porthos.
Aramis reflected a moment. "Biscarrat first."
Chapter 48 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 48 The Grotto. In spite of the sort of divination which was the remarkable side of the character of Aramis, the event, subject to the risks of things over which uncertainty presides, did not fall out exactly as the Bishop of Vannes had foreseen. Biscarrat, better mounted than his companions, arrived first at the opening of the grotto, and comprehended that fox and hounds were one and all engulfed in it. Only, struck by that superstitious terror which every dark and subterraneous way naturally impresses upon the mind of man, he stopped at the outside of the grotto, and waited till his companions should have assembled round him. "Well," asked the young men, coming up out of breath,
and unable to understand the meaning of this inaction. "Well, I cannot hear the dogs. They and the fox must all be lost in this infernal cavern." "They were too close up," said one of the guards, "to have lost scent all at once. Besides, we should hear them from one side or another. They must, as Biscarrat say, be in this grotto." "But then," said one of the young men, "why don't they give tongue?" "It is strange," muttered another. "Well, but," said a fourth, "let us go into this grotto." "Does it happen to be forbidden we should enter it?" "No," replied Biscarrat. "Only, as it looks as dark as a wolf's mouth, we might break our necks in it." "Witness the dogs," said a guard, "who seem to have broken theirs." "What the devil can have become of them?" asked the young men in chorus, and every master called his dog by his name, whistled to him in his favourite mode, without a single one replying to either call or whistle. "It is perhaps an enchanted grotto," said Biscarrat. "Let us see." And jumping from his horse, he made a step into the grotto. "Stop, stop, I will accompany you," said one of the guards, on seeing Biscarrat disappear in the shades of the cavern's mouth. "No," replied Biscarrat, "there must be something extraordinary in the place. Don't let us risk ourselves all at once. If in 10 minutes you do not hear of me, you can come in, but not all at once." "Be it so," said the young man, who, besides, did not imagine that Biscarrat ran much risk in the enterprise. "We will wait for you." And without dismounting from their horses, they formed a circle round the grotto. Biscarrat entered then alone, and advanced through the darkness till he came in contact with the muzzle of Porthos's musket. The resistance which his chest met with astonished him. He naturally raised his hand and laid hold of the icy barrel. At the same instant, Yves lifted a knife against the young man, who was about to fall upon him with all the force of a Breton's arm, when the iron wrist of Porthos stopped it halfway. Then, like low muttering thunder, his voice growled in the darkness, "I will not have him killed." Biscarrat found himself between a protection and a threat, the one almost as terrible as the other. However brave the young man might be, he could not prevent a cry escaping him, which Aramis immediately suppressed by placing a handkerchief over his mouth. "Monsieur de Biscarrat," said he, in a low voice, "we mean you no harm, and you must know that if you have recognized us, but at the first word, the first groan, the first whisper, we shall be forced to kill you as we have killed your dogs." "Yes, I recognize you, gentlemen," said the officer in a low voice. "But why are you here? What are you doing here? Unfortunate men, I thought you were in the fort." "And you, monsieur, you were to obtain conditions for us, I think." "I did all I was able, messieurs, but—" "But what?" "But there are positive orders." "To kill us?" Biscarrat made no reply. It would have cost him too much to speak of the cord to gentlemen. Aramis understood the silence of the prisoner. "Monsieur Biscarrat," said he, "you would be already dead if we had not regard for your youth and our ancient association with your father, but you may yet escape from the place by swearing that you will not tell your companions what you have seen." "I will not only swear that I will not speak of it," said Biscarrat, "but I still further swear that I will do everything in the world to prevent my companions from setting foot in the grotto." "Biscarrat! Biscarrat!" cried several voices from the outside, coming like a whirlwind into the cave. "Reply," said Aramis. "Here I am!" cried Biscarrat. "Now begone, we depend on your loyalty." And he left his hold of the young man, who hastily returned towards the light. Biscarrat! Biscarrat! cried the voices, still nearer, and the shadows of several human forms projected into the interior of the grotto. Biscarrat rushed to meet his friends in order to stop them, and met them just as they were adventuring into the cave. Aramis and Porthos listened with the intense attention of men whose life depends upon a breath of air. "Oh, oh!" exclaimed one of the guards as he came to the light. "How pale you are!" "Pale!" cried another. "You ought to say corpse color." "Ay!" said the young man, endeavoring to collect his faculties. "In the name of heaven, what has happened?" exclaimed all the voices. "You have not a drop of blood in your veins, my poor friend," said one of them, laughing. "Messieurs, it is nothing." "Messieurs, it is serious," said another. "He is going to faint. Does any one of you happen to have any salts?" And they all laughed. This hail of jests fell round Biscarrat's ears like musket balls in a melee. He recovered himself amidst a deluge of interrogations. "What do you suppose I have seen?" asked he. "I was too hot when I entered the grotto, and I have been struck with a chill. That is all." "But the dogs, the dogs, have you seen them again? Did you see anything of them? Do you know anything about them?" "I suppose they have got out some other way." "Messieurs," said one of the young men, "there is in that which is going on, in the paleness and silence of our friend, a mystery which Biscarrat will not or cannot reveal. Only, and this is certain, Biscarrat has seen something in the grotto. Well, for my part, I am very curious to see what it is, even if it is the devil. To the grotto, monsieur, to the grotto!" "To the grotto!" repeated all the voices, and the echo of the cavern carried like a menace to Porthos and Aramis. "To the grotto! To the grotto!" Biscarrat threw himself before his companions. "Messieurs, messieurs!" cried he, "in the name of heaven, do not go in!" "Why, what is there so terrific in the cavern?" asked several at once. "Come, speak, Biscarrat." "Decidedly, it is the devil he has seen," repeated he who had before advanced that hypothesis. "Well," said another, "if he has seen him, he need not be selfish. He may as well let us have a look at him in turn." "Messieurs, messieurs, I beseech you," urged Biscarrat. "Nonsense! Let us pass." "Messieurs, I implore you not to enter." "Why? You went in yourself." Then one of the officers, who, of a riper age than the others, had till this time remained behind, and had said nothing, advanced. "Messieurs," said he, with a calmness which contrasted with the animation of the young men, "there is in there some person, or something, that is not the devil, but which, whatever it may be, has had sufficient power to silence our dogs. We must discover who this someone is, or what this something is." Biscarrat made a last effort to stop his friends, but it was useless. In vain he threw himself before the rashest, in vain he clung to the rocks to bar the passage. The crowd of young men rushed into the cave, in the steps of the officer who had spoken last, but who had sprung in first, sword in hand, to face the unknown danger. Biscarrat, repulsed by his friends, unable to accompany them, without passing in the eyes of Porthos and Aramis for a traitor and a perjurer, with painfully attentive ear and unconsciously supplicating hands, leaned against the rough side of a rock which he thought must be exposed to the fire of the musketeers. As to the guards, they penetrated further and further, with exclamations that grew fainter as they advanced. All at once, a discharge of musketry, growling like thunder, exploded in the entrails of the vault. 2 or 3 balls were flattened against the rock on which Biscarrat was leaning. At the same instant, cries, shrieks, imprecations burst forth, and the little troop of gentlemen reappeared, some pale, some bleeding, all enveloped in a cloud of smoke, which the outer air seemed to suck from the depths of the cavern.
"Biscarrat! Biscarrat!" cried the fugitives. "You knew there was an ambuscade in that cavern, and you did not warn us. Biscarrat, you are the cause that 4 of us are murdered men. Woe be to you, Biscarrat!" "You are the cause of my being wounded unto death," said one of the young men, letting a gush of scarlet lifeblood vomit in his palm, and spattering into Biscarrat's livid face. "My blood be on your head!" And he rolled in agony at the feet of the young man. "But at least tell us who is there," cried several furious voices. Biscarrat remained silent. "Tell us, or die!" cried the wounded man, raising himself upon one knee, and lifting towards his companion an arm bearing a useless sword. Biscarrat rushed towards him, opening his breast for the blow, but the wounded man fell back not to rise again, uttering a groan which was his last. Biscarrat, with hair on end, haggard eyes, and bewildered head, advanced towards the interior of the cavern, saying, "You are right. Death to me, who have allowed my comrades to be assassinated. I am a worthless wretch." And throwing away his sword, for he wished to die without defending himself, he rushed head foremost into the cavern. The others followed him. The 11 who remained out of 16 imitated his example, but they did not go further than the first. A second discharge laid 5 upon the icy sand, and as it was impossible to see whence this murderous thunder issued, the others fell back with a terror that can be better imagined than described. But far from flying, as the others had done, Biscarrat remained safe and sound, seated on a fragment of rock, and waited. There were only 6 gentlemen left. "Seriously," said one of the survivors, "is it the devil?" "Ma foi, it is much worse," said another. "Ask Biscarrat, he knows." "Where is Biscarrat?" The young men looked round them, and saw that Biscarrat did not answer. "He is dead," said 2 or 3 voices. "Oh, no," replied another. "I saw him through the smoke, sitting quietly on a rock. He is in the cavern. He is waiting for us." "He must know who are there." "And how should he know them?" "He was taken prisoner by the rebels." "That is true. Well, let us call him and learn from him whom we have to deal with." And all voices shouted, "Biscarrat! Biscarrat!" But Biscarrat did not answer. "Good," said the officer, who had shown so much coolness in the affair. "We have no longer any need of him. Here are reinforcements coming." In fact, a company of guards, left in the rear by their officers, whom the ardour of the chase had carried away, from 75 to 80 men, arrived in good order, led by their captain and the first lieutenant. The 5 officers hastened to meet their soldiers, and, in language the eloquence of which may be easily imagined, they related the adventure and asked for aid. The captain interrupted them. "Where are your companions?" demanded he. "Dead." "But there were 16 of you." "10 are dead. Biscarrat's in the cavern, and we are 5. "Biscarrat is a prisoner?" "Probably." "No, for here he is. Look." In fact, Biscarrat appeared at the opening of the grotto. "He is making a sign to come on," said the officer. "Come on." "Come on!" cried all the troop, and they advanced to meet Biscarrat. "Monsieur," said the captain, addressing Biscarrat,
I am assured that you know who the men are in that grotto, and who make such a desperate defence. In the king's name I command you to declare what you know."
"Captain," said Biscarrat, "you have no need to command me. My word has been restored to me this very instant, and I came in the name of these men."
"To tell me who they are?"
"To tell you they are determined to defend themselves to the death, unless you grant them satisfactory terms."
"How many are there of them, then?"
"There are 2," said Biscarrat.
"There are 2, and want to impose conditions upon us?"
"There are 2, and they have already killed 10 of our men."
"What sort of people are they? Giants?"
"Worse than that. Do you remember the history of the Bastion Saint Gervais, captain?"
"Yes, where 4 musketeers held out against an army."
"Well, these are 2 of those same musketeers."
"And their names?"
"At that period, they were called Porthos and Aramis. Now they are styled Monsieur d'Herblay and Monsieur du Vallon."
"And what interest have they in all this?"
"It is they who were holding Belle Isle for Monsieur Fouquet." A murmur ran through the ranks of the soldiers on hearing the 2 words, Porthos and Aramis. "The musketeers! The musketeers!" repeated they. And among all these brave men, the idea that they were going to have a struggle against 2 of the oldest glories of the French army made a shiver, half enthusiasm, 2/3 terror, run through them. In fact, those 4 names, D'Artagnan, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, were venerated among all who wore a sword, as, in antiquity, the names of Hercules, Theseus, Castor, and Pollux were venerated.
"2 men, and they have killed 10 in 2 discharges. It is impossible, Monsieur Biscarrat."
"Eh, captain," replied the latter, "I do not tell you that they have not with them 2 or 3 men, as the musketeers of the Bastion Saint Gervais had 2 or 3 lackeys. But believe me, captain, I have seen these men. I have been taken prisoner by them. I know they themselves alone are all sufficient to destroy an army."
"That we shall see," said the captain, "and that in a moment, too. Gentlemen, attention!"
At this reply, no one stirred, and all prepared to obey. Biscarrat alone risked a last attempt. "Monsieur," said he, in a low voice, "be persuaded by me. Let us pass on our way. Those 2 men, those 2 lions you are going to attack, will defend themselves to the death. They have already killed 10 of our men. They will kill double the number, and end by killing themselves rather than surrender. What shall we gain by fighting them?" "We shall gain the consciousness, monsieur, of not having allowed 80 of the king's guards to retire before 2 rebels. If I listened to your advice, monsieur, I should be a dishonored man, and by dishonoring myself I should dishonor the army. Forward, my men!" And he marched first as far as the opening of the grotto. There he halted. The object of this halt was to give Biscarrat and his companions time to describe to him the interior of the grotto. Then, when he believed he had a sufficient acquaintance with the place, he divided his company into 3 bodies, which were to enter successively, keeping up a sustained fire in all directions. No doubt, in this attack they would lose 5 more, perhaps 10, but certainly they must end by taking the rebels, since there was no issue, and at any rate 2 men could not kill 80. "Captain," said Biscarrat, "I beg to be allowed to march at the head of the first platoon."
"So be it," replied the captain. "You have all the honor. I make you a present of it."
"Thanks.
replied the young man, with all the firmness of his race.
Take your sword, then.
I shall go as I am, captain, said Biscarrat, for I do not go to kill, I go to be killed. And placing himself at the head of the first platoon, with head uncovered, Chapter 49 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 49. An Homeric Song. It is time to pass to the other camp, and to describe at once the combatants and the field of battle. Aramis and Porthos had gone to the Grotto of Locmaria with the expectation of finding there their canoe, ready armed, as well as the 3 Bretons, their assistants, and they at first hoped to make the bark pass through the little issue of the cavern, concealing in that fashion both their labours and their flight. The arrival of the fox and dogs obliged them to remain concealed. The grotto extended the space of about 100 toises, to that little slope dominating a creek. Formerly a temple of the Celtic divinities, when Belle Isle was still called Calais, this grotto had beheld more than one human sacrifice accomplished in its mystic depths. The first entrance to the cavern was by a moderate descent, above which distorted rocks formed a weird arcade. The interior, very uneven and dangerous from the inequalities of the vault, was subdivided into several compartments, which communicated with each other by means of rough and jagged steps, fixed right and left, in uncouth natural pillars. At the 3rd compartment the vault was so low, the passage so narrow, that the bark would scarcely have passed without touching the side. Nevertheless, in moments of despair, wood softens, and stone grows flexible beneath the human will. Such was the thought of Aramis, when, after having fought the fight, he decided upon flight, a flight most dangerous, since all the assailants were not dead, and that, admitting the possibility of putting the bark to sea, they would have to fly in open day, before the conquered, so interested on recognizing their small number, in pursuing their conquerors. When the 2 discharges had killed 10 men, Aramis, familiar with the windings of the cavern, went to reconnoitre them one by one, and counted them, for the smoke prevented seeing outside, and he immediately commanded that the canoe should be rolled as far as the great stone, the closure of the liberating issue. Porthos collected all his strength, took the canoe in his arms, and raised it up, whilst the Bretons made it run rapidly along the rollers. They had descended into the 3rd compartment. They had arrived at the stone which walled the outlet. Porthos seized this gigantic stone at its base, applied his robust shoulder, and gave a heave which made the wall crack. A cloud of dust fell from the vault, with the ashes of 10,000 generations of sea-birds, whose nests stuck like cement to the rock. At the 3rd shock, the stone gave way and oscillated for a minute. Porthos, placing his back against the neighboring rock, made an arch with his foot, which drove the block out of the calcareous masses which served for hinges and cramps. The stone fell, and daylight was visible, brilliant, radiant, flooding the cavern through the opening, and the blue sea appeared to the delighted Bretons. They began to lift the bark over the barricade. 20 more toises, and it would glide into the ocean. It was during this time that the company arrived, was drawn up by the captain, and disposed for either an escalade or an assault. Aramis watched over everything, to favor the labors of his friends. He saw the reinforcements, counted the men, and convinced himself at a single glance of the insurmountable peril to which fresh combat would expose them. To escape by sea, at the moment the cavern was about to be invaded, was impossible. In fact, the daylight which had just been admitted to the last compartments had exposed to the soldiers the bark being rolled towards the sea, the two rebels within musket shot, and one of their discharges would riddle the boat if it did not kill the navigators. Besides, allowing everything, if the bark escaped with the men on board of it, how could the alarm be suppressed? How could notice to the royal lighters be prevented? What could hinder the poor canoe, followed by sea and watched from the shore, from succumbing before the end of the day? Aramis, digging his hands into his grey hair with rage, invoked the assistance of God and the assistance of the demons. Calling to Porthos, who was doing more work than all the rollers, whether of flesh or wood, "My friend," said he, "our adversaries have just received a reinforcement." "Ah, ah," said Porthos quietly. "What is to be done, then?" "To recommence the combat," said Aramis, "is hazardous." "Yes," said Porthos, "for it is difficult to suppose that out of two one should not be killed, and certainly, if one of us was killed, the other would get himself killed also." Porthos spoke these words with that heroic nature which, with him, grew grander with necessity. Aramis felt it like a spur to his heart. "We shall neither of us be killed if you do what I tell you, friend Porthos." "Tell me what?" "These people are coming down into the grotto." "Yes?" "We could kill about 15 of them, but no more." "How many are there in all?" asked Porthos. "They have received a reinforcement of 75 men." 75 and 5, 80. Ah!" sighed Porthos. "If they fire all at once, they will riddle us with balls." "Certainly they will." "Without reckoning," added Aramis, "that the detonation might occasion a collapse of the cavern." "Ay," said Porthos, "a piece of falling rock just now grazed my shoulder." "You see, then." "Oh, it is nothing." "We must determine upon something quickly. Our Bretons are going to continue to roll the canoe towards the sea." "Very well." "We two will keep the powder, the balls, and the muskets here." "But only two, my dear Aramis. We shall never fire 3 shots together," said Porthos, innocently. "The defense by musketry is a bad one." "Find a better, then." "I have found one," said the giant, eagerly. "I will place myself in ambuscade behind the pillar with this iron bar, and invisible, unattackable. If they come in floods, I can let my bar fall upon their skulls 30 times in a minute. Hein, what do you think of the project? You smile." "Excellent, dear friend, perfect. I approve it greatly. Only you will frighten them, and half of them will remain outside to take us by famine. What we want, my good friend, is the entire destruction of the troop. A single survivor encompasses our ruin." "You are right, my friend, but how can we attract them, pray?" "By not stirring, my good Porthos." "Well, we won't stir, then. But when they are all together—" "Then leave it to me. I have an idea." "If it is so, and your idea proves a good one, and your idea is most likely to be good, I am satisfied." "To your ambuscade, Porthos, and count how many enter." "But you, what will you do?" "Don't trouble yourself about me. I have a task to perform." "I think I hear shouts." "It is they. To your post. Keep within reach of my voice and hand." Porthos took refuge in the second compartment, which was in darkness, absolutely black. Aramis glided into the third. The giant held in his hand an iron bar of about 50 pounds weight. Porthos handled this lever, which had been used in rolling the bark, with marvelous facility, During this time, the Bretons had pushed the bark to the beach. In the further and lighter compartment, Aramis, stooping and concealed, was busy with some mysterious maneuver. A command was given in a loud voice. It was the last order of the captain commandant. 25 men jumped from the upper rocks into the first compartment of the grotto, and having taken their ground, began to fire. The echoes shrieked and barked. The hissing balls seemed actually to rarefy the air, and then opaque smoke filled the vault. "To the left! To the left!" cried Biscarrat, who in his first assault had seen the passage to the second chamber, and who, animated by the smell of powder, wished to guide his soldiers in that direction. The troop, accordingly, precipitated themselves to the left, the passage gradually growing narrower. Biscarrat, with his hands stretched forward, devoted to death, marched in advance of the muskets. "Come on! Come on!" exclaimed he. "I see daylight." "Strike, Porthos!" came the sepulchral voice of Aramis. Porthos breathed a heavy sigh, but he obeyed. The iron bar fell full and direct upon the head of Biscarrat, who was dead before he had ended his cry. Then the formidable lever rose 10 times in 10 seconds, and made 10 corpses. The soldiers could see nothing. They heard sighs and groans. They stumbled over dead bodies, but as they had no conception of the cause of all this, they came forward, jostling each other. The implacable bar, still falling, annihilated the first platoon, without a single sound to warn the second, which was quietly advancing. Only, commanded by the captain, the men had stripped a fir growing on the shore, and with its resinous branches twisted together, the captain had made a flambeau. On arriving at the compartment where Porthos, like the exterminating angel, had destroyed all he touched, the first rank drew back in terror. No firing had replied to that of the guards, and yet their way was stopped by a heap of dead bodies. They literally walked in blood. Porthos was still behind his pillar. The captain, illumining with trembling pine torch this frightful carnage, of which he in vain sought the cause, drew back towards the pillar behind which Porthos was concealed. Then a gigantic hand issued from the shade and fastened on the throat of the captain, who uttered a stifled rattle, his stretched-out arms beating the air. The torch fell and was extinguished in blood. A second after, the corpse of the captain dropped close to the extinguished torch, and added another body to the heap of dead which blocked up the passage. All this was effected as mysteriously as though by magic. At hearing the rattling in the throat of the captain, the soldiers who accompanied him had turned round, caught a glimpse of his extended arms, his eyes starting from their sockets, and then the torch fell, and they were left in darkness. From an unreflective, instinctive, mechanical feeling, the lieutenant cried, "Fire!" Immediately a volley of musketry flamed, thundered, roared in the cavern, bringing down enormous fragments from the vaults. The cavern was lighted for an instant by this discharge, and then immediately returned to pitchy darkness, rendered thicker by the smoke. To this succeeded a profound silence, broken only by the steps of the Chapter 50 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 50 The Death of a Titan. At the moment when Porthos, more accustomed to the darkness than these men coming from open daylight, was looking round him to see if through this artificial midnight Aramis were not making him some signal, he felt his arm gently touched, and a voice low as a breath murmured in his ear, "Come." "Oh!" said Porthos.
"Hush!"
said Aramis, if possible, yet more softly. And amidst the noise of the third brigade, which continued to advance, the imprecations of the guards still left alive, the muffled groans of the dying, Aramis and Porthos glided unseen along the granite walls of the cavern. Aramis led Porthos into the last but one compartment, and showed him, in a hollow of the rocky wall, a barrel of powder weighing from 70 to 80 pounds, to which he had just attached a fuse. "My friend," said he to Porthos, "you will take this barrel, the match of which I am going to set fire to, and throw it amidst our enemies. Can you do so?"
"Parbleu!"
replied Porthos, and he lifted the barrel with one hand.
"Light it."
"Stop," said Aramis,
"till they are all massed together, and then, my Jupiter, hurl your thunderbolt among them."
"Light it!" repeated Porthos.
"On my part,"
continued Aramis, "I will join our Bretons, and help them to get the canoe to the sea. I will wait for you on the shore, launch it strongly, and hasten to us."
"Light it!"
said Porthos a third time.
"But do you understand me?"
"Parbleu!" said Porthos again, with laughter that he did not even attempt to restrain.
"When a thing is explained to me, I understand it. Begone, and give me the light."
Aramis gave the burning match to Porthos, who held out his arm to him, his hands being engaged. Aramis pressed the arm of Porthos with both his hands, and fell back to the outlet of the cavern, where the three rowers awaited him. Porthos, left alone, applied the spark bravely to the match. The spark, a feeble spark, first principle of conflagration, shone in the darkness like a glowworm, then was deadened against the match which it set fire to, Porthos enlivening the flame with his breath. The smoke was a little dispersed, and by the light of the sparkling match objects might, for 2 seconds, be distinguished. It was a brief but splendid spectacle, that of this giant, pale, bloody, his countenance lighted by the fire of the match burning in surrounding darkness. The soldiers saw him. They saw the barrel he held in his hand. They at once understood what was going to happen. Then these men, already choked with horror at the sight of what had been accomplished, filled with terror at the thought of what was about to be accomplished, gave out a simultaneous shriek of agony. Some endeavored to fly, but they encountered the third brigade, which barred their passage. Others mechanically took aim and attempted to fire their discharged muskets. Others fell instinctively upon their knees. 2 or 3 officers cried out to Porthos to promise him his liberty if he would spare their lives. The lieutenant of the third brigade commanded his men to fire, but the guards had before them their terrified companions, who served as a living rampart for Porthos. We have said that the light produced by the spark and the match did not last more than 2 seconds, but during these 2 seconds that is what it illumined. In the first place, the giant, enlarged in the darkness, then, at 10 paces off, a heap of bleeding bodies, crushed, mutilated, in the midst of which some still heaved in the last agony, lifting the mass as a last respiration, inflating the sides of some old monster dying in the night. Every breath of Porthos, thus vivifying the match, sent towards this heap of bodies a phosphorescent aura, mingled with streaks of purple. In addition to this principal group scattered about the grotto, as the chances of death or surprise had stretched them, isolated bodies seemed to be making ghastly exhibitions of their gaping wounds. Above ground, bedded in pools of blood, rose, heavy and sparkling, the short, thick pillars of the cavern, of which the strongly marked shades threw out the luminous particles. And all this was seen by the tremulous light of a match attached to a barrel of powder, that is to say, a torch which, whilst throwing a light on the dead past, showed death to come. As I have said, this spectacle did not last above 2 seconds. During this short space of time, an officer of the 3rd Brigade got together 8 men armed with muskets, and, through an opening, ordered them to fire upon Porthos. But they who received the order to fire trembled so that 3 guards fell by the discharge, and the 5 remaining balls hissed on to splinter the vault, plough the ground, or indent the pillars of the cavern. A burst of laughter replied to this volley. Then the arm of the giant swung round. Then was seen whirling through the air, like a falling star, the train of fire. The barrel, hurled a distance of 30 feet, cleared the barricade of dead bodies, and fell amidst a group of shrieking soldiers, who threw themselves on their faces. The officer had followed the brilliant train in the air. He endeavoured to precipitate himself upon the barrel and tear out the match before it reached the powder it contained. Useless. The air had made the flame attached to the conductor more active. The match, which at rest might have burnt 5 minutes, was consumed in 30 seconds, and the infernal work exploded. Furious vortices of sulphur and nitre, devouring shoals of fire which caught every object, the terrible thunder of the explosion. This is what the second which followed disclosed in that cavern of horrors. The rocks split like planks of deal beneath the axe. A jet of fire, smoke, and debris sprang from the middle of the grotto, enlarging as it mounted. The large walls of silex tottered and fell upon the sand, and the sand itself, an instrument of pain when launched from its hard bed, riddled the faces with its myriad cutting atoms. Shrieks, imprecations, human life, dead bodies, all were engulfed in one terrific crash. The first 3 compartments became one sepulchral sink into which fell grimly back, in the order of their weight, every vegetable, mineral, or human fragment. Then the lighter sand and ash came down in turn, stretching like a winding sheet, and smoking over the dismal scene. And now, in this burning tomb, this subterranean volcano, seek the king's guards with their blue coats laced with silver. Seek the officers, brilliant in gold. Seek for the arms upon which they depended for their defence. One single man has made of all these things a chaos more confused, more shapeless, more terrible, than the chaos which existed before the creation of the world. There remained nothing of the 3 compartments, nothing by which God could have recognized his handiwork. As for Porthos, after having hurled the barrel of powder amidst his enemies, he had fled, as Aramis had directed him to do, and had gained the last compartment, into which air, light, and sunshine penetrated through the opening. Scarcely had he turned the angle which separated the 3rd compartment from the 4th, when he perceived at 100 paces from him the bark dancing on the waves. There were his friends, their liberty, their life and victory. 6 more of his formidable strides, and he would be out of the vault, out of the vault. A dozen of his vigorous leaps, and he would reach the canoe. Suddenly, he felt his knees give way. His knees seemed powerless, his legs to yield beneath him. "Oh, oh!" murmured he, "there is my weakness seizing me again. I can walk no further. What is this?" Aramis perceived him through the opening, and unable to conceive what could induce him to stop thus. "Come on, Porthos, come on!" he cried. "Come quickly!" "Oh!" replied the giant, making an effort that contorted every muscle of his body. "Oh, but I cannot!" While saying these words he fell upon his knees, but with his mighty hands he clung to the rocks and raised himself up again. "Quick, quick!" repeated Aramis, bending forward towards the shore, as if to draw Porthos towards him with his arms. "Here I am!" staggered Porthos, collecting all his strength to make one step more. "In the name of heaven! Porthos, make haste! The barrel will blow up!" "Make haste, monseigneur!" shouted the Bretons to Porthos, who was floundering as in a dream. But there was no time.
The explosion thundered, earth gaped, the smoke which hurled through the clefts obscured the sky, the sea flowed back as though driven by the blast of flame which darted from the grotto, as if from the jaws of some gigantic fiery chimera. The reflux took the bark out 20 toises. The solid rocks cracked to their base, and separated like blocks beneath the operation of the wedge. A portion of the vault was carried up towards heaven, as if it had been built of cardboard. The green and blue and topaz conflagration and black lava of liquefactions clashed and combated an instant beneath a majestic dome of smoke, then oscillated, declined, and fell successively the mighty monoliths of rock which the violence of the explosion had not been able to uproot from the bed of ages. They bowed to each other like grave and stiff old men, then, prostrating themselves, lay down forever in their dusty tomb. This frightful shock seemed to restore Porthos the strength that he had lost. He arose, a giant among granite giants. But at the moment he was flying between the double hedge of granite phantoms, these latter, which were no longer supported by the corresponding links, began to roll and totter round our Titan, who looked as if precipitated from heaven amidst rocks which he had just been launching. Porthos felt the very earth beneath his feet becoming jelly tremulous. He stretched both hands to repulse the falling rocks. A gigantic block was held back by each of his extended arms. He bent his head, and a third granite mass sank between his shoulders. For an instant, the power of Porthos seemed about to fail him, but this new Hercules united all his force, and the 2 walls of the prison in which he was buried fell back slowly and gave him place. For an instant he appeared, in this frame of granite, like the angel of chaos, but in pushing back the lateral rocks, he lost his point of support, for the monolith which weighed upon his shoulders, and the boulder, pressing upon him with all its weight, brought the giant down upon his knees. The lateral rocks, for an instant pushed back, drew together again, and added their weight to the ponderous mass which would have been sufficient to crush 10 men. The hero fell without a groan. He fell while answering Aramis with words of encouragement and hope, for, thanks to the powerful arch of his hands, for an instant he believed that, like Enceladus, he would succeed in shaking off the triple load. But by degrees Aramis beheld the block sink. The hands, strung for an instant, the arms stiffened for a last effort, gave way, the extended shoulders sank, wounded and torn, and the rocks continued to gradually collapse.
"Porthos! Porthos!"
cried Aramis, tearing his hair.
"Porthos! Where are you? Speak!"
"Here, here," murmured Porthos, with a voice growing evidently weaker. "Patience, patience." Scarcely had he pronounced these words when the impulse of the fall augmented the weight. The enormous rock sank down, pressed by those others which sank in from the sides, and, as it were, swallowed up Porthos in a sepulchre of badly jointed stones. On hearing the dying voice of his friend, Aramis had sprung to land. 2 of the Bretons followed him, with each a lever in his hand, one being sufficient to take care of the bark. The dying rattle of the valiant gladiator guided them amidst the ruins. Aramis, animated, active, and young as at 20, sprang towards the triple mass, and with his hands, delicate as those of a woman, raised by a miracle of strength the cornerstone of this great granite grave. Then he caught a glimpse, through the darkness of that charnel house, of the still brilliant eye of his friend, to whom the momentary lifting of the mass restored a momentary respiration. The 2 men came rushing up, grasped their iron levers, united their triple strength, not merely to raise it, but sustain it. All was useless. They gave way with cries of grief, and the rough voice of Porthos, seeing them exhaust themselves in a useless struggle, murmured in an almost cheerful tone those supreme words which came to his lips with the last respiration, "Too heavy." After which his eyes darkened and closed. His face grew ashy pale, the hands whitened, and the colossus sank quite down, breathing his last sigh. With him sank the rock, which, even in his dying agony, he had still held up. The three men dropped the levers, which rolled upon the tumulary stone. Then, breathless, pale, his brow covered with sweat, Aramis listened, his breast oppressed, his heart ready to break. Nothing more. The giant slept the eternal sleep. Chapter 51 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 51. Porthos Epitaph. Aramis, silent and sad as ice, trembling like a timid child, arose shivering from the stone. A Christian does not walk on tombs, but, though capable of standing, he was not capable of walking. It might be said that something of dead Porthos had just died within him. His Bretons surrounded him. Aramis yielded to their kind exertions, and the three sailors, lifting him up, carried him to the canoe. Then, having laid him down upon the bench near the rudder, they took to their oars, preferring this to hoisting sail, which might betray them. On all that levelled surface of the ancient Grotto of Locmaria, one single hillock attracted their eyes. Aramis never removed his from it, and at a distance out in the sea, in proportion as the shore receded, that menacing proud mass of rock seemed to draw itself up, as formerly Porthos used to draw himself up, raising a smiling, yet invincible head towards heaven, like that of his dear old honest, valiant friend, the strongest of the four, yet the first dead. Strange destiny of these men of brass! The most simple of heart allied to the most crafty, strength of body guided by subtlety of mind, and in the decisive moment, when vigour alone could save mind and body, a stone, a rock, a vile material weight, triumphed over manly strength, and falling upon the body, drove out the mind. Worthy Porthos, born to help other men, always ready to sacrifice himself for the safety of the weak, as if God had only given him strength for that purpose. When dying, he only thought he was carrying out the conditions of his compact with Aramis, a compact, however, which Aramis alone had drawn up, and which Porthos had only known to suffer by its terrible solidarity. Noble Porthos, of what good now are thy chateaux, overflowing with sumptuous furniture, forests overflowing with game, lakes overflowing with fish, cellars overflowing with wealth? Of what service to thee now thy lackeys in brilliant liveries, and in the midst of them Mousqueton, proud of the power delegated by thee? O noble Porthos, careful heaper up of treasure, was it worth while to labor to sweeten and gild life, to come upon a desert shore, surrounded by the cries of sea-gulls, and lay thyself, with broken bones, beneath the torpid stone? Was it worth while, in short, noble Porthos, to heap so much gold, and not have even the distiche of a poor poet, engraven upon thy monument. Valiant Porthos! He still, without doubt, sleeps, lost, forgotten, beneath the rock the shepherds of the heath take for the gigantic abode of a dolmen, and so many twining branches, so many mosses, bent by the bitter wind of ocean, so many lichens solder thy sepulchre to earth, that no passers-by will imagine such a block of granite could ever have been supported by the shoulders of one man. Aramis, still pale, still icy cold, his heart upon his lips, looked even till, with the last ray of daylight, the shore faded on the horizon. Not a word escaped him, not a sigh rose from his deep breast. The superstitious Bretons looked upon him trembling. Such silence was not that of a man, it was the silence of a statue. In the meantime, with the first grey lines that lighted up the heavens, the canoe hoisted its little sail, which, swelling with the kisses of the breeze, and carrying them rapidly from the coast, made bravest way towards Spain, across the dreaded Gulf of Gascony, so rife with storms. But scarcely half an hour after the sail had been hoisted, the rowers became inactive, reclining on their benches, and making an eye shade with their hands, pointed out to each other a white spot which appeared on the horizon as motionless as a gull rocked by the viewless respiration of the waves. But that which might have appeared motionless to ordinary eyes was moving at a quick rate to the experienced eye of the sailor. That which appeared stationary upon the ocean was cutting a rapid way through it. For some time, seeing the profound torpor in which their master was plunged, they did not dare to rouse him, and satisfied themselves with exchanging their conjectures in whispers. Aramis, in fact, so vigilant, so active, Aramis, whose eye, like that of the lynx, watched without ceasing, and saw better by night than by day, Aramis seemed to sleep in this despair of soul. An hour passed thus, during which daylight gradually disappeared, but during which also the sail in view gained so swiftly on the bark, that Goen, one of the three sailors, ventured to say aloud, "Monseigneur, we are being chased." Aramis made no reply. The ship still gained upon them. Then, of their own accord, two of the sailors, by the direction of the patron Yves, lowered the sail, in order that that single point upon the surface of the waters should cease to be a guide to the eye of the enemy pursuing them. On the part of the ship in sight, on the contrary, two more small sails were run up at the extremities of the masts. Unfortunately, it was the time of the finest and longest days of the year, and the moon in all her brilliancy succeeded inauspicious daylight. The balancelle, which was pursuing the little bark before the wind, had then still half an hour of twilight, and a whole night almost as light as day. "Monseigneur, monseigneur, we are lost," said the captain. "Look, they see us plainly, though we have lowered sail." "That is not to be wondered at," murmured one of the sailors, "since they say that, by the aid of the devil, the Paris folk have fabricated instruments with which they see as well at a distance as near, by night as well as by day." Aramis took a telescope from the bottom of the boat, focused it silently, and passing it to the sailor, "Here," said he, "look." The sailor hesitated. "Don't be alarmed," said the bishop. "There is no sin in it, and if there is any sin, I will take it on myself." The sailor lifted the glass to his eye, and uttered a cry. He believed that the vessel, which appeared to be distant about cannon shot, had at a single bound cleared the whole distance, but, on withdrawing the instrument from his eye, he saw that, except the way which the balancelle had been able to make during that brief instant, it was still at the same distance.
So, murmured the sailor, they can see us as we see them.
They see us, said Aramis, and sank again into impassibility.
What? They see us? Said Yves. Impossible.
Well, captain, look yourself, said the sailor, and he passed him the glass.
Monseigneur assures me that the devil has nothing to do with this? Asked Yves.
Aramis shrugged his shoulders. The skipper lifted the glass to his eye.
Oh, monseigneur, said he, it is a miracle. There they are. It seems as if I were going to touch them. 25 men at least. Ah, I see the captain forward. He holds a glass like this, and is looking at us. Ah, he turns round and gives an order. They are rolling a piece of cannon forward. They are loading it, pointing it. Misericorde, they are firing at us! And by a mechanical movement, the skipper put aside the telescope, and the pursuing ship, relegated to the horizon, appeared again in its true aspect. The vessel was still at the distance of nearly a league, but the maneuver sighted thus was not less real. A light cloud of smoke appeared beneath the sails, more blue than they, and spreading like a flower opening. Then, at about a mile from the little canoe, they saw the ball take the crown off 2 or 3 waves, dig a white furrow in the sea, and disappear at the end of it, as inoffensive as the stone with which, in play, a boy makes ducks and drakes. It was at once a menace and a warning. "What is to be done?" asked the patron. "They will sink us," said Gawain. "Give us absolution, monseigneur." And the sailors fell on their knees before him.
"You forget that they can see you," said he.
"That is true," said the sailors, ashamed of their weakness. "Give us your orders, monseigneur. We are prepared to die for you."
"Let us wait," said Aramis.
"How? Let us wait?"
"Yes, do you not see, as you just now said, that if we endeavor to fly, they will sink us?"
"But perhaps," the patron ventured to say, "perhaps under cover of night we could escape them?"
"Oh," said Aramis, "they have, no doubt, Greek fire with which to lighten their own course, and ours likewise." At the same moment, as if the vessel was responsive to the appeal of Aramis, a second cloud of smoke mounted slowly to the heavens, and from the bosom of that cloud sparkled an arrow of flame, which described a parabola like a rainbow, and fell into the sea, where it continued to burn, illuminating a space of 1/4 of a league in diameter. The Bretons looked at each other in terror. "You see plainly," said Aramis, "it will be better to wait for them." The oars dropped from the hands of the sailors, and the bark, ceasing to make way, rocked motionless upon the summits of the waves. Night came on, but still the ship drew nearer. It might be imagined it redoubled its speed with darkness. From time to time, as a vulture rears his head out of its nest, the formidable Greek fire darted from its sides, and cast its flame upon the ocean like an incandescent snowfall. At last it came within musket shot. All the men were on deck, arms in hand. The cannoneers were at their guns, the matches burning. It might be thought they were about to board a frigate, and to fight a crew superior in number to their own, not to attempt the capture of a canoe manned by 4 people. "Surrender!" cried the commander of the Balancelle, with the aid of his speaking trumpet. The sailors looked at Aramis. Aramis made a sign with his head. Yves waved a white cloth at the end of a gaff. This was like striking their flag. The pursuer came on like a racehorse. It launched a fresh Greek fire, which fell within 20 paces of the little canoe, and threw a light upon them as white as sunshine.
"At the first sign of resistance," cried the commander of the balancelle,
"Fire!" The soldiers brought their muskets to the present.
"Did we not say we surrendered?"
said Yves.
"Alive! Alive, captain!" cried one excited soldier. "They must be taken alive!"
"Well, yes, living," said the captain. Then, turning toward the Bretons, "Your lives are safe, my friends," cried he. "All but the Chevalier d'Herblay." Aramis stared imperceptibly. For an instant his eye was fixed upon the depths of the ocean, illumined by the last flashes of the Greek fire, which ran along the sides of the waves, played on the crests like plumes, and rendered still darker and more terrible the gulfs they covered.
"Do you hear, monseigneur?" said the sailors.
"Yes."
"What are your orders?"
"Accept."
"But you, monseigneur?"
Aramis leaned still more forward, and dipped the ends of his long white fingers in the green limpid waters of the sea, to which he turned with smiles, as to a friend. "Accept," repeated he.
"We accept," repeated the sailors. "But what security have we?"
"The word of a gentleman," said the officer. "By my rank and by my name I swear that all except Monsieur de Chevalier d'Herblay shall have their lives spared. I am lieutenant of the king's frigate the Pomona, and my name is Louis Constant de Pressigny." With a rapid gesture, Aramis, already bent over the side of the bark towards the sea, drew himself up, and with a flashing eye and a smile upon his lips, "Throw out the ladder, messieurs," said he, as if the command had belonged to him. He was obeyed. When Aramis, seizing the rope ladder, walked straight up to the commander, with a firm step, looked at him earnestly, made a sign to him with his hand, a mysterious and unknown sign, at sight of which the officer turned pale, trembled, and bowed his head, the sailors were profoundly astonished. Without a word, Aramis then raised his hand to the eyes of the commander, and showed him the collet of a ring he wore on the ring finger of his left hand. And while making this sign, Aramis, draped in cold and haughty majesty, had the air of an emperor giving his hand to be kissed. The commandant, who for a moment had raised his head, bowed a second time with marks of the most profound respect. Then stretching his hand out, in his turn, towards the poop, that is to say, towards his own cabin, he drew back to allow Aramis to go first. The three Bretons, who had come on board after their bishop, looked at each other, stupefied. The crew were awed to silence. 5 minutes after, the commander called the second lieutenant, who returned immediately, ordering the head to be put towards Corunna. Whilst this order was being executed, Aramis reappeared upon the deck, and took a seat near the bastingage. Night had fallen. The moon had not yet risen, yet Aramis looked incessantly towards Belle Isle. Yves then approached the captain, who had returned to take his post in the stern, and said, in a low and humble voice, "What course are we to follow, captain?" "We take what course Monseigneur pleases," replied the officer. Aramis passed the night leaning upon the bastingage. Yves, on approaching him next morning, remarked that the night must have been a very damp one, for the wood on which the bishop's head had rested was soaked with dew. Who knows? That dew was, it may be, the first tears that had ever fallen from the eyes of Aramis. Chapter 52 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 52. Monsieur de Gesvre's Round. D'Artagnan was little used to resistance like that he had just experienced. He returned, profoundly irritated, to Nantes. Irritation, with this vigorous man, usually vented itself in impetuous attack, which few people hitherto, were they king, were they giants, had been able to resist. Trembling with rage, he went straight to the castle, and asked an audience with the king. It might be about 7 o'clock in the morning, and, since his arrival at Nantes, the king had been an early riser. But on arriving at the corridor with which we are acquainted, D'Artagnan found Monsieur de Gesvre, who stopped him politely, telling him not to speak too loud and disturb the king. "Is the king asleep?" said D'Artagnan. "Well, I will let him sleep. But about what o'clock do you suppose he will rise?" "Oh, in about 2 hours. His Majesty has been up all night." D'Artagnan took his hat again, bowed to Monsieur de Gesvre, and returned to his own apartments. He came back at 9:30, and was told that the king was at breakfast. "That will just suit me," said D'Artagnan. "I will talk to the king while he is eating." Monsieur de Brienne reminded D'Artagnan that the king would not see anyone at mealtime. "But," said D'Artagnan, looking askant at Brienne, "you do not know, perhaps, monsieur, that I have the privilege of entree anywhere, and at any hour." Brienne took the captain's hand kindly, and said, "Not at Nantes, dear Monsieur d'Artagnan. The king, in this journey, has changed everything." D'Artagnan, a little softened, asked about what o'clock the king would have finished his breakfast. "We don't know." "Eh? Don't know? What does that mean? You don't know how much time the king devotes to eating? It is generally an hour, and if we admit that the air of the Loire gives an additional appetite, we will extend it to an hour and a half. That is enough, I think. I will wait where I am." "Oh, dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, the order of the day is not to allow any person to remain in this corridor. I am on guard for that particular purpose." D'Artagnan felt his anger mounting to his brain a second time. He went out quickly, for fear of complicating the affair by a display of premature ill humor. As soon as he was out, he began to reflect. "The king," said he, "will not receive me, that is evident. The young man is angry. He is afraid, beforehand, of the words that I may speak to him. Yes, but in the meantime Belle Isle is besieged, and my two friends by now probably taken or killed. Poor Porthos! As to Master Aramis, he is always full of resources, and I am easy on his account. But no, Porthos is not yet an invalid, nor is Aramis in his dotage. The one with his arm, the other with his imagination, will find work for his Majesty's soldiers. Who knows if these brave men may not get up for the edification of his most Christian Majesty a bastion of Saint-Gervais? I don't despair of it. They have cannon and a garrison. And yet," continued D'Artagnan, "I don't know whether it would not be better to stop the combat. For myself alone, I would not put up with either surly looks or insults from the king, but for my friends I must put up with everything. Shall I go to Monsieur Colbert? Now, there is a man I must acquire the habit of terrifying. I will go to Monsieur Colbert." And D'Artagnan set forth bravely to find Monsieur Colbert, but was informed that he was working with the king at the castle of Nantes. "Good!" cried he. "The times have come again in which I measured my steps from de Treville to the cardinal, from the cardinal to the queen, from the queen to Louis XIII. Truly is it said that men, in growing old, become children again. To the castle, then. He returned thither. Monsieur de Lyonne was coming out. He gave D'Artagnan both hands, but told him that the king had been busy all the preceding evening and all night, and that orders had been given that no one should be admitted. "Not even the captain who takes the order?" cried D'Artagnan. "I think that is rather too strong." "Not even he," said Monsieur de Lyonne. "Since that is the case," replied D'Artagnan, wounded to the heart, "since the captain of the musketeers, who has always entered the king's chamber, is no longer allowed to enter it, his cabinet, or his salle à manger, either the king is dead, or his captain is in disgrace. Do me a favor, then, Monsieur de Lyonne, who are in favor, to return and tell the king plainly I send him my resignation." "D'Artagnan, beware of what you are doing." "For friendship's sake, go." And he pushed him gently towards the cabinet. "Well, I will go," said Lyonne. D'Artagnan waited, walking about the corridor in no enviable mood. Lyonne returned. "Well, what did the king say?" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "He simply answered, 'Tis well,'" replied Lyonne. "That it was well!" said the captain, with an explosion. "That is to say, that he accepts it? Good! Now, then, I am free. I am only a plain citizen, Monsieur de Lyonne. I have the pleasure of bidding you good-bye. Farewell, castle, corridor, antechamber. A bourgeois, about to breathe at liberty, takes his farewell of you." And without waiting longer, the captain sprang from the terrace down the staircase where he had picked up the fragments of Gourville's letter. 5 minutes after, he was at the hostelry, where, according to the custom of all great officers who have lodgings at the castle, he had taken what was called his city chamber. But when he arrived there, instead of throwing off his sword and cloak, he took his pistols, put his money into a large leather purse, sent for his horses from the castle stables, and gave orders that would ensure their reaching Vannes during the night. Everything went on according to his wishes. At 8 o'clock in the evening he was putting his foot in the stirrup, when Monsieur de Gesvre appeared, at the head of 12 guards, in front of the hostelry. D'Artagnan saw all from the corner of his eye. He could not fail seeing 13 men and 13 horses. But he feigned not to observe anything, and was about to put his horse in motion. Gesvre rode up to him. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said he aloud. "Ah, Monsieur de Gesvre, good evening." "One would say you were getting on horseback." "More than that, I am mounted, as you see." "It is fortunate I have met with you." "Were you looking for me, then?" "Mon Dieu, yes." "On the part of the king, I will wager?" "Yes." "As I 3 days ago went in search of Monsieur Fouquet." "Oh! Nonsense. It is no use being over delicate with me. That is all labor lost. Tell me at once you are come to arrest me." "To arrest you? Good heavens, no." "Why do you come to accost me with 12 horsemen at your heels, then?" "I am making my round." "That isn't bad. And so you pick me up in your round, eh?" "I don't pick you up. I meet with you, and I beg you to come with me." "Where?" "To the king." "Good," said D'Artagnan, with a bantering air. "The king is disengaged." "For heaven's sake, captain," said Monsieur de Gesvre, in a low voice to the musketeer, "do not compromise yourself. These men hear you." D'Artagnan laughed aloud, and replied, "March! People who are arrested are placed between the 6 first guards and the 6 last."
But as I am not arresting you, said Monsieur de Gesvre, you will march behind, with me, if you please. Well, said D'Artagnan, that is very polite, Duke, and you are right in being so. For if ever I had had to make my rounds near your chambre de ville, I should have been courteous to you, I assure you, on the word of a gentleman. Now, one favor more. What does the king want with me? Oh, the king is furious. Very well. The king, who has thought it worth while to be angry, may take the trouble to grow calm again. That is all. I shan't die of that, I will swear. No, but I shall be sent to keep company with unfortunate Monsieur Fouquet. Mordieu! That is a gallant man, a worthy man. We shall live very sociably together, I will be sworn. Here we are at the place of destination, said the duke. Captain, for heaven's sake, be calm with the king. Ah, you are playing the brave man with me, Duke, said D'Artagnan, throwing one of his defiant glances over Gesvre. I have been told that you are ambitious of uniting your guards with my musketeers. This strikes me as a splendid opportunity. I will take exceeding good care not to avail myself of it, Captain. And why not, pray? Oh, for many reasons. In the first place, for this. If I were to succeed you in the musketeers after having arrested you... Ah, then you admit you have arrested me. No, I don't. Say met me, then. So, you were saying if you were to succeed me after having arrested me, your musketeers at the first exercise with ball cartridges would fire my way by mistake. Oh, as to that I won't say, for the fellows do love me a little. Gesvre made D'Artagnan pass in first, and took him straight to the cabinet where Louis was waiting for his captain of the musketeers, and placed himself behind his colleague in the antechamber. The king could be heard distinctly, speaking aloud to Colbert, in the same cabinet where Colbert might have heard, a few days before, the king speaking aloud with Monsieur d'Artagnan. The guards remained as a mounted picket before the principal gate, and the report was quickly spread throughout the city that Monsieur le Capitaine of the Musketeers had been arrested by order of the king. Then these men were seen to be in motion, and as in the good old days of Louis XIII and Monsieur de Treville, groups were formed and staircases were filled. Vague murmurs issuing from the court below came rolling to the upper stories, like the distant moaning of the waves. Monsieur de Gesvre became uneasy. He looked at his guards, who, after being interrogated by the musketeers who had just got among their ranks, began to shun them with a manifestation of innocence. D'Artagnan was certainly less disturbed by all this than Monsieur de Gesvre, the captain of the guards. As soon as he entered, he seated himself on the ledge of a window, whence with his eagle glance he saw all that was going on without the least emotion. No step of the progressive fermentation which had shown itself at the report of his arrest escaped him. He foresaw the very moment the explosion would take place, and we know that his previsions were in general correct. It would be very whimsical, thought he, if this evening my praetorians should make me king of France. How I should laugh! But at the height all was stopped. Guards, musketeers, officers, soldiers, murmurs, uneasiness, dispersed, vanished, died away. There was an end of menace and sedition. One word had calmed the waves. The king had desired Brienne to say, "Hush, messieurs, you disturb the king." D'Artagnan sighed. "All is over," said he. "The musketeers of the present day are not those of his Majesty Louis XIII. All is over."
Monsieur d'Artagnan.
Chapter 53 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 53. King Louis XIV. The king was seated in his cabinet with his back turned towards the door of entrance. In front of him was a mirror, in which, while turning over his papers, he could see at a glance those who came in. He did not take any notice of the entrance of D'Artagnan, but spread above his letters and plans the large silk cloth he used to conceal his secrets from the importunate. D'Artagnan understood this by-play, and kept in the background, so that at the end of a minute the king, who heard nothing, and saw nothing save from the corner of his eye, was obliged to cry, "Is not Monsieur d'Artagnan there?" "I am here, sire," replied the musketeer, advancing. "Well, monsieur," said the king, fixing his pellucid eyes on D'Artagnan, "what have you to say to me?" "I, sire," replied the latter, who watched the first blow of his adversary to make a good retort, "I have nothing to say to your majesty, unless it be that you have caused me to be arrested, and here I am." The king was going to reply that he had not had D'Artagnan arrested, but any such sentence appeared too much like an excuse, and he was silent. D'Artagnan likewise preserved an obstinate silence. "Monsieur," at length resumed the king, "what did I charge you to go and do at Belle Isle? Tell me, if you please." The king, while uttering these words, looked intently at his captain. Here D'Artagnan was fortunate. The king seemed to place the game in his hands. "I believe," replied he, "that your majesty does me the honor to ask what I went to Belle Isle to accomplish?" "Yes, monsieur." "Well, sire, I know nothing about it. It is not of me that question should be asked, but of that infinite number of officers of all kinds, to whom have been given innumerable orders of all kinds, whilst to me, head of the expedition, nothing precise was said or stated in any form whatever." The king was hurt. He showed it by his reply. "Monsieur," said he, "orders have only been given to such as were judged faithful." "And therefore I have been astonished, sire," retorted the musketeer, "that a captain like myself, who ranks with a marechal of France, should have found himself under the orders of 5 or 6 lieutenants or majors, good to make spies of, possibly, but not at all fit to conduct a warlike expedition. It was upon this subject I came to demand an explanation of your majesty, when I found the door closed against me, which, the final insult offered to a brave man, has led me to quit your majesty's service." "Monsieur," replied the king, "you still believe that you are living in an age when kings were, as you complain of having been, under the orders and at the discretion of their inferiors. You seem to forget that a king owes an account of his actions to none but God." "I forget nothing, sire," said the musketeer, wounded by this lesson. "Besides, I do not see in what an honest man, when he asks of his king how he has ill served him, offends him." "You have ill served me, monsieur, by siding with my enemies against me." "Who are your enemies, sire?" "The men I sent you to fight." "2 men the enemies of the whole of your majesty's army. That is incredible." "You have no power to judge of my will." "But I have to judge of my own friendships, sire." "He who serves his friends does not serve his master."
I so well understand this, sire, that I have respectfully offered your majesty my resignation."
"And I have accepted it, monsieur," said the king. "Before being separated from you, I was willing to prove to you that I know how to keep my word."
"Your majesty has kept more than your word, for your majesty has had me arrested," said D'Artagnan, with his cold, bantering air. "You did not promise me that, sire." The king would not condescend to perceive the pleasantry, and continued, seriously,
"You see, monsieur, to what grave steps your disobedience forces me."
"My disobedience!" cried D'Artagnan, red with anger.
"It is the mildest term that I can find," pursued the king. "My idea was to take and punish rebels. Was I bound to inquire whether these rebels were your friends or not?"
"But I was," replied D'Artagnan. "It was a cruelty on your majesty's part to send me to capture my friends and lead them to your gibbets."
"It was a trial I had to make, monsieur, of pretended servants, who eat my bread and should defend my person. The trial has succeeded ill, Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"For one bad servant your majesty loses," said the musketeer with bitterness, "there are 10 who on that same day go through a like ordeal. Listen to me, sire. I am not accustomed to that service. Mine is a rebel sword when I am required to do ill. It was ill to send me in pursuit of 2 men whose lives Monsieur Fouquet, your majesty's preserver, implored you to save. Still further, these men were my friends. They did not attack your majesty. They succumbed to your blind anger. Besides, why were they not allowed to escape? What crime had they committed? I admit you may contest with me the right of judging their conduct, but why suspect me before the action? Why surround me with spies? Why disgrace me before the army? Why me, in whom till now you have showed the most entire confidence, who for 30 years has been attached to your person, and have given you 1,000 proofs of my devotion? For it must be said, now that I am accused, why reduce me to see 3,000 of the king's soldiers march in battle against 2 men?
"One would say you have forgotten what these men have done to me," said the king in a hollow voice, "and that it was no merit of theirs I was not lost."
"Sire, one would imagine you forget that I was there."
"Enough, Monsieur d'Artagnan, enough of these dominating interests which arise to keep the sun itself from my interests. I am founding a state in which there shall be but one master, as I promised you. The moment is at hand for me to keep my promise. You wish to be, according to your tastes or private friendships, free to destroy my plans and save my enemies? I will thwart you, or will drop you. Seek a more compliant master. I know full well that another king would not conduct himself as I do, and would allow himself to be dominated by you, at the risk of sending you some day to keep company with Monsieur Fouquet and the rest. But I have an excellent memory, and for me, services are sacred titles to gratitude, to impunity. You shall only have this lesson, Monsieur d'Artagnan, as the punishment of your want of discipline, and I will not imitate my predecessors in anger, not having imitated them in favor. And then, other reasons make me act mildly toward you. In the first place, because you are a man of sense, a man of excellent sense, a man of heart, and that you will be a capital servant to him who shall have mastered you. Secondly, because you will cease to have any motives for insubordination. Your friends are now destroyed or ruined by me. These supports on which your capricious mind instinctively relied, I have caused to disappear. At this moment my soldiers have taken or killed the rebels of Belle Isle. D'Artagnan became pale. "Taken or killed!" cried he. "Oh, sire, if you thought what you tell,
If you were sure you were telling me the truth, I should forget all that is just, all that is magnanimous in your words, to call you a barbarous king and an unnatural man. But I pardon you these words," said he, smiling with pride. "I pardon them to a young prince who does not know, who cannot comprehend what such men as Monsieur d'Herblay, Monsieur du Vallon, and myself are. Taken or killed. Ah, sire! Tell me, if the news is true, how much has it cost you in men and money? We will then reckon if the game has been worth the stakes." As he spoke thus, the king went up to him in great anger, and said, "Monsieur d'Artagnan, your replies are those of a rebel. Tell me, if you please, who is king of France? Do you know any other?" "Sire," replied the captain of the musketeers, coldly, "I very well remember that one morning at Vaux you addressed that question to many people who did not answer to it, whilst I, on my part, did answer to it. If I recognized my king on that day, when the thing was not easy, I think it would be useless to ask the question of me now, when your majesty and I are alone." At these words Louis cast down his eyes. It appeared to him that the shade of the unfortunate Philippe passed between D'Artagnan and himself, to evoke the remembrance of that terrible adventure. Almost at the same moment an officer entered and placed a dispatch in the hands of the king, who, in his turn, changed color while reading it. "Monsieur," said he, "what I learn here you would know later. It is better I should tell you, and that you should learn it from the mouth of your king. A battle has taken place at Belle Isle." "Is it possible?" said D'Artagnan, with a calm air, though his heart was beating fast enough to choke him. "Well, sire?" "Well, monsieur, and I have lost 110 men." A beam of joy and pride shone in the eyes of D'Artagnan. "And the rebels?" said he. "The rebels have fled," said the king. D'Artagnan could not restrain a cry of triumph. "Only," added the king, "I have a fleet which closely blockades Belle Isle, and I am certain not a bark can escape." "So that," said the musketeer, brought back to his dismal idea, "if these two gentlemen are taken—" "They will be hanged," said the king, quietly. "And do they know it?" replied D'Artagnan, repressing his trembling. "They know it, because you must have told them yourself, and all the country knows it." "Then, sire, they will never be taken alive. I will answer for that." "Ah!" said the king, negligently, and taking up his letter again. "Very well, they will be dead then, Monsieur d'Artagnan, and that will come to the same thing, since I should only take them to have them hanged." D'Artagnan wiped the sweat which flowed from his brow. "I have told you," pursued Louis XIV., "that I would one day be an affectionate, generous, and constant master. You are now the only man of former times worthy of my anger or my friendship. I will not spare you either sentiment, according to your conduct. Could you serve a king, Monsieur d'Artagnan, who should have 100 kings, his equals, in the kingdom? Could I, tell me, do with such weak instruments the great things I meditate? Did you ever see an artist effect great works with an unworthy tool? Far from us, monsieur, the old leaven of feudal abuse. The Fronde, which threatened to ruin monarchy, has emancipated it. I am master at home, Captain D'Artagnan, and I shall have servants who, lacking perhaps your genius, will carry devotion and obedience to the verge of heroism. Of what consequence, I ask you, of what consequence is it that God has given no sense to arms and legs? It is to the head he has given genius, and the head, you know, the rest obey. I am the head." D'Artagnan started. Louis XIV,
continued as if he had seen nothing, although this emotion had not by any means escaped him. "Now let us conclude between us two the bargain I promised to make with you one day when you found me in a very strange predicament at Blois. Do me justice, monsieur, when you admit I do not make any one pay for the tears of shame that I then shed. Look around you. Lofty heads have bowed. Bow yours, or choose such exile as will suit you. Perhaps, when reflecting upon it, you will find your king has a generous heart, who reckons sufficiently upon your loyalty to allow you to leave him dissatisfied when you possess a great state secret. You are a brave man. I know you to be so. Why have you judged me prematurely? Judge me from this day forward, D'Artagnan, and be as severe as you please." D'Artagnan remained bewildered, mute, undecided for the first time in his life. At last he had found an adversary worthy of him. This was no longer trick, it was calculation. No longer violence, but strength. No longer passion, but will. No longer boasting, but counsel. This young man who had brought down a Fouquet, and could do without a D'Artagnan, deranged the somewhat headstrong calculations of the musketeer. "Come, let us see what stops you," said the king, kindly. "You have given in your resignation. Shall I refuse to accept it? I admit that it may be hard for such an old captain to recover lost good humor." "Oh," replied D'Artagnan, in a melancholy tone, "that is not my most serious care. I hesitate to take back my resignation, because I am old in comparison with you, and have habits difficult to abandon. Henceforward you must have courtiers who know how to amuse you, madmen who will get themselves killed to carry out what you call your great works. Great they will be, I feel. But if by chance I should not think them so? I have seen war, sire. I have seen peace. I have served Richelieu and Mazarin. I have been scorched with your father at the fire of Rochelle, riddled with sword thrusts like a sieve, having grown a new skin 10 times, as serpents do. After affronts and injustices, I have a command which was formerly something, because it gave the bearer the right of speaking as he liked to his king. But your captain of the musketeers will henceforward be an officer guarding the outer doors. Truly, sire, if that is to be my employment from this time, seize the opportunity of our being on good terms to take it from me. Do not imagine that I bear malice. No, you have tamed me, as you say, but it must be confessed that in taming me you have lowered me. By bowing me you have convicted me of weakness. If you knew how well it suits me to carry my head high, and what a pitiful mien I should have while scenting the dust of your carpets. Oh, sire, I regret sincerely, and you will regret as I do, the old days when the King of France saw in every vestibule those insolent gentlemen, lean, always swearing, cross-grained mastiffs, who could bite mortally in the hour of danger or of battle. These men were the best of courtiers to the hand which fed them, they would lick it. But for the hand that struck them, oh, the bite that followed! A little gold on the lace of their cloaks, a slender stomach in their haute de chausses, a little sparkling of grey in their dry hair, and you will behold the handsome dukes and peers, the haughty marechaux of France. But why should I tell you all this? The king is master. He wills that I should make verses. He wills that I should polish the mosaics of his antechambers with satin shoes. Mordioux! That is difficult, but I have got over greater difficulties. I will do it. Why should I do it? Because I love money? I have enough. Because I am ambitious? My career is almost at an end. Because I love the court? No,
I will remain here because I have been accustomed for 30 years to go and take the orderly word of the king, and to have said to me, 'Good evening, D'Artagnan,' with a smile I did not beg for. That smile I will beg for. Are you content, sire?" And D'Artagnan bowed his silver head, upon which the smiling king placed his white hand with pride. "Thanks, my old servant, my faithful friend," said he, "as, reckoning from this day, I have no longer any enemies in France. It remains with me to send you to a foreign field to gather your marshal's baton. Depend upon me for finding you an opportunity. In the meanwhile, eat of my very best bread, and sleep in absolute tranquillity." "That is all kind and well," said D'Artagnan, much agitated. "But those poor men at Belle Isle, one of them in particular, so good, so brave, so true." "Do you ask their pardon of me?" "Upon my knees, sire." "Well, then go and take it to them, if it be still in time. But do you answer for them?" "With my life, sire." "Go, then. Tomorrow I set out for Paris. Return by that time, for I do not wish you to leave me in the future." "Be assured of that, sire," said D'Artagnan, kissing the royal hand. And with a heart swelling with joy, he rushed out of the castle on his way to Belle Isle.
Chapter 54 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 54. Monsieur Fouquet's Friends. The king had returned to Paris, and with him D'Artagnan, who, in 24 hours, having made with greatest care all possible inquiries at Belle Isle, succeeded in learning nothing of the secret so well kept by the heavy rock of Locmaria, which had fallen on the heroic Porthos. The captain of the musketeers only knew what those two valiant men, these two friends, whose defence he had so nobly taken up, whose lives he had so earnestly endeavored to save, aided by 3 faithful Bretons, had accomplished against a whole army. He had seen, spread on the neighboring heath, the human remains which had stained with clotted blood the scattered stones among the flowering broom. He learned also that a bark had been seen far out at sea, and that, like a bird of prey, a royal vessel had pursued, overtaken, and devoured the poor little bird that was flying with such palpitating wings. But there D'Artagnan's certainties ended. The field of supposition was thrown open. Now what could he conjecture? The vessel had not returned. It is true that a brisk wind had prevailed for 3 days, but the corvette was known to be a good sailor, and solid in its timbers. It had no need to fear a gale of wind, and it ought, according to the calculation of D'Artagnan, to have either returned to Brest, or come back to the mouth of the Loire. Such was the news, ambiguous, it is true, but in some degree reassuring to him personally, which D'Artagnan brought to Louis XIV, when the king, followed by all the court, returned to Paris. Louis, satisfied with his success, Louis, more mild and affable as he felt himself more powerful, had not ceased for an instant to ride beside the carriage door of Mademoiselle de la Valliere. Everybody was anxious to amuse the 2 queens, so as to make them forget this abandonment by son and husband. Everything breathed the future. The past was nothing to anybody. Only that past was like a painful bleeding wound to the hearts of certain tender and devoted spirits. Scarcely was the king reinstalled in Paris when he received a touching proof of this. Louis XIV had just risen and taken his first repast, when his captain of the musketeers presented himself before him. D'Artagnan was pale and looked unhappy. The king, at the first glance, perceived the change in a countenance generally so unconcerned. "What is the matter, D'Artagnan?" said he. "Sire, a great misfortune has happened to me." "Good heavens! What is that?" "Sire, I have lost one of my friends, Monsieur du Vallon, in the affair of Belle Isle." And while speaking these words, D'Artagnan fixed his falcon eye upon Louis XIV, to catch the first feeling that would show itself. "I knew it," replied the king, quietly. "You knew it, and did not tell me?" cried the musketeer. "To what good? Your grief, my friend, was so well worthy of respect. It was my duty to treat it gently. To have informed you of this misfortune, which I knew would pain you greatly, D'Artagnan, would have been, in your eyes, to have triumphed over you. Yes, I knew that Monsieur du Vallon had buried himself beneath the rocks of Locmaria. I knew that Monsieur d'Herblay had taken one of my vessels with its crew, and had compelled it to convey him to Bayonne. But I was willing you should learn these matters in a direct manner, in order that you might be convinced my friends are with me respected and sacred, that always in me the man will sacrifice himself to subjects, whilst the king is so often found to sacrifice men to majesty and power." "But, sire, how could you know?" "How do you yourself know, D'Artagnan?" "By this letter, sire, which Monsieur d'Herblay, free and out of danger, writes me from Bayonne." "Look here," said the king, drawing from a casket placed upon the table close to the seat upon which D'Artagnan was leaning. "Here is a letter copied exactly from that of Monsieur d'Herblay. Here is the very letter, which Colbert placed in my hands a week before you received yours. I am well served, you may perceive." "Yes, sire," murmured the musketeer. "You were the only man whose star was equal to the task of dominating the fortune and strength of my two friends. You have used your power, sire. You will not abuse it, will you?" "D'Artagnan," said the king, with a smile beaming with kindness, "I could have Monsieur d'Herblay carried off from the territories of the King of Spain, and brought here alive, to inflict justice upon him. But, D'Artagnan, be assured I will not yield to this first and natural impulse. He is free. Let him continue free." "Oh, sire, you will not always remain so clement, so noble, so generous as you have shown yourself with respect to me and Monsieur d'Herblay. You will have about you counselors who will cure you of that weakness." "No, D'Artagnan, you are mistaken when you accuse my council of urging me to pursue rigorous measures. The advice to spare Monsieur d'Herblay comes from Colbert himself." "Oh, sire!" said D'Artagnan, extremely surprised. "As for you," continued the king, with a kindness very uncommon to him, "I have several pieces of good news to announce to you, but you shall know them, my dear captain, the moment I have made my accounts all straight. I have said that I wish to make, and would make, your fortune. That promise will soon become reality." "1,000 times thanks, sire. I can wait. But I implore you, whilst I go and practice patience, that your majesty will deign to notice those poor people who have for so long a time besieged your antechamber, and come humbly to lay a petition at your feet." "Who are they?" "Enemies of your majesty." The king raised his head. "Friends of Monsieur Fouquet," added D'Artagnan.
Their names? Monsieur Gourville, Monsieur Pelisson, and a poet, Monsieur Jean de La Fontaine. The king took a moment to reflect. What do they want? I do not know. How do they appear? In great affliction. What do they say? Nothing. What do they do? They weep. Let them come in, said the king with a serious brow. D'Artagnan turned rapidly on his heel, raised the tapestry which closed the entrance to the royal chamber, and directing his voice to the adjoining room, cried, "Enter!" The three men D'Artagnan had named immediately appeared at the door of the cabinet in which were the king and his captain. A profound silence prevailed in their passage. The courtiers, at the approach of the friends of the unfortunate superintendent of finances, drew back, as if fearful of being affected by contagion with disgrace and misfortune. D'Artagnan, with a quick step, came forward to take by the hand the unhappy men who stood trembling at the door of the cabinet. He led them in front of the king's fauteuil, who, having placed himself in the embrasure of a window, awaited the moment of presentation, and was preparing himself to give the supplicants a rigorously diplomatic reception. The first of the friends of Fouquet's to advance was Pelisson. He did not weep, but his tears were only restrained that the king might better hear his voice and prayer. Gourville bit his lips to check his tears, out of respect for the king. La Fontaine buried his face in his handkerchief, and the only signs of life he gave were the convulsive motions of his shoulders, raised by his sobs. The king preserved his dignity. His countenance was impassible. He even maintained the frown which appeared when D'Artagnan announced his enemies. He made a gesture which signified, "Speak," and he remained standing, with his eyes fixed searchingly on these desponding men. Pelisson bowed to the ground, and La Fontaine knelt as people do in churches. This dismal silence, disturbed only by sighs and groans, began to excite in the king not compassion, but impatience. "Monsieur Pelisson," said he, in a sharp, dry tone, "Monsieur Gourville, and you, monsieur," and he did not name La Fontaine, "I cannot, without sensible displeasure, see you come to plead for one of the greatest criminals it is the duty of justice to punish. A king does not allow himself to soften save at the tears of the innocent, the remorse of the guilty. I have no faith either in the remorse of Monsieur Fouquet or the tears of his friends, because the one is tainted to the very heart, and the others ought to dread offending me in my own palace. For these reasons, I beg you, Monsieur Pelisson, Monsieur Gourville, and you, monsieur, to say nothing that will not plainly proclaim the respect you have for my will." "Sire," replied Pelisson, trembling at these words, "we are come to say nothing to your majesty that is not the most profound expression of the most sincere respect and love that are due to a king from all his subjects. Your majesty's justice is redoubtable. Every one must yield to the sentences it pronounces. We respectfully bow before it. Far from us the idea of coming to defend him who has had the misfortune to offend your majesty. He who has incurred your displeasure may be a friend of ours, but he is an enemy to the state. We abandon him, but with tears, to the severity of the king." "Besides," interrupted the king, calmed by that supplicating voice and those persuasive words, "my parliament will decide. I do not strike without first having weighed the crime. My justice does not wield the sword without employing first a pair of scales." "Therefore we have every confidence in that impartiality of the king, and hope to make our feeble voices heard, with the consent of your Majesty, when the hour for defending an accused friend strikes. In that case, messieurs, what do you ask of me? Said the king with his most imposing air. Sire, continued Pelisson, the accused has a wife and family. The little property he had was scarcely sufficient to pay his debts, and Madame Fouquet, since her husband's captivity, is abandoned by everybody. The hand of your Majesty strikes like the hand of God. When the Lord sends the curse of leprosy or pestilence into a family, everyone flies and shuns the abode of the leprous or plague-stricken. Sometimes, but very rarely, a generous physician alone ventures to approach the ill-reputed threshold, passes it with courage, and risks his life to combat death. He is the last resource of the dying, the chosen instrument of heavenly mercy. Sire, we supplicate you, with clasped hands and bended knees, as a divinity is supplicated. Madame Fouquet has no longer any friends, no longer any means of support. She weeps in her deserted home, abandoned by all those who besieged its doors in the hour of prosperity. She has neither credit nor hope left. At least, the unhappy wretch upon whom your anger falls receives from you, however culpable he may be, his daily bread, though moistened by his tears. As much afflicted, more destitute than her husband, Madame Fouquet, the lady who had the honor to receive your Majesty at her table, Madame Fouquet, the wife of the ancient superintendent of your Majesty's finances, Madame Fouquet has no longer bread. Here the mortal silence which had chained the breath of Pelisson's two friends was broken by an outburst of sobs, and D'Artagnan, whose chest heaved at hearing this humble prayer, turned round towards the angle of the cabinet to bite his moustache and conceal a groan. The king had preserved his eye dry and his countenance severe, but the blood had mounted to his cheeks, and the firmness of his look was visibly diminished. "What do you wish?" said he, in an agitated voice. "We come humbly to ask your Majesty," replied Pelisson, upon whom emotion was fast gaining, "to permit us, without incurring the displeasure of your Majesty, to lend to Madame Fouquet 2,000 pistoles collected among the old friends of her husband, in order that the widow may not stand in need of the necessaries of life." At the word widow, pronounced by Pelisson whilst Fouquet was still alive, the king turned very pale. His pride disappeared. Pity rose from his heart to his lips. He cast a softened look upon the men who knelt sobbing at his feet. "God forbid," said he, "that I should confound the innocent with the guilty. They know me but ill who doubt my mercy towards the weak. I strike none but the arrogant. Do, messieurs, do all that your hearts counsel you to assuage the grief of Madame Fouquet. Go, messieurs, go." The three now rose in silence with dry eyes. The tears had been scorched away by contact with their burning cheeks and eyelids. They had not the strength to address their thanks to the king, who himself cut short their solemn reverences by entrenching himself suddenly behind the fauteuil. D'Artagnan remained alone with the king. "Well," said he, approaching the young prince, who interrogated him with his look, "well, my master, if you had not the device which belongs to your son, I would recommend you one which Monsieur Conrart might translate into eclectic Latin, calm with the lowly, stormy with the strong." The king smiled, and passed into the next apartment, After having said to D'Artagnan, "I give you the leave of absence you must want to put the affairs of your friend, the late Chapter 55 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 55. Porthos's Will. At Pierrefonds everything was in mourning. The courts were deserted, the stables closed, the parterres neglected. In the basins, the fountains, formerly so jubilantly fresh and noisy, had stopped of themselves. Along the roads around the chateau came a few grave personages mounted on mules or country nags. These were rural neighbors, cures and bailiffs of adjacent estates. All these people entered the chateau silently, handed their horses to a melancholy-looking groom, and directed their steps, conducted by a huntsman in black, to the great dining room, where Mousqueton received them at the door. Mousqueton had become so thin in 2 days that his clothes moved upon him like an ill-fitting scabbard in which the sword-blade dances at each motion. His face, composed of red and white, like that of the Madonna of Van Dyck, was furrowed by 2 silver rivulets which had dug their beds in his cheeks, as full formerly as they had become flabby since his grief began. At each fresh arrival, Mousqueton found fresh tears, and it was pitiful to see him press his throat with his fat hand to keep from bursting into sobs and lamentations. All these visits were for the purpose of hearing the reading of Porthos's will, announced for that day, and at which all the covetous friends of the dead man were anxious to be present, as he had left no relations behind him. The visitors took their places as they arrived, and the great room had just been closed when the clock struck 12, the hour fixed for the reading of the important document. Porthos's procureur, and that was naturally the successor of Master Coquenard, commenced by slowly unfolding the vast parchment upon which the powerful hand of Porthos had traced his sovereign will. The seal broken, the spectacles put on, the preliminary cough having sounded, everyone pricked up his ears. Mousqueton had squatted himself in a corner, the better to weep and the better to hear. All at once, the folding doors of the great room, which had been shut, were thrown open as if by magic, and a warlike figure appeared upon the threshold, resplendent in the full light of the sun. This was D'Artagnan, who had come alone to the gate, and finding nobody to hold his stirrup, had tied his horse to the knocker and announced himself. The splendor of daylight invading the room, the murmur of all present, and, more than all, the instinct of the faithful dog, drew Mousqueton from his reverie. He raised his head, recognized the old friend of his master, and, screaming with grief, he embraced his knees, watering the floor with his tears. D'Artagnan raised the poor intendant, embraced him as if he had been a brother, and, having nobly saluted the assembly, who all bowed as they whispered to each other his name, he went and took his seat at the extremity of the great carved oak hall, still holding by the hand poor Mousqueton, who was suffocating with excess of woe, and sank upon the steps. Then the procureur, who, like the rest, was considerably agitated, commenced. Porthos, after a profession of faith of the most Christian character, asked pardon of his enemies for all the injuries he might have done them. At this paragraph a ray of inexpressible pride beamed from the eyes of D'Artagnan. He recalled to his mind the old soldier, all those enemies of Porthos brought to earth by his valiant hand. he reckoned up the numbers of them, and said to himself that Porthos had acted wisely not to enumerate his enemies or the injuries done to them, or the task would have been too much for the reader. Then came the following schedule of his extensive lands. I possess at this present time, by the grace of God, 1. The domain of Pierrefonds, lands, woods, meadows, waters, and forests, surrounded by good walls. 2. The domain of Bracieux, chateaux, forests, ploughed lands, forming 3 farms. 3. The little estate du Vallon, so named because it is in the valley. Brave Porthos. 4. 50 farms in Touraine, amounting to 500 acres. 5. 3 mills upon the Cher, bringing in 600 livres each. 6. 3 fish pools in Berry, producing 200 livres a year. As to my personal or movable property, so called because it can be moved, as is so well explained by my learned friend the Bishop of Vannes, D'Artagnan shuddered at the dismal remembrance attached to that name. The procureur continued imperturbably, they consist, 1. In goods which I cannot detail here for want of room, and which furnish all my chateaux or houses, but of which the list is drawn up by my intendant. Every one turned his eyes towards Mousqueton, who was still lost in grief. 2. In 20 horses for saddle and draught, which I have particularly at my chateau of Pierrefonds, and which are called Bayard, Roland, Charlemagne, Pepin, Dunois, La Hire, Ogier, Samson, Milo, Nimrod, Urganda, Armida, Flastrade, Dalila, Rebecca, Yolande, Finette, Grisette, Lisette, and Musette. 3. In 60 dogs, forming 6 packs, divided as follows: the first for the stag, the second for the wolf, the third for the wild boar, the fourth for the hare, and the 2 others for setters and protection. 4. In arms for war and the chase contained in my gallery of arms. 5. My wines of Anjou, selected for Athos, who liked them formerly. My wines of Burgundy, Champagne, Bordeaux, and Spain, stocking 8 cellars and 12 vaults in my various houses. 6. My pictures and statues, which are said to be of great value, and which are sufficiently numerous to fatigue the sight. 7. My library, consisting of 6,000 volumes, quite new, and have never been opened. 8. My silver plate, which is perhaps a little worn, but which ought to weigh from 1,000 to 1,200 pounds, for I had great trouble in lifting the coffer that contained it, and could not carry it more than 6 times round my chamber. 9. All these objects, in addition to the table and house linen, are divided in the residence I liked the best. Here the reader stopped to take breath. Every one sighed, coughed, and redoubled his attention. The procureur resumed. I have lived without having any children, and it is probable I never shall have any, which to me is a cutting grief. And yet I am mistaken, for I have a son, in common with my other friends, that is, Monsieur Raoul Auguste Jules de Bragelonne, the true son of Monsieur le Comte de la Fère. This young nobleman appears to me extremely worthy to succeed the valiant gentleman of whom I am the friend and very humble servant. Here a sharp sound interrupted the reader. It was D'Artagnan's sword, which, slipping from his baldric, had fallen on the sonorous flooring. Every one turned his eyes that way,
and saw that a large tear had rolled from the thick lid of D'Artagnan, halfway down to his aquiline nose, the luminous edge of which shone like a little crescent moon. "This is why," continued the procureur, "I have left all my property, movable or immovable, comprised in the above enumerations, to Monsieur le Vicomte Raoul Auguste Jules de Bragelonne, son of Monsieur le Comte de la Fere, to console him for the grief he seems to suffer, and enable him to add more lustre to his already glorious name." A vague murmur ran through the auditory. The procureur continued, seconded by the flashing eye of D'Artagnan, which, glancing over the assembly, quickly restored the interrupted silence. "On condition that Monsieur le Vicomte de Bragelonne do give to Monsieur le Chevalier d'Artagnan, captain of the king's musketeers, whatever the said Chevalier d'Artagnan may demand of my property. On condition that Monsieur le Vicomte de Bragelonne do pay a good pension to Monsieur le Chevalier d'Herblay, my friend, if he should need it in exile. I leave to my intendant Mousqueton all my clothes, of city, war, or chase, to the number of 47 suits, in the assurance that he will wear them till they are worn out, for the love of and in remembrance of his master. Moreover, I bequeath to Monsieur le Vicomte de Bragelonne my old servant and faithful friend Mousqueton, already named, provided that the said Vicomte shall so act that Mousqueton shall declare, when dying, he has never ceased to be happy." On hearing these words, Mousqueton bowed, pale and trembling. His shoulders shook convulsively. His countenance, compressed by a frightful grief, appeared from between his icy hands, and the spectators saw him stagger and hesitate, as if, though wishing to leave the hall, he did not know the way. "Mousqueton, my good friend," said D'Artagnan, "go and make your preparations. I will take you with me to Athos's house, whither I shall go on leaving Pierrefonds." Mousqueton made no reply. He scarcely breathed, as if everything in that hall would from that time be foreign. He opened the door and slowly disappeared. The procureur finished his reading, after which the greater part of those who had come to hear the last will of Porthos dispersed by degrees, many disappointed, but all penetrated with respect. As for D'Artagnan, thus left alone, after having received the formal compliments of the procureur, he was lost in admiration of the wisdom of the testator, who had so judiciously bestowed his wealth upon the most necessitous and the most worthy, with a delicacy that neither nobleman nor courtier could have displayed more kindly. When Porthos enjoined Raoul de Bragelonne to give D'Artagnan all that he would ask, he knew well, our worthy Porthos, that D'Artagnan would ask or take nothing, and in case he did demand anything, none but himself could say what. Porthos left a pension to Aramis, who, if he should be inclined to ask too much, was checked by the example of D'Artagnan, and that word exile, thrown out by the testator, without apparent intention, was it not the mildest, most exquisite criticism upon that conduct of Aramis which had brought about the death of Porthos? But there was no mention of Athos in the testament of the dead. Could the latter for a moment suppose that the son would not offer the best part to the father? The rough mind of Porthos had fathomed all these causes, seized all these shades more clearly than law, better than custom, with more propriety than taste. Porthos had indeed a heart, said D'Artagnan to himself with a sigh. As he made this reflection, he fancied he heard a groan in the room above him, and he thought immediately of poor Mousqueton, who he felt it was a pleasing duty to divert from his grief. For this purpose he left the hall hastily to seek the worthy intendant, as he had not returned. He ascended the staircase leading to the first story, and perceived, in Porthos's own chamber, a heap of clothes of all colours and materials, upon which Mousqueton had laid himself down, after heaping them all on the floor together. It was the legacy of the faithful friend. Those clothes were truly his own, they had been given to him. The hand of Mousqueton was stretched over these relics, which he was kissing with his lips, with all his face, and covered with his body. D'Artagnan approached to console the poor fellow. "My God," said he does not stir. He has fainted." But D'Artagnan was mistaken. Mousqueton was dead. Dead, like the dog who, having lost his master, Chapter 56 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 56. The Old Age of Athos. While these affairs were separating forever the four Musketeers, formerly bound together in a manner that seemed indissoluble, Athos, left alone after the departure of Raoul, began to pay his tribute to that foretaste of death which is called the absence of those we love. Back in his house at Blois, no longer having even Grimaud to receive a poor smile as he passed through the parterre, Athos daily felt the decline of vigor of a nature which for so long a time had seemed impregnable. Age, which had been kept back by the presence of the beloved object, arrived with that cortege of pains and inconveniences which grows by geometrical accretion. Athos had no longer his son to induce him to walk firmly, with head erect, as a good example. He had no longer, in those brilliant eyes of the young man, an ever ardent focus at which to kindle anew the fire of his looks. And then, must it be said, that nature, exquisite in tenderness and reserve, no longer finding anything to understand its feelings, gave itself up to grief with all the warmth of common natures which they yield to joy. The Comte de la Fère, who had remained a young man to his 62nd year, the warrior who had preserved his strength in spite of fatigue, his freshness of mind in spite of misfortune, his mild serenity of soul and body in spite of Milady, in spite of Mazarin, in spite of La Valliere. Athos had become an old man in a week, from the moment at which he lost the comfort of his later youth. Still handsome, though bent, noble but sad, he sought, since his solitude, the deeper glades where sunshines scarcely penetrated. He discontinued all the mighty exercises he had enjoyed through life, when Raoul was no longer with him. The servants, accustomed to seeing him stirring with the dawn at all seasons, was astonished to hear 7 o'clock strike before their master quitted his bed. Athos remained in bed with a book under his pillow, but he did not sleep, neither did he read. Remaining in bed that he might no longer have to carry his body, he allowed his soul and spirit to wander from their envelope and return to his son or to God. His people were sometimes terrified to see him, for hours together, absorbed in that silent reverie, mute and insensible. He no longer heard the timid step of the servant who came to the door of his chamber to watch the sleeping or waking of his master. It often occurred that he forgot the day had half passed away, that the hours for the 2 first meals were gone by. Then he was awakened. He rose, descended to his shady walk, then came out a little into the sun, as though to partake of its warmth for a minute in memory of his absent child. and then the dismal, monotonous walk recommenced, until, exhausted, he regained the chamber and his bed, his domicile by choice. For several days the comte did not speak a single word. He refused to receive the visits that were paid him, and during the night he was seen to relight his lamp and pass long hours in writing or examining parchments. Athos wrote one of these letters to Vannes, another to Fontainebleau. They remained without answers. We know why. Aramis had quitted France, and D'Artagnan was travelling from Nantes to Paris, from Paris to Pierrefonds. His valet de chambre observed that he shortened his walk every day by several turns. The great alley of limes soon became too long for feet that used to traverse it formerly 100 times a day. The comte walked feebly as far as the middle trees, seated himself upon a mossy bank that sloped towards a sidewalk, and there waited the return of his strength, or rather the return of night. Very shortly 100 steps exhausted him. At length Athos refused to rise at all. He declined all nourishment, and his terrified people, though he did not complain, although he wore a smile upon his lips, although he continued to speak with his sweet voice, his people went to Blois in search of the ancient physician of the late Monsieur, and brought him to the Comte de la Fère in such a fashion that he could see the comte without himself being seen. For this purpose they placed him in a closet adjoining the chamber of the patient, and implored him not to show himself, for fear of displeasing their master, who had not asked for a physician. The doctor obeyed. Athos was a sort of model for the gentlemen of the country. The Blaisois boasted of possessing this sacred relic of French glory. Athos was a great seigneur compared with such nobles as the king improvised by touching with his artificial sceptre the parched-up trunks of the heraldic trees of the province. People respected Athos, we say, and they loved him. The physician could not bear to see his people weep, to see flock round him the poor of the canton, to whom Athos had so often given life and consolation by his kind words and his charities. He examined, therefore, from the depths of his hiding-place, the nature of that mysterious malady which bent and aged more mortally every day a man but lately so full of life and a desire to live. He remarked upon the cheeks of Athos the hectic hue of fever, which feeds upon itself, slow fever, pitiless, born in a fold of the heart, sheltering itself behind that rampart, growing from the suffering it engenders, at once cause and effect of a perilous situation. The comte spoke to nobody. He did not even talk to himself. His thought feared noise. It approached to that degree of over-excitement which borders upon ecstasy. Man thus absorbed, though he does not yet belong to God, already appertains no longer to the earth. The doctor remained for several hours, studying this painful struggle of the will against superior power. He was terrified at seeing those eyes always fixed, ever directed on some invisible object, was terrified at the monotonous beating of that heart, which never a sigh arose to vary the melancholy state, for often pain becomes the hope of the physician. Half a day passed away thus. The doctor formed his resolution like a brave man. He issued suddenly from his place of retreat, and went straight up to Athos, who beheld him without evincing more surprise than if he had understood nothing of the apparition. "Monsieur le Comte, I crave your pardon," said the doctor, coming up to the patient with open arms, "but I have a reproach to make you. You shall hear me." And he seated himself by the pillow of Athos, who had great trouble in rousing himself from his preoccupation. "What is the matter, doctor?" asked the comte after a silence. "The matter is, you are ill, monsieur, and have had no advice." "I ill?" said Athos, smiling.
Fever, consumption, weakness, decay, monsieur le comte."
"Weakness," replied Athos. "Is it possible? I do not get up."
"Come, come, monsieur le comte, no subterfuges. You are a good Christian?"
"I hope so," said Athos.
"Is it your will to kill yourself?"
"Never, doctor."
"Well, monsieur, you are in a fair way of doing so. Thus to remain is suicide. Get well, monsieur le comte, get well."
"Of what? Find the disease first. For my part, I never knew myself better. Never did the sky appear more blue to me. Never did I take more care of my flowers."
"You have a hidden grief."
"Concealed? Not at all. The absence of my son, doctor, that is my malady, and I do not conceal it."
"Monsieur le comte, your son lives. He is strong. He has all the future before him, the future of men of merit, of his race. Live for him."
"But I do live, doctor. Oh, be satisfied of that," added he, with a melancholy smile. "For as long as Raoul lives, it will be plainly known. For as long as he lives, I shall live."
"What do you say?"
"A very simple thing. At this moment, doctor, I leave life suspended within me. A forgetful, dissipated, indifferent life would be beyond my strength. Now I no longer have Raoul with me. You do not ask the lamp to burn when the matches not illumine the flame. Do not ask me to live amidst noise and merriment. I vegetate. I prepare myself. I wait. Look, doctor, remember those soldiers we have so often seen together at the ports, where they were waiting to embark, lying down, indifferent, half on one element, half on the other. They were neither at the place where the sea was going to carry them, nor at the place the earth was going to lose them. Baggage prepared, minds on the stretch, arms stacked, they waited. I repeat it. The word is the one which paints my present life. Lying down like the soldiers, my ear on the stretch for the report that may reach me, I wish to be ready to set out at the first summons. Who will make me that summons? Life or death? God or Raoul? My baggage is packed. My soul is prepared. I await the signal. I wait, doctor. I wait. The doctor knew the temper of that mind. He appreciated the strength of that body. He reflected for the moment, told himself that words were useless, remedies absurd, and left the chateau, exhorting Athos's servants not to quit him for a moment. The doctor being gone, Athos evinced neither anger nor vexation at having been disturbed. He did not even desire that all letters that came should be brought to him directly. He knew very well that every distraction which should arise would be a joy, a hope, which his servants would have paid with their blood to procure him. Sleep had become rare. By intense thinking, Athos forgot himself, for a few hours at most, in a reverie most profound, more obscure than other people would have called a dream. The momentary repose which this forgetfulness thus gave the body still further fatigued the soul, for Athos lived a double life during these wanderings of his understanding. One night he dreamt that Raoul was dressing himself in a tent to go upon an expedition commanded by Monsieur de Beaufort in person. The young man was sad. He clasped his cuirass slowly, and slowly he girded on his sword. "What is the matter?"
asked his father, tenderly. What afflicts me is the death of Porthos, ever so dear a friend, replied Raoul. I suffer here the grief you soon will feel at home. And the vision disappeared with the slumber of Athos. At daybreak one of his servants entered his master's apartment, and gave him a letter which came from Spain. The writing of Aramis, thought the comte, and he read. Porthos is dead, cried he, after the first lines. Oh, Raoul, Raoul! Thanks. Thou keepest thy promise. Thou warnest me. And Athos, seized with a mortal
Chapter 57 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 57. Athos's Vision. When this fading of Athos had ceased, the comte, almost ashamed of having given way before this superior natural event, dressed himself and ordered his horse, determined to ride to Blois, to open more certain correspondences with either Africa, D'Artagnan, or Aramis. In fact, this letter from Aramis informed the Comte de la Fère of the bad success of the expedition of Belle Isle. It gave him sufficient details of the death of Porthos to move the tender and devoted heart of Athos to its innermost fibres. Athos wished to go and pay his friend Porthos a last visit. To render this honour to his companion in arms, he meant to send to D'Artagnan to prevail upon him to recommence the painful voyage to Belle Isle, to accomplish, in his company, that sad pilgrimage to the tomb of the giant he had so much loved, then to return to his dwelling to obey that secret influence which was conducting him to eternity by a mysterious road. But scarcely had his joyous servants dressed their master, whom they saw with pleasure preparing for a journey which might dissipate his melancholy, scarcely had the comte's gentlest horse been saddled and brought to the door, when the father of Raoul felt his head become confused, his legs give way, and he clearly perceived the impossibility of going one step further. He ordered himself to be carried into the sun. They laid him upon his bed of moss, where he passed a full hour before he could recover his spirits. Nothing could be more natural than this weakness, after the inert repose of the latter days. Athos took a bouillon to give him strength, and bathed his dried lips in a glassful of the wine he loved the best, that old Anjou wine mentioned by Porthos in his admirable will. Then, refreshed, free in mind, he had his horse brought again, but only with the aid of his servants was he able painfully to climb into the saddle. He did not go 100 paces, a shivering seized him again at the turning of the road. "This is very strange," said he to his valet de chambre, who accompanied him. "Let us stop, monsieur, I conjure you," replied the faithful servant. "How pale you are getting!" "That will not prevent my pursuing my route, now that I have once started," replied the comte, and he gave his horse his head again. But suddenly the animal, instead of obeying the thought of his master, stopped. A movement, of which Athos was unconscious, had checked the bit. "Something," said Athos, "wills that I should go no further. Support me," added he, stretching out his arms. "Quick, come closer. I feel my muscles relax. I shall fall from my horse." The valet had seen the movement made by his master at the moment he received the order. He went up to him quickly, received the comte in his arms,
and as they were not yet sufficiently distant from the house for the servants, who had remained at the door to watch their master's departure, not to perceive the disorder in the usually regular proceeding of the comte, the valet called his comrades by gestures and voice, and all hastened to his assistance. Athos had gone but a few steps on his return, when he felt himself better again. His strength seemed to revive, and with it the desire to go to Blois. He made his horse turn round, but at the animal's first steps he sunk again into a state of torpor and anguish. "Well, decidedly," said he, "it is willed that I should stay at home." His people flocked around him. They lifted him from his horse, and carried him as quickly as possible into the house. Everything was prepared in his chamber, and they put him to bed. "You will be sure to remember," said he, disposing himself to sleep, "that I expect letters from Africa this very day."
"Monsieur will no doubt hear with pleasure that Blaisois' son is gone on horseback, to gain an hour over the courier of Blois," replied his valet de chambre.
"Thank you," replied Athos with his placid smile. The comte fell asleep, but his disturbed slumber resembled torture rather than repose. The servant who watched him saw several times the expression of internal suffering shadowed on his features. Perhaps Athos was dreaming. The day passed away. Blaisois' son returned. The courier had brought no news. The comte reckoned the minutes with despair. He shuddered when those minutes made an hour. The idea that he was forgotten seized him once, and brought on a fearful pang of the heart. Everybody in the house had given up all hopes of the courier. His hour had long passed. 4 times the express sent to Blois had repeated his journey, and there was nothing to the address of the comte. Athos knew that the courier only arrived once a week. Here, then, was a delay of 8 mortal days to be endured. He commenced the night in this painful persuasion: all that a sick man, irritated by suffering, can add of melancholy suppositions to probabilities already gloomy, Athos heaped up during the early hours of this dismal night. The fever rose. It invaded the chest, where the fire soon caught, according to the expression of the physician, who had been brought back from Blois by Blaisois in his last journey. Soon it gained the head. The physician made 2 successive bleedings, which dislodged it for the time, but left the patient very weak, and without power of action in anything but his brain. And yet this redoubtable fever had ceased. It besieged with its last palpitations the tense extremities. It ended by yielding as midnight struck. The physician, seeing the incontestable improvement, returned to Blois, after having ordered some prescriptions, and declared that the comte was saved. Then commenced for Athos a strange, indefinable state. Free to think, his mind turned towards Raoul, that beloved son. His imagination penetrated the fields of Africa in the environs of Gesvre, where Monsieur de Beaufort must have landed with his army. A waste of grey rocks, rendered green in certain parts by the waters of the sea, when it lashed the shore in storms and tempest. Beyond, the shore, strewed over with these rocks like gravestones, ascended, in form of an amphitheatre among mastic trees and cactus, a sort of small town, full of smoke, confused noises, and terrified movements. All of a sudden, from the bosom of this smoke arose a flame, which succeeded, creeping along the houses, in covering the entire surface of the town, and increased by degrees, uniting in its red and angry vortices tears, screams, and supplicating arms outstretched to heaven. There was for a moment a frightful pell-mell of timbers falling to pieces, of swords broken, of stones calcined, trees burnt and disappearing.
It was a strange thing that in this chaos, in which Athos distinguished raised arms, in which he heard cries, sobs, and groans, he did not see one human figure. The cannon thundered at a distance, musketry madly barked, the sea moaned, flocks made their escape, bounding over the verdant slope, but not a soldier to apply the match to the batteries of cannon, not a sailor to assist in manoeuvring the fleet, not a shepherd in charge of the flocks. After the ruin of the village, the destruction of the forts which dominated it, a ruin and destruction magically wrought without the cooperation of a single human being, the flames were extinguished, the smoke began to subside, then diminished in intensity, paled, and disappeared entirely. Night then came over the scene, night dark upon the earth, brilliant in the firmament. The large blazing stars which spangled the African sky glittered and gleamed without illuminating anything. A long silence ensued, which gave, for a moment, repose to the troubled imagination of Athos, and as he felt that that which he saw was not terminated, he applied more attentively the eyes of his understanding on the strange spectacle which his imagination had presented. This spectacle was soon continued for him. A mild, pale moon rose behind the declivities of the coast, streaking at first the undulating ripples of the sea, which appeared to have calmed after the roaring it had set forth during the vision of Athos. The moon, we say, shed its diamonds and opals upon the briars and bushes of the hills. The grey rocks, so many silent and attentive phantoms, appeared to raise their heads to examine likewise the field of battle by the light of the moon, and Athos perceived that the field, empty during the combat, was now strewn with fallen bodies. An inexpressible shudder of fear and horror seized his soul as he recognized the white and blue uniforms of the soldiers of Picardy, with their long pikes and blue handles, and muskets marked with the fleur-de-lis on the butts. When he saw all the gaping wounds, looking up to the bright heavens as if to demand back of them the souls to which they had opened a passage, when he saw the slaughtered horses, stiff, their tongues hanging out at one side of their mouths, sleeping in the shiny blood congealed around them, staining their furniture and their manes, when he saw the white horse of Monsieur de Beaufort, with his head beaten to pieces, in the first ranks of the dead, Athos passed a cold hand over his brow, which he was astonished not to find burning. He was convinced by this touch that he was present, as a spectator, without delirium's dreadful aid, the day after the battle fought upon the shores of Gesvre by the army of the expedition, which he had seen leave the coast of France and disappear upon the dim horizon, and of which he had saluted with thought and gesture the last cannon shot fired by the duke as a signal of farewell to his country. Who can paint the mortal agony with which his soul followed, like a vigilant eye, these effigies of clay-cold soldiers, and examine them one after the other to see if Raoul slept among them? Who can express the intoxication of joy with which Athos bowed before God, and thanked him for not having seen him he sought with so much fear among the dead? In fact, fallen in their ranks, stiff, icy, the dead, still recognizable with ease, seemed to turn with complacency towards the Comte de la Fère, to be the better seen by him during his sad review. But yet he was astonished, while viewing all these bodies, not to perceive the survivors. To such a point did the illusion extend, that his vision was for him a real voyage made by the father into Africa, to obtain more exact information respecting his son. Fatigued, therefore, with having traversed seas and continents, he sought repose under one of the tents sheltered behind a rock, on the top of which floated the white fleur-de-lis pennon. He looked for a soldier to conduct him to the tent of Monsieur de Beaufort. Then, while his eye was wandering over the plain, turning on all sides, he saw a white form appear behind the scented myrtles. This figure was clothed in the costume of an officer. It held in its hand a broken sword. It advanced slowly towards Athos, who, stopping short and fixing his eyes upon it, neither spoke nor moved, but wished to open his arms, because in this silent officer he had already recognized Raoul. The comte attempted to utter a cry, but it was stifled in his throat. Raoul, with a gesture, directed him to be silent, placing his finger on his lips, and drawing back by degrees, without Athos being able to see his legs move. The comte, still paler than Raoul, followed his son, painfully traversing briars and bushes, stones and ditches, Raoul not appearing to touch the earth, no obstacle seeming to impede the lightness of his march. The comte, who the inequalities of the path fatigued, soon stopped, exhausted. Raoul still continued to beckon him to follow him. The tender father, to whom love restored strength, made a last effort and climbed the mountain after the young man, who attracted him by gesture and by smile. At length he gained the crest of the hill, and saw, thrown out in black, upon the horizon whitened by the moon, the aerial form of Raoul. Athos reached forth his hand to get closer to his beloved son upon the plateau, and the latter also stretched out his. But suddenly, as if the young man had been drawn away in his own despite, still retreating, he left the earth, and Athos saw the clear blue sky shine between the feet of his child and the ground of the hill. Raoul rose insensibly into the void, smiling, still calling with gesture. He departed towards heaven. Athos uttered a cry of tenderness and terror. He looked below again. He saw a camp destroyed, and all those white bodies of the royal army, like so many motionless atoms. And then, raising his head, Chapter 58 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 58. The Angel of Death. Athos was at this part of his marvelous vision when the charm was suddenly broken by a great noise rising from the outer gates. A horse was heard galloping over the hard gravel of the great alley, and the sound of noisy and animated conversations ascended to the chamber in which the comte was dreaming. Athos did not stir from the place he occupied. He scarcely turned his head towards the door to ascertain the sooner what these noises could be. A heavy step ascended the stairs. The horse, which had recently galloped, departed slowly towards the stables. Great hesitation appeared in the steps, which by degrees approached the chamber. A door was opened, and Athos, turning a little towards the part of the room the noise came from, cried in a weak voice, "It is a courier from Africa, is it not?" "No, Monsieur le Comte," replied a voice which made the father of Raoul start upright in his bed. "Grimaud," murmured he, and the sweat began to pour down his face. Grimaud appeared in the doorway. It was no longer the Grimaud we have seen, still young with courage and devotion, when he jumped the first into the boat destined to convey Raoul de Bragelonne to the vessels of the royal fleet. 'Twas now a stern and pale old man, his clothes covered with dust and his hair whitened by old age. He trembled whilst leaning against the door-frame, and was near falling on seeing, by the light of the lamps, the countenance of his master. These two men who had lived so long together in a community of intelligence, and whose eyes, accustomed to economize expressions, knew how to say so many things silently. These two old friends, one as noble as the other in heart, if they were unequal in fortune and birth, remained tongue-tied whilst looking at each other. By the exchange of a single glance they had just read to the bottom of each other's hearts. The old servitor bore upon his countenance the impression of a grief already old, the outward token of a grim familiarity with woe. He appeared to have no longer in use more than a single version of his thoughts. As formerly he was accustomed not to speak much, he was now accustomed not to smile at all. Athos read at a glance all these shades upon the visage of his faithful servant, and in the same tone he would have employed to speak to Raoul in his dream. "Grimaud," said he, "Raoul is dead. Is it not so?" Behind Grimaud, the other servants listened breathlessly, with their eyes fixed upon the bed of their sick master. They heard the terrible question, and a heart-breaking silence followed. "Yes," replied the old man, heaving the monosyllable from his chest with a hoarse, broken sigh. Then arose voices of lamentation, which groaned without measure, and filled with regrets and prayers the chamber where the agonized father sought with his eyes the portrait of his son. This was for Athos like the transition which led to his dream. Without uttering a cry, without shedding a tear, patient, mild, resigned as a martyr, he raised his eyes toward heaven, in order there to see again, rising above the mountain of Gesvre, the beloved shade that was leaving him at the moment of Grimaud's arrival. Without doubt, while looking towards the heavens, resuming his marvellous dream, he repassed by the same road by which the vision, at once so terrible and sweet, had led him before. For after having gently closed his eyes, he reopened them and began to smile. He had just seen Raoul, who had smiled upon him. With his hands joined upon his breast, his face turned toward the window, bathed by the fresh air of night, which brought upon its wings the aroma of the flowers and the woods, Athos entered, never again to come out of it, into the contemplation of that paradise which the living never see. God willed, no doubt, to open to the select the treasures of eternal beatitude, at this hour when other men tremble with the idea of being severely received by the Lord, and cling to this life they know, in the dread of the other life of which they get but merest glimpses by the dismal murky torch of death. Athos was spirit-guided by the pure, serene soul of his son, which aspired to be like the paternal soul. Everything for this just man was melody and perfume in the rough road souls take to return to the celestial country. After an hour of this ecstasy, Athos softly raised his hands as white as wax. The smile did not quit his lips, and he murmured low, so low as scarcely to be audible, these three words addressed to God or to Raoul: "Here I am." And his hands fell slowly, as though he himself had laid them on the bed. Death had been kind and mild to this noble creature. It had spared him the tortures of the agony, convulsions of the last departure, had opened with an indulgent finger the gates of eternity to that noble soul. God had no doubt ordered it thus, that the pious remembrance of this death should remain in the hearts of those present and in the memory of other men. A death which caused to be loved the passage from this life to the other, by those whose existence upon this earth leads them not to dread the last judgment. Athos preserved, even in the eternal sleep, that placid and sincere smile, an ornament which was to accompany him to the tomb. The quietude and calm of his fine features made his servants for a long time doubt whether he had really quitted life. The Comte's people wished to remove Grimaud, who from a distance devoured the face now quickly growing marble pale, and did not approach, from pious fear of bringing to him the breath of death. But Grimaud, fatigued as he was, refused to leave the room. He sat himself down upon the threshold, watching his master with the vigilance of a sentinel, jealous to receive either his first waking look or his last dying sigh. The noises all were quiet in the house. Every one respected the slumber of their lord. But Grimaud, by anxiously listening, perceived that the Comte no longer breathed. He raised himself with his hands leaning on the ground, looked to see if there did not appear some motion in the body of his master. Nothing. Fear seized him. He rose completely up, and at the very moment heard someone coming up the stairs. A noise of spurs knocking against a sword, a warlike sound familiar to his ears, stopped him as he was going towards the bed of Athos. A voice more sonorous than brass or steel resounded within 3 paces of him. "Athos! Athos, my friend!" cried this voice, agitated even to tears. "Monsieur le Chevalier d'Artagnan," faltered out Grimaud. "Where is he? Where is he?" continued the Musketeer. Grimaud seized his arm in his bony fingers, and pointed to the bed, upon the sheets of which the livid tints of death already showed. A choked respiration, the opposite to a sharp cry, swelled the throat of D'Artagnan. He advanced on tiptoe, trembling, frightened at the noise his feet made on the floor, his heart rent by a nameless agony. He placed his ear to the breast of Athos, his face to the Comte's mouth. Neither noise nor breath. D'Artagnan drew back. Grimaud, who had followed him with his eyes, and for whom each of his movements had been a revelation, came timidly, seated himself at the foot of the bed, and glued his lips to the sheet which was raised by the stiffened feet of his master. Then large drops began to flow from his red eyes. This old man in invincible despair, who wept, bent doubled without uttering a word, presented the most touching spectacle that D'Artagnan, in a life so filled with emotion, had ever met with. The captain resumed standing in contemplation before that smiling dead man, who seemed to have burnished his last thought to give his best friend, the man he had loved next to Raoul, a gracious welcome even beyond life. And for reply to that exalted flattery of hospitality, D'Artagnan went and kissed Athos fervently on the brow, and with his trembling fingers closed his eyes. Then he seated himself by the pillow without dread of that dead man, who had been so kind and affectionate to him for 35 years. He was feeding his soul with the remembrances the noble visage of the Comte brought to his mind in crowds, some blooming and charming as that smile, some dark, dismal, and icy as that visage with its eyes now closed to all eternity. All at once, The bitter flood which mounted from minute to minute invaded his heart, and swelled his breast almost to bursting. Incapable of mastering his emotion, he arose, and tearing himself violently from the chamber where he had just found dead him to whom he had come to report the news of the death of Porthos, he uttered sobs so heart-rending that the servants, who seemed only to wait for an explosion of grief, answered to it by their lugubrious clamours, and the dogs of the late Comte by their lamentable howlings. Grimaud was the only one who did not lift up his voice. Even in the paroxysm of his grief he would not have dared to profane the dead, or for the first time disturb the slumber of his master. Had not Athos bidden him be dumb? At daybreak, D'Artagnan, who had wandered about the lower hall, biting his fingers to stifle his sighs, D'Artagnan went up once more, and watching the moments when Grimaud turned his head towards him, he made him a sign to come to him, which the faithful servant obeyed without making more noise than a shadow. D'Artagnan went down again, followed by Grimaud, and when he had gained the vestibule, taking the old man's hands, "Grimaud," said he, "I have seen how the father died. Now let me know about the son." Grimaud drew from his breast a large letter, upon the envelope of which was traced the address of Athos. He recognized the writing of Monsieur de Beaufort, broke the seal, and began to read, while walking about in the first steel-chill rays of dawn, in the dark alley of old limes, marked by the Chapter 59 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 59. The Bulletin. The Duc de Beaufort wrote to Athos. The letter destined for the living only reached the dead. God had changed the address. "My dear Comte," wrote the prince in his large schoolboy's hand, "a great misfortune has struck us amidst a great triumph. The king loses one of the bravest of soldiers. I lose a friend. You lose Monsieur de Bragelonne. He has died gloriously, so gloriously that I have not the strength to weep as I could wish. Receive my sad compliments, my dear Comte. Heaven distributes trials according to the greatness of our hearts. This is an immense one, but not above your courage. Your good friend, Le Duc de Beaufort." The letter contained a relation written by one of the prince's secretaries. It was the most touching recital, and the most true, of that dismal episode which unravelled two existences. D'Artagnan, accustomed to battle emotions, and with a heart armed against tenderness, could not help starting on reading the name of Raoul, the name of that beloved boy who had become a shade now, like his father. "In the morning," said the prince's secretary, "Monseigneur commanded the attack." Normandy and Picardy had taken positions in the rocks dominated by the heights of the mountain, upon the declivity of which were raised the bastions of Gigelli. The cannon opened the action, the regiments marched full of resolution, the pikemen with pikes elevated, the musket-bearers with their weapons ready. The prince followed attentively the march and movements of the troops, so as to be able to sustain them with a strong reserve. With Monseigneur were the oldest captains and his aides de camp. Monsieur de Vicomte de Bragelonne had received orders not to leave his highness. In the meantime,
The enemy's cannon, which at first thundered with little success against the masses, began to regulate their fire, and the balls, better directed, killed several men near the prince. The regiments formed in column, and, advancing against the ramparts, were rather roughly handled. There was a sort of hesitation in our troops, who found themselves ill seconded by the artillery. In fact, the batteries which had been established the evening before had but a weak and uncertain aim, on account of their position. The upward direction of the aim lessened the justness of the shots, as well as their range. Monseigneur, comprehending the bad effect of this position on the siege artillery, commanded the frigates moored in the little road to commence a regular fire against the place. Monsieur de Bragelonne offered himself at once to carry this order, but Monseigneur refused to acquiesce in the Vicomte's request. Monseigneur was right, for he loved and wished to spare the young nobleman. He was quite right, and the event took upon itself to justify his foresight and refusal, for scarcely had the sergeant charged with the message solicited by Monsieur de Bragelonne gained the seashore, when 2 shots from long carbines issued from the enemy's ranks and laid him low. The sergeant fell, dyeing the sand with his blood, observing which, Monsieur de Bragelonne smiled at Monseigneur, who said to him, "You see, Vicomte, I have saved your life. Report that, some day, to Monsieur le Comte de la Fère, in order that, learning it from you, he may thank me." The young nobleman smiled sadly, and replied to the duke, "It is true, Monseigneur, that but for your kindness I should have been killed, where the poor sergeant has fallen, and should be at rest." Monsieur de Bragelonne made this reply in such a tone that Monseigneur answered him warmly, "Vrai Dieu! Young man, one would say that your mouth waters for death. But, for the soul of Henry IV, I have promised your father to bring you back alive, and, please the Lord, I mean to keep my word." Monsieur de Bragelonne colored, and replied, in a lower voice, "Monseigneur, pardon me, I beseech you. I have always had a desire to meet good opportunities, and it is so delightful to distinguish ourselves before our general, particularly when that general is Monsieur le Duc de Beaufort." Monseigneur was a little softened by this, and, turning to the officers who surrounded him, gave different orders. The grenadiers of the 2 regiments got near enough to the ditches and entrenchments to launch their grenades, which had but small effect. In the meanwhile, Monsieur d'Estrées, who commanded the fleet, having seen the attempt of the sergeant to approach the vessels, understood that he must act without orders, and opened fire. Then the Arabs, finding themselves seriously injured by the balls from the fleet, and beholding the destruction and ruin of their walls, uttered the most fearful cries. Their horsemen descended the mountain at a gallop, bent over their saddles, and rushed full tilt upon the columns of infantry, which, crossing their pikes, stopped this mad assault. Repulsed by the firm attitude of the battalion, the Arabs threw themselves with fury towards the état-major, which was not on its guard at that moment. The danger was great. Monseigneur drew his sword, his secretaries and people imitated him, the officers of the suite engaged in combat with the furious Arabs. It was then Monsieur de Bragelonne was able to satisfy the inclination he had so clearly shown from the commencement of the action. He fought near the prince with the valor of a Roman, and killed 3 Arabs with his small sword. But it was evident that his bravery did not arise from that sentiment of pride so natural to all who fight. It was impetuous, affected, even forced. He sought to glut, intoxicate himself with strife and carnage. He excited himself to such a degree that Monseigneur called to him to stop.
He must have heard the voice of Monseigneur, because we who were close to him heard it. He did not, however, stop, but continued his course to the entrenchments. As Monsieur de Bragelonne was a well-disciplined officer, this disobedience to the orders of Monseigneur very much surprised everybody, and Monsieur de Beaufort redoubled his earnestness, crying, "Stop, Bragelonne! Where are you going? Stop!" repeated Monseigneur. "I command you!" We all, imitating the gesture of Monsieur le Duc, we all raised our hands. We expected that the cavalier would turn bridle, but Monsieur de Bragelonne continued to ride towards the palisades. "Stop, Bragelonne!" repeated the prince in a very loud voice. "Stop, in the name of your father!" At these words, Monsieur de Bragelonne turned round. His countenance expressed a lively grief, but he did not stop. We then concluded that his horse must have run away with him. When Monsieur le Duc saw cause to conclude that the Vicomte was no longer master of his horse, and had watched him precede the first grenadiers, his Highness cried, "Musketeers, kill his horse! 100 pistoles for the man who kills his horse!" But who could expect to hit the beast without at least wounding his rider? No one dared the attempt. At length one presented himself. He was a sharpshooter of the regiment of Picardy, named Luzerne, who took aim at the animal, fired, and hit him in the quarters, for we saw the blood redden the hair of the horse. Instead of falling, the cursed jennet was irritated, and carried him on more furiously than ever. Every Picard who saw this unfortunate young man rushing on to meet certain death, shouted in the loudest manner, "Throw yourself off, Monsieur le Vicomte! Off! Off! Throw yourself off!" Monsieur de Bragelonne was an officer much beloved in the army. Already had the Vicomte arrived within pistol-shot of the ramparts, when a discharge was poured upon him that enshrouded him in fire and smoke. We lost sight of him. The smoke dispersed. He was on foot, upright. His horse was killed. The Vicomte was summoned to surrender by the Arabs, but he made them a negative sign with his head, and continued to march towards the palisades. This was a mortal imprudence. Nevertheless, the entire army was pleased that he would not retreat, since ill chance had led him so near. He marched a few paces further, and the two regiments clapped their hands. It was at this moment the second discharge shook the walls, and the Vicomte de Bragelonne again disappeared in the smoke. But this time the smoke dispersed in vain. We no longer saw him standing. He was down, with his head lower than his legs, among the bushes, and the Arabs began to think of leaving their entrenchments to come out and cut off his head, or take his body, as is the custom with the infidels. But Monseigneur le Duc de Beaufort had followed all this with his eyes, and the sad spectacle drew from him many painful sighs. He then cried aloud, seeing the Arabs running like white phantoms among the mastic trees, "Grenadiers! Lancers! Will you let them take that noble body?" Saying these words, and waving his sword, he himself rode towards the enemy. The regiments, rushing in his steps, ran in their turn, uttering cries as terrible as those of the Arabs were wild. The combat commenced over the body of Monsieur de Bragelonne, and with such inveteracy was it fought that 160 Arabs were left upon the field, by the side of at least 50 of our troops. It was a lieutenant from Normandy who took the body of the Vicomte on his shoulders and carried it back to the lines. The advantage was, however, pursued. The regiments took the reserve with them, and the enemy's palisades were utterly destroyed. At 3 o'clock the fire of the Arabs ceased. The hand-to-hand fight lasted 2 hours. It was a massacre. At 5 o'clock we were victorious at all points. The enemy had abandoned his positions, and Monsieur le Duc ordered the white flag to be planted on the summit of the little mountain. It was then we had time to think of Monsieur de Bragelonne, who had 8 large wounds in his body, through which almost all his blood had welled away. Still, however, he had breathed, which afforded inexpressible joy to Monseigneur, who insisted on being present at the first dressing of the wounds and the consultation of the surgeons. There were 2 among them who declared Monsieur de Bragelonne would live. Monseigneur threw his arms around their necks, and promised them 1,000 louis each if they could save him. The Vicomte heard these transports of joy, and whether he was in despair, or whether he suffered much from his wounds, he expressed by his countenance a contradiction which gave rise to reflection, particularly in one of the secretaries when he had heard what follows. The 3rd surgeon was the brother of Sylvain de Saint Cosme, the most learned of them all. He probed the wounds in his turn, and said nothing. Monsieur de Bragelonne fixed his eyes steadily upon the skilful surgeon, and seemed to interrogate his every movement. The latter, upon being questioned by Monseigneur, replied that he saw plainly 3 mortal wounds out of 8, but so strong was the constitution of the wounded, so rich was he in youth, and so merciful was the goodness of God, that perhaps Monsieur de Bragelonne might recover, particularly if he did not move in the slightest manner. Frere Sylvain added, turning towards his assistant, "Above everything, do not allow him to move, even a finger, or you will kill him." And we all left the tent in very low spirits. That secretary I have mentioned, on leaving the tent, thought he perceived a faint and sad smile glide over the lips of Monsieur de Bragelonne, when the duke said to him, in a cheerful, kind voice, "We will save you, Vicomte, we will save you yet." In the evening, when it was believed the wounded youth had taken some repose, one of the assistants entered his tent, but rushed out again immediately, uttering loud cries. We all ran up in disorder, Monsieur le Duc with us, and the assistant pointed to the body of Monsieur de Bragelonne upon the ground, at the foot of his bed, bathed in the remainder of his blood. It appeared that he had suffered some convulsion, some delirium, and that he had fallen, that the fall had accelerated his end, according to the prognosis of Frere Sylvain. We raised the Vicomte. He was cold and dead. He held a lock of fair hair in his right hand, and that hand was tightly pressed upon his heart. Then followed the details of the expedition, and of the victory obtained over the Arabs. D'Artagnan stopped at the account of the death of poor Raoul. "Oh," murmured he, "unhappy boy! A suicide!" And turning his eyes towards the chamber of the chateau, in which Athos slept an eternal sleep, "They kept their words with each other," said he in a low voice. "Now I believe them to be happy. They must be reunited." And he returned through the parterre with slow and melancholy steps. All the village, all the neighborhood, were filled with grieving neighbors relating to each other the Chapter 60 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 60. The last canto of the poem. On the morrow, all the noblesse of the provinces, of the environs, and wherever messengers had carried the news, might have been seen arriving in detachments. D'Artagnan had shut himself up, without being able to speak to anybody. 2 such heavy deaths, falling upon the captain, so closely after the death of Porthos, for a long time oppressed that spirit which had hitherto been so indefatigable and invulnerable. Except Grimaud, who entered his chamber once, the Musketeer saw neither servants nor guests. He supposed, from the noises in the house, and the continual coming and going, that preparations were being made for the funeral of the comte. He wrote to the king to ask for an extension of his leave of absence. Grimaud, as we have said, had entered D'Artagnan's apartment, had seated himself upon a joint stool near the door, like a man who meditates profoundly. Then, rising, he made a sign to D'Artagnan to follow him. The latter obeyed in silence. Grimaud descended to the comte's bedchamber, showed the captain with his finger the place of the empty bed, and raised his eyes eloquently towards heaven. "Yes," replied D'Artagnan, "yes, good Grimaud, now with the son he loved so much." Grimaud left the chamber and led the way to the hall, where, according to the custom of the province, the body was laid out, previously to being put away for ever. D'Artagnan was struck at seeing 2 open coffins in the hall. In reply to the mute invitation of Grimaud, he approached and saw in one of them Athos, still handsome in death, and in the other Raoul, with his eyes closed, his cheeks pearly as those of the Pauls of Virgil, with a smile on his violet lips. He shuddered at seeing the father and son, those 2 departed souls, represented on earth by 2 silent, melancholy bodies, incapable of touching each other, however close they might be. "Raoul here," murmured he. "Oh, Grimaud, why did you not tell me this?" Grimaud shook his head and made no reply, but taking D'Artagnan by the hand, he led him to the coffin, and showed him, under the thin winding sheet, the black wounds by which life had escaped. The captain turned away his eyes, and judging it was useless to question Grimaud, who would not answer, he recollected that Monsieur de Beaufort's secretary had written more than he, D'Artagnan, had had the courage to read. Taking up the recital of the affair which had cost Raoul his life, he found these words, which ended the concluding paragraph of the letter: "Monseigneur le Duc has ordered that the body of Monsieur le Vicomte should be embalmed, after the manner practiced by the Arabs when they wish their dead to be carried to their native land, and Monsieur le Duc has appointed relays, so that the same confidential servant who brought up the young man might take back his remains to Monsieur le Comte de la Fère." "And so," thought D'Artagnan, "I shall follow thy funeral, my dear boy, I, already old, I who am of no value on earth, and I shall scatter dust upon that brow I kissed but 2 months since. God has willed it to be so. Thou hast willed it to be so thyself. I have no longer the right even to weep. Thou hast chosen death. It seemed to thee a preferable gift to life." At length arrived the moment when the chill remains of these 2 gentlemen were to be given back to Mother Earth. There was such an affluence of military and other people that up to the place of the sepulchre, which was a little chapel on the plain, the road from the city was filled with horsemen and pedestrians in mourning. Athos had chosen for his resting place the little enclosure of a chapel erected by himself near the boundary of his estates. He had had the stones, cut in 1550, brought from an old Gothic manor house in Berry, which had sheltered his early youth. The chapel, thus rebuilt, transported, was pleasing to the eye beneath its leafy curtains of poplars and sycamores. It was ministered in every Sunday by the curé of the neighboring bourg, to whom Athos paid an allowance of 200 francs for this service, and all the vassals of his domain, with their families, came thither to hear mass, without having any occasion to go to the city. Behind the chapel extended, surrounded by 2 high hedges of hazel, elder, and whitethorn, and a deep ditch, the little enclosure, uncultivated, though gay in its sterility, because the mosses there grew thick, wild heliotrope and ravenels there mingled perfumes, while from beneath an ancient chestnut issued a crystal spring, a prisoner in its marble cistern, and on the thyme all around alighted thousands of bees from the neighbouring plants, whilst chaffinches and red-throats sang cheerfully among the flower-spangled hedges. It was to this place the sombre coffins were carried, attended by a silent and respectful crowd. The office of the dead being celebrated, the last adieus paid to the noble departed, the assembly dispersed, talking, along the roads, of the virtues and mild death of the father, of the hopes the son had given, and of his melancholy end upon the arid coast of Africa. Little by little all noises were extinguished, like the lamps illuminating the humble nave. The minister bowed for the last time to the altar and the still fresh graves. Then, followed by his assistant, he slowly took the road back to the presbytery. D'Artagnan, left alone, perceived that night was coming on. He had forgotten the hour, thinking only of the dead. He arose from the oaken bench on which he was seated in the chapel, and wished, as the priest had done, to go and bid a last adieu to the double grave which contained his two lost friends. A woman was praying, kneeling on the moist earth. D'Artagnan stopped at the door of the chapel to avoid disturbing her, and also to endeavour to find out who was the pious friend who performed this sacred duty with so much zeal and perseverance. The unknown had hidden her face in her hands, which were white as alabaster. From the noble simplicity of her costume, she must be a woman of distinction. Outside the enclosure were several horses mounted by servants. A travelling carriage was in waiting for this lady. D'Artagnan in vain sought to make out what caused her delay. She continued praying, and frequently pressed her handkerchief to her face, by which D'Artagnan perceived she was weeping. He beheld her strike her breast with the compunction of a Christian woman. He heard her several times exclaim as from a wounded heart, "Pardon, pardon!" And as she appeared to abandon herself entirely to her grief, as she threw herself down, almost fainting, exhausted by complaints and prayers, D'Artagnan, touched by this love for his so much regretted friends, made a few steps towards the grave, in order to interrupt the melancholy colloquy of the penitent with the dead. But as soon as his step sounded on the gravel, the unknown raised her head, revealing to D'Artagnan a face aflood with tears, a well-known face. It was Mademoiselle de la Valliere. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," murmured she. "You," replied the captain, in a stern voice, "you here! Oh, madame, I should better have liked to see you decked with flowers in the mansion of the Comte de la Fere. You would have wept less, and they too, and I." "Monsieur," said she, sobbing. "For it was you," added this pitiless friend of the dead, "it was you who sped these two men to the grave." "Oh, spare me!" "God forbid, madam, that I should offend a woman, or that I should make her weep in vain, but I must say that the place of the murderer is not upon the grave of her victims." She wished to reply. "What I now tell you," added he, coldly, "I have already told the king." She clasped her hands. "I know," said she. "I have caused the death of the Vicomte de Bragelonne." "Ah, you know it!" "The news arrived at court yesterday. I have travelled during the night 40 leagues to come and ask pardon of the comte, whom I suppose to be still living, and to pray God, on the tomb of Raoul, that he would send me all the misfortunes I have merited, except a single one. Now, monsieur, I know that the death of the son has killed the father. I have 2 crimes to reproach myself with. I have 2 punishments to expect from heaven." "I will repeat to you, mademoiselle," said D'Artagnan, "what Monsieur de Bragelonne said of you at Antibes, when he had already meditated death. If pride and coquetry have misled her, I pardon her while despising her. If love has produced her error, I pardon her, but I swear that no one could have loved her as I have done." "You know," interrupted Louise, "that of my love I was about to sacrifice myself. You know whether I suffered when you met me lost, dying, abandoned. Well, never have I suffered so much as now, because then I hoped, desired. Now I have no longer anything to wish for, because this death drags all my joy into the tomb, because I can no longer dare to love without remorse, and I feel that he whom I love, oh, it is but just, will repay me with the tortures I have made others undergo." D'Artagnan made no reply. He was too well convinced that she was not mistaken. "Well, then," added she, "dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, do not overwhelm me to-day, I again implore you. I am like the branch torn from the trunk. I no longer hold to anything in this world. A current drags me on, I know not whither. I love madly, even to the point of coming to tell it, wretch that I am, over the ashes of the dead, and I do not blush for it. I have no remorse on this account. Such love is a religion. Only, as hereafter you will see me alone, forgotten, disdained, as you will see me punished, as I am destined to be punished, spare me in my ephemeral happiness, leave it to me for a few days, for a few minutes. Now, even at the moment I am speaking to you, perhaps it no longer exists. My God, this double murder is perhaps already expiated." While she was speaking thus, the sound of voices and of horses drew the attention of the captain. Monsieur de Saint Aignan came to seek La Valliere. "The king," he said, "is a prey to jealousy and uneasiness." Saint Aignan did not perceive D'Artagnan, half concealed by the trunk of a chestnut tree which shaded the double grave. Louise thanked Saint Aignan, and dismissed him with a gesture. He rejoined the party outside the enclosure. "You see, madam," said the captain bitterly to the young woman, "you see your happiness still lasts." The young woman raised her head with a solemn air. "A day will come," said she, "when you will repent of having so misjudged me. On that day, it is I who will pray God to forgive you for having been unjust towards me. Besides, I shall suffer so much that you yourself will be the first to pity my sufferings. Do not reproach me with my fleeting happiness, Monsieur d'Artagnan. It costs me dear, and I have not paid all my debt." Saying these words, she again knelt down, softly and affectionately. "Pardon me the last time, my affianced Raoul," said she. "I have broken our chain. We are both destined to die of grief. It is thou who departest first. Fear nothing, I shall follow thee. See, only, that I have not been base, and that I have come to bid thee this last adieu. The Lord is my witness, Raoul, that if with my life I could have redeemed thine, I would have given that life without hesitation. I could not give my love. Once more, forgive me, dearest, kindest friend." She strewed a few sweet flowers on the freshly sodded earth. Then, wiping the tears from her eyes, the heavily stricken lady bowed to D'Artagnan and disappeared. The captain watched the departure of the horses, horsemen, and carriage, then, crossing his arms upon his swelling chest, "When will it be my turn to depart?" said he, in an agitated voice. "What is there left for man after youth, love, glory, friendship, strength, and wealth have disappeared? That rock, under which sleeps Porthos, who possessed all I have named, this moss, under which repose Athos and Raoul,
who possessed much more." He hesitated for a moment with a dull eye, then, drawing himself up, "Forward, still forward," said he. "When it is time, God will tell me, as he foretold the others." He touched the earth, moistened with the evening dew, with the ends of his fingers, signed himself as if he had been at the benitier in church. Epilogue, Part 1 of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Epilogue, Part 1. 4 years after the scene we have just described, 2 horsemen, well mounted, traversed Blois early in the morning for the purpose of arranging a hawking party the king had arranged to make in that uneven plain the Loire divides in two, which borders on the one side Meung, and on the other Amboise. These were the keeper of the king's harriers and the master of the falcons, personages greatly respected in the time of Louis XIII, but rather neglected by his successor. The horsemen, having reconnoitred the ground, were returning, their observations made, when they perceived certain little groups of soldiers, here and there, whom the sergeants were placing at distances at the openings of the enclosures. These were the king's musketeers. Behind them came, upon a splendid horse, the captain, known by his richly embroidered uniform. His hair was grey, his beard turning so. He seemed a little bent, although sitting and handling his horse gracefully. He was looking about him watchfully. "Monsieur d'Artagnan does not get any older," said the keeper of the harriers to his colleague the falconer. "With 10 years more to carry than either of us, he has the seat of a young man on horseback." "That is true," replied the falconer. "I don't see any change in him for the last 20 years. But this officer was mistaken. D'Artagnan in the last 4 years had lived a dozen. Age had printed its pitiless claws at each angle of his eyes, his brow was bald, his hands, formerly brown and nervous, were getting white, as if the blood had half forgotten them. D'Artagnan accosted the officers with a shade of affability which distinguishes superiors, and received in turn for his courtesy 2 most respectful bows. "Ah, what a lucky chance to see you here, Monsieur d'Artagnan!" cried the falconer. "It is rather I who should say that, messieurs," replied the captain, "for nowadays the king makes more frequent use of his musketeers than of his falcons." "Ah, it is not as it was in the good old times," sighed the falconer. "Do you remember, Monsieur d'Artagnan, when the late king flew the pie in the vineyards beyond Beaufort? Ah, Tom, you were not the captain of the musketeers at that time, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "And you were nothing but under-corporal of the tiercelets," replied D'Artagnan, laughing. "Never mind that, it was a good time, seeing that it is always a good time when we are young. Good day, Monsieur le Keeper of the Harriers." "You do me honor, Monsieur le Comte," said the latter. D'Artagnan made no reply. The title of Comte had hardly struck him. D'Artagnan had been a Comte 4 years. "Are you not very much fatigued with the long journey you have taken, Monsieur le Capitaine?" continued the falconer. "It must be full 200 leagues from hence to Pignerol." 260 to go, and as many to return," said D'Artagnan, quietly. "And," said the falconer, "is he well?" "Who?" asked D'Artagnan. "Why, poor Monsieur Fouquet," continued the falconer, in a low voice. The keeper of the harriers had prudently withdrawn. "No," replied D'Artagnan, "the poor man frets terribly. He cannot comprehend how imprisonment can be a favour. He says that Parliament absolved him by banishing him, and banishment is, or should be, liberty. He cannot imagine that they had sworn his death, and that to save his life from the claws of Parliament was to be under too much obligation to heaven."
"Ah, yes, the poor man had a close chance of the scaffold," replied the falconer. "It is said that Monsieur Colbert had given orders to the governor of the Bastille, and that the execution was ordered."
"Enough," said D'Artagnan, pensively, and with a view of cutting short the conversation. "Yes," said the keeper of the harriers, drawing towards them, "Monsieur Fouquet is now at Pignerol. He has richly deserved it. He had the good fortune to be conducted there by you. He robbed the king sufficiently." D'Artagnan launched at the master of the dogs one of his crossest looks, and said to him, "Monsieur, if any one told me you had eaten your dog's meat, not only would I refuse to believe it, but still more, if you were condemned to the lash or to jail for it, I should pity you and would not allow people to speak ill of you. And yet, monsieur, honest man as you may be, I assure you that you are not more so than poor Monsieur Fouquet was." After having undergone this sharp rebuke, the keeper of the harriers hung his head, and allowed the falconer to get 2 steps in advance of him, nearer to D'Artagnan.
"He is content," said the falconer in a low voice to the musketeer. "We all know that harriers are in fashion nowadays. If he were a falconer, he would not talk that way."
D'Artagnan smiled in a melancholy manner at seeing this great political question resolved by the discontent of such humble interest. He for a moment ran over in his mind the glorious existence of the surintendant, the crumbling of his fortunes, and the melancholy death that awaited him, and to conclude, "Did Monsieur Fouquet love falconry?" said he.
"Oh, passionately, monsieur,"
repeated the falconer, with an accent of bitter regret, and a sigh that was the funeral oration of Fouquet. D'Artagnan allowed the ill humor of the one and the regret of the other to pass, and continued to advance. They could already catch glimpses of the huntsmen at the issue of the wood, the feathers of the outriders passing like shooting stars across the clearings, and the white horses skirting the bosky thickets looking like illuminated apparitions. "But," resumed D'Artagnan, "will the sport last long? Pray give us a good swift bird, for I am very tired. Is it a heron or swan?"
"Both, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the falconer. "But you need not be alarmed. The king is not much of a sportsman. He does not take the field on his own account. He only wishes to amuse the ladies."
The words, "to amuse the ladies," were so strongly accented they set D'Artagnan thinking. "Ah!" said he, looking keenly at the falconer. The keeper of the harriers smiled, no doubt with a view of making it up with the musketeer. "Oh, you may safely laugh," said D'Artagnan. "I know nothing of current news. I only arrived yesterday, after a month's absence. I left the court mourning the death of the queen mother. The king was not willing to take any amusement after receiving the last sigh of Anne of Austria. But everything comes to an end in this world. Well, then he is no longer sad? So much the better."
"And everything begins as well as ends," said the keeper with a coarse laugh.
"Ah!" said D'Artagnan, a second time. He burned to know, but dignity would not allow him to interrogate people below him. "There is something beginning, then, it seems?" The keeper gave him a significant wink, but D'Artagnan was unwilling to learn anything from this man. "Shall we see the king early?" asked he of the falconer.
At 7 o'clock, monsieur, I shall fly the birds.
Who comes with the king? How is madame? How is the queen?
Better, monsieur.
Has she been ill, then?
Monsieur, since the last chagrin she suffered, her Majesty has been unwell.
What chagrin? You need not fancy your news is old. I have but just returned.
It appears that the queen, a little neglected since the death of her mother-in-law, complained to the king, who answered her, "Do I not sleep at home every night, madame? What more do you expect?"
Ah, said D'Artagnan, poor woman, she must heartily hate Mademoiselle de la Valliere.
Oh, no, not Mademoiselle de la Valliere,
replied the falconer. Who then? The blast of a hunting horn interrupted his conversation. It summoned the dogs and the hawks. The falconer and his companions set off immediately, leaving D'Artagnan alone in the midst of the suspended sentence. The king appeared at a distance, surrounded by ladies and horsemen. All the troop advanced in beautiful order, at a foot's pace, the horns of various sorts animating the dogs and horses. There was an animation in the scene, a mirage of light, of which nothing now can give an idea, unless it be the fictitious splendor of a theatric spectacle. D'Artagnan, with an eye a little, just a little, dimmed by age, distinguished behind the group 3 carriages. The first was intended for the queen. It was empty. D'Artagnan, who did not see Mademoiselle de la Valliere by the king's side, on looking about for her, saw her in the second carriage. She was alone with 2 of her women, who seemed as dull as their mistress. On the left hand of the king, upon a high-spirited horse, restrained by a bold and skilful hand, shone a lady of most dazzling beauty. The king smiled upon her, and she smiled upon the king. Loud laughter followed every word she uttered. I must know that woman, thought the musketeer. Who can she be? And he stooped towards his friend, the falconer, to whom he addressed the question he had put to himself. The falconer was about to reply, when the king, perceiving D'Artagnan, "Ah, comte," said he, "you are among us once more, then. Why have I not seen you?" "Sire," replied the captain, "because your majesty was asleep when I arrived, and not awake when I resumed my duties this morning." "Still the same," said Louis in a loud voice, denoting satisfaction. "Take some rest, comte. I command you to do so. You will dine with me to-day." A murmur of admiration surrounded D'Artagnan like a caress. Everyone was eager to salute him. Dining with the king was an honor his majesty was not so prodigal of as Henry IV had been. The king passed a few steps in advance, and D'Artagnan found himself in the midst of a fresh group, among whom shone Colbert. "Good day, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the minister, with marked affability. "Have you had a pleasant journey?" "Yes, monsieur," said D'Artagnan, bowing to the neck of his horse. "I heard the king invite you to his table for this evening," continued the minister. "You will meet an old friend there." "An old friend of mine?" asked D'Artagnan, plunging painfully into the dark waves of the past, which had swallowed up for him so many friendships and so many hatreds. "Monsieur le Duc d'Almeda, who is arrived this morning from Spain." "The Duc d'Almeda," said D'Artagnan, reflecting in vain.
"Here!"
cried an old man, white as snow, sitting bent in his carriage, which he caused to be thrown open to make room for the musketeer. "Aramis!" cried D'Artagnan, struck with profound amazement, and he felt, inert as it was, the thin arm of the old nobleman hanging round his neck. Colbert, after having observed them in silence for a few moments, urged his horse forward, and left the 2 old friends together.
"And so," said the Musketeer, taking Aramis's arm, "you, the exile, the rebel, are again in France."
"Ah, and I shall dine with you at the king's table,"
said Aramis, smiling.
"Yes. Will you not ask yourself what is the use of fidelity in this world? Stop. Let us allow poor La Valliere's carriage to pass. Look, how uneasy she is! How her eyes, dim with tears, follow the king, who is riding on horseback yonder."
"With whom?"
"With Mademoiselle de Tonnay Charente, now Madame de Montespan," replied Aramis.
"She is jealous. Is she then deserted?"
"Not quite yet, but it will not be long before she is."
They chatted together, while following the sport, and Aramis's coachman drove them so cleverly that they arrived at the instant when the falcon, attacking the bird, beat him down and fell upon him. The king alighted, Madame de Montespan followed his example. They were in front of an isolated chapel, concealed by huge trees, already despoiled of their leaves by the first cutting winds of autumn. Behind this chapel was an enclosure, closed by a latticed gate. The falcon had beaten down his prey in the enclosure belonging to this little chapel, and the king was desirous of going in to take the first feather, according to custom. The cortege formed a circle round the building and the hedges, too small to receive so many. D'Artagnan had held Aramis by the arm, as he was about, like the rest, to alight from his carriage, and in a hoarse, broken voice, "Do you know, Aramis," said he, "whither chance has conducted us?"
"No,"
replied the duke. "Here repose men that we knew well," said D'Artagnan, greatly agitated. Aramis, without divining anything, and with a trembling step, penetrated into the chapel by a little door which D'Artagnan opened for him.
"Where are they buried?"
said he. "There, in the enclosure. There is a cross, you see, beneath yon little cypress. The tree of grief is planted over their tomb. Don't go to it. The king is going that way. The heron has fallen just there." Aramis stopped, and concealed himself in the shade. They then saw, without being seen, the pale face of La Valliere, who, neglected in her carriage, at first looked on, with a melancholy heart, from the door, and then, carried away by jealousy, advanced into the chapel, whence, leaning against a pillar, she contemplated the king smiling and making signs to Madame de Montespan to approach, as there was nothing to be afraid of. Madame de Montespan complied. She took the hand the king held out to her, and he, plucking out the first feather from the heron, which the falconer had strangled, placed it in his beautiful companion's hat. She, smiling in her turn, kissed the hand tenderly which made her this present. The king grew scarlet with vanity and pleasure. He looked at Madame de Montespan with all the fire of new love. "What will you give me in exchange?" said he. She broke off a little branch of cypress and offered it to the king, who looked intoxicated with hope.
"Humph!" said Aramis to D'Artagnan. "The present is but a sad one, for that cypress shades a tomb."
"Yes, and the tomb is that of Raoul de Bragelonne," said D'Artagnan aloud, "of Raoul, who sleeps under that cross with his father." A groan resounded. They saw a woman fall fainting to the ground. Mademoiselle de la Valliere had seen all, heard all.
"Poor woman!"
muttered D'Artagnan, as he helped the attendants to carry back to her carriage the lonely lady whose lot henceforth in life was suffering. That evening D'Artagnan was seated at the king's table, near Monsieur Colbert and Monsieur le Duc d'Almeda. The king was very gay. He paid 1,000 little attentions to the queen, 1,000 kindnesses to Madame, seated at his left hand, and very sad. It might have been supposed that time of calm when the king was wont to catch his mother's eyes for the approval or disapproval of what he had just done. Of mistresses there was no question at this dinner. The king addressed Aramis 2 or 3 times, calling him Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, which increased the surprise already felt by D'Artagnan at seeing his friend the rebel so marvellously well received at court. The king, on rising from table, gave his hand to the queen, and made a sign to Colbert, whose eye was on his master's face. Colbert took D'Artagnan and Aramis on one side. The king began to chat with his sister, whilst Monsieur, very uneasy, entertained the queen with a preoccupied air, without ceasing to watch his wife and brother from the corner of his eye. The conversation between Aramis, D'Artagnan, and Colbert turned upon indifferent subjects. They spoke of preceding ministers. Colbert related the successful tricks of Mazarin, and desired those of Richelieu to be related to him. D'Artagnan could not overcome his surprise at finding this man, with his heavy eyebrows and low forehead, display so much sound knowledge and cheerful spirits. Aramis was astonished at that lightness of character which permitted this serious man to retard with advantage the moment for more important conversation, to which nobody made any allusion, although all 3 interlocutors felt its imminence. It was very plain, from the embarrassed appearance of Monsieur, how much the conversation of the king and Madame annoyed him. Madame's eyes were almost red. Was she going to complain? Was she going to expose a little scandal in open court? The king took her on one side, and in a tone so tender that it must have reminded the princess of the time when she was loved for herself. "Sister," said he, "why do I see tears in those lovely eyes?" "Why, sire," said she, "Monsieur is jealous, is he not, sister?" She looked towards Monsieur, an infallible sign that they were talking about him. "Yes," said she. "Listen to me," said the king. "If your friends compromise you, it is not Monsieur's fault." He spoke these words with so much kindness that Madame, encouraged, having borne so many solitary griefs so long, was nearly bursting into tears, so full was her heart. "Come, come, dear little sister," said the king, "tell me your griefs. On the word of a brother, I pity them. On the word of a king, I will put an end to them." She raised her glorious eyes, and, in a melancholy tone, "It is not my friends who compromise me," said she. "They are either absent or concealed. They have been brought into disgrace with your majesty. They, so devoted, so good, so loyal." "You say this on account of De Guiche, whom I have exiled at Monsieur's desire?" "And who, since that unjust exile, has endeavored to get himself killed once every day." "Unjust, say you, sister?" "So unjust, that if I had not had the respect mixed with friendship that I have always entertained for your majesty—" "Well?" "Well, I would have asked my brother Charles, upon whom I can always—" The king started. "What then?" "I would have asked him to have had it represented to you that Monsieur and his favorite, Monsieur le Chevalier de Lorraine, ought not with impunity to constitute themselves the executioners of my honor and my happiness." "The Chevalier de Lorraine," said the king, "that dismal fellow—" "Is my mortal enemy. Whilst that man lives in my household, where Monsieur retains him and delegates his power to him, I shall be the most miserable woman in the kingdom." "So," said the king, slowly,
you call your brother of England a better friend than I am?" "Actions speak for themselves, sire." "And you would prefer going to ask assistance there?" "To my own country," said she with pride. "Yes, sire." "You are the grandchild of Henry IV., as well as myself, lady, cousin and brother-in-law. Does that not amount pretty well to the title of brother germain?" "Then," said Henrietta, "act." "Let us form an alliance." "Begin." "I have, you say, unjustly exiled De Guiche." "Oh, yes," said she, blushing. "De Guiche shall return." "So far, well." "And now you say that I do wrong in having in your household the Chevalier de Lorraine, who gives Monsieur ill advice respecting you?" "Remember well what I tell you, sire. The Chevalier de Lorraine some day. Observe, if ever I come to a dreadful end, I beforehand accuse the Chevalier de Lorraine. He has a spirit that is capable of any crime." "The Chevalier de Lorraine shall no longer annoy you, I promise you that." "Then that will be a true preliminary of alliance, sire. I sign, but since you have done your part, tell me what shall be mine." "Instead of embroiling me with your brother Charles, you must make him a more intimate friend than ever." "That is very easy." "Oh, not quite so easy as you may suppose; for in ordinary friendship people embrace or exercise hospitality, and that only costs a kiss or a return, profitable expenses; but in political friendship—"
"Ah, it's a political friendship, is it?"
"Yes, my sister; and then, instead of embraces and feasts, it is soldiers. It is soldiers all alive and well equipped that we must serve up to our friends. Vessels we must offer, all armed with cannons and stored with provisions. It hence results that we have not always coffers in a fit condition for such friendships."
"Ah, you are quite right," said Madame. "The coffers of the king of England have been sonorous for some time."
"But you, my sister, who have so much influence over your brother, you can secure more than an ambassador could ever get the promise of."
"To effect that, I must go to London, my dear brother."
"I have thought so," replied the king, eagerly, "and I have said to myself that such a voyage would do your health and spirits good."
"Only," interrupted Madame, "it is possible I should fail. The king of England has dangerous counselors."
"Counselors, do you say?"
"Precisely. If, by chance, your majesty had any intention, I am only supposing so, of asking Charles II his alliance in a war—"
"A war?"
"Yes, well, then the king's counselors, who are in number 7, Mademoiselle Stuart, Mademoiselle Wells, Mademoiselle Gwynne, Miss O'Shea, Mademoiselle Zunga, Miss Davies, and the proud Countess of Castlemaine, will represent to the king that war costs a great deal of money, that it is better to give balls and suppers at Hampton Court than to equip ships of the line at Portsmouth and Greenwich."
"And then your negotiations will fail?"
"Oh, those ladies cause all negotiations to fall through which they don't make themselves."
"Do you know the idea that has struck me, sister?"
"No, inform me what it is."
"It is that, Searching well around you, you might perhaps find a female counsellor to take with you to your brother, whose eloquence might paralyze the ill will of the 7 others. That is really an idea, sire, and I will search. You will find what you want. I hope so. A pretty ambassadress is necessary. An agreeable face is better than an ugly one, is it not? Most assuredly. An animated, lively, audacious character? Certainly. Nobility. That is, enough to enable her to approach the king without awkwardness, not too lofty, so as not to trouble herself about the dignity of her race. Very true. And who knows a little English. Mon Dieu! Why, someone, cried Madame, like Mademoiselle de la Carouelle, for instance. Oh, why, yes, said Louis XIV. You have hit the mark. It is you who have found my sister. I will take her. She will have no cause to complain, I suppose. Oh, no, I will name her Seductrice Plenipotentiaire at once, and will add a dowry to the title. That is well. I fancy you already on your road, my dear little sister, consoled for all your griefs. I will go, on 2 conditions. The first is, that I shall know what I am negotiating about. That is it. The Dutch, you know, insult me daily in their gazettes, and by their republican attitude. I do not like republics. That may easily be imagined, sire. I see with pain that these kings of the sea, they call themselves so, keep trade from France in the Indies, and that their vessels will soon occupy all the ports of Europe. Such a power is too near me, sister. They are your allies, nevertheless. That is why they were wrong in having the medal you have heard of struck, a medal which represents Holland stopping the sun, as Joshua did, with this legend, "The sun had stopped before me." There is not much fraternity in that, is there? I thought you had forgotten that miserable episode. I never forget anything, sister. And if my true friends, such as your brother Charles, are willing to second me. The princess remained pensively silent. Listen to me. There is the empire of the seas to be shared, said Louis XIV. For this partition, which England submits to, could I not represent the second party as well as the Dutch? We have Mademoiselle de la Carouelle to treat that question, replied Madame. Your second condition for going, if you please, sister? The consent of Monsieur, my husband. You shall have it. Then consider me already gone, brother. On hearing these words, Louis XIV turned round towards the corner of the room in which D'Artagnan, Colbert, and Aramis stood, and made an affirmative sign to his minister. Colbert then broke in on the conversation suddenly, and said to Aramis, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, shall we talk about business?
Part 2 of the Epilogue of The Man in the Iron Mask. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas. Epilogue, Part 2. Colbert then broke in on the conversation suddenly, and said to Aramis,
Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, shall we talk about business?" D'Artagnan immediately withdrew, from politeness. He directed his steps towards the fireplace, within hearing of what the king was about to say to Monsieur, who, evidently uneasy, had gone to him. The face of the king was animated. Upon his brow was stamped a strength of will, the expression of which already met no further contradiction in France, and was soon to meet no more in Europe. "Monsieur," said the king to his brother, "I am not pleased with Monsieur le Chevalier de Lorraine. You, who do him the honor to protect him, must advise him to travel for a few months." These words fell with the crush of an avalanche upon Monsieur, who adored his favorite, and concentrated all his affections in him. "In what has the chevalier been inconsiderate enough to displease your majesty?" cried he, darting a furious look at Madame. "I will tell you that when he is gone," said the king, suavely, "and also when Madame here shall have crossed over into England." Madame, in England?" murmured Monsieur in amazement. "In a week, brother," continued the king, "whilst we will go whither I will shortly tell you." And the king turned on his heel, smiling in his brother's face, to sweeten, as it were, the bitter draught he had given him. During this time, Colbert was talking with the Duc d'Almeda. "Monsieur," said Colbert to Aramis, "this is the moment for us to come to an understanding. I have made your peace with the king, and I owed that clearly to a man of so much merit; but as you have often expressed friendship for me, an opportunity presents itself for giving me a proof of it. You are, besides, more a Frenchman than a Spaniard. Shall we secure, answer me frankly, the neutrality of Spain, if we undertake anything against the United Provinces?"
"Monsieur," replied Aramis, "the interest of Spain is clear. To embroil Europe with the provinces would doubtless be our policy, but the King of France is an ally of the United Provinces. You are not ignorant, besides, that it would infer a maritime war, and that France is in no state to undertake this with advantage."
Colbert, turning round at this moment, saw D'Artagnan, who was seeking some interlocutor, during this aside of the king and Monsieur. He called him, at the same time saying in a low voice to Aramis, "We may talk openly with D'Artagnan, I suppose?"
"Oh, certainly," said the ambassador.
"We were saying, Monsieur d'Almeda and I," said Colbert, "that a conflict with the United Provinces would mean a maritime war."
"That's evident enough," replied the musketeer.
"And what do you think of it, Monsieur d'Artagnan?"
"I think that to carry on such a war successfully, you must have very large land forces."
"What did you say?" said Colbert, thinking he had ill understood him.
"Why such a large land army?" said Aramis.
"Because the king will be beaten by sea if he has not the English with him, and that when beaten by sea he will soon be invaded, either by the Dutch in his ports, or by the Spaniards by land."
"And Spain neutral?" asked Aramis.
"Neutral as long as the king shall prove stronger," rejoined D'Artagnan. Colbert admired that sagacity which never touched a question without enlightening it thoroughly. Aramis smiled, as he had long known that in diplomacy D'Artagnan acknowledged no superior. Colbert, who, like all proud men, dwelt upon his fantasy with the certainty of success, resumed the subject. "Who told you, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that the king had no navy?"
"Oh, I take no heed of these details," replied the captain. "I am but an indifferent sailor. Like all nervous people, I hate the sea, and yet I have an idea that, with ships,
France being a seaport with 200 exits, we might have sailors." Colbert drew from his pocket a little oblong book divided into 2 columns. On the first were the names of vessels, on the other the figures recapitulating the number of cannon and men requisite to equip these ships. "I have had the same idea as you," said he to D'Artagnan, "and I have had an account drawn up of the vessels we have altogether. 35 ships." "35 ships! Impossible!" cried D'Artagnan. "Something like 2,000 pieces of cannon," said Colbert. "That is what the king possesses at this moment. Of 35 vessels we can make 3 squadrons, but I must have 5. "5!" cried Aramis. "They will be afloat before the end of the year, gentlemen. The king will have 50 ship of the line. We may venture on a contest with them, may we not?" "To build vessels," said D'Artagnan, "is difficult, but possible. As to arming them, how is that to be done? In France there are neither foundries nor military docks." "Bah!" replied Colbert in a bantering tone, "I have planned all that this year and a half past. Did you not know it? Do you know Monsieur d'Amfreville?" "D'Amfreville?" replied D'Artagnan. "No." "He is a man I have discovered. He has a specialty. He is a man of genius. He knows how to set men to work. It is he who has cast cannon and cut the woods of Bourgogne. And then, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, you may not believe what I am going to tell you, but I have a still further idea." "Oh, monsieur," said Aramis, civilly, "I always believe you."
Calculating upon the character of the Dutch, our allies, I said to myself, they are merchants, they are friendly with the king, they will be happy to sell to the king what they fabricate for themselves, then the more we buy. I must add this. I have Forant. Do you know Forant, D'Artagnan?"
Colbert, in his warmth, forgot himself. He called the captain simply D'Artagnan, as the king did, but the captain only smiled at it. "No," replied he, "I do not know him."
"That is another man I have discovered, with a genius for buying. This Forant has purchased for me 350,000 pounds of iron in balls, 200,000 pounds of powder, 12 cargoes of northern timber, matches, grenades, pitch, tar, I know not what, with a saving of 7% upon what all those articles would cost me, fabricated in France."
"That is a capital and quaint idea," replied D'Artagnan, "to have Dutch cannon balls cast which will return to the Dutch."
"Is it not, with loss too?"
And Colbert laughed aloud. He was delighted with his own joke.
"Still further," added he, "these same Dutch are building for the king, at this moment, 6 vessels after the model of the best of their name. Destouches. Perhaps you don't know Destouches?"
"No, monsieur."
"He is a man who has a sure glance to discern, when a ship is launched, what are the defects and qualities of that ship. That is valuable, observe. Nature is truly whimsical. Well, this Destouches appeared to me to be a man likely to prove useful in marine affairs, and he is superintending the construction of 6 vessels of 78 guns, which the provinces are building for his majesty. It results from this, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, that the king, if he wished to quarrel with the provinces, would have a very pretty fleet. Now, you know better than anybody else if the land army is efficient."
D'Artagnan and Aramis looked at each other, wondering at the mysterious labors this man had undertaken in so short a time. Colbert understood them,
and was touched by this best of flatteries. "If we, in France, were ignorant of what was going on," said D'Artagnan, "out of France still less must be known."
"That is what I told Monsieur l'Ambassadeur," said Colbert, "that, Spain promising its neutrality, England helping us—"
"If England assists you," said Aramis, "I promise the neutrality of Spain."
"I take you at your word," Colbert hastened to reply with his blunt bonhomie. "And, apropos of Spain, you have not the golden fleece, Monsieur d'Almeida. I heard the king say the other day that he should like to see you wear the grand cordon of Saint Michael." Aramis bowed. "Oh," thought D'Artagnan, "and Porthos is no longer here. What ells of ribbons would there be for him in these largesses? Dear Porthos!" "Monsieur d'Artagnan," resumed Colbert, "between us two, you will have, I wager, an inclination to lead your musketeers into Holland. Can you swim?" And he laughed like a man in high good humor.
"Like an eel," replied D'Artagnan.
"Ah, but there are some bitter passages of canals and marshes yonder, Monsieur d'Artagnan, and the best swimmers are sometimes drowned there."
"It is my profession to die for his majesty," said the musketeer. "Only, as it is seldom in war that much water is met with without a little fire, I declare to you beforehand that I will do my best to choose fire. I am getting old, water freezes me, but fire warms, Monsieur Colbert." And D'Artagnan looked so handsome, still in quasi-juvenile strength, as he pronounced these words, that Colbert, in his turn, could not help admiring him. D'Artagnan perceived the effect he had produced. He remembered that the best tradesman is he who fixes a high price upon his goods when they are valuable. He prepared his price in advance.
"So then," said Colbert, "we go into Holland?"
"Yes," replied D'Artagnan, "only—"
"Only?" said Monsieur Colbert.
"Only," repeated D'Artagnan, "there lurks in everything the question of interest, the question of self-love. It is a very fine title, that of captain of the musketeers, but observe this: we have now the king's guards and the military household of the king. A captain of musketeers ought to command all that, and then he would absorb 100,000 livres a year for expenses."
"Well, but do you suppose the king would haggle with you?" said Colbert.
"Eh! Monsieur, you have not understood me," replied D'Artagnan, sure of carrying his point. "I was telling you that I, an old captain, formerly chief of the king's guard, having precedence of the marechaux of France, I saw myself one day in the trenches with two other equals, the captain of the guards and the colonel commanding the Swiss. Now, at no price will I suffer that. I have old habits, and I will stand or fall by them." Colbert felt this blow, but he was prepared for it.
"I have been thinking of what you said just now," replied he.
"About what, monsieur?"
"We were speaking of canals and marshes in which people are drowned."
"Well?"
"Well, if they are drowned, it is for want of a boat, a plank, or a stick."
"Of a stick, however short it may be," said D'Artagnan.
"Exactly," said Colbert. "And therefore I never heard of an instance of a marechal of France being drowned."
D'Artagnan became very pale with joy, and in a not very firm voice, "People would be very proud of me in my country," said he, "if I were a marechal of France; but a man must have commanded an expedition in chief to obtain the baton."
"Monsieur," said Colbert, Here is, in this pocket-book, which you will study, a plan of campaign you will have to lead a body of troops to carry out in the next spring." D'Artagnan took the book tremblingly, and his fingers meeting those of Colbert, the minister pressed the hand of the musketeer loyally. "Monsieur," said he, "we had both a revenge to take, one over the other. I have begun. It is now your turn." "I will do you justice, monsieur," replied D'Artagnan, "and implore you to tell the king that the first opportunity that shall offer, he may depend upon a victory, or to behold me dead, or both." "Then I will have the fleur-de-lis for your marechal's baton prepared immediately," said Colbert. On the morrow, Aramis, who was setting out for Madrid, to negotiate the neutrality of Spain, came to embrace D'Artagnan at his hotel. "Let us love each other for 4," said D'Artagnan. "We are now but 2. "And you will, perhaps, never see me again, dear D'Artagnan," said Aramis, "if you knew how I have loved you. I am old, I am extinct. Ah, I am almost dead." "My friend," said D'Artagnan, "you will live longer than I shall. Diplomacy commands you to live, but for my part, honor condemns me to die." "Bah! Such men as we are, monsieur le marechal," said Aramis, "only die satisfied with joy in glory." "Ah!" replied D'Artagnan, with a melancholy smile, "I assure you, monsieur le duc, I feel very little appetite for either." They once more embraced, and, 2 hours after, separated forever. The death of D'Artagnan. Contrary to that which generally happens, whether in politics or morals, each kept his promises and did honor to his engagements. The king recalled M. de Guiche, and banished M. le Chevalier de Lorraine, so that Monsieur became ill in consequence. Madame set out for London, where she applied herself so earnestly to make her brother, Charles II, acquire a taste for the political counsels of Mademoiselle de Keroualle, that the alliance between England and France was signed, and the English vessels, ballasted by a few millions of French gold, made a terrible campaign against the fleets of the United Provinces. Charles II had promised Mademoiselle de Keroualle a little gratitude for her good counsels. He made her Duchess of Portsmouth. Colbert had promised the king vessels, munitions, victories. He kept his word, as is well known. At length Aramis, upon whose promises there was least dependence to be placed, wrote Colbert the following letter on the subject of the negotiations which he had undertaken at Madrid. "Monsieur Colbert, I have the honor to expedite to you the R.P. Oliva, General ad interim of the Society of Jesus, my provisional successor. The reverend father will explain to you, Monsieur Colbert, that I preserve to myself the direction of all the affairs of the order which concern France and Spain, but that I am not willing to retain the title of general, which would throw too high a sidelight on the progress of the negotiations with which his Catholic Majesty wishes to entrust me. I shall resume that title by the command of his Majesty, when the labors I have undertaken in concert with you, for the great glory of God and his Church, shall be brought to a good end. The R.P. Oliva will inform you likewise, monsieur, of the consent his Catholic Majesty gives to the signature of a treaty which assures the neutrality of Spain in the event of a war between France and the United Provinces. This consent will be valid even if England, instead of being active, should satisfy herself with remaining neutral. As for Portugal, of which you and I have spoken, monsieur, I can assure you it will contribute with all its resources to assist
the most Christian king in his war. I beg you, Monsieur Colbert, to preserve your friendship, and also to believe in my profound attachment, and to lay my respect at the feet of his most Christian Majesty. Signed, Le Duc d'Almeida. Aramis had performed more than he had promised. It remained to be seen how the king, Monsieur Colbert, and D'Artagnan would be faithful to each other. In the spring, as Colbert had predicted, the land army entered on its campaign. It preceded, in magnificent order, the court of Louis XIV, who, setting out on horseback, surrounded by carriages filled with ladies and courtiers, conducted the elite of his kingdom to this sanguinary fete. The officers of the army, it is true, had no other music save the artillery of the Dutch forts, but it was enough for a great number, who found in this war honor, advancement, fortune, or death. Monsieur d'Artagnan set out commanding a body of 12,000 men, cavalry and infantry, with which he was ordered to take the different places which formed knots of that strategic network called La Frise. Never was an army conducted more gallantly to an expedition. The officers knew that their leader, prudent and skilful as he was brave, would not sacrifice a single man, nor yield an inch of ground without necessity. He had the old habits of war, to live upon the country, keeping his soldiers singing and the enemy weeping. The captain of the king's musketeers well knew his business. Never were opportunities better chosen, coups de main better supported, errors of the besieged more quickly taken advantage of. The army commanded by D'Artagnan took 12 small places within a month. He was engaged in besieging the 13th, which had held out 5 days. D'Artagnan caused the trenches to be opened without appearing to suppose that these people would ever allow themselves to be taken. The pioneers and laborers were, in the army of this man, a body full of ideas and zeal, because their commander treated them like soldiers, knew how to render their work glorious, and never allowed them to be killed if he could help it. It should have been seen with what eagerness the marshy glebes of Holland were turned over. Those turf heaps, mounds of potter's clay, melted at the word of the soldiers like butter in the frying pans of Friesland housewives. Monsieur d'Artagnan dispatched a courier to the king to give him an account of the last success, which redoubled the good humor of his majesty and his inclination to amuse the ladies. These victories of Monsieur d'Artagnan gave so much majesty to the prince, that Madame de Montespan no longer called him anything but Louis the Invincible, so that Mademoiselle de la Valliere, who only called the king Louis the Victorious, lost much of his majesty's favor. Besides, her eyes were frequently red, and to an invincible, nothing is more disagreeable than a mistress who weeps while everything is smiling round her. The star of Mademoiselle de la Valliere was being drowned in clouds and tears. But the gaiety of Madame de Montespan redoubled with the successes of the king, and consoled him for every other unpleasant circumstance. It was to D'Artagnan the king owed this, and his majesty was anxious to acknowledge these services. He wrote to Monsieur Colbert: Monsieur Colbert, we have a promise to fulfill with Monsieur d'Artagnan, who so well keeps his. This is to inform you that the time is come for performing it. All provisions for this purpose you shall be furnished with in due time. Louis. In consequence of this, Colbert, detaining D'Artagnan's envoy, placed in the hands of that messenger a letter from himself, and a small coffer of ebony inlaid with gold, not very important in appearance, but which, without doubt, was very heavy, as a guard of 5 men was given to the messenger to assist him in carrying it. These people arrived before the place which D'Artagnan was besieging towards daybreak, and presented themselves at the lodgings of the general. They were told that M. d'Artagnan, annoyed by a sortie which the governor, an artful man, had made the evening before, and in which the works had been destroyed and 77 men killed, and the reparation of the breaches commenced, had just gone with 20 companies of grenadiers to reconstruct the works. M. Colbert's envoy had orders to go and seek M. d'Artagnan, wherever he might be, and at whatever hour of the day or night. He directed his course, therefore, towards the trenches, followed by his escort, all on horseback. They perceived M. d'Artagnan in the open plain, with his gold-laced hat, his long cane, and gilt cuffs. He was biting his white moustache, and wiping off, with his left hand, the dust which the passing balls threw up from the ground they ploughed so near him. They also saw, amidst this terrible fire, which filled the air with whistling hisses, officers handling the shovel, soldiers rolling barrows, and vast fascines rising by being either carried or dragged by from 10 to 20 men, cover the front of the trench reopened to the centre by this extraordinary effort of the general. In 3 hours all was reinstated. D'Artagnan began to speak more mildly, and he became quite calm when the captain of the pioneers approached him, hat in hand, to tell him that the trench was again in proper order. This man had scarcely finished speaking when a ball took off one of his legs, and he fell into the arms of D'Artagnan. The latter lifted up his soldier, and quietly, with soothing words, carried him into the trench, amidst the enthusiastic applause of the regiments. From that time it was no longer a question of valor. The army was delirious. 2 companies stole away to the advanced post, which they instantly destroyed. When their comrades, restrained with great difficulty by D'Artagnan, saw them lodged upon the bastions, they rushed forward likewise, and soon a furious assault was made upon the counterscarp, upon which depended the safety of the place. D'Artagnan perceived there was only one means left of checking his army, to take the place. He directed all his force to the 2 breaches, where the besieged were busy in repairing. The shock was terrible. 18 companies took part in it, and D'Artagnan went with the rest, within half cannon shot of the place, to support the attack by echelon. The cries of the Dutch, who were being poignarded upon their guns by D'Artagnan's grenadiers, were distinctly audible. The struggle grew fiercer with the despair of the governor, who disputed his position foot by foot. D'Artagnan, to put an end to the affair, and to silence the fire, which was unceasing, sent a fresh column, which penetrated like a very wedge, and he soon perceived upon the ramparts, through the fire, the terrified flight of the besieged, pursued by the besiegers. At this moment the general, breathing freely and full of joy, heard a voice behind him saying, "Monsieur, if you please, from Monsieur Colbert." He broke the seal of the letter, which contained these words: "Monsieur d'Artagnan, the king commands me to inform you that he has nominated you Marechal of France, as a reward for your magnificent services, and the honor you do to his arms. The king is highly pleased, monsieur, with the captures you have made. He commands you, in particular, to finish the siege you have commenced, with good fortune to you, and success for him." D'Artagnan was standing with a radiant countenance and sparkling eye. He looked up to watch the progress of his troops upon the walls, still enveloped in red and black volumes of smoke. "I have finished," replied he to the messenger. "The city will have surrendered in a quarter of an hour." He then resumed his reading. "The coffret, Monsieur d'Artagnan, is my own present. You will not be sorry to see that, whilst you warriors are drawing the sword to defend the king,
I am moving the pacific arts to ornament a present worthy of you. I commend myself to your friendship, monsieur le marechal, and beg you to believe in mine. Colbert. D'Artagnan, intoxicated with joy, made a sign to the messenger, who approached with his coffret in his hands. But at the moment the marechal was going to look at it, a loud explosion resounded from the ramparts and called his attention towards the city. "It is strange," said D'Artagnan, "that I don't yet see the king's flag on the walls, or hear the drums beat the chamade." He launched 300 fresh men under a high-spirited officer, and ordered another breach to be made. Then, more tranquilly, he turned towards the coffret which Colbert's envoy held out to him. It was his treasure. He had won it. D'Artagnan was holding out his hand to open the coffret, when a ball from the city crushed the coffret in the arms of the officer, struck D'Artagnan full in the chest, and knocked him down upon a sloping heap of earth, whilst the fleur-de-lis baton, escaping from the broken box, came rolling under the powerless hand of the marechal. D'Artagnan endeavored to raise himself. It was thought he had been knocked down without being wounded. A terrible cry broke from the group of terrified officers. The marechal was covered with blood. The pallor of death ascended slowly to his noble countenance. Leaning upon the arms held out on all sides to receive him, he was able once more to turn his eyes toward the place, and to distinguish the white flag at the crest of the principal bastion. His ears, already deaf to the sounds of life, caught feebly the rolling of the drum which announced the victory. Then, clasping in his nerveless hand a baton, ornamented with its fleur-de-lis, he cast on it his eyes, which had no longer the power of looking upwards towards heaven, and fell back, murmuring strange words, which appeared to the soldiers cabalistic, words which had formerly represented so many things on earth, and which none but the dying man any longer comprehended. "Athos, Porthos, farewell till we meet again. Aramis, adieu forever." Of the 4 valiant men whose history we have related, there now remained but one. Heaven had taken to itself 3 noble souls. This is the end of The Man in the Iron Mask. This is the last